Oh, here we go then, folks. It's FM24 launch day, and you know what that means. Non-League to Legend is back. Not sure what Non-League to Legend is? Worry not. I put out a video yesterday explaining all the rules and details of the save, so I'll link to that down below if you need to find out more. But the most important thing for you to know is we're starting this season's journey with Tamworth, newly promoted to the National League North. More on them in a second, but first, I'm giving away 2 copies of FM24. The first will go to somebody who retweets or reposts or whatever it's called now, the tweet announcing that this video exists. I'll link to the tweet down in the description below so you know you're retweeting the right one. Just retweet that. Sorted. Copy number 2 goes out to somebody who leaves a comment on this video. It doesn't matter what the comment is. You can just say, yes, please, Kev. I'd like to win a copy of FM24, please, Kev, if you want to. Whatever you want. Then in a day or two's time, I'll pick somebody who's retweeted, somebody down from the comments on this video, and I'll send both of the winners a copy of the game. And then also, if you want to watch episode 2 of this series tonight, like this video. If we can get to 5,000 likes on the video before 9 p.m. UK time today, episode 2 will drop at 9 p.m. ish. It might end up being a little bit earlier if we hit the target earlier and I finish the video in time. But at the very latest, you'll have episode 2, 9 o'clock tonight, as long as we hit 5,000 likes on this video by then. And of course, if you're new, subscribe to the channel, turn your notifications on. There's so much FM24 content coming your way at the moment. You won't want to miss any of it. But that's enough housekeeping for now. Let's roll the new intro and get started with Tamworth. And here we go then, folks. Breaking news. Tamworth hire Chapman. Tamworth have today confirmed the appointment of Kevin Chapman, that's me, as the club's new manager. Eyebrows have been raised in the world of football at the appointment of the inexperienced 40. Oh, this is the first time I've been in my 40s at the start of Non-League to Legend. And he's sure to face plenty of questions when he faces the media for the first time at the Lamb Ground, which, by the way, what a name for a stadium. He replaces previous manager Andy Peaks. So media prediction is 18th. Well, hi, Bob. How are we doing? This is Bob Andrews. He's welcoming me along. We've got a club reputation of 1 star. We were founded in 1934. No director of football. I mean, we're in tier 6. What would we need a director of football for? I'm probably going to hire one. My assistant manager is called Neil. Our fierce rivals are Nuneaton, who I did a series with many years ago and had quite a nice relationship with. So that might be awkward, but they got promoted last year, so they are newly promoted to the National League North, having won the Southern Premier Central title last year. We enter the FA Cup at the second qualifying round, the FA Trophy at the second round, and our ground has a 4,500 capacity, which was built a year after. Where did we play for the first year? There's a question. And our facilities are bobbins. So we're back in tier 6 for the first time in a long time. It's like 7-8 years, I think, since Tamworth have been at this level of football. I did do a little bit of reading. I've deliberately not looked at how they were in Football Manager, though, so I'm going into this blind. According to my main man, Bob, this is our best 11 set up into Bob's preferred 4-2-3-1. So, I mean, I don't know that I recognise any names there. There's not anybody who particularly stands out just based on their smile. Oh, does anyone got a nice smile? I mean, this guy, he looks cheerful, doesn't he? Jordan Cullinane Liebird. I feel like that's the guy I want to have show me around. He's got a lovely smile. What a nice man. And then the board the board culture is to strive to make progress on and off the pitch. So we need to work within our wage budget and grow the club's reputation. That's fairly standard stuff. They're looking for us to finish in the top half of the Vanarama North, which, I mean, that's easier said than done. I know Tamworth are doing very well in real life, but in game, it just told me the media prediction was 18th and the board are looking for a top half finish. So I hope real life is more accurate to how good this squad is to the media prediction. And they want us to be competitive in the 2 cups. I've got a 1-year contract. I haven't actually seen how much money I'm going to be earning yet. Have I skipped past that? Did I miss the most important thing? I need to know about the money. The club vision is to develop players using the club's youth system, which is going to be a challenge because the youth setup, as previously mentioned, all the facilities are not very good. And if we have the opportunity to play against rivals Nuneaton, we have to get the better of them, which I guess is fair enough. Yes, we'll do all this stuff. I think monthly is plenty often enough to meet with my backroom staff. And the first thing I want to check is that salary, because I don't remember seeing any details of my salary anywhere. Okay. £240 part-time. We'll find a way to work with that. So there we have Tamworth Football Club on a map, and there we have roughly, I don't live right in the centre of Leicester. I live in the general Leicester area, but that gives you a rough idea of where we are. Leicester to Tamworth. It's about an hour's drive, which might not sound too disastrous, but A, I hate driving. I'm not driving an hour there and an hour back every day. That sounds rubbish. And B, there's absolutely no way I can afford that petrol on the salary that they're giving me. Coming by train, even more of a nightmare, because apparently the most direct route from Leicester to Tamworth is to go all the way up to Derby and then I guess get the train from Derby heading towards Birmingham and then jump off as you go through Tamworth. I guess there's a train station in Tamworth. You could also get the train all the way into Birmingham and then come back out again. It takes more than an hour. Ultimately, a very inefficient way to travel, which of course means that the only sensible solution is we need to move house. We need to get a little bit close to the football club. We need to go to a non-specific mortgage calculator, which does leave us in something as a pickle because, as you can see, based on the really, really tiny starting salary, I think this is the lowest starting salary I've ever had in a non-league to Legend, but based on that salary, they can't offer me any mortgage at all. I don't think we've ever quite been in this situation before. We can't buy a house, but we also can't commute. So we're going to need to get a little bit creative. We've zoomed in on Tamworth on the map. We can even have a little look at the ground. I am going to be going to a match this Saturday. So if you are in the Tamworth area, you want to come down to the match, I am going to the match on Saturday. So we'll have a proper scouting mission then. But this is what the outside of the Tamworth ground looks like. I think there's a chance this is just an MOT centre, but I think in tiny letters it does say welcome to the CR MOT centre, and I think those words are community stadium. I think this is a football stadium. It definitely has floodlights, and just there behind this little barrier, presumably to stop people breaking in, you can just about see the Tamworth FC Ub shop, which I assume is a club shop, which hopefully means I can buy a shirt, because I tried to buy a shirt on their website, and their website invites you to email them. There is not an online shop at Tamworth FC, but I am going to be making a beeline for that porter cabin on Saturday. But that's not the reason we've zoomed in. The reason we've zoomed in is because we need to find some kind of place to live. There's a field here, which I guess has potential. We could get a boat. There's a whole lake there that we could put a boat on, potentially stay in a boat. How much does a boat cost? Boat, tent, caravan? But I think the most sensible solution, and it is all thanks to the wonderful people who take care of all of the Tamworth leisure and fun facilities. As you can see, there's a Holiday Inn Express. A Holiday Inn Express, which for some reason has a Gruffalo. You can't quite see him. There you go. You can say, I don't know who that lad is. That's a Gruffalo, though. It's a Holiday Inn with a Gruffalo. It looks like, the rooms look like they're absolutely riddled with chairs. I think that's the breakfast bar. It all looks very fancy. I know what you're thinking, Kev. If you can't afford to buy a house, how on earth are you going to afford to stay in a Holiday Inn? Don't worry. You might have noticed in between the Holiday Inn and the football club, there's a snow dome. And the snow dome currently has vacancies for ski and snowboard instructors. If you watch my other channel, which you should, you'll know earlier this year, I became something of an expert at skiing and snowboarding. I think I could do this job. I'm so confident I can do this job, in fact, that I made contact with the snow dome of Snow, Ice and Leisure in Tamworth and the Holiday Inn, and we've set up an arrangement where Monday to Friday, I'm going to work as a ski and snowboard instructor in exchange for free lodgings in the Holiday Inn. And then at weekends and evenings, I'm allowed to go and take training, go to the football matches, maybe have an occasional FA Cup match. It's win-win for everybody, a massive incentive for me to get out there and try and have some success on the pitch with Tamworth as soon as possible. Maybe, win a full-time contract and be able to buy a house. But for now, I'm a ski instructor. So now at least I know where I'm going to be living and how I'm going to be occupying my days. Let's have a little look around the club, get our feet under the table, see what's what. We've got nearly 5,000 social media followers and 120 season ticket holders, which is jolly nice. We're just going to agree to all that. I mean, I am completely inexperienced, know nothing. People always ask about how I set up my manager profile. I've just matched myself up to the reputation of the club that I'm managing. So that starts me off with a National B licence and Sunday league footballer experience, and that is my starting manager profile. That man is in no position to negotiate any kind of objectives so far. What I am going to do straight away, first order of business, can I go on a coaching course, please, Blob? Oh God, I've just said police and then called the man Blob. I don't think I'm going to be getting the coaching course. Contracts, we've got a lot of players whose contracts are up for renewal. I mean, it's non-league. As far as I'm concerned, nobody should be on longer than a one-year contract. Nobody is. So the entire squad is out of contract at the end of the season, which is exactly how I like it at this level, because it allows us to figure out what's what, have fairly high turnover of players and, build a squad that can get us a promotion, which is definitely the plan. I'm not going to create a tactic now because I haven't even looked at the team, pre-season preparation, all that kind of stuff. Right, let's look at what we've got. Let's work out who's who and what's what. How are we doing for money? So we've got 20 grand in the bank. No wonder they're not paying me anything. Goodness me. I'd like more than that as my salary, please, Bob. I almost did Please Blob again. Bob, you're going to have to change your name. I'm going to get myself into all kinds of trouble because I can't get my words out. We have a zero transfer budget. Our wage budget is 3,754 and we're already spending all of it. Every last penny is currently being spent. So I guess we're not going to be bringing anybody. I mean, look at the amount of money Bob's expected to make. The man could sling a few quid my way. There's zero debt involved in the club, not much in the way of sponsorship, but still, I feel like you could maybe give me a little bit more over here, because at the moment that means absolutely no transfers unless we get some people out of the door first. Potentially, I mean, I'm looking straight away and seeing we've got 3 players on non-contracts. So they do actually allocate to the wage budget. So we could potentially bin those off just to give us a little bit of wiggle room to play with. But we don't know how they fare against the rest of the players yet. Have we got a youth team? We don't have a youth team. We've got these 2 guys who, I mean, again, he's on a non-contract. He's going to be gone straight away with 1.5 stars of ability. He's done. We need to free up some money to do something. But let's work out what we've got. If we sort these guys by ability, let's see who our best players are. So best players, top 3, the 3 players who have got 4 stars of current ability are a left winger, a right winger, and a central midfielder, which, I mean, so actually, he's an attacking midfielder, not a central midfielder. So straight away, I mean, Bob was onto something when he wanted a 4-2-3-1, because we've got somebody to play on the left of an attacking midfield 3, someone to play in the middle of one, someone to play on the right of one. In fact, Kyle Finn can actually play anywhere across the attacking midfield 3 or on the right-hand side of midfield as well. He's pretty useful. 10 goals last season from midfield. That looks like he might be a bit of a superstar for us. This guy wasn't quite. I mean, in fact, he's a new signing this summer, and then he's a new signing as well. So it looks like we're building towards a 4-2-3-1. Our striker is our 4th best player, Dan Creaney, who got 34 goals last year in the Southern Premier Central. This man is a legitimate hero. Hopefully, he can step up and get that kind of goal return as well in the National League. That is awesome stuff. And then, I mean, as if to really push me towards the new style 4-2-3-1 that has the defensive midfielders in as well, our next best player is a defensive midfielder who wants to be a ball-winning midfielder, who again is another player new to Tamworth this season. What I'm not seeing anywhere, because then we go for more wingers again, what I'm not seeing much of is defenders. I feel like the defence might be an area that needs strengthening a little bit. Let's just get a 4-2-3-1 in for now, just so we can use the squad planner. So if we go to 4 231 DM AM wide. So that will then give us access to the squad planner. We've got some staff. It's not great staff. We have no recruitment staff or medical staff at all. So that's probably something to deal with. It appears that we've only got one goalkeeper. Hang on. There was a kid in the under somethings dev centre, under 21s. I mean, is he so bad? I mean, he's out of contract. So we need another. We've got one goalkeeper. We've definitely have to do some stuff here because we can't go into the season. But I mean, obviously, this is my first time playing the full version of FM24. So there's a chance this has changed since the beta. But certainly during the beta, during early access, goalkeeper injuries were rife. We cannot go into a season with just one goalkeeper. That's madness. We also only have one left back, Callum Cockrell Mollett. Who is, I mean, he is an out-and-out left-back, but he is one of the out-of-contract boys and is attracting interest from some of our divisional rivals. So potentially going to need someone in at left-back as well. We have got 3 right-backs, but 2 of them are also in the number of our 4 centre-backs. So we've got a little bit more cover in those positions. Then 4 DMs, 4 attacking midfielders, plenty of wingers, plenty of strikers. So it is a very attack-heavy squad. Although, having said that, once you get below the main strikers, the quality does seem to drop off fairly deeply. Dan, why is Creaney behind? Is it because of the position we've got? If we change that to target man, which I think was what Creaney's position was, I imagine, yeah, he moves back to the top of the tree there. So it looks like we need to be playing. Can you do a 4-2-3-1 with a target man? I guess you can. It's effectively a 4-4-2, just with a fancy modern shape, because you've got the wingers getting the crosses into the big guy. Is he a big guy? He's 6'2". I'm 6'2". That makes him a big guy. And then you have the little guy in there, basically your second striker, but playing a little bit more withdrawn, so he links up, drops deeper with the midfield a little bit better. Then you have these 2 protecting the back 4, and I guess you have the fullbacks push on a little bit, again, looking to hit crosses into the big guy. It's very one-dimensional, but will hopefully get the job done for us. The media are expecting a 13th place finish. It said 18th on the screen before, but they're looking at a 13th place finish, which should be achievable. How far down do we have to scroll to find our best player on here? There you go. So it is the attacking midfielder. Shikuna, I think is how you would say that. Who will play in behind the striker. Okay, there is the makings of a squad here, but we are going to have to bring in some depth. We've only got, what is this? 20 players plus the 2. I mean, why are we messing around having them in? Do we even have an under 21 team? Do they even have fixtures? Why are they down there? Just get them into the first team squad, deal with them accordingly. So you 2 move up to the senior squad. We have a squad of 22 players. That's all we have at the entire club. There's no youth team, I don't think. There's no youth team at all. Can I just point out, somewhere on here, someone, was it the supporters, would like me to develop players using the club's youth system? Tamworth fans. How? Just how? How am I supposed to do that? That's absurd. But yeah, there is definitely some wheeler dealing to be done. And I think we're not even necessarily going to look at the quality of these players. More the case of we need to get rid of players to generate some wiggle room for ourselves. So someone like Alex Jones looks like a decent option as a backup option to Creaney. But we've already got Creaney as a starter and we've got other strikers. So it's probably, I mean, we could have Ty Deacon as our backup to Creaney. If we're playing one striker, we don't need 2 backups. When we don't have a backup left back, we don't have a backup goalkeeper. So we are going to have to let some players go so that we can bring some players in. We're also going to have to, before we can do any of that, hire a recruitment team because, of course, as you all know, in non-league to legend, we can only sign players that our scouts find. And at the moment, we don't have any scouts. And not only that, we can only hire staff that appear via adverts. So we really need to... It's going to be a slow summer. When's the first day of the season? Give me the schedule. First day of the season is just over a month away. We're going to take at least a couple of weeks to hire some staff, and then they've got to start doing some scouting. I don't know how much will have changed by the time we play Scunthorpe on the first day of the season. And by the way, if you're thinking Scunthorpe, that's a name that sounds familiar. That's because you just saw them as odds-on favourite for the league. So our toughest game of the entire season is coming up first. And this squad's not ready. This is going to be an interesting challenge. And of course, as I mentioned at the start of the video, if you want to see how the interesting challenge turns out, make sure you leave a thumbs up on the video, because if we get to 5,000 likes on this video before 9 p.m. tonight, I will upload episode 2 tonight. And episode 2 will be me showing you the transfers I've managed to do, introducing you to the new staff, and of course playing that first game of the season against Scunthorpe. We've got it all coming up later on this evening, as long as you leave a thumbs up on the video. But that's it for your first episode. We have to keep it fairly brief to get the episode out in time, because Football Manager, in their eternal wisdom, decided to release the game at 4 o'clock, my usual release time. But hopefully that's given you a little bit of a sampler, a little bit of a taste to wet the whistle and show you what's to come in Non-League to Legend this year. I'm mega excited. Hopefully you are too. If you are, leave the thumbs up. We've been talking about all the way through. Subscribe to the channel, turn your notifications on. You're not going to want to miss part 2, which should be out later on today. I need to now go and make that. Thank you very much for watching. Toodle. I'm still giddy. I need to calm down. Thanks for watching, folks. See you, hopefully, in a couple of hours. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Ant Chipman. Well, I don't think I've ever before done a Football Manager save where, despite advertising for it 3 times, I've not had a single applicant for Director of Football. I don't really need a Director of Football. I just find it interesting that no one's applying. I can't decide if it's an FM24 thing or a Tamworth thing. I'm not sure which I'd prefer. Hello and welcome to part 2 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, I'm going to show you the ins and outs we've had over the course of my month or so in charge, both in terms of staff and players. And of course, we're going to play our first games of this year's save at home against newly relegated title favourite Scunthorpe. And then we're on the road heading to Spenny Moor. But first, I need to show you the staff ins and outs and transfers. In fact, and even more, but first, quite a few people in the comments have asked me to show what leagues we've got loaded. We have got more leagues loaded this year than we normally would for Non-League to Legend. Normally, it's just the big 5 leagues, but because I now am playing on a NASA supercomputer, I'm able to load a few more. So we've, Brazil and Argentina, we've just got in on view only. I don't imagine I'm ever going to manage there, but it's important to have them loaded just so that they remain competitive internationally. But in addition to France, Germany, Italy and Spain that we usually have, we've also got the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, the Netherlands, Portugal, Scotland and Wales. So there are a couple of the other bigger leagues in Netherlands and Portugal, and also the rest of the nearby leagues, which could potentially be stops on the journey. I mean, I can't imagine, unless things go badly at Tamworth, ending up in Wales or Northern Ireland, but we could conceivably go to Scotland. So potential new routes to navigate our way through the save, which is interesting. What's also interesting is that loading Wales might already be costing me, because this guy is wanted by Penabon over in Wales. The team I managed on Twitch last year, he is the dream left back. I mean, he's not fully scouted yet, but he's scouted enough for me to see that he's better than the 0 left backs we've got at the moment. He's a Swansea player. We're trying to get him on loan for the rest of the season. But, I mean, if he goes to Penabon, he won't have to move house. So we're waiting for his decision. That's not the only transfer that's gone on, though. I did do what I threatened to do and released on a free transfer all of the players who were on non-contracts. Didn't even really care if they were good or not. It was just clear them out so that we've got a little bit of wiggle room to play with. So they left. We also managed to loan out Callum Griffin, a young 18-year-old midfielder, on full salary to Phoenix Sports, which I don't know how Phoenix Sports are able to pay his full salary, but they are. So fair enough. Let him head out there. So that freed up a little bit of money for us. And we then went about trying to plug the gaps that we had in the squad. Remember the big gaps in goal, or certainly backup goalkeeper and left back, and various other defensive positions. We were pretty good in midfield and attack. So the first thing we did is just sign the cheapest goalkeeper we could sign, Archie Brown, who is, I mean, he's in on a non-contract, and if he does play, which he won't, he's our third choice keeper, we'll have to pay him 20 quid. He's basically just here for you know, to have a nice time. Don't ever expect to see him play, because a couple of days later we signed this guy, Ronayne Van Kooten, who's only 15 years old and already 6'4". He's come in because he's only 15. We can get him on a £5 a week contract. It does go up to £140 a week when he signs his big boy contract, but that's in over a year. So by then, if he develops, we should be able to pay him £140 a week, because I'd like to think he'll be our first choice goalkeeper by then. But he's just one of these random new gens that sometimes appears at the start of the game. Came up on my director of football recommendations, because if you remember, I had no scouts initially. So the first batch of signings were all done based on asking for recommendations for free transfers from my director of football, and then getting them in on trial. So this guy is here, and hopefully is going to be great. And then the last guy that we signed, Cliff Moyo, is an actual international footballer. He's got one cap for Zimbabwe. He is 30 years old, which isn't ideal, but he's much better than any other defender that we've got, basically, across the back four. He's natural at centre-back and right-back, and can also, if pushed, cover for us at left back as well, previously of Kidderminster. But as you can see, there were a lot of trialists who came in that didn't necessarily make the grade. More often than not, it wasn't that they weren't good enough, it's that we couldn't afford to pay them. So we've not been able to do as much business as I hoped we'd be able to do. But with the little bit of shuffling around that we've done, we have freed ourselves up some money. So even if Jenkins comes in at left back, we'll still have a couple of £100 a week left on this wage budget to play with, which if we continue to shop smart the way we have so far, we should be able to get in another 3 or 4 players. And we probably need another 3 or 4 players, because realistically, I don't know why it's given me a greyed out goalkeeper there when we have a perfectly good goalkeeper there that we can just move up. I don't know why he came in and went into the under-21s. There you go. That gets rid of the greyed out goalkeeper. So our first team squad is only 19 players. It goes up to 20 if we bring Jenkins in on loan, and we don't actually have an out-and-out left back. So if you remember, Jordan Cullinane Liebird, the one with the lovely smile, he's volunteered to play at left back today for us as tribute, because he's a lovely guy. And this is the system that we're going to play. It's the 4-2-3-1 wing play based system that we're going to go to a positive mentality. I'm no coward. It's the wing play based system that we looked at in the previous episode. We've not really done any kind of transfers that would suggest we'd move away from this. The couple of tweaks that I've done, because Cullinane Liebird is very much a centre back. He's 6'3". He's a centre back. He's a competent left back, but even then only really as an inverted fullback. So we've got him on the new inverted fullback role. So he's basically going to play as part of a 3 with our 2 no-nonsense centre backs. And then Moyo, who's just the guy that we've just signed, is natural as a wing back on the right back position. I mean, he's slow and can't really cross, but it's non-league and he's natural as a wing back. So we're playing him as a wing back on attack, and it's going to be absolutely fine. So going forward, Moyo's going to charge up here, and we're going to end up with a back 3. They're going to be protected by these 2 guys, Ben Milnes and Callum Riley. What I'm noticing about the entire squad, they're all old. They're all in their late 20s, early 30s. There is very much going to be I don't want to say rebuild, but a rebuild potentially going on here over the course of the season, if we can get away with it. If not, next summer. Dan Creaney, of course, leads the line, but even he's 29 years old, and hopefully we see some of those goals that we got last season. We're going to play Shakuna as a shadow striker behind him, because I think with the crosses that are going to be raining in from either side, and Creaney up there as a target forward on support, which is his preferred role, he's going to be doing a lot of nod downs, flick ons, and we want Shakuna up in and around him. I did toy with playing him a little bit deeper as a playmaker, which would be his preferred role, but I just want him up in and around Creaney. You know what I mean? So we're trying a shadow striker. It's not really a role I get on with in Football Manager, so we might tweak that as time goes on. And then on the right, we've got Finn. On the left, we've got Akwe. I've got no issues with the wingers. The 2 wingers are great. The 2 wingers, the striker, our attack, the front 4, all great. The rest of the team still very much needs some work. But this first game of the season is against Scunthorpe, who are the pre-season promotion favourites, having been relegated from the National League North last year. Of course, managed by Jimmy Dean, the former Peterborough Sports manager. Peterborough Sports being the team that I started non-league to legend with last year, who are still in this league. They managed to survive and celebrated by changing their kit colours and badge colour. They played in blue last year, if I recall. But let's go beat Scunthorpe, I guess. What's the name of our ground? It was something cool, wasn't it? I need to start learning this stuff. Our ground is called the Lamb Ground. How could I forget? Are we called the Lambs? Do we have a nickname? Where does it say club nickname? I feel like we're called the Lambs. Why wouldn't we be? Yeah, the Lambs. The Lambs at the Lamb Ground. We've got 2 different sponsors on the home and away kit. That's interesting. Let's submit the team. Let's see how we get. Oh, I haven't shown you the new staff. I mean, we brought some staff in. There's not really much to it than that, but we've managed to bring in a chief scout and a scout. Neither of them are great, but I mean, they are capable of scouting to a point. Our chief scout's got 8 and 7 for judging player ability and potential. Our not chief scout has got 6 and 9. We're still trying to bring in another one. Like I said in the intro, we've not been able to get a director of football. We are trying, but there's no one applying for it. And I don't know why our scout advert keeps ending. I would like another scout as well, but that's all we've done to the backroom staff stuff. We've also not been able to get anyone apply for head performance analyst. So I just think some of the jobs, I mean, if anything, if this is a change in FM24, this is great, because these are jobs we shouldn't be offering at this level anyway. We offer them because the board will allow us to have them and they're helpful, but nobody wants to come and do that part-time for almost no money for a job that isn't really going to advance their career, I guess, which is absolutely fair enough. Right. This is going to be a big test first day of the season. We're playing a system I don't really like to play. I don't really like to use a target man. I'm not going to enjoy this, but do we play TV? We do play TV, don't we? We play TV and then we go to key highlights and then we bump that forward. Is that dead in the middle now? I'm not sure. I think we bump it forward 1. We put this behind goal. People always ask about that as well. And here you go. We are off and we are looking to learn about our new team. We need to find out how good these boys are, because I don't really have any idea how good they're going to be, and certainly how well they're going to play in this system. We don't have any kind of team cohesion. I know I've not done loads of transfers. There'll hopefully still be more to come. We don't have a transfer window down here in the National League, so we don't need to worry about rushing to do our transfers. But there were a few ins and outs over the course of the summer. We're playing a potentially unfamiliar system. Although, to be fair, with the players that we've got, if the system they were using previously wasn't get it out wide and then get the crosses into the big guy, I don't understand what their system was, because looking at all the available stats we've seen from last year, i.e. they won the league and the striker scored a goal a game, and we've got good wingers, this must be what the plan was last year as well. Finn now, down the right-hand side, get the cross in, look for the big guy. If this is going to work, we need to actually do it. See, I mean, I'm happy that we scored, but we were supposed to get the cross in, and he's drilled it in low. But that's exactly why we wanted to play Shakuna as the shadow striker rather than having him sat back on the edge of the area. If we're playing him as a playmaker, he's sat back on the D when this cross comes in. But as the shadow striker, he's right in there around where the centre forward is, ready to pounce. In fact, he's taken that off of Creaney's toe. I mean, if I was big Creaney, I deck him there, because he's literally swinging his foot as Shakuna slips in and applies the finish. But hopefully they won't fall out, but very positive start. Apparently, maybe shadow strikers do work. I'm telling the boys this is a 4-4-2, by the way. We've got it lined up as a 4-2-3-1. Really, we're doing a 4-4-2. We're just making it. It's a 4-4-2, but make it fancy. I keep having these things come up on TikTok and on YouTube at the moment where chefs take fast food and make it gourmet. That's basically what we're doing here. We've taken a 4-4-2 and we've made it fancy. But at its core, it's still a 4-4-2. We've got 2 strikers. We've got 2 wide men. We've got a double pivot in central midfield, if you want to use the fancy pants terminology for it. But it's basically a 4-4-2. Just don't tell anyone. Shakuna trying to break through, doesn't manage to. But, I mean, we're applying a decent amount of pressure to Scunthorpe here. I mean, Scunthorpe, obviously pre-season favourites on reputation. We don't actually know how good they are. we don't really know how good anyone is until we get a few matches under our belts, but they have just been relegated. Obviously, there's a lot of off-the-field turmoil as well at Scunthorpe. They might not be a very good team. They might just be pre-season favourites because of their reputation. Shakuna's won us a penalty here, and we've got the opportunity to go 2-0 up, which would be absolutely delicious. Who's taking the penalty? Milnes. I don't think I set my penalty takers. I did spend a little bit of time setting up my set pieces, but haven't set up penalty takers. Doesn't look like it matters because the guy who stepped up and took it has scored. We're 2-0 up. Why is that? I mean, there's houses that spring out of nowhere in the corner of this ground. Obviously, I'm going to be going there at the week. I'm going to be able to have a proper look. I suspect it's not just a grey sea of nothingness behind the goal, and then you get the walls and the houses. I mean, we've looked on Google Maps. We know there's a lake there somewhere and a snow centre where I work during the day. So, I mean, that must be the snow centre there. I mean, I haven't seen the goal going, so I was trying to establish that. That must be the snow place. And then we've got houses in the background as well. Massive block of flats. Didn't see that on Google Maps either. See, we've got roads at that side. The other end, it's just grey nothingness. We're getting used to the Lamb ground. I mean, is it supposed to be a car park? I'm not quite sure what the situation is back there. It's a good goal, though. I actually missed the replay as well because I was looking at... I'm admiring the surroundings around the ground. They've got a player called Shrimpton. That's a great name. Right, one thing we haven't done, which I might have a little tweak and add on, is long throws, because I feel like we're a team that would benefit from a long throw. Shakuna's scored again and then run off doing a chicken dance. We might have a player on our hands here, boys and girls. He has got... Is this his debut? Is he one of the guys who came in new this season? I know I didn't sign him, but I feel like he might be a new signing in real life this summer just gone. I'm going to check on him at half time, but he has had a storming debut so far, if this is his debut. So Nathan Shakuna, was playing for Royston in the Southern Premier League last year. Only got 6 goals as well. So he has had seasons where he scored a decent amount of goals. 16 goals there for Burton Rovers. Got 10 for Rushden and Diamonds. So, I mean, he's capable of scoring goals. I don't think anybody expected him to grab 2 today, though, but we're certainly not going to complain about it. Right, let's just carry on. Business as normal, eh? We don't want to mess around too much. We're top of the league at the moment, which, of course, comparisons to real-life Tamworth, they've had an incredible start to the season and are top of the league. So... is it overperforming if we end up there as well? I don't know. It's a very good team, a very good squad apparently, and I've not done a huge amount to it. Obviously, we've signed a couple of goalkeepers, a defender. Maybe we'll have another defender come in before the next match as well, but we've not done loads, have we? Right, Ty Deacon is another 6'2" target forward. Doesn't quite score as many goals, got 10 last year. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's the regular guy who comes off the bench for Creaney. Maybe they were playing together, but it does seem a little thuggish to play with 2 big target men and not a lot else. We've also got Kai Williams, who can play on either wing, but he's a left footer, so I think he's going to come on the left-hand side. He's played for Tamworth before, but like a lot of the players that we've got, has very much done the tour around all the localish teams and has now made his way back around to Tamworth. I'm going to leave him. You know what? I'm not going to force the substitutions. We're doing all right. Callum Riley's tiring a little bit, so we could maybe bring on Lyndon Michael, who's 35 years old. Another one who's in his 3rd spell at Tamworth, I guess, because he was here on a free transfer there and went to Buxton, came back on loan and is now back permanently. So he can come on to play in the place of Riley. Another one. I mean, the thing that we've got, and it probably is just the fact that their attributes aren't particularly high and these are the least demanding positions, but all our strikers are target men. All our central midfielders are ball-winning midfielders. All our centre-backs are no-nonsense centre-backs. There's not much variety in the squad. We've got a certain profile of player, and it is older, non-league journeymen who are big and strong and going to be good at set pieces, with a little bit of talent thrown in with the attacking midfield 3, which I guess is a very sensible way to set up a football club. There's been good work done here, and there is the ball over the top for Deacon. Can he make it 4? He can! What a first match of the season this is turning out to be. Scunthorpe are rubbish. That's all I can take from this. I mean, we've played very, very well, but goodness me, I did not expect Scunthorpe to be as poor as they have been. it'll be very interesting to see how they get on over the next few matches, because they are not playing at all like how you would expect pre-season title favourites to play. It's interesting as well to see Peterborough Sports are actually top of the league. We're 4-1 up, but last year's starting team are ahead of us. We're going to take off Akwe, and we've got Kai Williams who can come on and play on the left. That's the final substitution we're allowed to make, just the 3 subs from 5 on the bench at this level. And there's Moyo taking the throw. We're going to try and do another one. Moyo plays it into Finn on the right-hand side. See, I'm already learning the squad numbers. I already like this team. This is going very well. Moyo, that's the kind of cross we were looking for. We needed that when Creaney was on. A big, deep cross looking for that far post. And Deacon really is a big boy himself. Should be up there challenging the goalkeeper for that as it comes in. But Scunthorpe trying to... Clunan. Was Clunan at Peterborough Sports last year? That name seems familiar. Is it Sam Clunan? No, Michael Clunan? He was at Kings Lynn many years ago. My first non-league to legend was at Kings Lynn. I'm remembering from something else. I must have signed him at some point. I can't be remembering somebody from 9 years ago in fact, no, Kings Lynn wasn't 9 years ago. Kings Lynn was like 4 years ago. I probably do remember Clunan. Is he the guy? Did he play with Alfie Payne? The comments are going to let me know, aren't they? You're going to let me know all about Michael Clunan. Now I think about it, he might have been my captain at Kings Lynn before Payne. That is an incredible start to the season, boys and girls. Scunthorpe ruined. Let's head to Spenny Moor and hopefully head there with a shiny new left back as well. Well, unfortunately, no shiny new left back. He went to Penabont, which was always the big fear. Doesn't have to move house, but we do have a shiny new right back, which is James Dornelli, who's on loan from Peterborough until the end of the season. We're having to pay him £180 a week, but he is an actual proper wing back who's going to fit very nicely into that wing back role on that side. Moyo can move across to play centre back. And you know what? If we end up having to play Cullinane Liebird as the left inverted fullback on that side for the whole season, because we can't find a left back, that would be a disaster. We're not going to do that, but I don't mind playing him there for now. He didn't let us down in that first game. So the only change is Dornelli coming in, Moyo moving over to centre-back, who can actually play as a proper centre-back rather than this no-nonsense, which does, it just offers, he's ever so slightly more of a footballer, which has got to be a good thing. And, let's see how we get on against Spenny Moor. How did Spenny Moor get on their first day of the season? Spenny Moor won 3-1 away against Banbury, and they are a team who are expected to be right up there challenging for promotion as well. So this is another good team we're facing here. We don't really know yet if Scunthorpe were a good team or if they're just a high reputation team. Spenny Moor are not a high reputation team. So if we come here and beat Spenny Moor, we know we're good. And it's the media who are wrong about us, and actually this team is as good as real life seems to suggest it is. This is the first time this season we've come up against a good old non-league flatback 7. Love that. Sigh. But hopefully we'll manage to find a way to break it down. Shakuna's already got a yellow card, which is not ideal. I have no idea what he's done, but considering his primary job, he's doing exactly what he's doing there, chasing around. Right, I'm pausing it there because I know there's going to be people arguing with me. I'm proving to you that this is a 4-4-2. 4-4-2. I'm not having it that it's a 4-2-3-1. It might look like a 4-2-3-1. It is definitely a 4-4-2. Don't believe what you see on TV, boys and girls. We're playing a 4-4-2. It's non-league. It's 4-4-2. It's fine. The only reason we're not lining up as a 4-4-2 is because the players can't play there as their best roles. So in order to get the best out of them, you have to put them in their best positions, even though we're then, through player instructions, forcing them into other shapes. Creaney's just scored. He's good, isn't he? He's good. He didn't even have to head it either. This is a decent goal. I mean, it's a poor defensive error from Spenny Moor. I don't know why a team at this level is playing it back towards their own defence. hoping that their defenders find a way to deal with it. But then, to be fair, Spenny Moor are playing with a segundo volante, according to the formation thing that I've just seen. So I think they may think they're a little bit too big for their boots, whereas we are very much non-league. We're playing non-league Brexit football. Get it out wide, get it forward, get it to the big man, kick it really hard with a bunch of aging journeymen. This is it's the only time you'll see us do this in the entire save. But at the moment, it seems to be working. We're 1-0 up against another one of the better teams in the division. And, I mean, obviously, the squad is paper thin. As soon as we start getting any kind of injuries, suspensions, anything like that, we're going to have big problems. But at the moment, at least on the face of it, it seems that our starting 11 is pretty strong, which is a good thing. That being said, we have conceded an immediate reply from Spenny Moor. And, I mean, it was all too easy, wasn't it, really? I mean, they've got the ball out wide. They've basically done to us what we're trying to do to them, just get the ball into the far post. And they don't win that first header, but they are first to the second ball. And then they just play it back into the 6-yard box where we've got 4 men close enough to the ball to try and make some kind of interception. They all kind of don't see it. And the Spenny Moor attacker is just there to tuck it home. So a little bit sloppy defensively from us, but it's early days. We're still getting used to playing together. We've got no left back, for goodness sake. Right, Akwe plays it forward, looking for Creaney, who wasn't even looking the right way, but still ends up coming away with the ball. Turns like a tank and plays it forward to Shakuna, who's now got room to run into, shoots from range. I mean, he should be sliding that back into the path of Creaney, who was actually being left completely unmarked there, presumably because they knew he wasn't very much of a threat from that kind of position. You don't mind him having the ball midway into your half. It's inside the penalty area with the ball coming in the air that you don't want him anywhere near it, but they'll let him have it there all day long. 1-1 at half time, and we'd be very happy if we come here and pick up a point. It still leaves us top of the table as things stand at the moment, and it would be a point away from home against one of the better teams in the league. So you can't really complain about that. They're playing a shadow striker as well. It's obviously the cool non-league thing to do. Milnes with the free kick from range. I mean, that's a good free kick. We saw him score a very good penalty in the first match. This boy can hit a set piece. We've got the non-league Ward Prowse on our hands here. Goodness me. Is he actually good at set pieces? I'm still learning this team. I mean, I guess for this level, he kind of is. Penalty taking 12, free kick taking 11. This boy can set piece. He knows it as well. Do you see that look on his face? My word. Right. Let's offer a little bit of encouragement. Do we offer encouragement here? I actually might just sit on my hands, keep my mouth shut. We don't really need to say anything because 1-1 is fine and I don't want to rock the boat. Now we offer some encouragement, and they've done it exactly the same way as they've done the first one. They've just got it into that wide area, crossed it into the 6-yard box, and they're just so dangerous in there. And we are not coping with this at all. The thing is as well, it's not coming down the side where we've not got a fullback. It's the new boy, Dornelli, who is good going forward, but defensively might be a little bit suspect. He's not really closing down these wide players. They're getting in the crosses, probably because we've got him as a wing back on attack. That's disgusting. That shouldn't be happening at this level. Who authorised that? That's ridiculous. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. That's a goal at any level of football. But now we are in a little bit of a predicament. Right, Shakuna, not anywhere near as effective today, not playing very well. We're actually going to go to 2 up top here. And Deacon is going to play as a pressing forward. And we're going to try this. And we're going to go attacking. And we're going to try and drag ourselves back into this football match. Jamie Jellis is a central midfielder. Again, ball-winning midfielder, can't play in the DM role, though. So we'd have to... I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt to move these guys forward if we're trying to go a little bit more attacking. So maybe if we take off Riley, bring on Jellis, and just push those 2 forward as well. And where's defensive midfielder? Is that not a thing? So long since I played a central midfielder. We'll do that. There we go. That works, I think. Does he like that? He wants to be box to box. You know what? You be whatever you want to be. Box to box and ball winning midfielder. It's a classic combination. There we go. That feels like that should work. Let's give that a try. Let's offer some more encouragement. We're not going to demand more. We're away from home against one of the best teams in the league. We were supposed to lose today. It's a little bit frustrating that we played quite well for quite a long time. There's the non-league Ward-Prowse again, playing it in and then shooting from range. I mean, I see what they've done there. They've tried to work Milnes a little bit closer to goal so he can have a shot, but unfortunately, it didn't really work. Dornelli's tiring. We're going to bring Matt Curley on, who can come on and just play in that right back role. He's probably someone we might want to move on because we've signed 2 more players in Moyo and Dornelli who can play in this position. I don't know how much football Curley's going to get as our 3rd choice right back. We might move him on to generate some more squad space. Although we probably need to bring at least 1 more body in before we worry too much about moving anybody on at the moment because the squad is still tiny. This hasn't been, I mean, I can't be too upset by what we've seen today. It's frustrating that we were ahead and then we've given an easy goal away. We couldn't do anything about the free kick. If we grab a goal here, then it's basically a draw and then a moment of awesomeness. We've had our moments. We've done all right. I think we're going to be fine. Remember, we only need to finish mid-table this year. We're not expected to be pushing for promotion. I'm already planning for my big rebuild to be next summer, when we can move on a lot of these older guys. This summer is really about establishing ourselves back in this league. Remember, we're newly promoted, nice mid-table finish, work out which ones of these guys we want to build a team around for next year, if any, and slowly but surely start to sort of transition it towards next year's team. And it's next year where we'll be pushing to try and go up. Oh, that's lovely. But that's a sweaty little FIFA goal, isn't it? Creaney playing it across to Deacon. It's the 2nd goal of the season for Deacon. And there you go. It's effectively a 2-2 draw now. And then there's just that free kick that we couldn't be expected to do anything about. This is good. Should we be playing 2 up top? That looks like those 2 have got a good understanding. But then if we play 2 up top, what do we do with, what's his face? Whose name I can't remember, because I'm still learning the team, Shakuna. What do we do with him if we're playing those 2 together? But they played so well together there. But then Shakuna was brilliant in the first match. We've got attacking options. We said all along, attack-wise, we're good. We've got options there. I still feel like this defence needs work. We probably need another midfielder. And I think we definitely need a left-back. And hopefully we'll have both of those in place before the next episode, which will be not too far in the future. I mean, it's got to be Peterborough Sports, hasn't it? We'll do Chorley and Peterborough Sports, and that will be back in the normal time slot tomorrow afternoon, 4 p.m. We'll be doing this series Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. So, yeah, it was 5 p.m. today because you know why. It's 4 p.m. again tomorrow, and we'll be from then on. So if you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. The support on the first video was obviously incredible. If we could keep that rolling in the second one, that would be very welcome too. I mean, for as many times as we can hit 5,000 likes an episode on this series, the more successful it's likely to be, and the more you'll see me smile. Subscribe to the channel if you are new, and thank you very much for watching. Thanks to supporters and channel member Michael McCloskey. These evening matches are going to be a major problem. Getting here from work on time. Goodness me. Hello and welcome to part 3 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have 2 games for you in the National League North. We're at home to Chorley and also at home to last year's starting team, Peterborough Sports, who've also had a very good start to the season, just like we have. Since you were last with me, we've played 5 matches. We've won 3 of them, including, I mean, when we win big. As you can see, a 4-2, a 4-2, a 5-2. We very much can score goals. We also very much can concede goals. It's obviously the issue that we identified right back at the start. The attack at this club is excellent. The defence, it's rare for us to concede less than 2 goals in a match. We seem to be doing okay with it so far. We're 4th in the league, 5 points behind top of the table Buxton. Of course, at this level, only first place is guaranteed automatic promotion, and then you've got a stupid 6-club playoff. So it is a difficult league to get out of, but Shakuna is an absolute superstar. He's scored 6 goals in 7 appearances, also got 3 assists as well, and he's averaging a 7.8, and it tells you everything you need to know about how good we are going forward, that he's posted those stats and only been man of the match once. We are very, very good going forward. We still haven't fixed the defence, though. We've signed a couple more players to try and fix how we stop goals going in. First one is Gene Kennedy, who's a defensive midfielder who we've got on loan from Colchester. He is star rating wise considerably better than any other defensive midfielder we've got at the club. 4 stars of current ability, 6'2", big strong boy. Not exactly setting the world alight so far with a 6.56 after 5 games, but he definitely has the quality to get good. I say definitely. He hopefully has the quality to get good. And then we've also got this guy, Duncan Idehen, who we've not actually seen play yet. He's literally just signed. We are really, really struggling to sign a left back. I think this might be my left back. He's he's officially a natural centre back who's only competent at left back, but he's only 5'10". He's reasonably quick. I mean, he can't cross, which is not ideal, but I think we could make a non-league left back out of him. He's on loan for the season from Bristol City. He's literally just arrived, so we're going to ease him in gently, playing him at centre back. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if I eventually go for this guy as my left back. We're certainly going to be training him to play left back. Hopefully Bristol City won't get too upset about that. But I think we've probably exhausted the loans we can bring in now. We've actually gone over our wage budget to bring that last loan in. It's been very, very difficult to find any loans that we can bring in for free. And when I say difficult, I mean impossible. We've had to pay loan fees for everybody. We're paying wage contributions for everybody. I know some of you at this point will mention, Kev, why not get an affiliate club? We actually had a parent club, an affiliate club. We had Derby County as an affiliate club, but those of you who have been watching non-league to legend long term will know we don't use affiliate clubs in the English league structure because they're not allowed in the English league structure. I don't know why they're in FM. They've been in FM for years. They're not allowed in reality. So I immediately cancelled it, and we can't have one because they're the rules. I forgot to mention that in the rules episode. But no parent affiliate clubs in leagues, you're not allowed them. Definitely a rule. Definitely something we follow. And yeah, we've binned off Derby. I don't know if does it mention getting rid of an affiliate club? It probably doesn't. It's probably not recorded anywhere. But we did have one, and now we don't have one, as you can see, because we got rid of the one that we had. Before we get into the match, I do just want to say as well, a massive thank you to the incredible support we've had on the series so far. As I record this, across the first couple of episodes, we're closing in on like 100,000 views. Both of them have been in YouTube trending for gaming in the UK. We've reached the top 15 on gaming with episode 2. We've had over 10,000 likes across the 2 of them as well. It's been an incredible launch of the series. I've never seen anything quite like this. I massively appreciate it. Please keep it coming. Literally, liking the videos, commenting, it is the most helpful thing you could ever do. So if you are enjoying the series and you want to see it do as well as possible, like the video, tell me what you're enjoying about it, tell me who you're managing, tell me what the weather's like where you are. It doesn't matter, but a like and a comment goes a long, long way, and we've shown it with the launch of this series. It's been incredible. Thank you. Right, let's go play Chorley on a Tuesday night, which of course is a challenge when I'm working full-time at the snow centre. It's not so bad when we're at home because I can just kind of run across the car park. Didn't have time to nip back to the Holiday Inn, which is why I had to. I've still got my gloves with me. They're still here. I'll take them back to the Holiday Inn with me afterwards. But we're all right for home midweek games. Going away to Boston, I only made it there at half-time. If anything, I got there and made the situation worse because we were doing quite well. We were in control of the game when I arrived. I mean, I don't want to talk about it. We still won. That's the important thing. But at home against Chorley, let's go thump them. And then the main event of the episode, of course, is the clashing of worlds, reuniting with Peterborough Sports. Although I guess Peterborough Sports have definitely gone villain because they've changed the club badge, changed the club colours. I think they changed the colours to match their new sponsor, which is... It's not ideal. I mean, I can understand differentiating from Peterborough United and not wanting to play in blue. And in fact, Posh have now been added as rivals. I don't think Posh were on there as rivals last year. By the way, what a horrible kit that is. That one, though, beautiful. But Even so, don't really like it. Also don't like the fact apparently Michael Gash isn't the manager. In real life, Luke Steele and Michael Gash are joint managers, but there's no Gash. This is a Gash-free zone. Where's Gash? He's there as player assistant manager. I'm pretty sure he's joint manager in real life. Can Football Manager represent joint managers? I don't know that it can. But this is the team for the game against Chorley. We've got Singh in goal, a back four of Cullinane Liebert, who, by the way, playing as that inverted left back. I say I'm struggling to find a left back. This guy's been immense. He's a huge aerial threat from set pieces. He's 6'3". He is a nightmare to deal with. He's got a beautiful winning smile, and he's got 4 goal contributions from his first 7 matches and averaging a 7.24. So for as long as he carries on playing like that, we don't need a new left back. The new left back, Idahen, based on all of that, is playing centre back alongside Willits and Dornelli at right back. We've then got Kennedy and Milnes in midfield, Akwe, Shakuna and Finn behind Creaney up front. You know that front four is going to be. That is never changing for as long as they stay fit. They're all awesome. Let's get into the game and let's hopefully continue playing as well as we've been playing so far, because certainly going forward, we are a joy. And if bringing in this new defender can help us become a little bit more solid at the back, then that's got to be a good thing. Of course, the worry would be in non-league, in the 6th tier, as a no-nonsense centre-back, I've brought in a 5'10" defender to try and solve our defensive woes. And like I say, I expect to swap those two over at some point. I just don't want to mess with what's working so well at left back at the moment. As soon as he stops working there, which I'm sure will happen, we'll just swap those two over. Big, strong boy goes in at centre back, and then we go for the shorter, quicker guy and probably play with a more traditional left back rather than doing this weird little lopsided inverted full back on one side, but with a normal wing back on the other, because he doesn't invert very often, because he only comes across when Dornelli goes forward. So he's kind of playing as a fullback most of the time. Oh my word, what is Singh doing here? I mean, he looked like, is it time to switch him to sweeper keeper? Finn plays it forward to Shakuna, who, as usual, is everywhere. It's to Creaney in the middle. Creaney, I mean, I'd have put my house on him scoring there. I obviously don't have a house. I live in the Holiday Inn. But if I had a house, I mean, at this point, I'm willing to bet houses left, right and centre, because all I can do is win one. I have no house to lose. What are they going to do? Take my room in the Holiday Inn off me, which, by the way, you can only book for 28 days at a time. Then they make you change rooms so you don't get squatters' rights. So I've had to shift all my stuff over into a different room. Do you have an idea how much cold weather gear I've got in there? It's a nightmare to move. But we're still 0-0 in this match, and okay. I thought something might have happened there. I was leading into a bit of commentary and nothing happened. Corner from Finn. We're good from set pieces again. Willits heads it across goal. I think he was trying to score. Heads it across goal. Creaney was there at the far post, but couldn't get the angles right, and it remains at 0-0. We've started brightly. Chorley haven't even had a shot yet. I suspect that's about to change here, because they've got a free kick in a dangerous area, and our goalkeeper seems to be wearing a very similar coloured kit to the rest of our players, which probably isn't allowed. There you go. There's their first shot. It goes well over, and it looks like we're going in at half-time at 0-0, which is, I mean, it's unheard of for us. You've just seen the fixtures that we've played so far, how ridiculous, how many goals per game in total, both for and against, happen in all of our matches. Is bringing in a proper defender just ruined everything? Can we not score now? Akwe now charging past his fullback. He's made his fullback look a right mug there, but rather than playing it across to Creaney, which is the correct thing to do, it's what he's told to do. He's had a shot, tried to take the glory from himself, and unfortunately the shot goes over. We've been pretty wasteful today. Our XG is 1.23, and we don't really have, I don't remember a real clear-cut chance to show for it. It's just been lots of little chances that we're not really capitalising, but they're the kind of chances we have been scoring previously. Finn plays it into Creaney. He doesn't really want the ball to his feet in that kind of position, but he's made good. I mean, he's done brilliantly with it, and he slides it across goal. Shakuna is there. I've never really used shadow strikers before, but if this is what shadow strikers are always like, I really like shadow strikers. I mean, it might just be that Shakuna is really, really good, because that was brilliant. Creaney just sliding it across, and Shakuna is there basically playing as a centre forward. He's gone up there, he's occupied the space that Creaney's vacated by drifting out to the right. Beautiful stuff, 1-0 up, and these two are forming the kind of partnership dreams are made of. I saw you in the comments section, boys and girls, telling me that you were expecting me to go and buy a load of strikers, because that's what I do. I genuinely, this front four, they're brilliant. I'd keep them here next year. I suspect we won't be able to, because they're all going to ask for pay rises, I imagine, but they've all been great. Right, we are going to make a couple of changes here. It is a midweek game. We need to try and keep people fresh. I'm going to bring Akwe on. I've done this a few times. Finn is actually a natural left footer. We play him as a winger on the right because I want him doing winger things, not necessarily inverting. But he is at his best over on the left-hand side. And then we can bring Deacon on to play as a wide target man. So we have a target man and a wide target man. And we basically have the crosses coming in from Finn and these two both trying to get on the end of it. And Deacon is very much enjoying it in the couple of substitute appearances he's made in this role. We sometimes bring him on and stick him up front, but more often than not, we do this. And then once again, we're going to take off Kennedy, who really doesn't seem to be offering what I thought he was going to offer. I mean, he's protected the back four nicely, but I don't know. There's nothing. He's not doing anything special, is he? He's just one of those tidy little defensive midfielders, which I guess all clubs need, but we already had several of. I worry he might have been a little bit of a waste. That's a very overhit pass by Idehen, but Dornelli ends up with the ball and gets the cross in. It takes the deflection for the corner, and now we've got another chance to try and extend our league. We're second in the league as things stand. It would be the dream scenario if we could go to Peterborough Sports, beat them to go top of the league. Right, we are going to try Idehen at left back, which is, like I say, what I've kind of brought him in to do. Still probably in that inverted fullback position because he is a centre back playing out at left back until he gets a little bit more used to it. I don't mind him forming a... This is him. I don't mind him forming a three and having Dornelli still push forward, but as a natural left footer with decent pace, I do see a future where he's up and down that left-hand side a little bit more, giving us width on both sides. But before I'm confident going with that, we need to really be confident in those two defensive midfielders, and I'm not necessarily yet. But we're up to second in the league. That's got to be a good thing. Now let's beat Peterborough Sports and go top. That's the dream. It's worth pointing out as well, folks, that we're into September now. I still haven't ever had an applicant for director of football or head performance analyst. They just don't seem to be jobs anyone is interested in applying for at this level. We've filled out all our other staff positions, but I think we probably have to admit defeat, and these positions are probably a little bit too fancy for a club like us. After I've just said I can't find any free loans as well, we've found a free loan. Adli Mohammed has come in on loan from Southampton for the season for no pennies, and theoretically is a decent upgrade on Jazz Singh in goal. I'm not saying that Singh is necessarily the reason we've conceded as many goals as we have, but for a team that's close to top of the league, we've conceded 13 goals and only kept one clean sheet, and he's averaged a 6.69. It's not ideal. The sad part about it is he's 2 games away from being our all-time record appearance holder, and he might now not break the record, although Mohammed is suspended for this first match. I don't know what he did to get suspended. There's no mention of what he's suspended for. He's never played a game. I don't know why he's suspended, but he should be back for the next match and we'll probably play him. And then to counter that, the fact we've now got 4 goalkeepers in the squad, I've been ruthless and we're releasing Archie Brown on a free transfer. He came in on a non-contract basis to basically sit on the bench. He was only costing us about £7 per appearance anyway, and he never actually made an appearance. But he's being released, and then we can have Mohammed or Singh as our starter. The other one sat on the bench, and Ronaine Van Kooten, the 15-year-old, we'll just let him develop the way 15-year-olds do. I mean, if we had an under-18s team, he could play in that. It might be nice to send him out on loan. I don't think you can loan out players on youth contracts, certainly not 15-year-olds, though. So I think he just kind of sits there and we wait and see if he magically develops on his own, which he probably won't. We'll see. But all of that means Van Kooten is up onto the bench today because Brown got to the ground today and was immediately handed his papers and told to go home. And Mohammed, like I say, is suspended. So we have got a greyed out goalkeeper that's appeared as well. So there's currently 5 goalkeepers in this 23-man squad, which seems excessive. The team is unchanged, though, from the one that you've just seen in that last match. It kind of has to be. We don't really have any alternative options. The Peterborough Sports team also looks very similar to the players that we had last year. They don't seem to have done a lot in the way of transfers in the 12 months since last year's non-league legend. A lot of familiar faces within that Peterborough Sports team, including the missing Michael Gash up front. So that's perhaps why he's only there as assistant manager. How has Shakuna not scored there? The ball comes to him and he basically is in front of an open goal. And I think he's passed it rather than taking a shot. It's absolute madness. Don't they realise this is the LOLLUJO derby? And I would very much like to get one over Peterborough Sports. Not that, I mean, they never did anything. They never did anything wrong. We had a lovely time with them, but you know, they're now old news. They're officially the enemy. Tamworth is where it's at, boys and girls. And I would have quite liked a little bit more clinical finishing from Shakuna. I feel like you've not seen this front four at their best yet in this episode after a great run. There is an example of why we're upgrading Singh, because I'm not quite sure he knows what his plan is there. We'll look at it on the replay. He's kind of come most of the way and then sort of stopped. It's the worst of both worlds. Now, obviously, we are non-league. Goalkeepers are going to be a little bit iffy, but that is not the kind of goalkeeping that you do if you want to stay in the team after a shiny championship youngster has just come on loan for the season. Silly boy. Right, 1-0 down at half-time. This is not ideal, and this has been pretty poor from us all around in this episode. I mean, we are still up in the top 4, but Peterborough Sports leapfrog over us as things stand, so we need to get back into this. I want to show you what this front four can do. Milnes plays it back to Idehen, and now Cullinane Liebird, our inverting left back. It's like watching Zinchenko, sort of. Milnes back to Cullinane Liebird, and now Idehen, and Milnes again plays it in, looking. Oh, what's happened there? Oh, was it offside? Handball? Penalty? Maybe? Is this a penalty? Is it? Right. He's just been sent off and we've won a penalty. So much for no double jeopardy. I'll take it though. And Milne steps up with the chance to equalise, and he does. And we've now got 40 minutes against 10 men Peterborough Sports. I think that was a red card for deliberate handball. Was it a second yellow? Because I didn't think you were supposed to get a straight red and a penalty. Certainly not for handball. What's gone on here? It's just a straight red. Weird. Maybe it wasn't handball. Maybe I think you can still get sent off and give away a penalty for like serious foul play. It didn't look like that though, did it? I'm sure the comments section will enlighten me as to what's actually happened there. It's hard to keep up when I'm trying to talk about the match as well. Quay on the left-hand side looking for Creedy! And that's the kind of goal that we're used to scoring. He is deadly from that kind of position. The big cross into the 6-yard box. And if the keeper doesn't come, Creedy is absolutely getting on the end of it. This is what I'm talking about. What a header. There's 2 Peterborough Sports players on him and they don't stand a chance. And he's headed it beautifully back across goal, looping over Crook in goal for Peterborough Sports. And it's 2-1 to Tamworth. Could this put us top of the league? Can we have an updated league table, please? I don't know how Buxton are getting on. I would love to be top of the league right now, please and thank you. It puts us up to second. So Buxton must be winning. They're ruining everything. I'm drinking Evian from now on. Goodness me. Right. Riley is going to come on there. We're going to bring on Curly there. And we're just going to leave everything as is. and hope that we don't throw it all away against 10 men. I mean, we have been fully in control. Peterborough Sports have had one shot on target. They did score from it, but they've not been incredibly ambitious, have they? We're going to bring Deacon on up front. This is the other change we make sometimes, just to make sure that we don't break Shakuna. Just go to the 2 up top. We could, in this situation, drop to a normal 4-4-2, but it doesn't really suit the 2 wide players. So I think with the 4-2-4 with the 2 DMs, I don't think it's a crazy attacking substitution to make. And really, in terms of team shape, having Creaney alongside Deacon isn't massively different to having Shakuna behind him playing as a shadow striker. They're basically doing the same things. That's a good flick on from Deacon, and Finn is in. And I think that was going wide anyway. Crook makes the save as well. It remains 2-1. 10 minutes to go. I want to see Buxton lose. I can't see the fixtures. Milnes with the free kick floats over, looking for Creaney again, who looked like he was crowded out by about 8 Sports players. Plays it back to Finn, who's now on his favoured left foot. Instead cuts inside and puts it onto his right. I don't know what he's thinking there, but Callum Riley has just scored a screamer. It's 3-1. We're having a lovely old time, and this is a good football team. I can see why Tamworth are top of the National League North in real life. This is an excellent little collection of players that we've got here. Still very much afraid of what happens if we pick up any injuries. The squad is paper thin. If we start to get injuries or suspensions, or even players getting their head turned by bigger clubs, because they're all out of contract at the end of the season, so they can pretty much all leave. But that was a little bit against the run of play. That's come from nowhere. But the actual first 11 that we've got here is really, really good. I just need to try and manage their game time over the course of the season, which is easier said than done when you don't really have any reserves, to make sure that we don't break them, because injuries can be a bit of a problem in this kind of situation. But 3-2, please hold on now, lads. I'm doing my victory speech. I'm going to look like a silly goose if we can see the late equaliser against 10 men. Once again, by the way, all the goals all over the place, 3-2. We just love a high-scoring football match. I'm hoping our goalkeeper upgrade might stop. So there you go, the poor old Archie Brown. Why did you make me come to the ground today? Needed him to give his pass back. How we go? Red card controversy. Does it say what he was sent off for? Controversially sent off. Doesn't say. Oh, we can view highlights. Oh, is that just? Oh, hold on. View incident. Here we go. This is good. Is this new? I don't know that I've seen this before. Is this an FM24 new feature I didn't know about? I mean, it hasn't showed us the incident at all. It showed us the red card itself. I want to see what he actually did. Can I hold the rewind button? I mean, that is the most useless feature I've ever seen. It literally only rewinds as far as the referee caught. Brilliant. Absolutely stunning. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters of channel member Sven Van Ryan. If you've ever managed in non-league, you'll know just how important an FA Cup run is. Today, we have our 4th qualifying round match against Kidderminster from the league above. Also, kind of localish rivals. Maybe. They look close together on the map. I don't know if they're actually rivals, but we'd quite like to win that and get a big first round tie, please. Hello and welcome to part 4 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have that big FA Cup 4th qualifying round game against Kidderminster, and also what has turned into a top of the table clash away against Buxton, because we are top of the league. Since you were last with me, this has been our run of form. We've not actually played a lot of football in the league, but we have had a couple of FA Cup qualifying round games, beating Leighton and Atherton Collieries, both from deep down in the unplayable leagues. Kidderminster is our first big test, but they are towards the bottom of the National League, as you can see, hovering just outside the relegation zone. They've not had the best start to the season. We've had an excellent start to the season with a league win in there against Southport, and then that draw against Darlington, our last match, leaving us top of the league. So fingers crossed we can find a way past them. Transfer-wise, there's not actually anyone else who's left. There are a few we're trying to get rid of, as we're starting to realise the players we're not really going to use. Jamie Willits has got on the transfer list. He started 3 games, but we brought in a few defenders now, and he's dropped down the pecking order. And also third choice right back, Matt Curley, I think I've mentioned before. We're not really going to use him very much. So he's got on the transfer list as well. We've not been able to get either of them out just yet, but we need to move players out before we can move anyone else in. We are a little bit over our wage budget, which is the kind of thing that's going to upset the board eventually. They're reserving judgment currently. We can't stay that all season long. It might not seem a lot being £100 over. It is a lot at this level, although to be fair, our bank balance is looking very healthy and our projections are looking very good as well. So I feel like there's maybe an argument that they could be a little more generous with the budgets. If they could be a little more generous with the budgets, that would be a big help. I imagine their counter-argument would be, Kev, you're top of the league. Quit your whinging, but let's make some money for him today with a cup run. And it is a starting 11 of Mohammed in goal, a back four of Cullinane, Liebert, Idahan, Moyo and Dornelli. Are they all? They are all. I mean, the entire back. Actually, no, Cullinane, Liebert was here. The other 3 and the goalkeeper, all new. It's certainly where we've done our business to try and strengthen the team. Likewise with Kennedy as the other new boy in the team in midfield alongside Milnes. And then the front 4, not quite the usual ones because Creaney is injured, so Deacon comes in to start for him. But you know who the attacking midfield 3 are because they're brilliant. It's Akwe, Shakuna, and Finn. Let's get the team submitted. We've got to do it without Creaney, which is not ideal because obviously he is our big focal point up front. But Ty Deacon should be able to just come in and do the same job. He is a big boy who's good in the air, who should feed off the chances created for him just as well as Creaney does. So fingers crossed we don't miss him too much. And I guess, I don't know, is it for the best that he's missing for the FA Cup game and we've got him back for the league? Probably would be if we were like in League One and the FA Cup didn't really matter, but the FA Cup's so important for non-league. I mean, you can tell by the fact that the ground is pretty much full for this 4th qualifying round game, despite the fact it's only against a team who are like 4 places above us in the league structure. The chance to potentially play in the first round proper is huge. And of course, we are playing against a localish team from a division above. So it's, it is a big game. Kidderminster, former Football League club. Tamworth were in Tier 7 last year. It's a big game. Finn cuts inside, plays it beautifully through to Shakuna, who of course he scores because that's what he does. It's his 10th goal of the season. It's wonderful football again from this attacking midfield 3 who just can't be contained. This is great from Finn. This is the advantage of having the left foot on the right hand side. He just cuts inside, slots the ball through beautifully, and Shakuna is there. He's everywhere. He is a superstar. It's 1-0 to Tamworth, and we one foot into I was very confused for a second there because I thought we were playing Kidderminster. It's Harriers, isn't it? I was like, why am I showing you the wrong game somehow? Have I made a complete idiot of myself? I've already said Bob wrong multiple times in this series. If I think I'm playing Kidderminster in the FA Cup and I'm playing against someone else, how on earth do I style my way out of that one? But no, it's just a weird abbreviation choice. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. It's Harriers. I don't know why it's got their second part of their name rather than the first as their abbreviation. Just Football Manager things, I guess. Right, Moyo at the back plays it forward to Dornelli. He sold him a little bit short there, but Dornelli does quite well to keep hold of the ball, and then he's going to go roaming forward looking for those players who do so much good stuff ahead of him. Kennedy back to Dornelli again, and now he's going to try and beat his man and get across in his own. In fact, he plays it into Finn. Finn with the in-swinging cross on his left foot, looking for Shakuna, can't find him. Cullinan plays it forward to, was that Milnes who had the shot there? Everything moved a little bit too fast for me. We moved the ball around beautifully. I mean, we're playing against a team from the division above. Look at those match stats. We're having a very good game. But once again, Dornelli has been sold short by a pass from one of his centre-backs. He is being made to look like he's not very good with some of these passes today. I don't think it's him being out of position. I tell you who was out of position there, like Cullinane Liebert, and it's potentially cost us a goal because we've given away a penalty. It's Dornelli who's come in from the right-hand side to give the penalty away. That was all a little bit defensively all over the place and sloppy there from us. And now we need a big moment from Mohammed, and we don't get it, and it's 1-1. Well, we've known where our problems are all season long, and it's very much this defence. We've done our best to try and fix it, but as you can see, he's very nearly got to that, hasn't he? As you can see, the back four is still has a little bit of a habit for being a little bit all over the place at times, but let's not let's not get away from the fact we've been the best team in this game so far. This is still very much ours to win. I think it's replays at this level, isn't it? Rather than straight to penalties. Deacon has been awful. Dempsey, Arlott, John. He's only 5'9". He can't play the normal way we play. I mean, let's try something different. Let's get him on there as a pressing forward on attack. It's a different kind of football. Is Kai Williams a target man? No, he's a winger. We're having to try something different. We've not played any different way at all this season. We just started doing this from game one and it's worked, but we're trying a slightly different approach to attacking here. Ball over the top, looking for Shakuna. He can't quite get it under control. And now Akwe, who's been a little bit quiet today, and gives the ball away. And it's Kidderminster coming at us again, but Milnes comes across to cover Kidderminster. I wonder if Kidderminster are full time, because that's going to have a little bit of an impact if this does go to replays, extra time, that kind of thing. Arlott John plays it out to Dornelli, and now we've got a chance here. Drives it across, and Dempsey Arlott John has been on the pitch 1 minute. This is his first football all season. He's not even been on the bench before today. He comes on, scores inside a minute, and puts us back ahead in this hugely important FA Cup game, because the amount of money on the table, if we can get a big away game in the first round, it's genuinely like game changing at this level. If we could get an away draw against one of those bigger League One teams who get like 15, 20,000 people coming to watch them, that's a huge share of that kitty that we get that then gets to be reinvested in this team. Ball forward again, looking for Alec John, he's running around. We've got a mobile centre forward. We've not had this all season. I'm not saying I necessarily want to switch this. I love the way our front four has been playing, but maybe this is the guy who should be sat on our bench as the way to change things up, rather than the more of the same that we get at the moment when we make our changes. Dornelli then on the right hand side, he's had a really good game and just runs straight into opposition. Moyo is picked up where Dornelli left off, though, plays it back into his path. Cross comes over, looking for Shakuna, and there he is again. The man is entirely unstoppable. It's 3-1 now to Tamworth, and surely this is us booking our spot in the first round proper of the FA Cup, and we've got a hero. Oh, my word. Shakuna is something else. He's leapt like a salmon there. That's beautiful. Let's just check that we've not got too many tired legs, and we've got a yellow card at the back that we need to be a little bit aware of, I guess. In fact, let's just, on the safe side, take off the guy who's on a yellow card. Gascoigne actually scored a really good long-range effort a couple of league matches ago. So I know he's got a goal in him, potentially. Not that we need one, we just need to defend. But we're on the attack again here, and it's once again with Dornelli, who has been absolutely brilliant in this right wing-back role. Does that deep cross again. He's picked up another assist, and Akwe now has a goal, who I'd already said had been a little bit quiet today, but he only needed that one chance, and it's now 4-1 against a team from the division above. And, the football we're playing, it's simple. It's very much get the ball out wide and then from there, get it into the area. It's simple, but it's so effective at this level. And the players that we've got for it are just doing it beautifully. Dornelli, bearing in mind that man gave away a penalty, is on a 9.5. How do you get a 9.5 when giving away a penalty? That's how well he's played today. We've given a goal back to Kidderminster here. Hopefully nothing more than a consolation goal. You know us. We can't get through a match without conceding at least 2 goals anyway. And now we've got a free kick on the edge of the area to potentially put a cherry on top of the cake. It's Milnes to take it, who we've already decided is the non-league Ward-Prowse, and he's hit the post. Oh, he could have cemented his legacy as a superstar free kick taker there. But unfortunately, it hits the post. It goes wide, and now Kidderminster, one final chance. Even if they score it, I don't think we necessarily need to worry. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. We can't really get it clear. It's taken a huge deflection, but Mohammed is there to collect comfortably. Just keep hold of it now and wait for the final whistle, young man. Show it. He hasn't got the experience to know to do that, but He does know to lump it up the other end of the pitch. Aquay chases. Milnes gives it back to him. We might get a fifth here after all. There's an unmarked man in the middle, but it actually comes to Finn bursting in off the right. It takes a deflection, goes wide. I'd be surprised if we even get time to take the corner. It looks like we're going to be allowed to. It's Milnes to take. We've loaded the penalty area despite it being the last couple of seconds of the match, but it ends up clear, and that is the full-time whistle. And we are into the first round proper of the FA Cup, and that is huge. Just that match on its own, by the way, has made us £70,000 in terms of gate receipts, match day income, prize money. We were on 180 grand before that match, and we've immediately gone up to £250,000. And now we get the first round proper, and this is where we want a big away tie. I mean, that's such a good performance from him. Who have we got in League One who we could go away from home to? What's the dream here? Derby. I mean, Derby is the one, isn't it? They've got to have the biggest attendances in that league. I mean, but Derby, Bolton, Portsmouth, Reading, any of these bigger clubs are going to be huge money. Even a Notts County, someone like that, they get decent attendances, decent money. Let's jump forward and do the draw and hopefully make some cash. So here we go then. It is FA Cup first round draw o'clock. Obviously, Robert Prosinecki is the guy who's going to do the draw, because who else would you expect? We want that big away game. Oh, Bradford would be a huge one. Bradford get massive attendances. Straight away, out of the hat, we'll have this one, please. Ugh. Right, Charlton. That works. No. Barnsley works. No. All the good ones are going early. This is rubbish. We're gonna get a rubbish home draw against somebody equally rubbish. I mean, if we can't get a big away tie, obviously the consolation prize is being at home to another non-league team and then trying again in the second round. What we don't want is to be at home against a mid-table League Two team who'll probably beat us, but we're not going to make any more money than we did in that previous round. We are at home, so this is where we want just a rubbish non-league team. If it's got to be at home and we're not making money, let's at least have it as a winnable tie. That works. That is fine. We'll take that, because that's an opportunity for the second round right there. That'll do nicely. When does that game play? That'll probably be tomorrow's episode. Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. So Woking are 10th in the National League. That's tough, to be honest. Tunbridge Angels 4th in the National League South. I mean, it's definitely winnable. You've just seen what we've done against National League opposition. Woking are slightly better than Kidderminster, but that'll be for tomorrow. But for today, our thoughts now turn back to the league, because we've got a top of the table clash away against Buxton, if I can get back from the snow place in time. No changes for the Buxton game, though. Arlott John gets to keep his spot on the bench because he obviously came on and scored in that previous game. Creaney's still not fit to come back into the team. Slight moment of alarm, though, because arguably our best player, Kyle Finn, is attracting attention from League Two Sutton. So this is the big fear, because we've got some very, very good players. We might lose Kyle Finn in January. He's out of contract at the end of the season. Obviously, we'd like to extend the contract. Let's see if we can. Okay, let's see if we can afford it, because we don't want to pay him loads of money, but also we want to do this so it times right so he doesn't leave in January. Oh, hang on. Is he going to insist on all this stuff? Right, I can't bring in another defensive midfielder, and I can't improve the coaching staff. I don't mind saying we're going to get promoted by 2026. I think that's a reason. Okay, fair enough. See, but he wants too much money. A 3-year contract I'm not against, but we can't offer him any more than the £200 a month a week he's on now. I mean, I guess we can leave a promotion wage rise on. If we get promoted, we can afford that to go. We'll leave the promotion wage rise on. I don't think he's going to accept this. Right. Yearly wage rise we can't commit to. That we can't afford that much of. This. I mean, he's got us over a barrel because he knows how good he is. A 50% promotion pay rise, which again, it's fair. If we go up, I don't mind doing it. He wants to push up his appearance fee as well. This is getting very expensive, but he is our best player. He's only 24. We certainly don't want him leaving for nothing. There we go. That's at the very least what we've done there is we're guaranteeing a fee. Now, because we're tier 6, I don't know if the fee would be any good. His value obviously isn't great, but he's out. At least it stops him signing a he can't sign a pre-contract with Sutton because obviously they're all within England, but it does stop him walking out on us for nothing at the end of the season if his head gets turned. We need to keep an eye on everybody else as well and make sure nobody else starts attracting interest, mainly from the front four. But for now, happy just to have a contract tied down for one of our star men, assuming he signs it. I mean, he's agreed to it. There's no guarantee he actually signs the thing, but I think he is a very important part of what we're building here. Happy to have him as our first contract renewal. We'll keep an eye. I mean, obviously the likes of Shakuna, Akwe, Creaney, we're probably going to be looking at doing the same thing with as well, but Finn became the higher priority because of the interest. Sutton could offer us $5,000 in January. We'd have to let him go, which would be ridiculous to sell a player like that for $5,000. We might still be forced into doing it, but hopefully if we can make enough money from the FA Cup, the board will be more inclined to be like, actually, we don't need that $5,000. I think we'll be okay. Remains 0-0 here as we head towards the first highlight just before half time. So it's been a bit of a nothing match so far, but fingers crossed we can. We'd be happy with a draw here, away from home against a team who are very good. They've been around and about at the top of the league all season long so far. And we're already boycotting their water because they're rivals. Interesting as well to see that Scunthorpe are right back up here in the mix. So we played on the first game of the season. They didn't look very good at all. So I don't know if we just caught them on a bad day, if they've made some changes that have started to see them start moving back up the league, but they seem to be firing now all of a sudden. I suspect they're not going to be as easy opponents when we play them again around about the halfway point of the season. That's lovely work from Shakuna. That man is everywhere. Wonderful stuff from him. And now Finn, who really should do something wonderful to celebrate being offered the new contract, on the team bus on the way here. And here he goes. Finn beats two men, plays it into Deacon, and now Shakuna back with Finn again. Tries to slot Shakuna back in. It didn't really give him enough time to make the run after releasing him on the original pass. Kennedy just pokes it forward to Shakuna, though, who's got him behind. Can he square it to Deacon? He can. And that's a huge moment for us to put us 1-0 up against promotion. Dare we say promotion rivals just yet? Might be a little bit early in the season, but things are going well. I think we've got to be. What has Kennedy done there? He's basically done a strange kung fu thing. He's got both hands above his hair and above his head, and just done some kind of strange scissor kick and lumped it aimlessly forward. And then Shakuna's made it look good, because that's what he does. But we're 1-0 up. It's our only shot on target we've had in the game so far. Scunthorpe are 2-1 up over Boston. So they're pushing us all the way. For a team we beat so comfortably, they're level on points with us at the moment. It's getting very tight at the top of the league. We actually play Blythe next as well. So we're getting all the better teams all at the same time. And we're certainly not steamrolling over teams anymore. Cullinane Liebird is tired. So we're going to stick Idahan out to left back. Gascoigne can come on and play in the middle. And then, we're going to take Dornelli off as well and put Moyo out to right back. So a few changes at the back. Not ideal, but those two fullbacks cover a lot of miles over the course of a match, and they're shattered. This is their second game in 3 days after the big effort in the FA Cup. And this is where our strength in depth becomes an issue as we start playing more and more matches. We've now got Shakuna tired. We've got Kennedy tired. I think we take off Shakuna here because it's more of a problem if he picks up a knock. We can bring on Arlott John to play that same pressing forward role again that he played when he came off the bench in the previous match. And fingers crossed that's not too much of an attacking change to invite Buxton back onto us. We've had a second shot on target now, which is jolly nice. Scunthorpe have now gone 3-2 behind, 4-2 behind. That's the Scunthorpe I remember from the first day of the season. So if we do manage to hold on here, we're actually going to open up a little bit of a gap at the top of the table, which would be beautiful. Idahan doesn't really, he's wasting time nicely, I guess. I was going to criticise him, then I saw the clock. He knows what he's doing. Arlott John, I tell you what, this boy has got something about him. That's 2 games in a row now. He's come off the bench and grabbed a goal. As a third choice striker on the fringes of the squad, there's not much more he can do to get himself into my thoughts than come off the bench, take advantage of an injury to Creaney, come off the bench a couple of times and score goals. I am now very aware that he exists. Could we maybe let Deacon go to free up some squad space? Because we don't really need him. If Arlott John becomes our second choice striker behind Creaney, We don't need Deacon anymore. Things to ponder, boys and girls, and ponder them we shall. And then tomorrow we'll be back for Woking or Tunbridge Angels in the first round proper of the FA Cup to hopefully add more money into our kitty. That's what it's all about, generating as much cash as possible so that we can do a proper rebuild in the summer with some actual money available. That's the plan. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Captain Fighting Peacock. It's the best day on the footballing calendar. It is FA Cup first round proper time. And we need to win because we would like to keep progressing and making some money, because I may have renewed the contracts of all our attacking midfield three, and we're quite far over our wage budget now because they're all quite good and all wanting a lot of money. Hello and welcome to part 5 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have our FA Cup first round tie against Tunbridge. And also we are away against Chester in the National League North. Since you were last with me, just the 3 league games, we've continued scoring lots of goals and also conceding them here and there as well. We're not conceding as many as we're scoring, and that's the most important thing. So the league table looks like that, much stronger than we ever thought possible at this stage of the season. We've got the 3 best players in the league on average rating, the 2 top assist makers. We actually share the goals around, so we don't have anyone in the top 3 for top goal scorer, but this attacking midfield 3 are something else and have all had new contracts. You can see the 3 of them, Finn, Akwe and Shakuna, all here for at least 1 more year. In fact, Finn signed a 3-year contract. As he was signing the contract, Hartlepool actually came in and offered us £2,500 for him. They're in the league above us, and because they're still in non-league, not subject to a transfer window, but we were able to get him to tie himself down to that deal. £200 a week with all kinds of clauses and bonuses. And they've basically all got that same deal with all the clauses, all the bonuses. They're all on a 50% promotion bonus. There's money being thrown at these 3 boys, but I mean, how could you not? The average ratings, I mean, Creaney would presumably be the next one. The only reason I haven't thrown money at Creaney yet is because he's 29. So we need to see how he gets on over the course of the season. But I mean, he's been very good so far. The question mark over him, if we go up, and we have to start thinking in terms of if we go up, we're 8 points clear at the top of the league. If we go up, will a 30-year-old Dan Creaney be able to step up to the National League for the first time in his entire career? And that's the one question mark that's stopping me extend his contract just yet. But the other 3 of the 4, I mean, they're our 4 highest average rated players. They're the 4 highest when we sort by ability. If we look at who's scoring the goals, I mean, Shakuna's got 11, Creaney 9, Akwe 8, Cullinan Lieber's actually in with 5. Finn's only got 5 goals of his own, but is the top assists maker, 10 for him. Milnes has actually done really well with 8 from central midfield, and then Akwe with 6, Shakuna with 6. These 4 boys, oh my word, these 4 boys. But because of the extra contracts, it's put us well over our wage budget. So we're now trying to shift a few more players out. First out the door was Lyndon Michael. Not quite sure how you'd say this guy's name. We only ever used him once. And then he's gone to Dunstable, who are actually paying him more than we were to play down in the non-playables. We're then also, I feel like a monster for this one, Jazz Singh, who is 1 game away from being the all-time record appearance holder for Tamworth. I mean, he's obviously lost his place to the new boy coming in goal. It's a lot of money to be paying to someone who's just going to sit on our bench, especially when that someone is he was the only team leader we had. He's actually dropped down to highly influential players. He was our vice captain. We've taken that off of him and given that to Moyo. But Singh is on his way out, I think. We've accepted an offer from Wimbledon for him, an actual money offer from Wimbledon for him to go there and presumably be their backup goalkeeper, but that would leave him 1 game short of being our all-time record appearance holder. We are ruthless. But, you know, we've got to pay for these boys. And you can see just how many of the other players are on the transfer list and we're trying to get shot of. Obviously, we don't have a very big squad to be able to afford to do that. So the plan is get all the fringe players out and then try and bring some cheap, young fringe players back in again. I'm not necessarily trying to do anything to the first 11. The first 11 has been great and we have been very lucky so far to not pick up any injuries apart from Creaney missing a couple of matches. But those fringe boys, they're on a lot of money because of how low our budgets are. Why am I going into the match? I haven't introduced. I mean, you know who the team is. I guess that's why I can go into the match. You're fully aware of who the starting 11 is. It's the same starting 11 that started pretty much every match. Creaney's back in. So let's go and play Tunbridge, who are looking for promotion of their own from the National League South. It's very much a winnable game in the FA Cup. The fans haven't quite taken to this one the way they took to Kidderminster in the previous round when we were almost maxed out for capacity here at the Lamb. We've got less than half full for this one, so I'd like to think we can pick up a win. Has Shakuna won a penalty there? He hasn't. He's been clattered. I'd like to think we can grab ourselves a spot in the second round and then hopefully continue our pursuit of money, because it all comes back to money at this level. We need this cup run to make money. We need to get rid of the fringe players to make money. We'll bring in cheap young fringe players because they're cheap and don't cost a lot of money. We've got to somehow balance the books whilst continuing to push for promotion, because I mean, I know that wasn't the goal at the start of the season, but I think if at any point during a season you find yourselves 8 points clear at the top of the league, your goal for the season changes, and we are now very much, my tie's not straight, we are now very much looking for promotion this season, and a cup run would go a long way towards letting us bring in a couple of extra players just to fill some gaps if we do get any injuries. Like I say, we've been very lucky so far, but you can only ride your luck for so long, and if we were to lose someone like Finn, for example, we'd be in serious bother. Creaney there, who's the only one who's had any time out injured so far. That's his 10th goal of the season. I feel a little bit harsh not extending his contract as well, but you know what I'm like in Football Manager. Am I really going to throw a bag of cash at a 30-year-old? Why is he rolling? Is that Shakuna? Oh my word. Shakuna's doing press-ups. He's even more of a legend. I thought he was properly injured there. I don't think he's injured at all. He was just doing some press-ups for us. And the non-league James Ward-Prowse steps up from the edge of the area. And that's why he's got that name, everybody. He is... I've never known a set-piece taker like him in non-league. That's why he's got as many assists as he has. You saw it when we were looking through the squad a minute ago. He's playing in defensive midfield, but he takes the corners, he takes the free kicks. He has got a wand of a right foot. And this squad, I've said it in previous episodes, I'll keep saying it. It doesn't surprise me how well Tamworth are doing in real life. They don't have a massive amount of depth, but this front 4-5, if you include Milnes, far too good. Far too good for this level. I am very much looking forward to seeing these boys in person at the weekend, because I am going to be at the Tamworth match this Saturday. So if you are local to the Tamworth area, you want to come down and say hello, come down and say hello. I'm going to be there. I'll do a match day vlog, so I'll put that on the channel probably Sunday, Monday time. You'll see us... You'll see what it's actually like hanging out at the Lamb. But I'm really excited to see these boys and see if they're as good as they are in game, because if they're as good as I think they are, based on what we've done, I'm going to see some goals on Saturday and it's going to be absolutely delightful. But we're 2-0 up. I forgot who we were playing. Tunbridge are on the attack, but they're not able to keep their header down. It remains 2-0, and this is relatively comfortable so far. I mean, XG-wise, there's very little separating the two teams. It is just the additional quality of our attacking players has got us ahead in the match. Right, I'm going to take Aquay off, who's not had the best of games today. I think Kai Williams is actually a left winger. He is. So he's one who is on the transfer list, because we've not really had the reason to use him yet. He doesn't get onto that bench. When you've only got 5 substitutes and one of them has to be a goalkeeper because FM24 things, I haven't really tried out some of these fringe players. So we'll have a look at Williams today. Shakuna's going to come off as well. And again, Jamie Jellis is another one who we've not really had a chance to actually look at, but he is another attacking midfielder. So let's see if he's any good. Are we allowed 5 substitutions now? We're in the first round. Oh, we can do loads. We're going to make a triple change with 10 minutes to go. We're cruising. Let's rest some players. That's how fancy we are now. Cullinane Liebird can have a little bit of a rest. Idahen can go out to right back. Matt Curley can come on at right back, and we'll take off Kennedy, and Riley can come on for him. 5 substitutions. It's like we're in the Premier League. What a luxury situation this is. And what a good performance this has been from us today, by the way. Never in doubt. And this is a team who are playing at the same level as us, so equivalent league, also pushing for promotion. And it's been very comfortable all the way through. We've never really got out of second gear, never had to. And I would like to think the reward we'll get for this will be that big away game in the second round that I feel like we deserve. I would like a big pile of cash, please. Of course, the other thing that's at the back of the mind is if we get another comfortable game in the second round, the possibility to make like £1 million in the third round is there. So that would be, I mean, look at that. Look at the money. We're now up to 350,000. So we've made another £100,000 from that round, just from gate receipts and prize money. And now we're in the hat again. Please, can we have a big draw? Here we go then. FA Cup second round draw. First, though, round of applause for Jazz Singh, who is going to be moving on. Doesn't actually leave until the 1st of January. So I think at some point before the 1st of January, we will give him that one appearance that he needs to become the all-time record appearance holder. Is he on the club legends list? He's not. But you know what? Let him break the record. Probably. Maybe. We'll see how we're going. But for now, let's go and get the big draw. Derby, Reading. Yeah, we'll take either of those. Definitely away from home. Steve Bruce is doing the draw for us. Come on, Steve. Give us a, we'll take this one. Barnsley away. That'll do. We'll have that. No. Stockport, we don't really want. Bromley, I mean, we definitely don't want a team like that away from home. If we have to be at home, that's the kind of team we want because it gives us a chance for the third round. But we don't want to go away from home to a team that's a little bit better than us and we won't make any money from. There you go. We've avoided that one. Cambridge away again. They've got no fans. There's no. I mean, that's as a Peterborough fan, that's an interesting little tie. Salford away would be pointless. Cheltenham, and yeah, we don't want this. See, we've avoided that. That's good. Another one, not enough attendance for it to be a big deal for us. Charlton would have been a nice one, though. Dorking, we don't want. There's not many attractive ties here, are there? Forest Green, I don't think get big enough attendances. Grimsby, I get there's not been any really tempting ones out of the hat yet. Notts County would be interesting. No. Rochdale, McDongs, well, I mean, everyone knows they have no fans. Eastbourne against Eastleigh, I thought they were the same place. We don't want to go all the way to Carlisle. Burton, what is it? I mean, is there anyone good in this? Right, we'll have this one, please. Reading away. This makes us £300,000 or £400,000 potentially. I don't actually know what attendances Reading get, but I feel like it's big. This is a moneymaker for us. Tamworth. Oh no! And it took Derby and Lincoln. All three of them would make us money. Oh, that's a hideous tie from our perspective. Right now, I think we're just looking for a home tie against a rubbish team and get that big money in the third round because, see, that's like the opposite of what we wanted. Chesterfield, second in the National League, so they're going to beat us, but we're not going to make any money from it. That's a shame. Ugh. Right, it'll be tomorrow's episode anyway, but I imagine we lose. And, I mean, what kind of attendances do Chesterfield get? Chesterfield, see. We'll make 100 grand if we're lucky here. Rubbish. Right, who are we playing now? Chester. Let's go and make ourselves feel better by walloping them. So, as usual, no changes for the team for the game against Chester. We do have a little bit of news, though. I'm more qualified than I was the last time I spoke to you. I've done my National A licence. I've asked to be sent on the next one. I think the next one is Continental C. I've just asked for it. They haven't replied to me yet, but fingers crossed I get to go and do my next coaching licence as well. They certainly can't tell me there's no money to be funding it with. Oh, in fact, now we've sold Sing, we can put some of that transfer budget. We can't put transfer budget into wages. That's unfortunate. I was hoping we might be able to balance the books a little bit there. But you know the starting 11 because it's always the same one. Let's get into the match and hopefully put on another show. We have been brilliant. We've not lost a match, and this is tempting fate. We've not lost a match since episode 2 of the series when we lost that second game of the season. Since then, we're on an undefeated run. Our goal difference is something else compared to the rest of the league. It shows how good our attack is, and we've kind of stemmed the flow of goals against us with the signings we've brought in at the back. And this team is rolling at the moment. The worry, of course, is when you have a big FA Cup draw, sometimes Football Manager is like, oh, your players are looking ahead at the big FA Cup tie. We're not going to let you perform in the league. And that's something that does happen. I don't think Chesterfield are likely to get that kind of response out of us, but you never know. I could do without 5 or 6 games of us dreaming of a bendy church. Look, Chester. If you're not from the UK, look Chesterfield up. The kind of twists and the spire. Look them up, Chesterfield. Right, Finn with the in-swinging corner again. Their goalkeeper looked like he stumbled as he came out for that, and Aquay hits it from the edge of the area, but his shot goes high over the crossbar. Remains 0-0, and I would very much like for us to score in this second half. We've been the better team comfortably, but the goals at the moment don't seem to be flowing. Oh, that's not ideal. Oh, God, if he's broken his leg, we've just given him all that money. I've literally just done that as long as we don't get injury speech. That could be an absolute disaster for our season. He's comfortably our best player. Well, I kind of don't care about this match anymore and just want to get to the post-match and see what injury we might be. Oh, if he's broken his leg. It was just an immediate red injury. Lower leg injury, wasn't it? We can't go months without Shakuna. He is so important to how we play. And we don't have anyone else who can come in and do that role. And we obviously don't have the money to replace him either. Finn is now not having a good game. The wheels are coming off. It's all going wrong. Right, Milnes can come off here. Oh, no. Right. Offer some encouragement. But really, I think everyone's just thinking, is Shakuna okay? That's all we really care about. We want to go and find out. Come on, hurry up and finish the game. We'll take Cullinane Liebird off. Idahan can go out to left back. And I mean, if we could grab a winner, I wouldn't be upset by it. Oh, I really did tempt fate, didn't I? Mohammed spills it just as we sell our long-serving goalkeeper. Has that been ruled out for offside? We might have got away with that. I hate turning points. Please don't let this be a turning point of the season. Things are going really nicely. Right. Back with Moyo. He plays the ball forward, looking for Creaney. Deacon doing his pressing forward best to come away with the ball. And now Idahan. I've said his name 3 different ways on this episode now. Aquay tries to get the cross in. Second time we're asking, Finn is there. Finn's brought down, surely. It hits the post. It comes back to Creaney. And if he's stayed onside, we've absolutely stolen one here. It's been disallowed. I don't even know what for. Offside? Foul? I mean, he looked a mile offside. It was a good finish, wasn't it? But I think if we can come away from this without losing, we're still 3 points clear at the top with a game in hand. I mean, that's all fine. But please don't tell me that this is a bad injury. Oh, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. I don't want to look. Is it bad? Okay. Okay, that's not as bad as it could have been. 3 to 4 weeks. He is going to miss the Chesterfield game probably. Well, I mean, actually, that's a month away. He might just be back for that. We might rush him back. But we've got to get through this run of what, 5 league games plus the start of the FA Trophy without him. But that could have been so much worse. Goodness me, was I panicked there. Right, we'll be back tomorrow for Chesterfield, second round of the FA Cup. If we can get our bank balance up to over £500,000, surely then they'll let me increase my wage budget just a smidgen so that it doesn't look like I'm over it, because that upsets me, especially when I've only done it by renewing contracts. I've barely signed anyone. Permanent. We've made 3 permanent signings and one of them we've already released. This is not my fault. If you enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Licton. I told you in the last episode, I was reluctant to renew Dan Creaney's contract because he was an old man at 29 years old. And now he's broken his hip, which on one hand does make me feel good about calling his status as an old man. On the other hand, we are struggling a little bit without our main striker for the rest of the season. Hello and welcome to part 6 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have our big FA Cup game away against Chesterfield in the FA Cup first round. First round? Second round? Second round, isn't it? It's the FA Cup second round. I was going to say, I thought we'd already played in the first round. We also play Warrington in the National League North, and it's a National League North that we are still top of. I say we're 4 points clear of the game in hand. However, as you can see, our form has started to drop a little bit. We've not started losing games yet. We've still only lost 1 game in the entire season up to this point. But first of all, you saw in the last episode, we lost Shakuna to an injury from him. He's now back. But we also lost Dan Creaney, and he is I don't want to say done. When the injury originally came up, it said he was out for 5 to 10 months with a hip injury. We've sent him to a specialist. We've spent the money. We've got decent money in the bank, but we sent him to a specialist, which brought that down to 5 months. He's now got 3 to 4 months out, but by the time he's back, he's going to be nearly 30. He's out of contract at the end of the season. I feel like we need to replace him. And if we replace him, that means there's going to be no room for him when he returns, which would be unfortunate because we were playing so well with him. But as you can see, our goals have kind of dried up. The one exception is that FA Trophy game, but that was against a team down in the non-playable league. So we are struggling for goals without him. I worry that we might have to replace him, which is not ideal. I mean, we can't afford to yet anyway, because we're still way over our wage budget after renewing the contracts for our 3 star boys in the last episode. But hopefully we're about to make some cash today. As you've already seen, just under £400,000 in the bank. It goes up all the time. I mean, I've never played a non-league save with a bank balance that goes like that. I really hope the board could maybe address this and give me... In fact, shall we ask them? I'm untouchable now, apparently. Can I have some more wage budget, please? It's not even something I can ask for. That is absurd. I need more money. I need to bring in a new striker. But we'll have a look to see what the balance is after the Chesterfield game. We're unlikely to win. Chesterfield are first of the National League, so top of the league above us. They are a good team in good form, and we've got to go there with a not fully fit Shakuna and no striker. Well, we have a striker. It's just not our usual striker. So I think we're probably going to struggle. If we do manage to pull off a result, though, that does have us in the hat for the third round of the FA Cup and the potential riches that would be in store if we can make it there. So this is the team for the Chesterfield game. We've got Mohammed in goal, a back four of Cullinane, Liebert, Idahen, Moyo and Dornelli, Kennedy and Milnes in midfield, Akwe, Shakuna and Finn behind Deacon up front. We do have Arlott John on the bench as well, who has made a couple of cameos and looked quite good playing in that pressing forward role. So it is an option if Deacon really doesn't work out as our lone striker, our target man, our Creaney replacement. We could always try and change up the way we play a little bit and bring on Arlott John to play in that pressing forward role. But I kind of feel like that's a last resort because we've done so well. And I mean, we've been unbeaten in like 18 games in all competitions. So I don't really want to change the tactic because it's working so well. But at the same time, it was working so well because of the personnel that were in it. And certainly when we had to play without Shakuna or Creaney, we were really, really struggling. Shakuna, I think this is his second game back. He's still not completely match fit again, but hopefully we can start to see him starting to have an influence on games from the shadow striker position again. But I don't know. We shall see. This is also the highest attendance we've played in front of all season, with it being the FA Cup. I think we get a 45% share of that. I think it's 45% each to the two clubs involved and 10% goes to the FA. It's numbers somewhere along those lines. Bottom line, this is going to make us more money than any match has made all season long, even though there's only 7,000 people here and we're probably going to lose. If we were to pull off the win, I think the win itself is worth the best part of 100,000. Never mind the share of the gate receipts. And Cliff Moyo has just heard there's 100 grand on the line and just before half time has scored an absolute screamer from the edge of the area. This is our centre back, boys and girls. This is the advert for maybe not writing off a 30-year-old. When we were talking about Creaney before, Cliff Moyo signed him at 30 years old. He's come in, been an absolute key player for us, our best defender, and now apparently he scores goals as well. So maybe we should hold on for Creaney and stick with him. I don't know what to do now. That's confused me. What has also confused me is seeing how tired these Chesterfield defenders are. Bearing in mind we're the part-time, they're the full-time team, why are they playing players who are really, really struggling for fitness? It seems like a bonkers decision. We'll leave them to it. I mean, I'm not going to complain. It just seems like an unusual thing for them to want to do. But there's another example. 20 minutes ago, Ty Deacon still not playing well in this lone striker role. So we are going to bring on Arlott John. In fact, we're going to play him as a pressing forward on support because we still want Shakuna and Akwe running beyond him. So we don't want to play him in that attacking role in there. We're also going to bring on Riley for Milnes. And I mean, if we can hold on to this would be sensational. Boys and girls, if you've been watching my channel for years, you'll remember the bin men cameos we used to have when I was in the garage. I've got my window open. The bin men are here. I don't know if you can hear them. The bin men are back because they thought we were going to have a moment. What they've actually done is led to us conceding from a set piece. So thanks, bin men. You've been off the channel for 5 years. You come back and that happens. Shutting my window for that. It's November. I don't know why my window's open. It's warm having to wear this jacket that you lot all make me wear. Oh, I think that was our chance gone, wasn't it? We are allowed to make more substitutions though. I've got to remember we can do this. It's the FA Cup. Right, Shakuna has done all he can do, still recovering from injury. So Jealous can come on for him. We can bring Brad Gascoigne on to play in midfield. He's done that a few times for us. And we can also take off Dornelli and bring on Curley, just really to keep the fitness as high as possible, because we know Chesterfield are tiring inexplicably. So if they're tiring, let's try and keep ourselves full of energy. It's very much a rotated second string kind of team out there now for us. But if we could grab a last minute winner and get ourselves into the third round of the FA Cup, then they all get they don't get new contracts. Don't make them any kind of promises. We can't afford new contracts. Even if we get Manchester United away in the next round, Arlott John is in! Oh my word! Well, I don't want to be too loud because, as mentioned, the window's open and the bin men are out there and they're going to wonder what's going on. But we've just scored a 90th minute winner? Am I brave enough to say winner? It's such poor defending from Chesterfield. Arlott John gets in. He might be the solution to us for centre forward for the time being, because he just looks like much more of a threat than Deacon. And now Akwe with the free kick. Can we rubber stamp this? If he can stick this about here, then my heart rate can drop and I can calm down a little bit. Oh my word, he aimed for the right spot, but the keeper does make the save. There's still more than 4 minutes of time added on here. We've got more than enough time to throw this away, but this will be a huge result if we can pull this off. The biggest result of the save so far, if we manage to hold on and get ourselves into the third round of the FA Cup. The money that could become available and the difference that would make to the shape of the next several seasons if we can go and make a big pile of cash now. And just, I was going to say, as I'm dreaming about it, it gets taken away, but Curley, who's on the transfer list because we can't afford to keep him, comes across, makes the interception. They played 98 minutes in that match in the end, but crucially, we have won. We have beaten the team who are top of the division above. That wasn't us beating a team that was struggling, a team that are in poor form. We've beaten the team who are top of the National League. Jazz Singh's going to get to break the appearance record because Mohammed's going to be out for a couple of weeks now. 67,000 in prize money. Our bank balance is up to 560,000 now with ridiculous projections. More wage budget, please. But more important than any of that, we've now got the draw for the third round of the FA Cup. As I was saying, if we can be away against a big Premier League team, a Man United, a Newcastle, an Arsenal, a Spurs, someone with a big ground, we could make £1 million. And here we go. It is draw time. We want an away game against a Premier League team, preferably a big one. We're not that fussy. Frank Lampard, do Chelsea a favour and we'll go away there. It'll be fine. We'll take that. Right. Oh, God, we don't want this. Can you imagine? Be a disaster. I mean, they're now ruining the whole thought of maybe Liverpool could have been the home team in that game. That's what we don't want. I mean, if we get something like that at home against a team like Manchester United, we don't make any more money than we made against Kidderminster, and it becomes a bit pointless. We want the big away game because then we get the share of the spoils. I mean, even a Fulham, someone who's getting 20, 25,000, that's Norwich, that'll do, because half of their gate receipt is more money than we'll make in gate receipts in a year. We'll take it. We just don't want anyone rubbish. See this, avoid this. Oh, Newcastle gone. A lot of the big teams are going and they're all going in away games. Right, Frank, we've spoken about this. We'll take this one, please. Cambridge got it. I double-clicked. I was so excited. Both excited and disgusted that we didn't get that tie. Who else big? I mean, Arsenal are still in there. We're looking for big stadiums. I mean, even like a Sunderland is a big stadium. It doesn't have to be a Premier League team. It just needs to be a big stadium. Well, they're toying with me. How many matches are there in this round? 20 now. We're up to. We'll take this one. This one will make us some money. No, that's two big ones out of the way. Everton will make us money. No, see, Everton and Leeds, both of them would have been good. We don't want Luton, but now Arsenal are gone as well. I tell you what, there's not many good ones left. There's Aston Villa, Man City, West Ham. Tottenham is still in there. There's a few that could make us huge amounts of money. Tottenham have now gone. Right. Now we change who we're hoping for. If we've got to be at home, we want it to be winnable. I'm looking for it. It isn't going to be winnable. The dream of making money is gone. The best we can hope for is someone with a decently sized ground that we might be able to draw against. So we now don't want a Man City or someone of that kind of level because they'll just thump us. We won't make money. We're looking more like a Watford or a West Brom or a Rotherham where we're not going to make as much money, but there's a chance we could maybe pull off a draw. I mean, Man City would be fun, but we get battered and don't really get any money for it, so it's a bit pointless. Okay. Carlisle, 22nd in League One. It's unlikely we beat them. I mean, there's not really much benefit in holding them to a draw looking for the away game. I mean, there's a chance. It seems unlikely, but we did just beat the team top of the conference, and they're struggling in League One. We've got a chance of the fourth round there. And that, of course, will be tomorrow. Of course, we only do Monday to Friday normally to Legend. That'll be Monday's episode. We've got some other stuff coming up over the weekend here on the channel, including the match day vlog from me going to a Tamworth match. But first, let's go play Warrington and try out what's his face up front instead of the other guy. So that is the only change we've made from the game against Chesterfield. LOLLUJO is going to start. He came on, he scored the winner. He's done it a couple of times now. He deserves the opportunity to start the match. If we actually do a comparison between him and Deacon, I mean, they're very different kinds of player, but if you actually compare their star rating, which we know is what it's all about, they're both 2.5-star players. There's nothing that screams one of them should start over the other. Deacon's just the big, strong, physical, aerial guy, and LOLLUJO is quick. they're different kinds of player. But we'll try LOLLUJO today. Warrington are 23rd in the league. We're struggling for league form, or struggling for league wins anyway. So we may as well give him the opportunity to go out there and grab a couple of goals and show us that he deserves to have a little bit of a run while we've not really got a first choice striker. Also, Jazz Singh, I think this is him breaking the all-time appearance record for Tamworth. His transfer to Wimbledon that goes through in January is already confirmed. But of course, he's still here because they have transfer windows and whatnot. So this is him breaking the record. So he does get to do it after all the romance. You get to see it happen in a video as well. Hopefully he has a really, really good game, because obviously we would like to get back to winning ways in the league. Blythe and Peterborough Sports both getting a little bit too close for comfort. Southport getting involved as well. The easy run that I thought we were going to have to automatic promotion, the moment Creaney got injured, that stopped being an easy run towards promotion, because it's just a completely different proposition without him. And I'm not entirely sure Shakuna and LOLLUJO are going to work together, because one of the things Shakuna does so well is plays off of the big guy. So it might be that LOLLUJO is a great option to bring on when Shakuna's already gone off as well. I tell you what, if he keeps scoring, it doesn't really matter what Shakuna's doing. He's just going to have to learn to become a normal midfielder rather than a second striker. Because LOLLUJO has scored every time he's appeared for us, I think. And this is his first start, and he's picked up another goal. It's just a tidy finish. He's a good finisher, which is, I guess, exactly what you're looking for in a striker, isn't it? Finn now with a corner, going to be an in-swinger, looking for that far post where Cullinane Liebird is lurking, and that is his 8th goal of the season. He is our left back, but he's also 6'3" and very, very, very useful from these set pieces. And I know there's going to be people asking me about the set pieces, because I have something of a reputation for corner hacks. We're not doing anything special with them. We've literally just got, I mean, I can show you what we're doing. Our attacking set pieces. I haven't adjusted the routines that the game has made at all. I've just asked for 3 different routines. So the routines that we've got, can we not do the thing that shows how often we do them on here? Does that not? Where's the how often we do them thing? Maybe you can't access that in match. But basically, we have this near post in swinger that we do more often. We have a far post in swinger that we do middle amount of often. And then we have a near post out swinger that we do a little amount of often. And I don't know why I can't show you it. There must be a way to access. I don't know where it is. But yeah, that's all we're doing. And I've not tweaked the actual instructions on any of the players or anything. I've just got a little bit of variety there, prioritising in-swingers. And we've got some big boys. I mean, Cullinane Liebird, the reason he's such a threat is because he's 6'3" and very good in the air. It's nothing we're particularly doing uniquely on the set piece instructions, I don't think. It's more the case of he is a big, strong, dominant boy in the air and teams can't cope with him. Which works for me. If you're in non-league, get yourself a big boy and aim for the near post with an in-swinger. Good old-fashioned football manager things. Some things change, some things stay the same, boys and girls. In-swingers. We all have an in-swinger. It probably also helps that Finn, and I think it's Finn who takes the majority of the set pieces. He's obviously a very good player as well. We've got that great combination of a good attacking midfielder who can hit a nice set piece. Milnes takes the in-swingers with his right foot, actually, thinking of it. The non-league James Ward-Prowse, how could I forget? But we've got 2 players who can deliver a lovely set piece, and then a big, strong boy. And the 2 of them combine beautifully. Right, we are going to bring on Deacon here. Actually, we're going to stick Deacon up front and put LOLLUJO out onto the left-hand side, which we've played him there a few times, and we'll just give Deacon 20 minutes to have Shakuna running off him again. But here's another in-swinger from Finn, looking for the far post again, looking for Cullinane Liebird again, and he can't get there ahead of the goalkeeper this time. But you can see that is a constant threat from that set piece. So if you haven't played around with the set piece creator yet in FM24, I strongly recommend you do, because you don't need to do a load of fiddling with it. It's not something you have to change every match or have some super duper corner routine on. Just literally make sure you got a few different ones trained and have your assistant manager prioritize according to the people who are the biggest aerial threats, and you'll convert chances from it. It's certainly working for us. All that being said, I'll probably do a video on set pieces soon because, we're doing well with them. Got to get those clicks, haven't I? Talking of clicks, thank you as well for the amazing ongoing support on this series. At the time of recording, which is like an episode before you're seeing, so it might not still be true, but at the time of recording, every single episode in this series so far has made it into YouTube trending for gaming, which is such an unheard of thing in Football Manager. There's like 2 or 3 of us who've ever done it, and it happens a couple of times a year at most. And this has been every episode of the series so far. It's incredible, and it's all thanks to people liking the videos, commenting on the videos. I know it's YouTube cliche stuff, but it helps so much in the algorithm. So thank you to those of you who are doing it. If you could leave a like and a comment on this video as well, it would be incredible. Just like that goal from Kyle Finn. And I just really appreciate the incredible support to get Non-League to Legend off the ground again. I was a little bit worried after home not doing so well at the end of FM23 in the algorithm and not picking up a huge amount of views, but you've really shown that you like this kind of thing with your support, and hopefully I'm paying you back in content, and we've got this lovely little synergy going between us. Thank you. But 3-0, lovely stuff from Kyle Finn. And are we going to grab another one? Are we going to demonstrate the set pieces again? Here comes the in swinger to the far post again. Cullinan Liebird collects. Arlott-John plays it across to Kennedy. Back to Arlott-John, who, I mean, I don't really know what he's done there. He's kind of done a little shimmy and almost done a Thierry Henry style finish into that far corner. It's going to be Dornelli this time looking for the in swinger, who I don't think I've ever seen take a corner before, but he hits a half decent one as well. Gascoigne picking it up on the edge of the area. I'm expecting the final whistle sometime soon, but it's actually gone all the way back to Idehen, who, interestingly, is a centre-back, but doesn't go forward for the corners because, again, it's all being done by my assistant manager, who's just prioritising who's best in the air. And we know from when we signed him, Idehen, only 5'10", no reason to send him forward for corners. That's one of the ways the FM24 set-piece creator is better than the one we had on FM23, because it doesn't do it by position, it does it by aerial threat. It's good stuff, as is that run of form. And we're now back to winning ways, and now we look forward to the FA Cup third round and hopefully adding even more money into the kitty, which eventually, at some point, surely the board are going to let me spend some of so I can improve the team. Maybe. But if you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters of channel member Eduardo Franco. Remember how excited I was at the start of the save when I discovered we had a striker who scored 34 goals last season in the shape of Dan Creaney, and then how excited I was when it worked really well and he was scoring goals and everything was happy and nice. Well, remember when he broke his hip? He's now causing even more problems because he's in a mood that we've sold Jazz Singh to Wimbledon. He's leading a dressing room mutiny, and anyone who's played FM24 knows full well how much of a problem that can be in FM24. So I think in today's episode, 6 months into the season, I'm going to release him on a free transfer to make the problem go away. And I didn't think that was going to happen at the start of the season. Hello and welcome to part 7 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have our big FA Cup third round tie at home against Carlisle, and we also face Buxton, the water people in the league, who aren't actually our title rivals anymore. Remember at the start of this, last time we played them, we were first and second. Buxton fallen apart since I switched to Evian. They just can't cope. Since you were last with me, we can cope. We're still winning lots of football matches. We're still in the FA Trophy. We're obviously still in the FA Cup. We've actually not conceded a goal for ages. Remember when we couldn't stop conceding goals? It turns out fixing the defence, big brain move, because we don't concede goals anymore, which is lovely. But as mentioned in the intro, we do have a problem. Dan Creaney, yeah, that Dan Creaney, the one with the broken hip, who isn't going to really play for the rest of the season anyway. He's now unhappy at the sale of dressing room leader Jazz Singh, who, as we know, broke the all-time record appearances for Tamworth and then was sold to sit on the bench for Wimbledon on a pay rise. But the problem with Creaney being in a mood about that is several of our main players agree with him. So in order to make this problem go away, because this has only just happened. Singh left on the 1st of January. It's the 6th of January. I'm offering Dan Creaney a mutual termination. He's not going to play for the rest of the season anyway. He's out of contract at the end of the year. Yes, I'd like to keep him around. 10 goal contributions from 15 games, a 7.26. 3.5-star player. He's a good player, but he turns 30 in the summer. He's suffering from a long-term injury that we don't know how he's going to recover from. And fingers crossed, we're going to be playing in the league higher at a level he's never got anywhere near playing before. This is already the highest level of football Dan Creaney has ever played. And he broke his hip and led a mutiny. So I think, it pains me to do it. It feels bonkers to do it. I can't find him. We're going to offer him a mutual termination and see what he says. I had a chat with Dan Creaney earlier today, and the player wants to know why you tried to terminate his contract, as he sees himself as an important member of the squad. Oh no, I may have made it worse. As Creaney is a highly influential player in the squad, you need to consider the impact on the rest of the squad should you fail to appease him. You may also wish to consider asking Jordan Cullinane-Liebird, my boy, to speak with Creaney. Yeah, please, Jordan, can you go and fix this, please? You're 6'3", just intimidate him. Dan Creaney's business is his own. I see. I'll see what I can do instead. Oh, God, what have I done here? Oh, God, what have I done? Okay, actually, no one agrees with him being in a mood about this. They're still just agreeing with him about the other thing. Why did you try to terminate my contract? Because you've got no hip and you're being a troublemaker. Why isn't that an option at the bottom of the screen? Unfortunately, your injury means we can't afford to keep you around. Injuries are temporary, class is permanent. It's tier 6, mate. What a sentence for a tier 6 player to say. I'm going to have to appease him, aren't I, to avoid making this worse. I got it wrong and I apologise for that. You haven't handled this situation well at all. I may as well have just dug in then. Oh, God, what have I done here? Oh, I've literally doubled the problem. Okay. There's now even more players who agree with him and think I'm a monster. None of this is helped by the fact, by the way, that all the ones who are out of contract at the end of the season that I've decided I don't want, I've both transfer listed them and set them for release so that we can come back below our budget for committed spending and go out and get some players in January. I really won't need to now, though. On the whole, club atmosphere is still pretty good. My manager support is falling, and Dan Creaney, very much a problem. His future at this club, absolutely untenable. We set him for release as well. Did we set... yeah, he's obviously not sticking around at this point. We set him for release, and, that, again, do we just stick him down in the youth team? There is no youth team, but, he's injured anyway. Let's just pretend he doesn't exist, lads. Yeah? Dan Creaney? Never heard of him. No one by that name here. Let's go play Carlisle. And remember, the FA Cup run is all about money. We've got £600,000 in the bank. We've actually got a little bit of spare wage budget now as well. So hopefully we are going to be able to bring some new players in. If not today, then in tomorrow's episode. But we can dream here briefly. Carlisle are struggling. They're in rotten form. They're 23rd in League One. If there was ever going to be a chance for us to beat a League One club, this is that chance. And apart from Creaney, the rest of the team are all fit and ready to go and in form. So it's Mohammed in goal, a back four of Cullinane-Liebird, Idehen, Moyo and Donnelly, Kennedy and Milnes in midfield, Akwe, Shakuna and Finn behind Deacon up front. We went back to using Deacon because the midfield three work better playing off a target man. As much as Arlott John, it seems to be more of a goal scorer, I'm just using him off the bench, and he's still proving pretty effective. But this three need a target. They need Creaney. Who? Never heard of him. They need a target man to play off, and they do play better with Deacon, even though he's not necessarily a goal threat in his own right. But this should be another sold out match at the Lamb. Oh, my word. Carlisle looked quite good. Luke Plange, a name from non-league to legends, passed there up front for them as well. Yeah, this is potentially going to be troublesome today, although we've got a free kick and we've got the non-league James Ward-Prowse. Can he stick it in the top corner? Oh, my word, he nearly could. It's pushed over the crossbar by the Carlisle keeper. We've got a corner, and Cullinane Liebird is in double figures for goals already, largely from these set pieces. We're in swinger, he's looking for him. Don't find him first time. Finn plays it back to Moyo now, floats it back over. Shakuna is there, and it's pushed round the post by the Carlisle keeper again, and it's another corner. We'll just have corners all day long, please. Just aim for the big boy. We're after Cullinane Liebird here. Corner comes in again. It's Dornelli, the right back, is the one who gets on the end of it. It's a glancing header from him, but unfortunately straight at the goalkeeper. I've just seen the attendance. We are a sold-out lamb. It's only 4,500 people, so we're not going to make masses of money from the gate receipt, unfortunately. I mean, if we were to hold them to a draw, it is a replay. I don't know what kind of attendances Carlisle get. It's quite a long way for us to travel, and I don't think we need to worry about it anyway because they're doing League One things. The gap might just be a little bit too big for us here, and that's a very, very good goal. Dan Creaney, never heard of him. Dan Creaney is... We've not let him in today. He's leaning over that wall. I mean, how's he getting up a wall with one hip? He's sat on the little benches over there. We've not let him in. He's having a little look, though. He's just smugly going, Jazz Singh would have saved that. This man's an idiot. Lurking, hoping I get myself fired so that he can take over as manager. What he doesn't remember, of course, we are 10 points clear at the top of the league. So... I'm untouchable. I don't care if he's a superstar. I don't care if he's a 30-goal-a-season striker. I don't care. You're not sacking me, Tamworth. Yeah. Man, we manage morale and all that. Right, Milnes with the free kick looking for a quite. It's actually a rare poor free kick from the non-league James Ward-Prowse, and now Carlisle are swarming forward. We seem to commit an awful lot of men into their half there, and we didn't really seem ready for the counter-attack, although to be fair, they took the sting out of it all by themselves and have decided to just knock the ball around a bit, probably enjoying the opportunity for some possession. This is absurd. How have they done it twice? And Finn back, by the way. We signed him for like 30 million in last year's non-league to legend. But that's absolutely ridiculous that we've been beaten with two absolute screamers. Is this just Football Manager's new way of making sure the team from the higher level beats the team from the lower level? We'll just do them with unstoppable shots that they never would. I mean, if they're capable of scoring goals like that, how are they 23rd in League One? Because I don't care what league you're in, no goalkeeper in the world is saving that second goal. That was absurd. Doesn't do it in the league, though. Just saves it for us. What a monster. Right, Deacon turns. This is what I'm talking about with Deacon. I mean, that was a little bit heavy, but that's a demonstration of how we need the target man with this attacking midfield three that we use. He drops deep. He's a target man on support, drops deep, holds the ball up, and then plays it off to the other three. So you usually have one of them playing it into him, or it's maybe played into him from the midfield like it is here. And then he's usually the furthest back of the three. He's almost like the attacking midfielder behind this front three that we've got. And we saw it in action there. Deacon drops deep, lays the ball off to Akwe, and then Akwe goes and scores. But this is why we need the target man. It's not all about necessarily having the best player in every position, because I would suggest Arlott John probably better striker, better goal scorer, doesn't fit as well into this system, which, by the way, still don't really like the system. It goes against everything I stand for. We're just getting the ball up to the big man and then playing in the wingers and the attacking midfielder. I don't like being this direct. I don't really like focusing on getting the ball out wide and getting crosses in. I like to play nice, fast-paced, high-tempo passing football with high pressing. You know what I'm like, but it works for this squad. And it's been working for us so far this season. And you know what? At 2-1, there's always a chance that we could get Carlisle starting to doubt themselves because they are in such rotten form. And of course, we are in such good form. Dornelli wins the ball back there. And there is Finn playing it over the top to Shakuna. Shakuna is through, and he just couldn't find the finish that the Carlisle players were able to find earlier in the match. And I can't help but think, it feels a little clumsy from the match engine there, because I can't help but think if that had been a league match, Shakuna scores there, just like if it had been a league match, Carlisle don't score the 2 goals they've scored. I don't know. I don't know that playing lower league opposition immediately means you can hit screamers in from the edge of the area consistently, and everything we hit, we miss. It just feels a little clumsy. I mean, that one's fair enough. He's hit it very hard. I mean, Mohammed has not had a very good day, has he? All this kerfuffle about selling Singh. I mean, Singh absolutely needed replacing, and you just saw the run of form that we've had in the league, the run of matches we've had without conceding a goal. So the goalkeeper, the back four that we've got now are definitely an improvement on what we had at the start of the season. But Mohammed, not necessarily a League One quality goalkeeper at this stage of his career. Right, let's take off Finn. We can bring on LOLLUJO on the right-hand side, get his finishing involved. Gascoigne is going to come on and play in midfield. And then I think we're also going to take off my boy, Cullinane Liebird. Willits can come on. Idehen can go out to left back. We're allowed to make 5 changes in the FA Cup, so we can make a few and then still save a couple. Not that we've got loads to do. Everyone involved in the squad is everyone registered to the Tamworth Football Club, apart from Creaney. Never heard of him. Everyone apart from him is in the matchday squad today, and we've still got 2 gaps on our bench. We are in desperate need of some more players, especially if some of the ones that we're trying to get rid of do move on as well. But that's a worry for after this match. For now, it would just be nice if we could maybe force the replay. Seems like a long shot at this point, but if we could, there's money in it for us, and we love money. Why did we not get to see that corner happen? Probably because Cullinane Liebird has gone off and we don't have that aerial threat from them anymore. I mean, we still have some big players, but he is definitely the man who does who makes the corners as threatening as they are every time we get one. Right, let's offer a little bit of encouragement again to the boys. Carlisle knocking the ball around like they're Manchester City here. It's ridiculous. And Plange fires wide, but they've suddenly turned into really clinical finishers. An XG of 1.34. They've scored 3 goals. So love that. Shakuna's going to come off now. Jamie Jellis can come on for him, and then we'll take off Dornelli. Matt Curley comes on for him. There's all our substitutions made. Poor old Williams, the only outfield player registered to the football club who doesn't get to play against the League One opposition today. And now Idehen playing at left back now, of course, plays it forward to Akwe. And now Milnes back to Akwe again. Akwe's had a decent game. He's the only one, really, who's looked like he wouldn't be out of place playing at this level of football on a regular basis. Akwe beats his man, turns him inside and out, and then rather than playing it across to Deacon, which he probably should have done, he goes for glory again for the second time. And now we do get to see a corner. It's going to be the non-league James Ward-Prowse. Milnes to take. Can we get one back to save a little bit of face? Deacon is there, but the header, unfortunately, straight into the hands of the Carlisle goalkeeper. That was probably our last chance of the game to get back into it. And actually, if we look at the match stats, if we look at the XG, we've not embarrassed ourselves against League One opposition there. We've been a little bit unlucky on the day. We are out of the FA Cup, but importantly, how much money did we make? We had about 600,000 in the bank before that match. This is what I mean. This is why we needed the big away game. When you've not got the prize money as well. I mean, it is a good amount of gate receipts. I mean, we've made £56,000 in gate receipts, plus another 20 grand of match day income there. We've had as much match day income as we had in all of last month in that one match. So 75 grand for one day's work is good. But imagine what the big away. I mean, we can work with this. We're fine. We can work with this. I would like some more budgets now, though. Please, board. Please and thank you. Let's go and play. Who are we playing? Oh, of course, the Water People. Let's go and play the Water People. Kev's a genius. He's gone. Why do I need to mutually terminate him? Why do I need his permission to release him on a free? He's out of contract at the end of the year. It cost us like 3 grand to pay off his contract. So we paid off his contract. Dan Creaney is gone. It's a shame it's had to end like this. But releasing him, we've immediately gone back up to good managerial support. I noticed that, unlike in previous versions of FM, moving him down to the youth team didn't stop all of the players in the first team showing support for him. So I'm not into any of that. Morale is so much of a big deal in this year's game that he's done. He's gone. He was causing problems. He doesn't need to be here. We've paid him off. We've told him to stay at home. And now I guess we need to go and sign somebody, because this is our entire player base. We have got 18 players at the football club. Transfers incoming for tomorrow. I am sure. But for now, let's beat the water people. It's Mohammed in goal, a back foot. In fact, I mean, what am I doing? You know who the 11 is. Like I have any other option. It's these boys that always play. Remember them? Yeah, it's them, because it's always them. Let's get the team submitted and go and beat them. I know there's probably going to be a couple of people as well in the comments giving it the... Kev, that wasn't very realistic, releasing Dan Crinney. So allow me to translate it into role play speak for you, Shakuna. What a man Shakuna is. What a man Shakuna is. In real life, he is injured until the end of the season. So realistically, he ain't coming in anyway. We're a part-time team. He's got a full-time job Monday to Friday, and he's broken his hip. You know, he is not turning up for training on a Thursday night to hang out with us lot and be a ringleader and cause problems. So for a start, it doesn't necessarily get to this point. But if it does get to this point, again, it's a non-league club. The man is out of contract till the end of the season. I'm literally just going to say, and important note, can't play again this season because of his broken hip. If he's causing problems, I literally am just going to say to him, forget you then. You know, off you go. Don't need you anymore. Stay away. Go home. We might not formalise a free transfer contract situation. We might not have paid him off. We might have just told him to stay away and carried on paying him his £150 a week he was getting. But that's basically what we've done here. We've just given him that £150 a week in advance and told him to stay home, and he's not part of the group anymore. So actually, from a role play perspective, from a realism perspective, I still think it's fine. And I think it's what I would have done. I'm not going to be undermined by some. I don't care if he scored 34 goals last season. He's injured. We had doubts about keeping him anyway. We had doubts about whether he's going to make the step up to the National League next year. So he's done. He's gone. I'm comfortable with it. I'm pretty happy. Ty Deacon, look, he's loving life. He's grabbing a goal because he knows he's now suddenly ascended to being the club's first choice striker. Not just when Creaney's injured. He is the senior centre forward at the football club. Step up, Ty Deacon. There he is, grabbing a goal. Lovely, lovely, lovely. 10 points clear at the top of the league. And this is our focus for the rest of the league. Now, obviously, we've still got the FA Trophy as well. But, I mean, if we have a decent run in it, that would be nice. But I'm really not that bothered. There's not really any money in the FA Trophy until we get to the final. I'm not really one to want a piece of silverware. It's all about getting the team up the leagues, and to do that we need money, and we can't really make much money. The non-league James Ward-Prowse has just missed. He might be losing his title in a minute. This is not okay. But what I should be able to do now, with Creaney gone, with Singh gone, and with a bunch of other players set for release, and of course it is January as well, so there's the possibility that we could ship some of the transfer listed players out as well, because the league clubs are now within their transfer window, and we've seen with Jazz Singh, they're more than willing to take our reserves and make them their reserves. He's made a step up of 2 leagues, despite the fact he wasn't getting our team, and he's 33 years old, and he's trebled his salary in doing it. So I think the possibility is there for us to shift a couple more of these guys out that we don't necessarily want to keep around, and maybe bring in 3 or 4 new faces to start to freshen the team up, start to pad the squad out a little bit more, maybe bring in some players with a view to next season. And I mean, I know it's only January, you can't count your chickens before they're hatched, but I think realistically, we probably do need to be starting to plan for life in the league above next year. We're 10 points clear at the top of the league. Let's bring in some players who are going to be able to make the step up with us. That's the goal now. And fingers crossed, I'll be introducing you to some of them in tomorrow's episode. Watch it just be a couple of loans, because no one would sign for us, or anyone who was good enough to improve us wanted £800 a week or something ridiculous. We've still got the smallest wage budget I think I've ever worked with in Football Manager, so I don't know that we're going to be bringing in players that we can ride all the way to the Champions League, but we'll see what we can do. Cullinane Liebird on the left hand side. He's looking for someone to kick it to. There you go. He's just kicked it really far. Not towards anyone in particular, but jealous with the effort for the edge of the area, and unfortunately can't keep it down. But we've been very comfortable there today. There's never been any doubt. Comfortable 2-0 win. 10 points clear at the top of the league. We are cruising. Let's look at that league table. We're going to get some games under our belt now, I think, because we're looking good. So we'll probably stop maybe halfway between here and the end of the season just to let you know what's going on. But I'm thinking now, 2 days' time, we wrap this season up, because there's no point stringing it out when we're doing as well as we are. If you've enjoyed that, stop. Don't end the episode. No, breaking news. This has happened. There were rumours that Bob might be on his way. Poor old Blob. There were rumours that Bob might be on his way, but I kind of ignored them because you get these rumours all the time, but this just happened seemingly out of nowhere. We have a new chairman. Zoe Edwards has taken over the club. Chairperson, I guess. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble, aren't I? They're happy with how I'm getting on. Club vision has remained the same, all that kind of stuff. But the big thing is Zoe has offered me a new or is offering me a new contract, wants to offer me a new contract. Yes, please. I'd like the new contract, please, Zoe. Can we have a big one? Oh, you see me sign a player as well. It's all kicking off, but here's my new... I was hoping for a pay rise. Another year at the Snowdome for me, I guess. Can I have an extra 20 quid, maybe? No, I can't. Well, an extra tenner. Wow. I can get a Holiday Inn breakfast once a week that I couldn't get before. Outstanding. You can end the episode now. That wasn't what I was hoping for. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters at channel member Owen Martin. Oh, boys and girls, we have our Creaney replacement up front. He's scoring goals, and we're going to go and win the league. Hello and welcome to part 8 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have games for you in the league against Curzon Ashton and a top-of-the-table clash against Blythe. Since you were last with me, we have continued in our excellent form, apart from getting knocked out of the FA Trophy by Worthing. This was a weird one, because Worthing at the time were 6th in the National League South. They've actually moved up a little bit and have a good chance of getting promoted, just like we should, but it was still unexpected to get knocked out. I quite fancied an FA Trophy run. As you can see, we had a little bit of a wobble around here just as Creaney was being released, or just after we fired Creaney, waiting for new boy to come in, and it wasn't until new boy Henry Hearn arrived that we turned our form back around again. Henry Hearn on loan from Millwall until the end of the season. He's now started 7 games, scored 4 goals, averaging a 7.01 rating, and as you can see, he's scoring the goals. He's picked up the mantle that was abandoned by Creaney when he was a silly boy. We also signed one more guy as well. We also brought in, hang on, why are we looking at released players? We also brought in Gio Loureiro, who we're not really using because we don't really need him. He's really a Shakuna backup, but he's knocking around the place as well. And we let Jamie Willits go. He's gone to Kings Lynn on a free transfer. Basically, we're trying to generate as much spare wage budget as we possibly can as we head toward Premier League free transfer release day when we get that email come through. Because although we can't go and lurk around in the Premier League youth teams as per the rules of Non-League to Legend, if I get sent an email with 10 names on, I may offer trials to those 10 names, and we want to be able to offer contracts to any of them that are any good when the time comes. So the lower we can get our committed spending against wage budget before then, the better. As you can see, there's still piles of cash in the bank. We're projected to generate even more money, so we're looking good for promotion. We're looking good financially, and hopefully we'll be in a bigger and better league next year with a much bigger, much better wage budget. That's the plan. This is the league table. As you can see, 21 points clear at the top of the league now. We play Blythe in the second half of this episode, and we could be pretty close to securing promotion today. I'm not sure if we can actually mathematically do it. We'll work that out. We'll figure it out. In fact, we've got Blythe. You know what? Blythe and Scarborough are both up there with us. Curzon Ashton nowhere near. I'm actually going to play this Curzon Ashton game off camera, and then we'll do Blythe and Scarborough as the 2 matches in the episode, because why wouldn't you? They're right up there with us. They're 2 of the teams that can catch us. Let me just play this one off camera. I should also probably hang up my Tamworth shirt that I bought at the weekend. We'll do 2 birds with 1 stone. But it's fair to say, boys and girls, this is proving to be quite a frustrating match that you probably would have quite enjoyed to see. We've absolutely dominated relegation zone Curzon Ashton. As you can see from the match stats, we have been all over them, but they've just taken the lead with 5 minutes to go. And I'm quite upset about it because I don't think we've lost a game in the league since that very first, what's it, episode 2? The first episode that had gameplay in, had matches in, and it looks like somehow, some way, we've decided to drop points here. Maybe the shirt is cursed because I hung the shirt up pre-match, and we cannot hit a barn door. I do not understand what I've just witnessed. Those match stats, that I've just been FM'd worse than Tamworth were in real life when I was there at the weekend. Well, we've not won the league today, have we? Now let's go and do the 2 top of the table matches. Well, that was 33 games unbeaten in the league we were before that one, and now it's all gone wrong. Couple of things, one thing that's worried me a little bit, that was the first game I've played since the update that came out yesterday. I recorded it yesterday's episode before the update. So let's hope the update hasn't killed my tactic. We're going to learn a lot over the next couple of matches. But just in case that is what's caused the problem, I've tried to counteract it by signing a player called Miles. Because I figured if we bring in a Miles, that should solve the problem. He's also quite a good defender, although he's only 5'10", similar to what we've got with Idehen. Good at defending, quite short, which is probably why he was without a club. He was previously at Wingate and Finchley, where he'd played 25 games this season and then been released. I have no idea what's gone on there, but he was just available on a free. So here he is. He's had a really good season and then just got slung. Imagine releasing someone mid-season. He didn't even have a hip injury. So he is in the squad, not going to be in the team today, but this is the 11 for this game against Blythe. It's Mohammed in goal, a back four of Cullinane, Lieberd, Idehen, Moyo and Donnelly, Kennedy and Milnes in midfield, Akwe, Shakuna and Fim supporting Hearn up front. I really want you to see Henry Hearn playing well because he was looking really, really good. Pre-update. We're not going to blame the update. It was just one of those games. You saw we still completely dominated the match. We were so far ahead on XG, shots, possession, everything. We were the better team in that last game. Sometimes you just have one of those games, especially when you are ever so close to securing promotion, securing that league title. You do sometimes get a little bit bottly. Oh my word. Are you serious? Idehen gives the ball away, and luckily the Blythe player can't capitalise on the situation. But I don't know what's going on. Why are we suddenly not very good? Hopefully it's just a little phase. Idehen plays it to Cullinane, Lieberd, and now Milnes and Akwe, who turns, beats his man with ease, and there's options in the middle. One of them is Hearn. He's aiming for Hearn. Oh, I thought that was in. I was doing my "that's gone in" voice there. And it unfortunately has gone wide. But I mean, that's a little sample of what we've been doing. It just needs to actually end up in the back of the net for me to know for sure that we're still going to be okay. But halfway through this first half, still 0-0. It's been pretty even so far on just about every metric. We could do with a goal, please. A just before half-time goal would be absolutely ideal. If we could, we're not even getting a highlight. What do we have to do to not be bad at the not be bad at the game all of a sudden? Do we now have to guess what the new I mean, it's not as if we figured out a meta tactic or anything like that. This was basically the first tactic we tried with Tamworth. It was just the logical one based on the squad that we had. It still is the logical formation for us to play with the squad that we've got. If it's now not working, we do have a problem. And I don't know if we're going to have enough about us to limp over the finish line. And if we do, that could be a disaster anyway, because if we go up not knowing how to win games anymore, we're coming straight back down. Please, can we do a football? We're not even playing well in this one. Neither. We're just cancelling each other out completely. There's been 2 shots on target in total across the 2 teams. This is so far away from the Tamworth that we've all come to know and love. Miles is coming on. Miles is going to be the saviour. Idehen's moving out to left back. Cullinane, Lieberd is sacrificed. Hearn has been poor again, so we'll bring Ty Deacon on for him. We're going to offer some encouragement to the boys, and we are hopefully going to find a breakthrough. There's a cross from Donnelly, but Deacon is the one who played it off short to him, so it was only Akwe in the area to get on the end of it, and unfortunately, he's not quite the aerial threat that Ty Deacon is. And it remains 0-0. We've had the better of the chances, but we just haven't really looked like scoring. It's like Curzon Ashton all over again. There was that one chance that fell to Hearn. Right, I am going to bring on... Can Loureiro play? I mean, he can't really play in these defensive midfield roles. I think I'm just going to bring him on any... No, I'm not going to be mad. We're just going to bring on Gascoigne to go in there. We've got to be sensible. We'll play the players who can fit into the roles that we've got. Let's continue doing what's brought us to the table and hope that this is just limping over the finish line. Marathon, we've hit the post now. I don't even know who that was. Cullinan Liebert's off the pitch. I don't know who else we aim for. It pretty much is just aim for him is the typical thing. I guess that was Moyo would be the obvious next one down, I think, or Deacon. But it looks like this is going to end 0-0 unless we can grab a goal here. Shakuna, who's been very, very quiet today. It falls to Finn. Finn plays it back to Shakuna. And now Gascoigne. Gascoigne to Dornelli. And now Finn into the path of Deacon. And it's a good save from the Blythe keeper. I think Deacon's offside anyway. That was our chance and we blew it. 2 games in a row we have dominated for XG, although a lot of the XG today came after the 90th minute. But that is 2 games now without a win. We are very much in, we might win the league, isn't that scary mode. We could still potentially finish as low as 8th, which seems unlikely, but is still mathematically doable. Let's go play Scarborough and hopefully beat them. Right, just the one change for Scarborough then, because it's pretty much the only change we can make. Loureiro's coming in for Shakuna. It does seem mental to be leaving Shakuna out when he's on 18 goals for the season, but he was so absent in that last match. And if you look at his rating over the last 5 games, averaging a 6.72. In fact, the entire attack over the last 5 games has just stopped. This isn't a update thing because 3 of those 5 were played before the update happened. This is we've run out of steam thing, I think. And I just hope we've got enough, like I say, I hope we've banked enough credit to get us over that finish line. But we are 16 points clear of Southport now. I don't even know if we've still got Southport to play. We'll check on that after the game. We could really, really, really do with a result here. Interestingly, Creaney is now fit again after his hip injury. Do you reckon he'll come back? Wouldn't that be a story if we hire him back just after we fired him? I doubt he'd come back. I mean, we've paid him off for the season already. He's not signed for anyone else. Really, we should be able to bring him back in because he's still been paid for this time. I think that's how labour laws work. Please, can we do... If we don't win today, I genuinely might go and sign Dan Creaney back, which would be one of the biggest U-turns I've ever done playing Football Manager. But it is Scarborough who are on the attack, and this is not what we want to see at all. And they are just knocking it around us, and they have scored. So now we have a problem because we've not scored for several matches. Can we remember how to do it? Because we need to now, or else this really is the wheels are off situation. We've been so dominant for so long. We've changed nothing. And it's all going wrong. Only a 14-point gap now. Surely we can't throw this away. To have 85 points on the board after 36 matches of a 46-match season, to be 20 points clear with 10 games to go. Imagine throwing all that away. It's not possible, surely. Surely. Kennedy playing it back to Moyo. Moyo gives it to Milnes, and Milnes to Finn. We're taking it slowly, but we are working it forward to our attacking players. Loureiro back to Dornelli, and now Finn coming inside, gives it to Milnes. Milnes has a go from range, and it's so wasteful. Why is he doing that? He's never in a million years going to score from there. Have they lost confidence in the attackers? Why not get that out wide and get the cross into Hearn? That's the route to goal. Cullinan Liebert, of course, is a route to goal. He hits the post. He could seriously end up as our top scorer this season if the attackers continue to misfire and he keeps getting on the end of set pieces. He's very close there, but unfortunately not able to keep it the right side of the post. And now it's going to be Scarborough with a corner of their own just before half-time. They're going to do a pervert corner as well. The indignity of it. They're dancing into the area. This is hideous to see. Oh, my word. Mohammed, I don't know what he's doing there. Wasn't even looking the right way. It's hit the outside of his ankle, and I guess it counts as a save, but very, very fortuitous to not be 2-0 down. I guess we go attacking here. Do we go to 2 up top? Do we bring Deacon on alongside Hearn? Are we trying something different? I think we probably do. Loureiro hasn't impressed. This way, we can try this for 15, 20 minutes. And if this doesn't work, Hearn can come off and Shakuna can come on and we can go back to our normal system. But we've got to try something different because this 4-2-3-1 for 3 matches now just isn't working anymore. We're demanding more. And hopefully, with 2 big strikers up top, we can get the ball out wide, get some crosses in, and really start to cause a threat. I think it demonstrates just how important an informed Shakuna was to making that 4-2-3-1 work. And without either him in the team or when he's in the team, him in form, it's almost like playing with 10 men. Maybe we go with the second striker. Cross comes in looking for Deacon, who can't keep his header down. I mean, in that situation, nod it down to your strike partner, for goodness sake. They've done a short corner. They're now playing it out from defence. This is not mine on league. I am not happy with what I'm seeing here, and even more unhappy that they're just knocking it around us with ease. They're out footballing us, and I hate that because I quite like playing nice football. I know we've not really got the personnel to do it here at Tamworth, but it is very infuriating as a manager who would like to play this style, seeing it done to us. It doesn't matter how successful we are. I still want us to play nice football, and we haven't this season, and we don't have a plan B, and plan A's stopped working, and Mohamed is looking very, very flappy today. He came flying out to get onto that cross, missed it completely, and it left him so out of position. They were just able to lob it over the top of him for a second goal. We've been so poor. I can't even explain it. It's so poor from Mohamed there. He can't get back in time. He's backtracking all the time. I mean, it's smart play from Scarborough, but we've got to be better than that. They're coming at us again. I guess Shakuna comes on now with half an hour to go because this changing system hasn't worked. The 2 strikers have both been pathetic. What do we have to do to get Shakuna to get back to his best? Hearn's going to come off. Shakuna's coming on. We're going to go back to this. We gave him 15 minutes with 2 up top. Get the ball to Shakuna. For goodness sake, we're demanding more. Please, won't somebody do something? Everyone's playing poorly today. It's no longer the defence are still playing quite well, but the attack have forgotten how to score. Everyone is playing poorly. And I don't know what to do about it because we don't have the players to rotate. This is the problem with having such a small squad. Cullinane Liebird, tired again. Idahen goes out to left back again. Miles coming on to play at centre back. But I mean, bringing on a centre back for a left back with 15 minutes to go when you're 2-0 down in the top of the table clash is no way to get back into the game. We just don't have the players to do anything any different. We're going to have to give Dan Creaney a ring. I am going to have to eat some humble pie and hope that he wants to come back. We're only 13 points clear at the top of the league now. Can we rely on a returning hero who hasn't yet found a new club? Wouldn't that be a thing? It seems very unlikely. I've played enough Football Manager over the years to know he's very unlikely to actually re-sign for us. But I guess it depends how much he likes money. I bet if he does come back, it'll be on a pay rise. Oh, I don't know how he's got away with that because he was so out of position again. Get Jazz Singh back in as well. It was all fine when things were going well. Now things aren't going well. Throw the baby out with the bathwater. Shakuna can't hit the target anymore either. What is that? An alien attack? I mean, that's when you know things are going wrong. Our corner taker got beamed up by a UFO there. Well, we are still top of the league. Absolutely no thanks to what we've done in this episode. That has been 3 matches of absolute trash. Time to eat some humble pie. Dan, do you want to come back? No. I mean, his cons are skill. So maybe we're not missing too much, but yeah, I don't really know what the plan is from here. I figured we were going to be just going through to the end of the season now, but we might be coming back a little sooner. We've won 1 of our last 5 games. This problem is it extends back further than just today and just the update. We don't have Southport still to play, but things could, hopefully we win our next game and then the one after, and we can just come back for whatever match we win the league in. Because that was always the plan. Things might be a little bit different tomorrow, though, if it doesn't work out like that. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters and channel member, Patrick Topor. Well, after a little bit of a wobble and a few emergency transfers that I'm not necessarily proud of, we should secure the title and promotion to the National League today. I could do without another episode where it all goes wrong. Hello and welcome to part 9 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we should, as mentioned in the intro, win the league. We're 15 points clear. The team below us have 5 games remaining. We also have a game in hand as well, which we play right now. Our game in hand against Kings Lynn. Even a draw is enough to win the league. We need 1 point from our next 6 matches. I think we should be okay because we've actually turned our form around. Obviously, we had that little bit of a wobble in yesterday's episode, but we did a couple of things. Thing number 1, we dropped Shakuna and brought Gio Loureiro into the team, who has been great. Played a couple of games, got a goal and an assist in that one and an 8.7, got another goal in the next one on a 7.3. And also Henry Hearn, who I mentioned yesterday, has started scoring goals as well, or continues scoring goals. He just didn't do it in front of you lot yesterday. But he's got 7 from 12 on a 7.1. We've also finally signed a left back. Chris Hussey, the only recognised left back at the club. Yes, he's 35 years old, but I mean, he is considerably better than anyone else we've got who can play left back. Well, to be fair, apparently Idehen is actually better than him, even though Idehen's only a competent left back. But Chris Hussey is in. He'd been playing for Stratford for some reason, similar to what we had with Miles, the centre-back we signed yesterday. He's played most of the season for Stratford, and then they've just weirdly released him mid-season. I don't know why this is a thing that's happening, but he was available on a free transfer. We didn't sign him directly from Stratford. He just came up as a free transfer. So we've brought him in. He's played a couple of games. He's got a decent corner, a decent long throw on him. It does mean Cullinane Liebird isn't playing at the moment, or what hasn't played, because we'd been using him at left back, which removes some of the aerial threat. But I think we might play him at centre-back. And we've also signed Ellis Deeney, who is a former Tamworth guy. He'd been here for 3 years, going back 5 or 6 years ago. We actually had a little bit of a dressing room potential mutiny, which I thought bringing in Deeney would solve. As you can see, Kyle Finn leading it this time. Lack of sufficient quality depth in defensive midfield. This is really becoming quite an annoying thing on FM24, how often this happens. He's got 6 players agreeing with him. So we signed the only defensive midfielder we had on our scout reports who was available. We've actually signed him on over a year's contract as well. Hussey only here until the end of the season. Deeney insisted on until the end of next season. He's not really good enough to play for us, but I had to try and cut off another potential mutiny. So we brought him in on an 18-month contract. And I doubt we'll ever use him. He's 2.5 stars. We're going to be doing a rebuild in the summer to get us ready for the National League. He's just going to get released, I guess. I'm not really sure what the long-term plan is. I hoped it would calm the boys down. It hasn't. But hopefully, even with a few grumpy gooses, we should have enough about us to get 1 point in our next 6 matches. So let's go and try and do that exactly now. Hope the title lift glitch is gone. There's been a couple of updates since the last time I tried to do a title lift and it didn't work. I would love to see us lift the trophy. But ultimately, the main goal is get promoted today. So we're going with Mohammed in goal, a back four of Hussey, who is playing as a normal fullback, no more inverted fullbacks. Idehen, Cullinane Liebird, who can move over to centre-back today because Cliff Moyo is away on international duty, and then Dornelli at right-back, Kennedy and Milnes in midfield, Akwe, Loureiro and Finn then supporting Hearn up front. It does mean Shakuna is on the bench because his form has just fallen off a cliff. I don't really know what's happened to Shakuna. He seems to have been hit harder than anybody by the update that happened over the weekend, because ever since that update He's not been able to get above a 6.9 and he only got that far once. He's not scored a goal, not got an assist. This is a man who was in incredible form first half of the season, and it's just stopped for him. And it's frustrating because he's one of the three that I did extend a contract for as well. So along with Deeney, Shakuna is, at the moment, potentially a player who's going to be here next year and not used. Although I'd like to think his form will come back round again. And he's just having a little bit of a patch where he's not playing so well. I hope that's all it is. But like I say, we're ignoring all of that. We're going to put all of that behind us for today and focus in on getting promoted. There is Hussey with the corner. Like I say, he hits a decent corner. The outswinger there looking for Cullinane Liebird, who isn't able to direct his header downwards. But obviously we know the threat Cullinane Liebird can be from those set pieces. We saw it in real life when we were at Tamworth at the weekend, and we've seen it about 15 times this season in game as well. The man is a beast when it comes to being an aerial threat at set pieces. There's the ball over the top for Loureiro, who couldn't get it under control. In fact, it's a penalty. He's been clattered, and I think he's injured as well. Is he injured? He's not injured. I think we're good, but we do have a penalty, and this is a huge moment. Only 5 minutes in, hugely important. The non-league James Ward-Prowse is there once again. Milne's 8th goal of the season for him. He's not going to miss a penalty. What do you think this is? 1-0 to Tamworth, and as it stands right now, that will be enough for us to win the league and do it on a ground where we've started non-league Legend previously as well. Kings Lynn, I think we're going back 2 or 3 FMs now to when we were at Kings Lynn, the Alfie Payne Kings Lynn days. There's not many or any players in that Kings Lynn team that I recognise from that save from several years ago, but who really cares? All we really want today is to win the league. Donnelly with the shot that goes wide at the base of the post and, doesn't threaten the goal because he missed. I was going to try and make that sound grander than it was. No, he just missed. Non-league James Ward-Prowse, you say. Milnes whips in the free kick, but unfortunately top of the goal netting. A second goal, and I think we pretty much kill Kings Lynn off. They're down in the bottom half of the table. They're not in any danger of getting relegated, I don't think. 8 points clear of the relegation zone. But they should be a team that we are capable of dealing with, you would think, relatively comfortably. Although that's the kind of smack talk that leads to you getting beaten when you're trying to win the league. So we should probably pack that in. But as you can see from the XG, from all of the stats, really, we've been much, much better than them today. And we probably should have a second goal to our credit. Why can Donnelly throw the ball that far from this deep, but if we try and get him to do a long throw from like level with the edge of the area, it doesn't make it into the box? I don't understand. We'll worry about that in training, because for now, Akwe has got his 12th goal of the season. It's a lovely finish as well. He's absolutely walloped that across the goalkeeper, across the face of the goal, into the back of the net. The Kings Lynn right back probably has to have some questions asked of him, and possibly the goalkeeper as well, for being beaten at the near post. But it comes through to Akwe, who, to be fair, looked like he was always expecting it, and he's just drilled it so hard that the keeper can't get across to his near post. Calamitous defending all round for Kings Lynn, but lucky old us, eh? We love a calamity. Let's pat the boys on the head and hopefully go out and just finish the job in this second half. Maybe my shirt isn't cursed after all. Fingers crossed. Doesn't want to be for 48 quid. I'm never letting that go. £48! Look how small it is compared to that Arsenal shirt it's hung in front of. They're on the same hook. That's how small it is. It's a child's shirt. 48 quid. Absolutely ridiculous. Right. Still 2. Let's not let that get us down. We're about to win the league. Let's focus in on what we're supposed to be doing here today. And Kings Lynn trying to ruin the party for us, and they might just yet. A first goal of the season. Good old Football Manager things. A first goal of the season from the Kings Lynn player. And I don't remember him having this big screen when I went there, but we'll assume they've had that installed in real life. And now we've got a little bit of a nervy last 20, 25 minutes ahead of us, potentially. I think we bring Shakuna on. He's been too good all season. I know he's not in form at the moment, but I feel like he is the man for the occasion. We're also going to take off. We're going to take off Hussey. We're going to put Idehen to left back. And we're actually going to leave Cullinane Liebird in the middle alongside Miles, mainly because We don't want to be messing around doing inverted fullbacks at this stage of the game. We don't have Moyo in there. I think we need Cullinane Liebird as a proper defender in there alongside Miles. Milnes now with the free kick, and he's going to lose his title as the non-league James Ward-Prowse if he keeps missing free kicks. I could really do with him just sticking one of them in the top corner. Aquay has picked up an injury here, so Ty Deacon is going to have to come on and can we sort that? He's not going to play on the left, which is what I was going to say. We'll move Finn, who is a natural left footer, over to the left, and Deacon can come over onto the right and be the wide target forward that he's been on multiple occasions this season. So he's pretty comfortable doing that. But we really need to be defending this corner. It's headed straight up in the air. If we'd have lost winning the league to an overhead kick, I would have been furious. But remember, of course, we don't actually have to win the game. A draw is enough if my Kev maths is correct. And let's face it, Kev maths has never failed me so far. So I don't think Kings Lynn are likely to score two, he says, whilst we're defending a corner, which is a very risky game. We're scrambling it clear at the moment, but it is Kings Lynn applying a lot of pressure, which is bizarre because they don't really have anything to play for. I don't know why they're suddenly trying so hard. They just want to spoil my fun. It's very, very unfriendly from the Kings Lynn team today. Just let us have our fun. You're not getting relegated. You've got no chance of getting promoted. Let us have this one. We'd like to win the league, please. What is Shakuna doing? Kennedy now coming out of midfield, looking for options ahead of him, plays it into Hearn, and there is Nathan Shakuna. And still, it's just not working for him at the moment. But Idahen bursting out of the back four, having the freedom to play at left back for one of the first times all season. Kennedy turns. I mean, he's been class. Kennedy back to Milnes. But yeah, Kennedy has been a fantastic signing for us. Hope we can get him again next year. Kennedy into Finn, and now Shakuna. I would love Shakuna to get a goal to just confirm things. Shakuna is lurking. If Hearn can slot it through to him, but it's actually with Dornelli. Drill the crossover. Somebody drill that cross. Kennedy now on the right-hand side floats the crossover. Hearn is there. And that should be that. Henry Hearn, an 8th goal since arriving on loan in January to replace that little rascal, what we had to get rid of. But this is good work all round with... I mean, Deacon stayed very wide there. I'd prefer him to get a little bit further into the middle and let the other two boys be the ones who are doing the crossing. But it comes to Kennedy. He's crossed it over beautifully. Hearn is going to win that in the air all day long. And that should be that. Are we going to get to see a trophy lift here in Norfolk this afternoon? This evening, it's an evening game, isn't it? Oh, we've got one more corner. Can we have Cullinane Liebird just sticking one in for old time's sake? It's going to be Finn hitting the in-swinger. Cullinane Liebird is there at the far post. It finds Cullinane Liebird. That is his 19th goal of the season. And they've all come from headers from corners. 4-1. That's beautiful. What a season that man has had. I think we probably need to release the set piece tactic, don't we? Keep an eye out in the next few days. There'll be a video where we go through what we're doing with set pieces so you can see how we've got 19 goals out of him. But this is what it's all about. Oh, we're having the alien invasion again. The aliens are ruining the trophy lift. Please, Football Manager, sort this out. Look how zoomed in we are. I tell you what, looks quite nice zoomed in at that level, doesn't it? But here comes the trophy lift. There's me, look. I'm so much bigger than him. Who's this guy, by the way? Who is he? Is he the chairman? The chairman's a woman now. Who is he? But there is the trophy lift. That's a lovely shot as well. We are the champions of the National League North. They've improved the trophy lift animation. I haven't seen it for a while, but that was beautiful when it had that low down camera shot and all the confetti cannons and everything. That was beautiful. I enjoyed that a lot. Look at it. I mean, the Kings Lynn fans have stuck around and now it's snowing blood. I mean, where's that coming from? That's coming from above the level of the stands. As someone flying a drone over with a bag of confetti in it. I don't understand how the logistics of that. But there we have it, boys and girls. We are the champions. I've just had the Steam achievement pop as well. It's my first promotion of FM24. Oh, blimey. Straight in with the budgets for next year as well. And that is huge. That's a big transfer, a £350,000 transfer budget, and they've doubled the wage budget. If we were to put all of that transfer budget into wages, we could double it again. We could go up to, oh my word. This rebuild is going to be significant, boys and girls. We've still got a few matches to play this season. I think my plan from here, I'll play the in-betweeny ones off camera and we'll just come back for the last game of the season on this episode so that you can just see how we finish the season off, how the league table actually ends. We should blow past 100 points, you would think. But my goodness me, that is a huge budget. We are going places, boys and girls. And we've made it through to the last game of the season. We've been doing lots of experimenting and rotation. So we've had a big defeat there. We've had a couple of decent results, though, mixed in with this as well. And we've kind of binned off the players we're not planning on using next year, which has upset some of them. Milnes is asking for a new contract, but he's 32, 2.5-star player. As much as he was good for us this year, 17 assists, particularly good, very good corner taker. He's not making the step up. Cullinane Liebird, another one, 2.5 stars. Yeah, he scored 18 goals this season, but we can do better. Cliff Moyo, another one, will be moving on. Ty Deacon will be moving on. And we've already started that process by bringing in 5 youngsters who came through in the email that you get telling you that Premier League youngsters are being released. I don't go and hunt through Premier League youth teams, but I do offer trials based on that email because it's right there. If you're going to email me and tell me there's youngsters available for trial, I'll offer them trials. And these are the 5 we've decided to bring in. So Lewis Brown, who is much better than any defender we've got at the club currently. And then we've also got Maldini Kakuri, same thing, better than any defender we've got at the club currently. And then Jack Kingdon, guess what? Better than any defender we've got at the club currently. So with those 3 coming in, I don't think we need to renew any contracts for existing centre-backs we've got at the club. Adam Berry is an attacking midfielder who, spot the theme, better than anyone we've got at the club currently. And then lastly, Yusuf Akamrich is a striker. You'll never guess he's better than anyone we've got at the club currently. So that's 5 massive upgrades coming in straight away. They weren't cheap, although they're also not showing on our committed spending, which is interesting. So we won't actually be able to show you how much we're going to be spending on them until they arrive. They were between like £500 and £1,000 a week each on their salary, so much more expensive than anyone we've got at the moment. But we are making a step up to the new league and obviously have a big pile of cash to spend as well. So there's no reason why we shouldn't spend a little bit more. But it is the last day of the season. We are still heavily rotated. We're having a look at some players who are maybe on the fringes of sticking around next year, plus a couple of promising youngsters. We have had our first youth intake. So we've had a couple of decent players come through that, the most notable of which, I don't know why it's showing a load of the older guys, the most notable of which is in the team, so I'll just show you him from there. Rob Harley, already been picked up by one of our Name in the Game channel members. If you want your name in the game, click the join button, become a Name in the Game channel member, and then you can have your pick of youth intake players when they come through. But Rob Harley, still only 16 years old, natural in 4 different positions. Obviously, he's got a long way to go before he's ready to play. He's not even got a yellow star on his current ability yet, but has massive potential. So we are giving him a game. He played in the previous game. He's going to play again in this one, so you can see him in action. And we're also playing Ronayne Van Kooten, the young goalkeeper who we brought in the summer. Still only 16, still with lots of potential of his own. He's started 3 games in this little run. Conceded quite a few goals, but then all our goalkeepers do. So we give him a go. There's not really any point in playing loads of lone players at this point. We may as well be looking at players that we're maybe on the fence about. The likes of, someone like Kai Williams hasn't really had a go all season. He's not likely to either, but we'll have a little look. Dempsey, Arlott, John, another one. These are all players who are likely to be leaving. They're all out of contract. But we're looking at players. So it's Van Kooten in goal, a back 4 of Cullinane Liebird, Ida Hen, Mitchell Nelson and Moyo, Gascoigne and Deeney in midfield, Williams, Harley and Arlott John behind Deacon up front. We'll get the team submitted, hopefully pick up a win on the final day of the season. That would be jolly nice if we could do that. But personally, and I would suggest you do the same, all eyes on Van Kooten in goal and Rob Harley attacking midfield, because these 2 boys are the future of Tamworth Football Club. If they come anywhere near to fulfilling the potential that they've got, they are going to be superstars. Deacon turning nicely for him. It was a slow turn, but it still got the job done. And now Williams, I mean, one of many players playing his final game for the club today, tries to play it across goal. I mean, he does succeed in playing it across goal. Unfortunately, there's nobody to get on the end of it. We've also set a National League North record, according to the game. I think it's one of these in-game records. I suspect there have been clubs in the past who've had more than 102 points in the National League North, but according to the game, it was a National League North record. 102 points, or 101 points is actually what broke the record. We did it the game before this one, and we've also scored, I think we've scored over 100 goals at this point as well, because we have conceded a lot as well. We've never been that great defensively. I'm hoping those 3 boys that we're bringing in are going to go a long way towards fixing our defensive problems. Obviously, there's still going to be a lot to do in tomorrow's transfer special, because once all the contracts have expired, we don't really have a lot of squad for next year. We've got Finn, Akwe and Tashuma who have contracts. We've got Deeney who has a contract because we kind of had to give him one, but we're not planning on using him. And then we've got those 5 boys who are coming in, and that is it. That is the squad as it stands currently. Now, there is still the possibility that some of these players might get contract extensions. Cullinane Liebird, I'm kind of on the fence about at the moment. He's only 28, so we don't need to bin him off the way we do some of the older ones. And I mean, Ty Deacon might force his way into a new contract, depending on what we can pick up as backup strikers. He might end up being the backup striker that we go with next year. If we can get him on a cheap enough contract extension, we shall see. But that's Rob Harley with a first ever assist at 16 years old. Youngest player in National League North history is another record that we broke with Rob Harley in that last match. And clearly he can take a set piece, because he's taking this one as well, playing it forward, this time looking for Gascoigne, can't find him, comes back to Harley on the edge of the area. Rob Harley at 16 years old has a goal and an assist. Oh my word, we have a new star emerging here. I told you to keep an eye on him. He takes the set pieces, he gets assists, he scores goals, and he is young. He's one of our own, boys and girls. Number 26, Rob Harley, make a note of it. He is going to be a star. Shakuna's furious watching on. But of course, Harley could play on the right wing if need be as well. He's natural in 4 different positions, so he doesn't have to play in Shakuna's position. It's Harley again. Rob Harley is running this show at such a young age. He wasn't even that good in the last game. The last game, he was fine. But today, he is running things. I mean, I'd have had him taking this penalty if I'd have had the option to change it, but it's going to be Deeney to take the penalty, and it's safe. See, why not give it to Harley? Let him push towards a first ever hat trick. Wouldn't that be a thing to achieve at 16 years old? Mitchell Nelson, who, by the way, is a centre back, taking this corner. So clearly Harley not so hot at taking the corners as he is at the free kicks. We've got my assistant manager decides who takes the set pieces and also arranges the order of the tall players and does all that stuff. The only thing I do to the set pieces is actually create the things, the moves, the set pieces themselves. So theoretically, according to my assistant manager, Mitchell is the best corner taker we had to take an in-swinging corner from that right-hand side there, which is interesting. Van Kooten beaten from Major. Van Kooten, I'm less excited about than I am about Harley. He's got only 4.5 stars of potential now, and he's been beaten pretty comfortably from there. And with Mohamed's loan ending and no other goalkeeper at the club, obviously, goalkeeper is a position we need to strengthen for next year. In fact, when I was listing the players we've got for next year, I actually forgot about Van Kooten. He's on a youth contract at the moment, but when he turns 17, which I think is in October, when he turns 17, he already has a professional contract in place, ready to take on. So Van Kooten will be part of next season's squad as well. So we only need to bring in one goalkeeper over the top of him, and we can keep Van Kooten on the bench as well, and possibly even look to loan him out once he turns 17 to get some game time, because I think obviously any player needs game time to develop, but for goalkeepers in particular, it can be very difficult to break into the team when you don't have the option to come off the bench and get some appearances that way. So if we can find someone who's willing to take him on loan and commit to playing him, it would probably be the best thing for him. So we might end up bringing in 2 goalkeepers. Who knows? 2-1 up though, 20 minutes to go. I think we're going to take off Dempsey, Arlott. We're going to try Rob Harley out wide so that we can get Shakuna on. What does Harley like to be when he's out wide? A wide target man. He's 5'10". He isn't going to be a wide target man. He can just stay out there as a winger and he'll be fine. And then we're also going to bring on, I think, you know what? I was going to bring on Henry Hearn, but Deacon's playing so well, I'm not going to. We'll bring on Dornelli for a last appearance. It also gives us the opportunity to give a standing ovation to Moyo, who will definitely be leaving us in the summer. He was a very important player for what we needed for this season. A cut price, experienced centre-back who has never let us down this year, but we've got those 3 young centre-backs coming in who are so much better than him. There's no home for him here anymore. The only possibility that Moyo sticks around, and it's a similar situation to what we've got with Cullinane Liebird on the other side, that flexibility of him being able to play right back as well as centre back might end up, if he's cheap enough, leading to him filling a squad spot. But at this stage, I think it's probably unlikely. Dornelli with the in-swinger, looking for Gascoigne, can't find him. Cullinane Liebird is there, but commits the foul, and I think I probably want to take him off as the final substitution to get him a standing ovation as well, because there's a very good chance this is his last game for the club, and we're going to miss him because he's been great, but you've seen we've upgraded him. We'll drop Gascoigne back into the back 4, and Idahen can go out to left back, and Kennedy can come on for a final appearance from him as well, because we're not likely to get him back on loan again. It was something they tweaked for FM23 last year. It was very, very difficult now to get a player on loan for a second season. Long gone are the days where I could take a player on loan and keep getting them for 5 or 6 seasons in a row because they just kept coming back. I consider that my contribution to the Football Manager franchise. They had to bring in an anti-Kev rule because I did it so often. I've decided they did it because of me. Deeney playing it forward to Deacon, who turns, looks to release Shakuna, but I think Shakuna realises he'd mistimed his run, kind of tried to double back just as the ball was being released, and it didn't really work out, made us look like silly gooses really. But here's the ball forward. Can Van Kooten make this? I mean, he's still young. He's not quite there yet, is he? Although that was offside. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. If it had been onside, he would have got there before the player, obviously, because he's great. But fingers crossed we can hold on to another victory. Bearing in mind how rotated we are, it shows how good we've been this year. We had that last game where we lost 3-0 with this rotated team, but we've given these players 4 or 5 games now, and they've not let us down. Harley showing what he can do out on the wing as well. And that's lovely work from Harley again. It falls to Williams, and there is the third, the cherry on top of the cake, because there's no catching us now. And that has been another very, very good performance. I'm giving them a clap. What a squad of players this was for the National League North. Most of them not good enough to make the step up. And obviously with the extra money that we've got, it would be silly not to rebuild the entire squad. So it's goodbye to a lot of these boys who've got us here, but the future is looking very bright. There's a lot of money in the kitty off the back of that FA Cup run that we had, and now we get to reap what we sowed. Reap what was sown. It's probably the way to do that sentence earlier in the season, by using that money to build a team that, fingers crossed, can stay in the National League next year. Remember, Tamworth newly promoted to the National League North this season. What is with that? Why does that keep happening? Ever since the update, that happens far too often. And I know some of you are going to say, Kev, check your graphics card drivers. They're all fine. Everything is up to date. Look at my computer specs in the comments. I've got a NASA supercomputer. There is no logic behind that happening. Let me know down in the comment section. Is that happening to you since the update as well? Because that needs a fix, because it's absurd that it's happening as often as it is. It happened on stream. It's happened in every video I've done since the update as well. I'm not enjoying it. But what I have enjoyed is that season in the National League North. Probably, and I'd need a LOLLUJO historian to go back and check, but I think that is probably the best first season we've ever had in non-league to legend. Cullinane Liebird finishing 3rd on the best player in the league list. Kyle Finn and Ben Milnes, the top 2 for assist makers. Cullinane Liebird and Shakuna right up there for player of the match. And we shared the goals around, so we didn't even have anyone on the top scorers chart. All very positive stuff. If you enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Chris Spencer. Well, here we go then, boys and girls. Arguably the most important transfer window we will do in the entire series this year. If it goes well, we set ourselves up for a good start to the season. Another potential promotion, maybe being headhunted by a bigger club and moving on in the save. If it doesn't go well, we could have a bad start to the season, get sacked and have to start all over again, potentially. I don't know that there might be an in-between, but I'd prefer the first one of those two options, if possible, please. Hello and welcome to part 10 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, it is our season review and transfer special at the end of a season one, which, as you can see, led to us absolutely destroying the National League North. And I've just realised that Cullinane Liebird finished as our top scorer as well, which is, he played left back all year. 20 goals from our left back, who's actually a centre back, all because he's 6'3". I will release the set piece files soon. I know people are going to want them. Normally at this point, we start the video off with the season review thing that comes up, but as you can see, it's the 5th of May. It still hasn't appeared in my inbox. I think it's waiting for the playoff final to take place. So for this, I guess, the season to officially be over. I mean, we did get things wrapped up very early. I mean, we were done. Our last game of the season was the 20th of April. So I guess it still is pretty early to have the season review thing come through. And if you've watched my non-league transfer specials before, you'll know that most of our business is still 2 months away. We'll do almost everything after the 1st of July when contracts expire, because we're probably not going to be spending any money on any players. The plan is basically assess what we've got, decide if we're going to add any new contracts, but we probably won't, because the squad we've got is aging and not brilliant. I mean, I know that suggests otherwise. This squad does not stay up. I guarantee this squad does not stay up, though. So the plan is work out what we've got, and then free transfers when they become available at the end of their contracts at the start of July, and then plug any gaps we've got with loans. So there's going to be a lot of time travel in a minute, but first we do have 5 new players to welcome. These are the youngsters that I talked about in the last episode. When we get the email through that tells you which Premier League youngsters are being released at the end of their youth contracts, we took them all in on trial, and these were the 5 that we decided to sign. So Maldini Kakuri is a 6'1", 18-year-old centre-back. I assume these have all got English as second nationality. Yeah, he's Albanian but has English as second nationality. He's joined us from Arsenal, formerly of Fulham as well. And he becomes one of 3 very, very good centre-backs that we've got at the club, alongside Lewis Brown, who is a 6'2", 18-year-old centre-back. He's previously of Arsenal as well. So those two will have been playing together this season, just gone in the Arsenal under-18, under-19 teams, you would think. And then the third centre-back we brought in, who's likely to deputise for the other 2, unless we do something drastic like play a 3 at the back, which I'm not ruling out. We're trying to avoid relegation, so that might be something we end up doing. But Jack Kingdon is another centre-back, can also play right-back, maybe left-back, 6'1" though. He's a centre-back. He joins us from Manchester United, formerly of Morecambe as a young player. Not quite as good as the other 2, but certainly better than any other centre-backs we've got at the club. So we've massively upgraded that position straight away. We've also got a new player in attacking midfield, can also play on the left-hand side, can play central midfield. Realistically, he's going to be competing with Shakuna and possibly Rob Harley after his performance in yesterday's episode for the attacking midfield position. Adam Berry, 18 years old, previously of Manchester United, is star rating-wise half a star better than Shakuna. So we've got some good competition for places there. Does mean whatever we do, we're going to have to use an attacking midfielder again next year, because 2 of our best players are attacking midfielders. And then lastly, we have a striker. We've done this early. I mean, I guess this is finally the Creaney replacement. We have a proper striker that is all our own, and he's pretty quick as well. I love a quick striker. But Yusuf Akamrich, I'm probably saying his name wrong. He's Moroccan, presumably. Yeah, English as second nationality. He's formerly of Tottenham and is a big step up on anybody that we've got in the striker role at the moment. Although, to be fair, apparently not as good as Henry Hearn, who's in on loan at the moment, but also can play out wide on either of the flanks where he would be better than Finn or Aquay in those wide areas as well. So some flexibility on how we might end up using him. So let's get those guys all welcomed in. We're then waiting for the season review. We'll then assess the squad and then finally get stuck in to some transfers. But let's just welcome all these boys in first. Give them their squad numbers. There you go. First in, first choice of the squad numbers before the old ones have even gone. And I think the playoff final has just happened. Blythe are joining us in the National League next year. So I would expect this next continue will lead to the season review. If it, like I've played the game before, isn't it? So there is our season review with our little trophy as well. What a thing to see. And signing of the season has been awarded to nobody? Do we not have a signing of the season? Normally they have a little star next to them. I'm not seeing a signing of the season. Which has that been taken out? That was definitely an FM23. That's interesting. But as far as new signings go, obviously most of what we were able to do this year was loans. There wasn't really any budget here when I arrived. Aquay and Williams were both signed before I arrived as well. So as a permanent signing that I actually did, Cliff Moyo definitely came in and did a job, 52 appearances. We'll be letting him go. He's 31. Ellis Deeney, I will regret for a while. The only thing he's got going for him is that he's cheap and I guess can be our fourth choice defensive midfielder once he's all said and done. Chris Hussey, another one who came in and did a job. We needed a left back. He came in, was a left back. As soon as we secured the title, we dropped him like a stone and he hasn't played since. And of course, Renane Van Kooten could end up being awesome, although with these Premier League youngsters coming in, his potential ability has taken a little bit of a blow because I guess his ceiling is a little lower than these lads who were previously up in the Premier League. Results-wise, we were supposed to finish in the top half, despite being newly promoted. That was quite ambitious, as was. And I actually think at the start of the season, they said mid-table, not top half. I think they've moved the goalposts a little bit there. Doesn't matter, though, because we still won the league. Didn't come close to maxing out our attendances. That's something to keep an eye on. We need to get a few more people through the door. Jordan Cullinane Liebird as top scorer. I don't know if that says more about how good our set pieces are or more about the fact we didn't really have a regular striker at all. Certainly once Creaney got injured and then was released. I think Creaney probably would have scored more than that if he'd have stayed fit and stayed around. As it is, it was pretty makeshift for the second half of the season up front before Hearn established himself. But I don't think Hearn even got into double figures for goals. So Cullinane Liebird, excellent stuff from him. It's not going to be enough to secure him a spot as a starter for next year. We might decide to give him a contract and keep him around the squad. But with only 2 stars of current ability and no potential to improve, turns 29 soon as well. So he's getting older. I suspect we're just going to let him go and hope that someone else can pick up the mantle. It's difficult for me to know for sure. Did he score 18 goals because he is exceptional, or would anyone with his physicality in this set piece system score that amount of goals? He's 15 and a half stone as well. Goodness me, he's a big boy. But I suspect any big defender is going to score goals in this system. We'll find out, I guess. Comfortably winning the league, though, as we know. And then if we have a look at the money side of things, we have just had a new sponsorship come in. We also got decent prize money through the FA Cup run this year as well, which is always nice to see. And this was our team of the year. Mohammed in goal, a back four of Cullinane Liebird, Moyo, Idehen and Dornelli, Milnes and Kennedy in midfield, Aquay, Shakuna and Finn, and then Deacon up front. I mean, everyone from there back, we obviously know that team off by heart. And this was the area where we never really got settled down. Deacon getting 12 goals from 22 starts. Ordinarily, on the face of it, looks quite good. Then you see he's got an average rating of 6.76. And you realise he very much just got his goals in little bursts here and there and never really consistently played well. Player of the year, as you can imagine, goes to Cullinane Liebird, a 7.2 average rating to go with his 18 goals. Young player of the year is Aquay at 24, showing that maybe we could do with a little bit of an injection of youth, which we've already started to do this summer. I've had a quick look at the club vision and they are looking for us to bring in under 23s. So that's definitely something that's going to be a focus. Top scorer, as we know, Cullinane Liebird. Top assists was Kyle Finn with 25. He is contracted to be here next year, as is Shakuna, who got 8 Man of the Match awards. Highest average rating went to Cullinane Liebird. And it doesn't mention signing of the season. Did signing of the season not use? Is it just no signing of the season anymore? Because I'm sure that used to be on here as well. Have they taken that away? Because that's bonkers if they've taken that away. That was great. As it's the first season as well, we've set lots of club and league records because this is what you do in your first season. A lot of this stuff isn't coded into the database. So you're just basically setting the bar for future years. I suspect 25 assists from Finn is a bar that won't be broken anytime soon. And also youngest player and youngest goal scorer for Harley at 16 years. 95 days for youngest player, 102 days for youngest scorer. I suspect that isn't going to be broken too soon either. And I don't imagine we're going to be playing anybody older than Chris Hussey at any point this season. It looks like Dan Creaney, before he went off in a huff, also broke the club record for most league goals with 66. But that is the... I mean, we've got Tamworth's very youngest, and then we broke it 2 weeks later. But the timeline is much better this year, by the way. If you haven't had a look at this, it is much better now than it was last year. There's still things that could do with being updated on it. I would prefer it if they didn't use phrases like dubs. Come on, Football Manager. Your player base is my age, surely. But Jazz Singh broke the all-time record appearances. Does it say on here where Creaney broke the goals one? It doesn't, which makes me question whether he actually did. We'll look at that in a second. But let's finish that off. We're going to go into the club records, just have a look at Creaney. Okay, so Creaney did break the record. We just weren't aware of it happening when it happened. I suspect he already held the record beforehand and he just extended it further, which is why we didn't get any news notification about it. So, looking at the squad, if we saw I mean, oh my word, there's a lot that needs to be done here because there's so many players who are out of contract. There's a lot of transfers we need to do. All of this is going to wait until the 1st of July when the freebies are available. We'll be scouting in the meantime, but not making any moves unless something really, really good comes up. But we've got loads of money to spend. Even with those new boys coming in, our committed spending is half of our budget. So we've got plenty of wiggle room, but we're going to need a couple of goalkeepers. Hold on, why is it for current? There you go, we want it for current season. We need a goalkeeper to come in over the top of Van Kooten and maybe one to come in as backup so Van Kooten can go out on loan. We need a couple of left backs because Lewis Brown is a centre back. That's where he's going to play. So we need 2 left backs. Likewise, we need 2 right backs because Jack Kingdom is a centre back as well. So we've got no full backs at all. At centre back, we have got 4 because we've got Miles Mitchell-Nelson, who of course came in towards the end of last season. He's on a non-contract. We're probably going to let him go because he's not as good as the ones that we've got. And I think we can probably bring in one more of this kind of level. But the 3 that we brought in are a nice starting point. Defensive midfield, assuming we stick with this system, which I think is the plan at the moment. We've just done 104 points with it. But Deeney can be our 4th choice defender, unless someone wants to buy him, in which case we'll let him go. Sorry, 4th choice defensive midfielder. So we need 3 defensive midfielders. And then we need at least one more striker. We've only got Yusuf Akamrich at the moment, so at least 1, if not 2 more strikers. We're set for attacking midfielders. We've got decent options there. We've got Berry, who's just come in, obviously Shakuna as well, and the youngster Rob Harley. And then out wide on the right, we've got Finn, and on the left, we've got Akwe, who's not actually showing up, but he does exist. There he is. But we probably need one more on each side just to offer some competition. So a lot of transfers needed, a lot of players leaving the club, but I mean, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's get some scouting done and start bringing in some players, I guess. Who's out of contract? A lot of them are out of contract is the answer. Everyone highlighted there is out of contract. Obviously, some of these loans, it would be nice to keep, but it's unlikely to happen because you can't really extend loans in FM anymore. Miles Mitchell-Nelson, we're definitely letting go. He's not good enough. These old guys, we're definitely letting go. Dempsey Arlott John, he's only 22, but he also has no potential, so he can leave. Hussey did his job. I think we can do better. He can move on. Likewise, Jamie Jellis, no real potential. Didn't really play this year. The only one really that it might be worth keeping around is Cullinane Liebird, but it feels fairer to him to let him go and continue starting somewhere else rather than being our utility backup player across the back four. I mean, it is handy to have someone who can play anywhere across the back four, who we know is a set piece threat. He'd be handy to sit on the bench, but I think we can probably do better. He's the only one that might get a new contract, which means the ones that we've got to actually build around are just these guys here. And there's not many of them, is there? This is going to be fun. Okay, when I asked for new training facilities, I did not expect them to cost almost all the money that we have. That's wiped that out in one go. I hope the board know what they're doing. I mean, it's going to be nice to have our training facilities improve and for it to happen as quickly as it is, but goodness me. We're only a part-time club. I don't know how much impact that's actually going to have. I wish they'd have said, well, we can do that, Kev, but this is how much it's going to cost. Oh, blimey. So, time travel complete. We have done a little bit of business whilst time travelling as well. Obviously, you already know about the Premier League youngsters who came in. We've signed a couple of more players on 3 transfers who came up on our scout reports whilst time travelling. So Jack Leahy is in as a winger who can play on either side. He's right-footed, but just as comfortable cutting in off the left as he is playing on the right. He comes in on a free transfer from Hornchurch, where he was playing down in the non-playables last year, got 12 goal contributions. But I think we're going to do good things with this guy. Nice and quick. The ability to play on both sides, always very handy. And then we also brought in Ryan Sears as a right back, 25 years old. Very sharp haircut as well. Likes to be an inverted fullback. We'll beat that out of him. He can play as a normal wing back. I'm done with inverted fullbacks this year, I think. But he's been in semi-retirement out in Wales for the last 3 years, but he's now back into the realms of professional football, albeit we are semi-pro. But still, he's made the step up from the Welsh Premier League to the National League here in England, and returns to English football. We've also moved Kai Williams on. He actually went to Western-super-Mare a month before his contract with us expired. And then there's been some boys who've been released as well. Most notably, Cullinane Liebird, but also Milnes, Gascoigne, Moyo, Arlott John, Hussey, Jellis, Curley, Deacon, Callum Griffin, who'd been out on loan all year. Basically, most of those fringe players have now moved on. It means there's probably still about £4 or £5 grand a week left in the wage budget, and we're going to need it because we have a first team squad of 13 players. That's all we've got. 13 players. It is obviously the 1st of July, so there's going to be business that we can do, and goodness me, do we need to do some business. We did try and sign Adley Mohammed permanently, but weren't able to because he couldn't get a work permit. We did, however, sign Idahen permanently. I don't know why he's not showing up on here. Where is he? There he is. He did sign permanently for us. So he is in. So that is our 4th centre-back. So we have our 4 centre-backs in. Brown, Kakuri, Idahen, Kingdon. That's fine. We don't need any more centre-backs beyond them, but we obviously do need a starting goalkeeper. Mohammed is not here anymore. Van Kooten not ready to be the starter. We definitely need a left-back. We don't have one. We only have one right-back in the shape of Sears, so we need another right-back. So what's the list? Goalkeeper, 2 left backs, a right back. We then need at least 3 defensive midfielders. So that takes us up to 7 players. We're fine on the left wing. In fact, we're fine in all the attacking midfield positions. There's an argument that we maybe even let Ben Aquay go if we get an offer for him. He's 5th choice according to our squad planner, although to be fair, at the moment, Cam Rich will be the striker, Berry will be attacking midfield, and either Leahy or Finn will be on the right-hand side. So he's kind of first reserve, but it does push him quite far down the pecking order there. And obviously we need at least one striker as well. So we need like 8 or 9 players. We've got about £5 grand a week to play with, £4 grand a week to play with. So we're looking at £400, £500, £600 a week per player. Obviously, we can go a little bit above that and then plug the gaps with loans. But it is free transfer day. It's the 1st of July. Everyone's available for... No, everyone who's out of contract is available for free. Let's make sure we understand the rules. We're going to go and grab some trialists and see what we can do. At the moment, the media think we should have just about enough about us to avoid relegation. based on the fact we've got 13 players, I'm surprised that they've come to that conclusion. But hopefully, within a week or two, once we've brought some more players in, we should be looking pretty good. At the moment, team cohesion is already down to average because obviously we've lost a lot of last year's team. Shakuna has still got a grumpy on that we don't have defensive midfielders. Hopefully, when we bring some in, he'll cheer up. If he stays grumpy, I am ruthless enough to get rid of him. We showed that with Creaney last year, so he needs to watch his step. It's not like he is irreplaceable now as the attacking midfielder. He's probably Adam Berry's reserve anyway, as it currently stands. So let's go get some free transfers. So a couple of weeks into the summer, 14th of July, we've added 4 players, all players that we actually needed. We've got Regan Clayton, who is a flying left back who was previously of West Ham on loan at Dorking last season. So he'll be our starting left back. We then have our new goalkeeper, Joe Rose, natural sweeper keeper. Lovely old stuff. He was at Norwich, has previously had a loan at Bury Town a few years ago, but just been sat around doing very little at Norwich for several years. Harry Brook is a new defensive midfield player, 20 years old, previously also of Norwich, was on loan at Braintree in the National League South last year. And then Sam Paul can cover right back or right back and left back. He's basically going to be our reserve fullback. Plus we've got the centre backs who can cover out at fullback as well. And between the lot of them, I think we probably have enough fullbacks now. He was at Reading previously. So this is what our squad depth is now looking like. We still very much need a striker and probably a couple more defensive midfielders. I think goalkeeper-wise, we're probably okay with Rose and Van Kooten as the backup. This is what I'm talking about at left-back. If Regan Clayton is our starter at left-back, Sam Paul can cover as backup on either side. And then on this side, we've got Lewis Brown and Jack Kingdon, who can play left-back if they need to. And then on the right, Ryan Sears will be our starter. Sam Paul there is the guy who covers both sides. And again, Kingdon can cover there as well. At centre-back, we've got those 4 players who, because several of them can play full-back as well, there will be game time for all of them. So I think we should be able to keep all 4 of those happy. We don't really have anything near what we need in defensive midfield yet. Ellis Deeney, I really don't want to have to be using. So we've got Harry Brook, no partner, no reserves. So defensive midfield is a huge priority. We haven't really explored loans yet, so we're not panicking about that just yet. Left wing, I am leaning more and more towards letting Ben Aquay leave, just because there's just no logical way to fit him in, really. We're accumulating more and more players. Clayton can play on that left-hand side as well now. So I think Aquay, if he wasn't so cheap, he'd already be gone. But he might see himself heading out in the near future. On the right-hand side, I'm pretty happy with those 3. Attacking midfield, pretty happy with those 3. But we do need at least one more striker because Yusuf Akamrich could end up playing out wide on either side. We don't know for sure we're going to use him as a striker even. So we probably need a couple of strikers in. We still have a little bit of budget left and we still have loans to play with. So it's not over yet. There's still more to do, but the league season starts in just over 2 weeks, and we do need to pick up the pace a little bit, or Deeney's going to be starting, and we're only going to have 1 striker in the squad. And neither of those are ideal. Well, we've got a couple of more players in, and I think this is probably going to be it, unless we can find more free loans that might help us. We've got Connor Evans in, who is a striker on loan from Crewe for the season. We're actually having to pay his salary, which is a little bit unfortunate, but he's better than any other striker we've got at the club, and he got 25 goals in the league we were in last year for Chester. 25 goals, 11 assists. So he's a proven goal scorer who should slot nicely into the team. Cameron Antwi has come in as a new holding midfield player for us, can play either of the roles that we use. 22 years old, was on loan at Bath in the National League South last season, previously of Cardiff, Blackpool, Fulham. And then these 2 are free loans that we've brought in to try and make up the numbers a little bit. So Max Leeson will probably be 3rd choice striker, depending on what happens with the guy who can play anywhere across the front 3. He's 18 years old, on loan from Salford for the year. We're not paying anything towards him. And Will Flint is a defensive midfielder, central midfielder, centre back, who's on loan from Doncaster. Again, we're making no wage contribution to him either, just really to make up the numbers in the squad. So we're currently sat here on a squad of 21 players, which gives us depth looking like this. I still don't feel like we've got a great striker. Hopefully Evans can make the step up and fill that role. Certainly if he can repeat last year's goal scoring exploits, we should be fine. The attacking midfield should be pretty good. Harry Brook is going to be great, and hopefully someone emerges to play alongside him. I really don't want to have to use Deeney too much. Very happy with the back four. I think the back four we built early and I am confident with, and Joe Rose, fingers crossed, hits the ground running, playing in goal as well. So it's not perfect. We could probably add one more player, but we don't have the money to. We have actually gone a little bit over our wage budget, so that's not ideal. We can't really add any more money there. If anything, we should probably look to move on some of these players that we don't necessarily need. I'm thinking in terms of, where is he? Akwe, if I can find him. He's only going to make us £200. Team cohesion is also not great. It's gonna be fine, boys and girls. Let's have a look what the media think of our new look squad. They think we should be on course for mid-table. The board are just looking for us to avoid getting relegated, so we should be okay. We do probably need to try and get that wage budget down a little bit, though. Although to be fair, there's not many obvious places to do that, and we've had to overpay in a couple of areas that we probably shouldn't have overpaid in. Although to be fair, their key roles, if those three end up being really, really good and fulfilling their potential, then those salaries are worth every penny. Maybe Idahem was a bit expensive. We certainly paid a little bit too much for Antwi, but that's because we were getting desperate. We couldn't find anyone at a reasonable price to come in and play in that DM role alongside Brook. So, I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Let's see if we can find any more free loans that can actually improve us. Well, if we do manage to bring anyone else in, it won't be before the first game of the season, because that is about to happen. That, of course, will be tomorrow's video. But this is our best 11 as things currently stand. So new boy Joe Rose in goal. Back four, all new. Is it all new? I mean, a lot of the team is new. Pretty much the entire 11 is new. Not just pretty much. That is an entirely new first 11. I told you we'd do a rebuild. Goodness me. So Clayton will be the left back, very attacking left back. So we're going to focus him attacking down this side with Leahy cutting inside. So we'll put a instruction on him to cut inside with the ball. We could put him as an inverted winger, but I actually want him to, because we're playing the wing play system, so I want him to start from a wide position and come in rather than hovering in there. But it's something we could potentially switch around if we need to. Sears will be on the other side as a wing back on support, although he is more defensive minded. So if we find we're getting ourselves caught out, we could always switch him to be an inverted fullback or just a fullback on defend and just get him to stay back with these two while Clayton pushes forward. We've then got Brown and Kakuri as our starting centre backs. Antwi alongside Brook in central midfield, and then Berry as the attacking midfielder in behind Evans, Leahy on the left, Akamrich on the right, and Evans up front. An entirely new first 11. We do have some of last season's players on the bench: Van Kooten, Idahen, Finn, and then of course we've still got Deeney, Akwe, and Shakuna knocking around the place as well. But I wouldn't be distraught if all three of them left. We'll probably give Shakuna a try at some point, but I think that's what we're going with. We are also training the same direct counter-attack as a backup system that we had last year, but we switched out the route one we had for a Gegenpress version, and that's what we're training. We're still part-time, so we can't do anything to help out with the team cohesion, because if we go into our training schedule, we can't add team cohesion match review stuff on because we are maxed out on training. What we have done this summer is increase some of our backroom staff, though. We've got an extra coach, an extra scout, and we've also done a little bit of upgrading. If I just show you what we've been doing for the backroom staff. Okay, why is it not showing staff coming in and out? That's weird. Staff definitely came in and out. We've got a new assistant manager, is what I'm trying to get at. The previous guy's contract ran out. He wasn't great, so we brought in Dave Penny as the assistant manager. He's a little bit of an upgrade. Lots of experience being an assistant manager at this level. So he comes in as the new assistant manager. And Julian Dix is in coaching the defenders. And Bobby Mims is in coaching the goalkeepers. We've got 1990s Premier League with some of our coaching staff there. So fingers crossed that's going to be a good enough team to keep us up in this league. Of course, we won't know for sure until we actually play some matches. We play Eastbourne tomorrow. Eastbourne are also newly promoted and favourites to go straight back down again. So if we don't come away with a win on the first day of the season, we potentially have a problem. So cross everything, fingers crossed, we start tomorrow with a win. But if you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Dan Miles. Well, if you'd have told me at the end of last season that the only player surviving from last year's team for our first day in the National League was Ellis Deeney, I'd have thought you were bonkers. Hello and welcome to part 11 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode with our first two games in the National League. We're away against newly promoted Eastbourne and at home against Wealdstone. Are Wealdstone newly promoted as well? What league are Wealdstone in? No, but they are relegation favourites. Ultimately, if we're going to stay up, we've got to win both of these games. They're both favourites for relegation. We can't afford to start slow. And unfortunately, with poor team cohesion, we might do exactly that because we did a lot of transfers. This is a very new look team. If you missed the transfer video yesterday, you need to go back and watch it because you won't recognise anybody in our starting 11. Apart from Ellis Deeney, he was here at the end of last season, didn't actually start a game for us. This is going to be his first start for the club. And it's in the league above, the one that he signed for us in. He's playing because Cameron Antwi, who's only just signed, is nowhere near match fit, so we're giving him a little bit longer to get match fit. But the rest of the 11 is pretty much what I consider at the moment my best 11. We've got Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield, Leahy, Berry and Akamrich supporting Evans up front. All eyes on Connor Evans today, by the way, because remember, this guy got 25 goals in the league below last year, the league we were in last year, against defenders like the ones that are going to be playing for Eastbourne today. So he should have some fun. But a lot of it is going to come down to how this team clicks, and I have absolutely no idea. Most of them had never met each other a month ago, so this could be an absolute disaster. And it's probably unfortunate that we're playing against the teams who are likely to be around us towards the bottom at the start of the season when we've not really clicked. We could do with playing the likes of Eastbourne and Wealdstone 10, 12 games in when we've got a little bit of team cohesion. These guys are used to playing with each other, because if it doesn't go well today, the season's only getting harder from these two matches. These are two of our easiest games we're going to have all year. So if it doesn't go well today, yikes. But there is Kakuri playing it forward, looking for Akramich. We're going to learn to say that guy's name because I think he's going to be a superstar for us. So we've got to learn to get his name right. But for now, we're just getting used to everybody. It's all going to take a lot of getting used to. I don't even know how good we're going to be at set pieces this year. We were obviously very good at them last year, but we don't have Cullinane Liebird anymore. So who's going to step forward and be our set piece superstar now? Leahy plays it into Clayton, who's there on the overlap. I'm looking for a lot from Clayton this year. He is a very attacking left back, and you can see on the overlap the damage he can cause there. Drills it across goal, and there is Evans with his first goal of the new campaign, hopefully the first of many. We are pinning a lot of hopes on a striker on loan who's never played at this level, but that's Lee stepping in field there, dragging his fullback with him, creating a huge amount of space for Clayton, and that's exactly what we want this tactic to do. We've got Leahy on the cut inside from the wing instruction, so he's starting wide and then coming in, hopefully bringing the fullback with him, and then Clayton is on an attacking mentality behind him and should come overlapping him and fill that space that Leahy's going to create for him, and that I expect to be a huge route to goal for us. Akamrich on the right hand side is a striker playing on the right wing, so theoretically should be a good finisher. So it's very much the plan is create space for Clayton, get him in a crossing position, get the ball into the area for Evans and Akamrich to finish, and then everyone else is just there to defend. If it works that way, super duper. If not, we'll come up with a new plan, but this is definitely the plan currently. It falls to Brook, and Brook shoots from range, but it goes just over. But 1-0 up after half an hour. We take this. We'll have the final whistle now, please, referee. We want points on the board. Berry's taking the free kick, shoots from range, but he can't keep his effort down. He's had a couple of involvements in the attacks early on, playing in a slightly different role to what Shakuna was doing last year. He's not really suited to the shadow striker. Oh my word. I said expect goals from Akamrich. He nearly scored a banana shot. It seemed to bend both ways there. He hit it so hard, he almost turned the ball inside out. We've got a throw now with Sears. Evans plays it into a Camrich, and now Brook back into Berry. Berry's got a huge amount of space, and Adam Berry has his first goal for the club as well. And so far, so good. We are starting well, which, might I remind you, we must do if we're going to stay up this year, because these are our easiest games of the season. But nothing helps team cohesion like a couple of wins. So if we can pick up a couple of good results here to start the season off, that can only be a good thing for us. Berry's been very, very good on an 8.2 so far, playing in that role for us for the first time. I mean, everybody's on their debut, apart from Deeney. Deeney had those couple of games at the end of last season, but everyone else on debut today. And nobody really letting us down so far. I'm still not entirely sure what I'm going to do with Sears against better teams in particular. I am tempted to make him that inverted fullback and have him form a 3 when Clayton's bombing off forward. It's kind of what Sears wants to do anyway. So we might end up doing that. I made a video about tactics earlier in the week. That's the kind of tweak that I was talking about in that video, where we start the season with a plan. This is the plan, and we'll tweak the plan as we go. But at the moment, plan A seems to be working, so no reason to do much in the way of tweaking. Today, crossing from Clayton again, looking for Evans. He couldn't quite get to that one, but we've got ourselves another corner. And I am still looking for someone to step up and become our set-piece master. Clayton floats it over to that near post, looking for a Camrich, but his header is poor, and it ends up going wide behind the goal there. But I mean, look at our XG. Have a good look. Our XG is lovely. This is far better than I could have hoped for today. We don't have masses on the bench. We have quite a small squad. 21 players, including Van Kooten. 22 if you call Rob Harley up from the under-19s, where he's gone back to hang out because he is only 16 and not going to be starting, so he may as well get regular football in the under-19s. If we need him, we can draft him in, but he does make it 22. That's poor from Rose. Rose is the highest paid player at the club. We are looking for stability and excellent goalkeeping from him, and we certainly didn't get it there, did we? They've got in behind us. They've got in behind Sears, who, this is what I mean about maybe he's a little bit too far forward, because they've got in behind him there, whereas if we were playing him on a more defensive instruction, they don't get behind him there, and that's not a goal. So possibly a tweak incoming. Leahy's tiring though, so we can bring on Shakuna. Berry can go out onto the left-hand side, where he can just do the same role. He's a right foot on the left-hand side, wants to be an inverted winger or a winger, so he can stay on the winger instruction, still have that cut inside instruction, and Shakuna can go back. And, I mean, apparently what he does best isn't being a shadow striker anymore, which is interesting. I wonder if that's why he went off the boil towards the end of last season. There's every chance that when that game update came out, it nerfed him as a shadow striker. Maybe we do try him in the same role Berry was in. We might get Shakuna back, because I've missed him. He was awesome for us early on and just hasn't really been since. Ryan Sears is tired. We're going to bring Kingdon on, and with him coming on as a centre-back playing out there, we are going to make that switch to having him as an inverted fullback. So we now effectively have a back 3 when Clayton goes forward, and Kingdon won't be attacking from that right-hand side. The more I think about it, the more I'm leaning towards that being what we do as standard, certainly against better opposition, because we've already seen ourselves be a little bit vulnerable once in that position today. With Clayton being as attacking as he is, we kind of want to give him free rein to go where he wants. That being said, I think we're taking him off here. Idahen can come on and play at left back, and we'll just make him a normal fullback, a no-nonsense fullback. There you go. In fact, this is the opportunity to come and do this, isn't it? We actually have a direct counter-attacking system that we've been training for over a year. So let's just pull everybody back and protect our 1-goal lead for the final 10 minutes or so. Goes against everything I stand for, but it's not often that I'm trying to stay in a league. So sometimes when you're trying to stay in a league, you have to go a little bit more defensive. If this backfires, you won't see me do it again. You won't see me do it again all year. We were doing it for 1 minute and it went wrong. Right, you can be a normal fullback, Idahen. hideous. Absolutely hideous. This is why we don't try and defend leads. Why don't I just learn that lesson? That's it, learnt for FM24 now. When you're wondering 3 saves down the line when we're in a Champions League semi-final why I refuse to defend a 1-goal lead against better opposition, reference this, bookmark this. That is why, because every time I ever try it, that happens. We've thrown away 2 points there, and I am not amused because we can't really afford to do that this year. Right, no changes in for the Wealdstone game. Antwi still hasn't had an opportunity to play any football, so I mean, I guess logically we put him on the bench, don't we? So we can get him some match fitness that way. So let's do that. The only change to the squad is Aquay has gone out on loan for the season, so that's freed up £200 of wage budget that we didn't have before. We are still over budget though, so we're going to have to start looking at the likes of Finn. I don't really want Paul or Kingdon to go anywhere, but Kyle Finn, if he's not going to be in the team, oh, so many of our boys from last year. Step up is too big. Right, let's just get the team submitted. Let's win a match, and then I can be a little bit more confident in some of my decisions, because if we start poorly, the fans are going to be calling for the likes of Finn to be back in the team, and all we need is one injury to a striker, and a Camrich is going to have to go up front anyway, and Finn's going to be straight back in the team. So we can't really thin the squad out too far. Right, we must win here. How did Wealdstone get on the first day? Wealdstone drew just like we did. They're also, I mean, they are one of the favourites for relegation, just like Eastbourne were. And we're supposedly going to finish mid-table, even though the board are just asking me to survive. So ideally, we pick up the win here today, because like I said at the start, if we can't beat these teams, it's a problem. Brook, from range, shoots from the edge of the area and scores. He is going to be a key man for us this year. He is head and shoulders above everyone else we've got available to us in central midfield. And hopefully, as well as protecting the back four, he's going to weigh in with things like that from time to time. They've just left him unmarked, and it's a lovely finish from Brook. But remember, we started well in the last match. We need to not then throw the game away with tactical shenanigans. I've learned my lesson. One thing I have done is I've switched Sears to be the inverted fullback. The more I think about it, the more I think. I mean, it's what we did for most of last year with Cullinane Liebird. I think having a 3 when we've got possession makes more sense than having the 2 wing backs both bombing on. I don't think we need to do that. And it just leaves these 5 effectively to take care of defending and the other 5 to take care of attacking. So that's kind of the plan. Sears throws it forward to Berry, who finds Clayton in a huge amount of space. He's come infield there. That's not where you're supposed to be. Get wide. There he goes. He's gone wide. He plays it across to Berry, and it's another assist for Clayton, and it's another goal for Berry. Berry is starting well. He looks like an upgrade on Shakuna, certainly the Shakuna we had for the second half of last season, and that's got to be a good thing, because first half of last season, Shakuna was brilliant. So if we've got a better player than that, lovely, lovely, lovely. It's a tidy finish from Berry as well. 2-0. Don't balls it up from here, boys. That's the important thing. 2-0 up at half-time. Just keep doing what you're doing. We're not going to... I promise not to do any defensive change shenanigans. Just win the match. We have got a young lone striker, Max Leeson, on the bench. I'm interested in having a look at some point. Connor Evans has just got his first goal of the season again, so that means it's disallowed. That's that Football Manager glitch, isn't it? It's showing him as scoring, but shows his previous goal tally, because it knew before we knew that the goal was being disallowed. A little bit unfortunate, but Evans certainly looks sharp, which is good. But what I was saying is I think I'll bring Leeson on anyway for the last 20 minutes just to have a look at him. If we're still in control of the game. Obviously, if Wealdstone get a goal back, we might not look at young players. Berry, back to Brook. Brook has space. I mean, that's a risky pass to Deeney, but he's got away with it. And Ellis Deeney, I mean, this is a strange story, the story of Ellis Deeney, because we signed him under duress through dressing room pressure. Everyone in that dressing room who pressured me to sign him has now left the club. I didn't really want to use him, but we've not been able to find anybody better, at least not who's fit. Obviously, we've got Antwi, and he's actually playing quite well. Ellis Deeney might establish himself here, which is mad, because he shouldn't. Right, we are going to bring on Max Leeson. Clayton is tiring, so we can bring on Idehen there. The only problem is, because we don't have another bombing on left back, We don't really have anyone else who can do that role. I guess Brown is probably better suited to it than Idehen, maybe. You know what? Idehen should be able to do it. We're going to bring Idehen on and he's going to play there. Playing him as a wing back on attack isn't ideal, but at 3-0 up, what better time for him to be learning? He is training to play as a wing back. And now Leahy's injured. So we're going to have to bring on Shakuna, which means no game time for Antwi, which is not ideal. But Berry can go out onto that left-hand side again. Shakuna back in behind Leeson now. So I'm interested to see how both of those boys get on as really first reserves in the attack. And I mean, if we can grab a fourth, that'd be super duper. This has been a little bit more comfortable. This is how it was supposed to be. That being said, Weldstone are trying to get back into the game here. Rose actually doing what we're paying him to do this time. He was a little bit iffy in the for the first goal in the previous match, but that was good goalkeeping. Plucks it out the sky, and Leeson drops a shoulder, turns really nicely and scores. Well, we might have another striker on our hands. Max Leeson, that was lovely from him. It's the assist from Rose in goal. We've gone, oh, there we go with that again. Love that. We could do with a patch Football Manager, so that stops happening because even zooming doesn't fix it. So I don't know what's causing it. But that's good stuff. Very good stuff from Leeson. 4-0 now. This is more like it. I guess in the grand scheme of things, if you offer me 4 points from these first two games, we'd probably take them. I feel a little bit hard done by that we didn't get all 6. But, oh, good, it's still happening. Thanks, Football Manager. I should probably check. Is that... I assume that's happening in the OBS capture as well, and it's not just my monitor failing. Imagine if it's just my monitor broken, and I've been saying that for days, and you lot don't know what I'm talking about. I should probably check that when I'm editing this video, but... let me know if you can see what's happening too. I know some of you are going to mess with me now, and I'm still not going to know the truth. I have to go and actually have a look, don't I? But ball is cleared. We're going to deal with this comfortably through Kakuri and then Sears. I mean, he's sold Deeney a little bit short there, but Deeney's done very, very well. Antwi's going to be looking on, wondering what he's going to have to do to get into this team, because Deeney and Brooke looking very solid as a partnership in front of our back four, which is very nice to see, because it's the area of the team I was probably most worried about. And it looks like almost by accident, we've solved the problem. Brooke was deliberate. Deeney, very much not so. But that is 4 points from the first 2 matches. We've got an undefeated start to the season. We've beaten the teams around us. Or one of the teams around us. That is all good stuff. So we'll get some more games under our belt. I still don't think we have transfer window at this level. I'm just checking, but I don't think we do. So we don't need to work around a transfer deadline as such. So we'll just come back. We'll do 5 or 6 games and come back sometime in September, and you can see how we're getting on. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Ian White. Well, we very much have a good news, bad news scenario going on here, boys and girls. The good news is, with a couple of wins in today's video, we could end the episode top of the National League. The bad news is the price we've had to pay to achieve that is falling out with Nathan Shakuna. Hello and welcome to part 12 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have a top-of-the-table clash away against Oldham, and we're also at home against Bromley in the National League. Since you were last with me, our form has been pretty good. I mean, it's not a sea of green, but apparently at this level you can lose a couple of games, including an absolute thrashing against York, and still be relatively decently placed 8 games in. 8 games in, as you can see, we're 3rd in the league, 2 points behind top of the table Oldham. We travel to Oldham today, and if we beat them and then win our next match as well against Bromley, who are down in 10th, there's a very good chance we end the episode top of the league, which would be super. The only problem is this team that's doing so well, there's no spot in it for Nathan Shakuna. He wants a new contract. He wants a pay rise. I mean, it's fair enough, because he's one of the lowest paid players at the club and was obviously one of our top performers last year. The only problem is this year, and to be honest with you, ever since the Football Manager update that came out last week, he has just not been the same player. We've tried him back in the shadow striker role that worked so well last year. We're now trying him as an attacking midfielder. Nothing really seems to work for him. I've kind of resigned myself to the fact that we're going to let him leave. And it is a little bit of a shame. And to be fair, it is most of the boys remaining from last year. If we have a look at who's actually making appearances and who is way down the list of not really playing. Van Kooten was here last year, not played at all. Kyle Finn was here last year, one substitute appearance. Akwe was here last year and has now gone out on loan. Shakuna, of everybody who was here last year, at least playing last year, has played more games than anybody, but that's more to do with an injury that we had to Adam Berry than Shakuna forcing himself into the team necessarily. Weirdly, Ellis Deeney, still the man who is, I mean, he's played twice as many games as he played for us last year. I did not expect Ellis Deeney to be a regular starter, but he started the season in the team because Antwi was injured. He kind of kept his spot because Antwi wasn't match fit. Then Antwi got injured again. And so Deeney's pretty much had a nice run all the way through so far and has started every game. So that was unexpected. We have done a little bit in the way of transfers as well. You might remember Max Leeson joined us on loan in the previous episode. Looked quite good. Scored a couple of goals coming off the bench. Thought we had a decent backup striker on our hands. Salford had other ideas and recalled him because we weren't starting him. So we've then brought in Leslie Adekoya to be our backup striker. He's on loan theoretically for the rest of the season from Accrington. But of course, if he doesn't play, he'll probably get recalled as well. And we've also got Mark Stowe in on loan from Arbroath for the season. Actually, not for the season. I thought we had him on a season-long loan. I'm now looking at that, and inexplicably, the loan ends in the middle of February, which I've not seen before. I guess I've clicked 6-month loan and not season-long loan there. I think that's what's happened. I didn't realise loans could end during the transfer window, although I guess we don't have a transfer window. Maybe Arbroath don't have one either. So that's annoying. I mean, I guess we could extend it if we decide we want to use him. And like I say, Ben Akwe is out at Kidderminster where he's enjoying life back down in the National League North again. I think the most likely people to leave next would be Shakuna and Finn. These boys, they've just not made the step up with the rest of the team. We are a little bit over the wage budget as well, so that's also not ideal. So we probably do need to move some players on. I'm actually looking at the highest paid players in the squad, and I think the one I'd be most likely to try and shift out at this point is Cameron Antwi, who just hasn't got fit. He's made 2 substitute appearances. Maybe he'll go on to be really, 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 really good. He is under contract for another 2 years, so he kind of has to because that's a lot of money on a 2-year contract. But then I guess if we carry on playing as well as we are, we'll be in the Football League next year, and that'll be nothing. So who knows? Hey, we might be getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Let's see how we get on against Oldham, because if we get another thumping here, then maybe we can forget about any potential thoughts of promotion, which we shouldn't have this year, by the way. We shouldn't be thinking of promotion this year. We're newly promoted. We're actually already off the back of back-to-back promotions because we were newly promoted into the National League North last year. If we were to win promotion again this year, that would be 3 promotions in a row for this football club, albeit me only involved in 2 of them. But we've got Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield, Leahy, Berry and I still can't say his name, Akamrich. What is your first name? Yusuf. We might just start calling you Yusuf, if it's all the same with you. And then Connor Evans up front. Let's get this team submitted and head up to Oldham. Now, those of you who've been following me for a little while may be aware I have a little bit of previous with Oldham, not through a Football Manager save. They got very, very upset with me last year because of a tweet. So if there are any Oldham fans watching, there aren't any Oldham fans watching, they all hate me. I'm public enemy number 1 up in Oldham. Want to try it out? If you know an Oldham fan, ask them what they think of LOLLUJO. I don't even understand. They were very disrespectful to Peterborough Sports in real life last year when they drew them in the FA Cup, and I may have made a tweet along the lines of them basically being at the same level now, and they didn't like it. They didn't like it, but I had to defend Peterborough Sports' honour. And today we're defending Tamworth's honour, and hopefully can go and upset the Oldham fans again. That's what this is all about. Akamrich is in, and he's got, see, I can say his name and he's scored a goal. Yusuf grabs a goal for us. It's one of the reasons we've brought Stowe in on loan is because he can play on this right-hand side, where at the moment Yusuf is having to play because we don't really have anyone else who can go out there. I guess Kyle Finn could, but Kyle Finn's maybe not at a level to play in this league. So I would quite like Yusuf to be able to rotate with Evans as the striker, because he's looking a lot more dangerous in front of goal than Evans is. Evans, of course, got a lot of goals last year, and similar to what we're seeing with our players that we've brought up from the National League North, Evans not necessarily making that step up into the National League proper either, and now he's got a tight hamstring. So I guess we'll keep him on until half time, but we've got a decision. In fact, we don't have a decision to make because we don't have Stowe on the bench. So Adekoya is going to come on at half time to play in that centre forward role. But I'd quite like in this situation, if Evans is going to be injured for a bit, I'd quite like the option to put Yusuf up front and bring someone else in on the right hand side rather than having to go with Adekoya. I mean, the reason we got them both in is because as soon as Leeson was recalled, we kind of went in from both. So we had two options, and because they were both free, we ended up just going with them both. Because why not? But we will take Evans off here. Adekoya can come on. It's his second appearance for us. He came off the bench in the last game as well, but he's not had a 45-minute run out for us before. So it'll be a good opportunity to have a look at him. And I mean, really, his performance in an opportunity like this is where we decide whether we're going to use him or Yusuf up front, because Yusuf is already proving himself as a goal scorer, even coming in off that right-hand side. Right, it's Oldham now with the free kick. It's an in-swinger, and they're not able to keep it down. I'm not sure how much attention Rose was paying to that, so we've probably got away with one a little bit there. I mean, this is very much smash and grab at the moment. We're 70 minutes in. We've had 2 shots on target and scored one of them. We're behind on every metric. Possession, I don't know that I've ever seen a possession stat that low. We're on 26% possession, and we just don't care because we're winning the match at the moment. So, yay for us. Right, Reagan Clayton is tired, so he's going to come off. And I think we're just going to make that one change for now because we had to make the early change at half time. And we'll just see if we can keep the rest of them going at least a little bit closer to the end, because what we don't want to do is end up down to 10 men. Although Yusuf is now tiring massively. So I think we bring on Shakuna for him. And then we've done this a few times. We just kind of shuffle the 3 around. Lee can go out there. Berry can go out there. And Shakuna can go into his natural habitat in behind a striker. We've tried him in different roles. Maybe the key will be trying strikers in different roles, because when he was at his best last year, he was playing off a target man. He doesn't really play off a target man anymore because we don't have one. We have an advanced forward or a pressing forward up there. So maybe having a poacher in front of him will start to bring the best out of Shakuna again. Who knows? Oh, goodness me. Doorbell ringing in the middle of a video. I mean, this is a what happened next situation. Let me know down in the comment section what happened next. We might just end the video here. Does Rose make the save, or are Oldham equalising in the 85th minute? Let me know in the comment section. I'll know if you've cheated. So I'm giving you the time. Put it in the comment section. Is this a goal? Is it not a goal? If you're a cheat, no one's impressed. But those of you who've done this legitimately, I am proud of your legitimate entry into this competition. There's no prize. Let's see the results. Well done. Well done to those of you who said that was going over. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Those of you who cheated, you are scum. Don't be cheating in my competitions, you monsters. Goodness me. Right. 5 minutes to go. We are still 1-0 up, which is jolly good. We're top of the league right now, boys and girls, but now Oldham are going to try one of these long throws, which are pretty effective in FM24. If you haven't tried the long throws in this year's game yet, you are missing out, because they are pretty good. That's got to be offside. I think Rose has saved that anyway. It was a Rose save and an offside. So double, no, you didn't score, Oldham. Kev's great, you're not. Don't pick on me on Twitter, Oldham fans. I hold a grudge, just like you do. Urgh. Right, there we go. That is a huge result for us. Goodness me, we're top of the league after less than 10 games. I love this newly promoted momentum that we can get rolling. New signing alert before the next game. We've brought this guy in as well. Henry Demenge. If that guy is 17 years old with those bags under his eyes, he has had a tough 16 and a bit years so far, but he is another right winger and allows us to shuffle things around a little bit in this front four, which I am eager to do because we've got a small squad and I don't want to break them. So for today's game, he comes straight in on the right-hand side. We move Yusuf over to the left-hand side so we can rest Leahy. The long-term solution might even be Yusuf up front and Leahy remaining on the left, as I was mentioning before. But I want to have a look at Demengi because, or Demengi. How do we reckon we're saying him? Mainly because we've actually done a local loan. Aston Villa, of course, not far down the road from Tamworth, whereas all these other ones, I mean, I guess Crewe is not a million miles away either. But this guy's come from Accrington and he's from Doncaster. And in fact, who on earth do I know who Will Flint is? Turns out I signed him on the same day as I signed Max Leeson. Can't really understand why Leeson was the one that got recalled after scoring 2 goals when Will Flint, I've apparently forgotten exists. The point I was making, Stowe is also from far away. He's from Arbroath as well. So we've got a local loan. I like a local loan. Let's get the team submitted. Hope Will Flint's not watching. And let's pretend that didn't happen. And oh, goodness me. I don't remember signing him. Did you sign him? Where's he come from? I don't understand. I mean, I'm sure I must have. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the transfer special. This is the problem. This is the problem with having the weekends off, boys and girls. I have no idea what's gone on. I remember most of the players. In my defence, we did sign about 20 new players this summer. If I've only forgotten one of them, that's not bad for me. You should try watching the save I'm doing on Twitch at the moment with Ankara in Turkey. I still don't know who any of their names are, so I think only forgetting one name in this save is impressive stuff. There is Yusuf with the cross, though, and there was a couple of opportunities for players to turn in. I think both Evans and Domengi had the chance to turn it over the line. Neither of them getting a proper contact on it, though. It ends up coming back in for Evans and goes a little bit high and wide. Right, I am going to give you a little bit of a warning because this is our home match. You'll remember the alien invasion? I am in contact with Sports Interactive about it. We are trying to get it fixed. It seems like the alien invasion thing is to do with certain stadiums, of which our home stadium is one. So if we get a corner on these near sides, there is a possibility that if the camera goes to just the wrong angle, it basically starts to glitch out with the stadium roof. So if you do have any photosensitivity issues, just be aware if we get a corner in this match, you might want to look away because it might, yeah. Like I say, hopefully it's not going to be something that's going to be an issue for too long. But it's very much a thing that's affecting more than just me. It's difficult to. It's not affecting everybody, but it's affecting enough people for it to definitely be. It's not my graphics card dying. That's what I see here. Be careful. No, we're good. So it hasn't happened that time. I mean, it happens more often than not at the other end of the pitch, actually. So that corner, we're probably okay. But what's a lovely goal from Brooke. But if you do watch the Twitch streams, you'll have seen it happen quite a lot recently. Because unfortunately, our home stadium with Ankara is also a stadium that causes the glitch. It's great, isn't it? It's really, really great. But this is a good goal. Well worked. Comes initially from the corner. I don't think that counts as scoring from a set piece, although we are still very much set piece merchants. But there was enough touches between the corner being taken and the ball ending up in the back of the net for that not to count as a set piece goal as far as I'm concerned. And you know what? If a team's going to come here and play a flat back six, they deserve to have a set piece their faces off because it's boring. They're boring. They know they're boring. They're being boring. They're boring on purpose. They got one of my boys from last year, so Callum Cisse. I think he was part of the Peterborough Sports team last year. I think he's been in a couple of my saves over the years, actually. And Shaq Ford, who's up front for them, that name's very familiar. I think I tried to sign him this summer, and he chose to go to Bromley instead. When I was basically scratching around just trying to find any striker of any kind, I'm sure this guy. I mean, 20 years old. Yeah, they signed him on a free transfer this summer. Definitely tried to sign him. I can see why he didn't sign for us. He's on 1.4k a week with them. But he could have been with us and been top of the league. So who's the real winner here? Probably still, probably still him with his nice car and his big telly. But I know we're happy being top of the league and still living in a Holiday Inn. Okay. It's 1-1, and I mean, I'm not massively worried. You know, we're supposed to avoid relegation this year. I'm going to find it very hard when we're on top of the table to get upset about conceding a goal. I'm going to refuse to accept that we are in a promotion race until we're at least into the second half of the season. We're playing this like Leicester when they won the Premier League. I am just not going to acknowledge it's happening until it's unavoidable, until it's basically done. And then I might grudgingly accept that we're in a title race just after we've won it. But until then, what a goal from... Who's scored that? That's gone down as an own goal, which seems a little bit harsh. I think that was our centre-back, Brown, wasn't it, who's hit that? It's a lovely hit, that's for sure. And I don't think it took that much of a deflection. I think it's a little bit harsh on all concerned that this has gone down as an own goal. Okay, no, that's a big deflection. Yeah, that was going wide before. I'll allow it. But I think if I was Lewis Brown, I'd be a little bit miffed because it's not often he scores a goal, and for it to be a screamer from the edge of the area, deflection or no deflection, I want my goal bonus. I'm looking at this guy in particular up front for Bromley, knowing he earns more than any player in my squad. My boys deserve goal bonuses, and Scott Dan has just robbed them of one. Right, Domenji is going to come off. Leahy's going to come on. We'll swap those two back over again. We're actually going to take off Evans as well and bring on Adekoya. It's quite nice to have options in our front four. It's something we didn't really have last year. Once we got beyond that front four who played all the way through the entire season, we didn't have much depth behind them. And we did start to struggle a little bit once their form started to drop off, in particular Shakuna. Right, Yusuf is tiring. And I think we just move Clayton forward. We can bring Paul on to play left back, and then Clayton can play left wing, and Leahy can go over onto the right wing. Flexibility, it's all jolly good. There you go. They've abandoned their flat back six. They're now going to try and actually get something out of the football match. Too little, too late, nerds. Maybe. Oh, don't. I mean, I've just called them nerds. Don't let them score now. Oh, my word. Rose has jumped very, very early for that and just about got away with it. But it didn't look like particularly dominant, confident goalkeeping there, did it? To be fair, though, he has had a very good season so far. So he's certainly an upgrade in that respect as well. And we have held on, I think, for another victory. And we do end the episode top of the league. This, by the way, this is to protect me from you lot calling me a save scubber. I fully acknowledge that it seems unlikely that we'd get promoted and be top of the league. So we're having auto saves straight after the matches that you can see happening. So you know there's no way I'm save scubbing. Yeah, I know. I had to put up with it during the Brighton beta save. You're monsters, some of you. No save scubbing here, but we are top of the league. If you enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters of channel member Andrew McRobbie. Oh, boys and girls, something truly wonderful has happened. I've been given a new contract. I've gone up from £250 a week to £325 a week, which means I can finally afford to get my own place. And it's not a moment too soon as well, because based on how well things are going in the league, I'm starting to get recognised in the snow dome, and it is getting awkward. So it's time we left the job there, left the Holiday Inn Express. We're going to find somewhere to live, which of course means a trip to a non-specific mortgage calculator. Now, £325 a week only works out at just under £17,000 a year. So it's still not buying a mansion money, but they can now finally lend to me up to £29,285, which I'm sure is more than enough to get a house in Tamworth. Although that being said, for some reason, the lowest maximum price you can add on here is 50,000 rather than 29,000. There's not a huge amount. This is within 5 miles of Tamworth. Bearing in mind, still don't have a car, need to be within walking distance. We probably need to sort this by lowest price. The only place we can afford is a double garage. Sorry. There are 2 garages available, each sold separately. In capital letters, £20,000 per garage. I really want to live in a garage, especially with a neighbour. So I think we're going to have to do something we've never done before in non-league to legend. We're going to have to rent. We obviously could stay at the Snowdome and stay at the Holiday Inn for a little bit longer, but like I say, it's getting awkward being there, so I think I do need my own place, my own space. I'm a successful manager in the National League now, and I think it's time we rented. Or at least, you know, got out of the Holiday Inn. I want to be able to make my own breakfast. I don't want to have to eat the one they make for me. So £325 a week in salary, according to Football Manager, after tax is about £300 a week. So about £1,200 a month. So I'm thinking if we scrimp and save, we can probably go as far as £500 a month in rent. And it looks like we've got two options. One is a studio flat, which we can get for £297. The other is a house share at £465 a month. I'm thinking we're going to go for the house share because all bills are included. It's also close to Birch Coppice. I don't know what that means. I imagine that's a part of Tamworth. I haven't really learnt the local area since we've been here, but I think we're going to go for the house share, which looks like it's above Tamworth Ironing. What a place to be. So I need a £250 deposit. It's furnished. All my bills are included. This is ideal. It looks very foggy here. Is this straight out of FM24 with the amount of fog they've added in? What do we think? Sister Act is a hairdresser's. We've got the Happy Diner and ironing and laundry, alterations and dry cleaning. They're basically the three shops I'll need. I think that's the bedroom I get. Just a single bed, but lovely matching furniture. Don't knock matching furniture, boys and girls. Access to a kitchen that's got scissors in a wood. See, I put my fork. I have my fork for holding the meat when you cut it in that slot of the knife block. I didn't realise that was for scissors. I feel like I've been doing the knife block wrong for 20 years. Lots of chairs in here as well, but remember, of course, these are not my chairs. These are shared chairs. Although I'd like to think one of these chairs at the dining room table will end up being my chair. Weirdly, that just looks like an armchair pointing at the TV. So I don't know how many people are in this house share, but only one of them's allowed to watch telly at any one time. The whitest bathroom in history. And then I guess one of those is my back door. Or I guess only door, and then we look out. I hope we're above the ironing place. This is where I live now, boys and girls. We are moving up in the world. Hello and welcome to part 13 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have two matches for you. One in the FA Cup. First round, actually, against Kidderminster. And then we also have a triple threat match against Dagenham and Redbridge. Since you were last with me, we have continued our excellent start to the season. As you can see, no red on here since the York match. We have not lost a game in the league, just a one draw in that time as well against unspecified opponent. And this is how the league table looks. 16 games in, with 3 points clear at the top of the league. Gateshead and the unspecified opponent seem to be pushing us all the way, but we are looking strong, which is good stuff. And now it's FA Cup time, and FA Cup time is important because if you remember, it was our FA Cup run last season that accumulated this large bank balance, which then allowed us to put this team together. A cup run is crucial. We've got the home draw against a Kidderminster team who are down in the National League North. This should be a comfortable route through to the second round, and then the potential for a big tie from there. We want that third round tie away against a big Premier League team because we need the cash, because our financial projection, it's not looking too clever. And if we do end up getting promoted this season, of course, we've then got the additional cost of turning professional, and the balance of that is it's not that much extra money being in the Football League. So we need a war chest if we're planning on getting promoted. This is the team that we're going to put out there for the Kidderminster game. No Adam Berry today, who has been fantastic this season, but he's suspended. 12 goal contributions in 12 matches for him so far. His first ever 12 games of professional football, averaging a 7.61, but he misses today. So we have a grumpy Nathan Shakuna coming back into the team who wants a new contract, but realistically he's never going to get one because he's Berry's reserve, and he's probably going to be leaving he probably will be leaving at the end of the season. So it's Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield. Ellis Deeney, by the way, still playing regularly. It's very unlike me to play a two-star player. You've seen how ruthlessly we've got rid of most of last year's team, but Ellis Deeney is actually playing quite well, and Antwi just really struggling to get fit, and when he's fit to get into the team, Antwi seems to already be looking like a little bit of a flop. Only managed to start 3 games so far this season. We've then got the front four of Leahy, Shakuna, Akamrich and Evans up front. Yusuf Akamrich, by the way, another one who has been absolutely phenomenal since coming in. Bearing in mind he's been playing off of the wing. 8 goals, 4 assists, 4 man of the matches and a 7.34. I still think long term he may well become our striker, but at the moment, he's playing well enough coming in off the wing that there's no reason to mess with it. So let's get the team submitted, get in there and hopefully get him to the second round of the FA Cup. Shakuna, of course, not match fit because he's barely played this season because of the I was going to say the rise of Berry, but really Berry started the first game of the season and has been fantastic right from the off. So it's not even the rise of Berry. Berry was just always better than Shakuna, which does make me very sad to say. But here is Shakuna trying to demonstrate why he still has value at the club, get himself that new contract. And there is Yusuf Akamrich at the far post. It's a lovely cross from Clayton. Clayton, by the way, I have noticed he's 6'6". I don't think I've mentioned it in any of the videos yet, but our left back is 6'6". Unfortunately, he can't head the ball, so he's not actually as much of a threat as last season's left back, Cullinan Liebird, but he's got a decent cross on him, and that's a lovely header from Akamrich. I think that's one of the reasons why Akamrich is doing as well as he is, because Clayton is one of our best attacking threats coming up from left wing back. He hits a beauty of a cross, and Akamrich is just there coming in off that far post time and time again for those tap-ins, those far post headers, and he is very much enjoying life. Looks very foggy and misty here in Tamworth today, similar to what it looked like outside my new house. So maybe it is just a foggy time of year to be in Tamworth, but we've just got away with one a little bit there with the effort from the edge of the area from Kidderminster that ends up being disallowed. We've got 3,000 people through the door, so it's not a sellout. We've not reached capacity for our FA Cup first round tie this year, which we did last year, I think. But I think once you do get into the first round proper, there is a decent amount of prize money. So if we do manage to pull off the win, which is looking pretty likely at the moment, bearing in mind the form we're in and the fact we're a division above Kidderminster now, and we're 2-0 up inside 15 minutes, I think we should have some decent prize money in our future. This is just really poor defending. I'm not sure what Kidderminster are trying to do here, but Shakuna, with some good work, really closing down the defender as he faffs around on the ball and releasing Evans. So we'll put a little tick in the positive column for Shakuna there. I would love for one of last year's boys to emerge as a star once again. We've obviously still got Finn knocking around as well, who's just not getting the opportunity to get in the team because of how good the wingers we've brought in are. There's just no spot for him. But Shakuna taking this opportunity and he's playing pretty well. Remember, of course, playing against a team from the division below, so you do have to take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Leahy drives it low across goal. It ends up back into the area. It's now Sears with the cross. Evans trying to get onto the end of it, but it was a little bit overhit to find Evans, and now Kidderminster with a chance for a counter-attack, but we've dealt with it comfortably. And it's Deeney. Again, Deeney has been great. He really is slotting in nicely into the central midfield in this team, although being on a yellow card this early in a match, playing as the ball-winning midfielder, this might be the end of Ellis Deeney's running the team if he gets himself sent off today and allows Antwi, and that's lovely work from the front three combined. Evans did really well to unselfishly play it across to Akamrich, but then to tuck it back into Shakuna for the finish. Oh, we've got an alien invasion incoming. Yeah, the Football Manager is still working on this. We've figured out what it is. It's to do with it's the roofs of small grounds, which unfortunately our ground is one of them. So because on Twitch we've now moved clubs to a club with a bigger ground and we don't have the problem anymore. So it's just something to do with this particular size of stadium is glitching out when the roof comes into play. So if we could maybe see this replay from a different angle. No, it's already started now. So if you do have photosensitivity, look away for the next 5 seconds or so. But I do want to show the replay all the same because it was lovely work. Evans playing it across to a Camrich who is he tackled there or does he play it across to Shakuna? It was a weirdly unselfish thing for a Camrich to do. So I think probably there was a tackle in there. We've got these lines across the pitch now beautifully. It's not a graphics card thing. And oh, for goodness sake. Right. Let's go to 2D. We don't get it on 2D. This is what I've resorted to, Football Manager. If you could fix this, it would be super. I know not everybody is having the issue, but I've seen from the comments section and from Twitter that enough people are having the problem for it to be a problem. It's definitely a Football Manager thing, not a computer thing, not a graphics card thing, not a drivers thing. I've updated my Windows. I've updated my graphics card. I've done all of the fiddling around with the game that you asked me to fiddle around with. It's still happening and it's hugely problematic. So if you could fix it, that would be super. Thank you. We're 4-0 up. I cannot believe on FM24 I'm having to do a match on the 2D camera. That is ridiculous. Can we have that fixed, please? I just can't have an alien invasion happening constantly. Dare we go back to the 3D camera for the second half? Because it doesn't normally happen this often. It's so weird. This is so weird doing a 2D. Did you even know this still existed? I feel like I'm back on FM12 again. So a Camrich plays it across to Evans. I mean, we're good at football, aren't we? We're 5-0 up. That one's been disallowed. Right, we're switching back to the other camera. Oh, hello. What have we got here? So when you're on the 2D, apparently you switch to whatever camera that was when you're looking at offsides. That's interesting. Didn't know that. Right, let's jump back into our normal camera view. If it happens again, I think we'll just abandon this match, knowing that we've already got it won, and we'll just move on to the next one, which hopefully is it away from home. Away games seem fine. It's our stadium that's the problem. Imagine if we end up having to leave Tamworth just because the stadium is too glitched out. That would be really upsetting. We don't want to have to do that. We've conceded a goal here as well because I'm distracted by aliens. And, I mean, it's poor from Sears, who's missed his header there. The Kidderminster player gets in behind him and drills it across. I don't think we're in any kind of imminent danger of conceding another couple of goals and letting them back into the game, especially with a Camrich playing as well as he is today. He is having an absolutely storming match. It's another one for him. It's 5-1 now. And this is good stuff. It's the exact same goal I described before. Clayton with the cross, a Camrich there at the far post to just tuck it away. And yeah, he is having the time of his life, having goals fed to him on a plate constantly from those crosses from the left-hand side. Right, we've got a counter-attack on here again. It doesn't actually make it as far as Leahy and Kidderminster with the effort, but it's straight into the hands of Rose. Easy peasy, nice and comfortable for him to get a hold of. And then Rose with the lumped clearance forward, looking for, I think that was Shakuna who'd actually run beyond Evans. There is Shakuna again. Shakuna's had a very good game as well. It's like the Nathan Shakuna of old, but it probably is just a fleeting cameo because Berry has been so good that it doesn't matter how well Shakuna's played. I just can't really justify not bringing Berry straight back into the team, although a Camrich has been fouled there and it's a penalty. Is there anyone on a hat-trick? I don't think there is. So Ellis Deeney is going to step up and try and make it number 6. This shows just how much better this team is than the one that was in this league last year, because obviously we did win the National League North relatively comfortably last year, but we weren't completely dismantling teams in the playoffs the way we have done today. We've definitely made a step up. That rebuild we did in the summer seems to have been quite effective. So I'm pretty happy with that one. Shakuna looks like he's tiring now. He's given the ball away relatively easily, and now Kidderminster trying to get a counter-attack going. But I suspect we're just going to take the ball off them again, although Sears has been turned quite easily again there. Shakuna is chasing all the way back to try and cut off the opportunity for Kidderminster, and they're just recycling the ball back and then just popping it in from range. I mean, if we're restricting them to shooting from range like that, I think we're going to be very comfortable, aren't we? Right, we're allowed 5 substitutions today, which we're not normally allowed. So let's get Kyle Finn on for a rare appearance for him this season. We're also going to bring on Sam Paul at left back. And who else have we got that we'd like to have a look at? I think we're going to bring Antwi on to give him an opportunity to get some minutes. If he can get match fit, all is not lost for him, I don't think. He just hasn't really impressed when we've used him, but today has got to be a day where he can come in and look quite good. I'd quite like Finn to look very good as well, but I suspect this isn't the level for Finn, and he's probably going to be another one who's going to be moving on in the nearish future. Idahen's going to come on at left back. We're going to bring on Kingdon to play right back. We've completely shuffled around the defence at this point, but we're 5 goals up with 10 minutes to go. It doesn't really matter, does it, boys and girls? The important thing here is we're just waiting to be put into that hat for the second round of the FA Cup, where, similar to what we've looked for on last year's cup run, we either want another home game against non-league opposition that we can win comfortably, it's a good free kick, and get ourselves into the third round, or if there's big teams in it, and there usually are going to be some big League One teams, we want that big away game against a League One team, because in the FA Cup, the gate receipt is split between the two clubs. I think it's 45-45. I think the FA take 10%, but both the home and away teams get 45% of the gate receipt. So for a club like us, who are regularly playing in front of less than 2,000 people, if we were to go away to a club who've got like 50,000 people coming through the door, we're getting effectively 25,000 people's worth of gate receipts, which is huge. We also got 41k in prize money, so that is a nice little financial boost. But hopefully we can now get a nice big financial boost with a nice draw in the second round, which we'll do now. Right, here we go then. FA Cup second round draw time. Sheffield Wednesday, please. That feels like that would be a big money-making draw. It's Sol Campbell hosting the draw as well. So we want that big away game or the easy home game. Anything else would be very, very disappointing. I mean, for me personally, that one would be a lot of fun. It wouldn't make us a lot of money, but it would be a lot of fun. No, boo and hiss. We don't want any of these. Right. Okay, we'll take an easy home game against a non-league team then, please. Go on. I mean, it's winnable. We may well be finding ourselves in the third round of the FA Cup again for the second year in a row, because depending on who we get, Dorking are in the relegation zone in the league we're in. Hartlepool, mid-table in the league we're in. They're both teams we should be able to beat, and we're at home. So fingers crossed, we should have an FA Cup third round once again, which will do wonders for our overall balance. Let's go and play Dagenham and Redbridge. Right, we made a few changes for the Dagenham game. A couple of players able to come back in. Berry back from suspension. Domenge is fit again, so Camrich moves over to the left-hand side. We've also got a few players who are looking to start more games, so we're going to rotate them in. Ida Hens coming in at centre-back, Paul coming in at right-back, Antwi coming in midfield as well. Just allows us to do a little bit of rotation. What I'm also going to do, because we're at home and we've just seen the problems we have with our home stadium at the moment, I am going to change the camera angle and see if that solves the problem. So it's not ideal because I don't really like the sideline view, but if we get that to a nice level, that might solve the problem. I can't guarantee that it will, but maybe it's the camera angle that's the problem. I mean, it's slightly off angle compared to what we're used to seeing it at, but you can still see everything that's going on. So I guess I can cope with it. To me, it feels a little bit weird that the camera is moving, because obviously if you're watching a game of football on TV, the camera doesn't move up and down the pitch like this. But actually from a tactical perspective, from an actually watching what's going on perspective, we are probably going to get a better view of what's going on. So let me know down in the comments section what camera angles you use, especially if you're one of the people who's been having this glitch. If it turns out that everyone who has the glitch is playing on the same TV camera view that I'm playing on, then we've narrowed down even further what's causing the problem. We already know it's only happening on small grounds, on specific stands, when the camera tries to pan near post. If we can also narrow it down to a camera angle, then we really are starting to do Sports Interactive's job for them and making it a little bit easier for them to just go and fix, hopefully. Right, Berry turns with the ball, and the highlight just ends. I want to see this new camera angle in action. Really, I want to get through the entire match. If we get through the entire match with no alien invasion, then I guess we assume that was what was causing the problem, and we'll just have to get used to playing the game like this. See, watching a penalty from here just seems weird, but he's missed it. When I say he's missed it, I mean Rose has missed it. Their player, obviously not. Remember, of course, we are at a slight disadvantage today because we are playing against both Dagenham and Redbridge, and that joke never gets old. So, we've got to overcome odds being against us. I'm also wondering if we've maybe rotated a little bit too much. We played so well in that previous match to then go and make 5 changes. Might send the wrong message to the boys. I don't want them to be getting complacent. Let's offer a little bit of encouragement. And if we don't step our game up soon, it might be time to yell at them a little bit. But Evans has done really well there, intercepting that chance and then drives it wide. They've got Just Ham involved, the Tesco sandwich man. He's one of my favourite goalkeepers in real life football. He is just a Tesco sandwich. It's amazing. Right, we've got a throw down here on the near side. Paul to Domenge, who's online. Is he online from Aston Villa? I think he is. Antwi from the edge of the area. I thought he was lining up for a shot there, and I think we've got a penalty of our own. So we've got to watch weird penalties from the side of the pitch at both ends. Oh, please fix this problem soon. This is a weird camera angle. But Kakuri, I'm not quite sure why he's taking the penalty. But that is his 6th goal of the season. He's our main set piece man these years, as in getting on the end of the set pieces. If he's taking the penalties, as well as being the guy we're aiming for from corners, he could end up breaking Cullen and Leibert's goal record for a defender from last year. We're a third of the way through the season. He's already got 6 goals. So, I mean, he has to pick up the pace a little bit, but I don't think he's been taking penalties before today. So I guess one of the guys that we've rotated out of the team, in fact, Ellis Deeney, I think normally takes the penalties. We saw him do it in the last game. So Kakuri probably needs to go on penalties full time if he's gonna break the Cullinan Liebert record. If you want to see the set piece stuff in more detail, by the way, I did put a video out on the channel this morning showing you what I'm doing from my set pieces. It's quick and easy to learn as well, because we're not doing anything hugely complicated, but what we are doing is effective. So if you want to see our set piece stuff in action, that video from this morning on the channel is the one for you. We actually get a better view of the corners from this angle. I'm not completely against this camera angle. Like I say, if there's another one you think I should try, let me know. But this, now I'm getting a little bit more used to it. It's not hideous, and we've not had the glitch yet, and we've had a couple of near side corners as well, which would normally cause the problem. But I think we saw what's gone on there much clearer, and it looked like there might have been an offside as well, which we also saw much clearer than we normally would, and it has been disallowed for offside. Let's offer a little bit more encouragement and hopefully make some changes that are going to get us back into this game. Domenge hasn't been very good at all. The only problem is we haven't got Leahy on the bench because we're only allowed 5 substitutions and it's FM24, so we have to have a goalkeeper. We are a little bit limited with who we can bring on here. What I'm going to do, I think, is bring on Ryan Sears and then swap everyone around and get Clayton forward, which we have done a few times. Paul can play left back. I think we get Deeney on in midfield. He can come on for Brooke, and that will do for now. Did we already offer some encouragement? We did already offer some encouragement. Dagenham, by the way, down in the relegation zone, so we don't really have any excuse for not winning this game. I think we need to demand more. We are going to demand more, and I think we're also going to look at getting Adekoya on. Connor Evans has been very quiet today, so Adekoya can come on for the final 10 minutes, hopefully put himself about a bit and find a way to break through against the Sandwich in goal for Dagenham. But they are knocking the ball around us relatively comfortably. For a team that's down in the relegation zone, they've played pretty well today. If we could There you go. Win the ball back through Deeney in midfield. And now Berry trying to demonstrate that he is better than Shakuna. And that's just what Adam Berry's been doing all year. It's such a strong finish from Berry. He's quite good at football, isn't he? That's lovely stuff. I mean, now this is an angle where we got the glitch before. Are we going to avoid the glitch from this angle? I think we might be, which doesn't really make sense because changing the main camera angle shouldn't affect whether the glitch happens on the behind goal reverse angle, thinking about it. But I mean, I'm not Sports Interactive, so I don't really know one way or the other. All I do know is we've changed the camera angle for this match, and as it stands at the moment, we have gone through 87 minutes of a home game without having the glitch, and that's the first time in a long time. And I would love nothing more than to be able to stop talking about this stupid alien invasion now. It was funny the first time it happened. I'm fed up of it. Berry from... Oh, see, I thought that had gone in. That's a camera angle thing. I was convinced that was going in. I imagine if we'd have seen it from behind like we normally would, we'd have seen that go well wide. But that was that looked like it was closer than it probably actually was. Berry now playing it over to Clayton, who can square it and can't get past that first man. But Deeney playing really well in midfield again today. But Paul sells Antwi a little bit short. And now Kidderminster, Dagenham had a 3-on-3, but Kakuri deals with it. Adekoya's miles offside there. But somehow we've got away with it. Berry bursts through. I thought it was a lovely finish from Berry. I think that was offside anyway. Adekoya was definitely coming back from an offside position, but it doesn't matter anyway because we've won 2-1. There's your full-time whistle and no glitch. Problem solved? Question mark? If you enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Mr. Lee23 Hull. You know the drill, boys and girls. It's FA Cup o'clock and we need to make some money. Hello, welcome to part 14 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have our FA Cup second round tie against Dorking. That's Dorking off of the bottom half of the league that we're in. And then we've also got a game in the league against Altrincham. Since you were last with me, we were doing all right. We've had a couple of weird matches. We beat Aldershot 5-4. We then beat second place Gateshead 5-0, and I thought all was right in the world. But then we've lost to Rochdale 4-3. We seem to have picked up this thing that we had last season where we're really good at scoring goals. We're also really good at conceding goals. I don't know if that actually plays out over the course of the season. Goals against... I mean, there's not many teams who've conceded more than us. There's no one who's come close to scoring as many as us. We just seem to every now and again concede a bunch of goals. We did it against Aldershot. We've done it against Rochdale. Rochdale, who are... Where are they in the league? 7th place. And then today, who are we playing? Altrincham, who are there. So, potentially risky. But first, let's beat Dorking, get ourselves in the third round of the FA Cup. That's the important thing here. So this is the team to hopefully make us a bunch of cash. In fact, that's the bank balance pre-match. So we want a bunch of prize money and a sellout crowd. I don't think we're going to sell out because it's not a very interesting tie again, but it does give us a good chance of getting into that third round where we've obviously got the potential of the big away draw. So it's Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield, Leahy, Shakuna and Domenge behind Evans up front. Adam Berry suspended, which I feel like this is the second episode in a row where Adam Berry has started it suspended. Is this guy a secret maniac? Why is he suspended all the time? Hold on. He's been sent off. Okay, so he gets an FA Cup ban, apparently. So because he got sent off in the first round of the FA Cup, his ban is just for FA Cup matches. So he missed the first round and he's now missing the second round. So that's weird. Is that how bans work in real life? You get banned specific for the competition. I thought it would just be a domestic football ban. But either way, Berry is banned. Yusuf Akamrich, who of course was the star of yesterday's video, he's got a few days left on his little holiday that I've just sent him on because he's shattered. He's never really played this much football before. So he's off on a little bit of a rest. So this is the team. Rose in goal. Back four, Clayton Brown, Kakuri, Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield. Leahy, Shakuna and Domenge with Evans up front. Let's get this team submitted. Let's hopefully go pick up another win. Shakuna obviously tired again because he only plays in the FA Cup apparently. He's enjoying the cup run. He's having a lovely time. Shakuna, by the way, no longer wanting to leave the club. He was previously in a grumpy because he wanted a new contract and I wouldn't give it to him. Immediately after playing really well in the last episode, he did come to me and say he was happy to stay after all. Brook bursting through from midfield. This is lovely work from Brook. Can he find the cross? I mean, it's a big, deep cross looking for Evans at the far post. He can't quite keep his header down. As you can see, we have gone back to my more traditional TV view on the camera angle. This is my camera angle. I will watch from this angle for as long as I can. If something happens and we have to change it, then so be it. I don't want to go on about that every day, but fingers crossed, we'll be fine. So still 0-0 as we head into the 15-minute mark. Attendance-wise, this is really poor. This is an FA Cup run. I know it's not a very interesting match, but I do feel like in reality, the locals would be a little bit more excited at the prospect of a third round tie. Even if we'd do something like, well, if you want to be able to get a ticket for the third round, you need your ticket stubs from the first and second round. There'd be something like that. You'd do some kind of clever marketing just to make sure that people came in and had a ticket stub from this match, just in case you get a massive match in the next round. But I guess the marketing of the club, NFM, maybe not quite smart enough, but that's a lovely goal from Brook. Brook has started very brightly, by the way. We saw him burst out of the midfield earlier on, and he's done it again there to grab the goal. Bearing in mind he's playing as a DM, he seems to have decided that he's going to be a box-to-box defensive midfielder. He's inventing himself a new role. Evans doing really well to use his pace and power to get in behind the defence, and it falls to Shakuna, and Ali, he shoots from range. It's a lovely effort from him, comes back off the crossbar, and unfortunately is scrambled clear. But Deeney then is ready to just lump it straight back into the area. And this is the danger zone, a near side corner. Oh, goodness me. Are we going to be... We might be okay. We've survived a near side corner. Maybe we've turned a corner. The pun wasn't intended, but did work quite well. Are we going to get another one? We're not going to get another one. Don't want to test that theory too much. And it's going to be Domenge with a free kick from the edge of the area. It's a very good one. We've hit that exact same point of the goal that Leahy hit just before. It comes back, and this time Evans is there to clean up the... Cool, they've got long arms. I want to get back and look at the crowd. I've never seen such a group of long-armed people. Can we see them again? I mean, you might want to go back and pause the video, boys and girls. Their arms were so long. They're still stood like that. They've not moved. Look at the length of their arms. I've never seen such a thing. Why are they all stood like that? I genuinely, at this point, don't really know what's going on. This game continues to fascinate me, but we are 2-0 up. Dorking not looking like getting back into the game. They've had one shot and they missed. XG just about as low as it gets, and we're doing all right. So just continue doing what you're doing, boys. More of the same, and let's get ourselves comfortably into the pot for the draw for the third round, and hopefully a big payday, because we could do with a big payday. We don't seem to have made as much money from this cup run this year as we did last year. I guess income-wise, we probably have made the same amount, but our wage budget is 3 times the size now as it was before, so it's not having as much of an impact this season on our finances as it did last year. Last year, we just accumulated a big pile of cash. This year, the cup run so far seems to just be continuing to keep us level, which is worrisome for the second half of the season when there won't be a cup run, that we could see ourselves plunge into our overdraft. And then I guess you're just relying on getting into the Football League and hoping that brings money with it, which I'm not entirely sure it does. I think I hinted about it in a previous episode. If we do... Oh, that's lovely from Shakuna. It's good to have him back. But if we do get promoted, we have to go full-time, plus increase our salaries. The ground, even if we started filling it every week, isn't really big enough to cover that. So I actually think from a club sustainability point of view, promotion to League Two could be pretty problematic financially, but that feels like a problem for future Kevin. Let's face it, if we end up doing back-to-back promotions, we're probably going to be offered a new job somewhere else anyway, so it becomes somebody else's problem. Keep your fingers crossed, boys and girls. We'll say that quietly. We don't want the locals to hear that I've already got plans, but obviously I've already got plans. Deeney has just mugged a player on the edge of the area there and got away with it. I don't even know how. We are absolutely relentlessly swarming over Dorking constantly. We are the first to everything. This is a very good team we put together here. Far too good for this level, it seems, which is interesting. We're not even using one of the super tactics. People just call me the Gegenpress guy. We've not touched a Gegenpress yet on this year's Non-League to Legend. Set pieces are very, very good, but as you saw in the set piece video I put out a couple of days ago, we're not doing anything out of the ordinary with our set pieces. We're just aiming for the big guy, and the big guy then scores. And it's leading Clayton to get an awful lot of assists, both from the set pieces and from his brilliant just general crossing delivery from left back. But I think it's just a very good collection of players that we've put together here. We had a very good window. Right, let's get Finn on. He's going to go over to that left-hand side where he didn't really play a lot last year, but remember, he is a left footer, so theoretically should be pretty comfortable over there. We're going to change our fullbacks as well, just to rest the usual guys up a little bit. We've got 5 substitutions to use in the FA Cup. We're certainly going to use them just to try and keep fitness levels ticking along nicely. Shakuna's had a good game again. He doesn't let us down, does he? I think that it's a bit of a shame for Shakuna that the best player at the club, the best signing we made all summer, plays in his position. With Berry being as good as he is, it doesn't really matter how well Shakuna plays. He's only going to be the backup unless Berry drops off, and that seems very unlikely. Maybe we need to be training Shakuna to play as one of the DMs, get him involved a little bit deeper, because he does seem to do good work tracking back and getting those tackles in as well when he needs to. But his real strength is definitely his movement and his finishing, and obviously you lose that if you play him a little bit deeper. Maybe stick him out wide, maybe stick Berry out wide. Problem is our wingers are really good as well. I'll level with you, boys and girls. Get ready for your cliche bingo. It is a nice problem to have. Oh no, we've got too many good players. I can't play them all at once. The biggest challenge is keeping them all happy. They're the kind of problems you want to have as a football manager. Right, let's make. We've got a few tired legs out there. Kakuri can come off for Idahen. That's a nice easy one. And then Brooke, Demenge, they're both tired. Antwi definitely still needs game time. So let's get Antwi, and we might even start him in the next one, because we have promised him more game time. I keep forgetting to give it to him. So mental note: start Antwi in the next game. Problem is Ellis Deeney just doing really, really well in that role. So there's not as much of an incentive to play him there. Evans has got in behind here though, and that is another goal for Evans. It's 13 for him for the season. Now he is starting to hit a bit of a purple patch. He scored 4 goals in the previous game. He's got another couple for us today. He is having a nice time. And it's lovely work from Shakuna again to play him in. Evans keeping himself on side. Very, very tidy finish. I wouldn't put it past him to go and get another hat trick before this game is done, because Dorking have been absolutely ripped apart here. This is a team in our division. They've not even been able to muster up a shot on target during this match, because we have absolutely dominated them. Give us Manchester United. That's what we want. A big away game against a big team in the third round, because an away game at Man United or Arsenal, Spurs, one of the really big grounds, an away game there, that's worth £1 million to us. And obviously that would be quite significant for a club of our size. So let's jump forward now to that FA Cup third round draw. So here we go then, FA Cup third round o'clock. I mean, realistically, any away game against a Premier League team is good here. Obviously, if it ends up being someone like Bournemouth, though, we'll be less excited. Frank Lampard is doing the draw. I mean, surely he'd want to give Chelsea a nice, easy home game against a non-league team. If he could sort us out with that, that would be super. That's Spurs already gone, which is a little bit of a blow. Wolves gone as well. See, we don't want Bournemouth. We would have wanted Arsenal, though. Some of the big ones were already going. We definitely don't want Scarborough, although it would be a potential route through to the fourth round. Preston away. It's not hugely exciting. I mean, again, Wigan, this is the kind of nothing game we don't want. Manchester City away. We'll very much take this one, please. Lucky old Mansfield making all that money. Everton away we'll have. That will do. No, Brighton robbing us of that one. Swansea play Cardiff. God, that's a big one. Goodness me. Luton, again, no thank you. Not Luton. I mean, it clears Brentford out of the way as well. Lincoln, they get Ipswich, Tranmere, QPR. Chelsea, come on, Frank. You know what to do. They'd love to play us. Plymouth, okay. Wimbledon, no thank you. They get Morecambe. Stoke get Birmingham. Burnley face Newport. Peterborough's always a tempting one for me. It just doesn't make us enough money. Nottingham Forest, nice draw for Posh. West Brom end up with West Ham. Newcastle, we will take this one, please. They get Norwich. Leicester against Hull. Barnsley versus Coventry. We're at home again, for goodness sake. We've got a capacity of 4,000. What a waste of an opportunity. 2 years in a row. There's not even an easy non-league team there to take. So we're just going to be at home and get knocked out. It's so frustrating. Oh, my word. Okay, we actually need to take this one seriously. I'm not losing to them. No way, no how. That's going to be tomorrow's episode. We didn't check in on how much money we made previously. So the second round win made us about 80,000. But now we've got to deal with McDonald's. And deal with them we will. How are they getting on? How's their season going? They are okay. They're in good form and they're top of League 2. But then we're clear at the top of the National League. So we've got to believe we're going to be ready for this kind of team next year. We are at home. You've got to believe there's a chance. But it doesn't seem like a very big chance. Let's play Altrincham. Hopefully not slip up against them. And then we'll worry about McDonald's tomorrow. So a couple of changes for Altrincham. Camrich is still on his holiday, so he's back tomorrow. So he'll be... We sent him away for 3 weeks. Gave him a lovely little mid-season holiday. But Berry is back from his suspension, so he comes back into the team. We're also giving Antwi another start in midfield, which, I mean, he is actually starting to play a little bit more football. This will be his 9th start of the season now. So at some point, I think I'm going to have to decide whether or not I'm actually going to use him or look to move him on, but we have promised him more game time. So when I remember, we do give it to him. Very harsh on Shakuna, who falls out of the matchday squad entirely, but 5 substitutes is rubbish when you have to have a goalkeeper as one of them. We could read, although to be fair, since the update, which is, I mean, it's a couple of weeks now since that update, have goalkeeper injuries calmed down a little bit? Do you reckon we could risk going back to no goalkeeper on the bench again? Let me know down in the comments. Are you still putting a goalkeeper on the bench now because the beta scared you? Or are we back at this level to our kind of default? We're not going to worry about it. It's more important. I'd much rather have Shakuna on the bench today than a goalkeeper we know we're not going to have to use. For example, it would be quite handy. What we really need is 7 subs at all levels of football. I know in reality it's not practical because non-league teams can't necessarily get 7 people on the bench for every match, but I don't see the harm in... Okay, I kind of do see the harm. If you allow up to 7, then the teams with the money have the advantage, don't they? You don't really want to... Okay, I get it. But can we just have special dispensation and allow Shakuna onto the bench? That's really what I'm looking for here. Should we turn our league table on so we can appreciate just how well we're doing this season? 8 points clear of Gateshead, who, of course, we did recently beat 5-0 as well. But most recently in the league, we did lose. So we're not infallible, but Altrincham down in 9th place, you'd like to think would be a team that we would be capable of finding our way past. Similar situation to when we were at this time last year as well. We haven't gone into this season expecting to win promotion. That being said, to be 8 points clear before you've even hit the halfway point of the season, I think you kind of have to adjust your season's expectations at that point. So we are, I guess, trying to get promoted now. That's the plan. We're trying to win the league. We're trying to go as deep in the FA Cup as we can and make enough money so we can afford to go pro. But yeah, the season goal is very much now get ourselves promoted. That's been a very quiet first half, though, for a team that are trying to get promoted. Although Clayton, all 6'6" of him, having the rare opportunity to be in the area when a corner comes in, Berry taking that one, the in-swinger from that far side, and demonstrating why he's not in there constantly. Despite being 6'6", he takes the corners. He's just not very good in the air. It's a huge frustration. You'd think if you were 6'6", you'd just make a point of learning how to head a football, because you can make a career off of that, being 6'6" and able to head. You don't really need to be able to do the other stuff. Clayton's mistake is he's got good at the other stuff. You saw him there getting a tackle in. He's great on the overlap, hits a lovely cross, takes a really nice corner. All seems a little bit wasteful for a guy of that size. And that's poor. Is that poor goalkeeping? Should Rose have that? There's a lot of players in front of him. I don't know how much blame we can put on the goalkeeper here, because I feel like some of the defenders, any of the defenders, could have dealt with this. It was Clayton who got himself out of position, giving the ball away initially. But then this ball driven across goal. I mean, if anything, Kakuri is blocking Rose's view of that, and probably could have dealt with it himself, because it kind of passed Kakuri's shin. And I feel like he probably could have just wellied that rather than leaving it to the goalkeeper who couldn't see it coming because he was in the way. There's Clayton once again, though, demonstrating he's got the skills of a small man, tries to get the cross in and unfortunately doesn't beat the first man and is cleared. I'm going to be annoyed if we lose 2 games in a row in the league. Evans has been fouled there, though, hasn't he? He has. We've got ourselves a penalty, and fingers crossed, Elistini is going to step up and stick this into the back of the net. The man who never thought he'd be anywhere near this team in pre-season, because I told him he'd never get anywhere near the team, has now got his 6th goal of the year. He's our penalty taker. We may as well just make him the captain at this point. He's a Tamworth boy, returned to the club, and is doing wonderful things for us. 1-1. That's our first shot on target of the match. We are missing a Camrich quite a lot. It shows just how important he has been, which is why we wanted to get him sent away on a little holiday before we started hitting another tough run of fixtures. We want him fully fit over the Christmas period when the games come thick and fast, because we need him in the team and scoring goals. He is our best attacking threat. It's a little bit sad you've not got to see him today. But there's Evans and Berry working well together. I mean, Berry probably is going to take exception to me calling a different guy the best attacking threat, and that's wonderful work from Berry. And Leahy, bearing in mind Leahy hasn't been a nailed on the starter for us. He's kind of rotated with Domenge since he came in on loan. But he's got 7 goals, and that's a lovely finish right in there. And great work from Berry. This is why Shakuna doesn't get in the team anymore, because Berry does brilliantly, beats his man, pulls it back for Leahy, and then it's an easy finish for him to put us 2-1 up, and hopefully in control of the game and back into winning ways in the league after that defeat we had in our last match. Altrincham seem to have other ideas, though, and it's an immediate reply. Well, okay, that's not ideal. There's one stray Tamworth shirt in that away end. I guess a lot of them have turned up in the Tamworth home shirt, maybe. But it did look like it was a mixed away end there, which is, I guess they're Tamworth shirts. A few of them have turned up in the away shirt, though. Right, offering some encouragement. We've done well once to get ourselves back in the game. Evans has been really, really poor today, though, as has Domenge. We really need a Camrich back. We're going to bring on Adekoya for Evans, who's, like I say, just been poor. Domenge, we don't really... This is where having Shakuna on the bench would have been really handy. What we can do is bring on Brooke, and then we can shuffle things around a little bit. We can do that. I would have much rather be putting Shakuna forward than Antwi, but Antwi can play there. Albeit not as well as Shakuna would have done if he'd have been on the bench to come on. So I think that probably answers my question. If Rose gets through this game without getting injured, Shakuna should have been on the bench and potentially could have been a match winner for us coming off the bench in that situation. Clayton's going to come off as well. Sam Paul, the fullback who can play on either side, the final substitution. We are going to offer a little bit more encouragement. I don't want to demand more. We're away from home against a team who are pushing for the playoffs. They're a good side, and we are off the back of a defeat against a team just like this one. So I don't want to be demanding, but I am going to be a little bit disappointed if we drop points based on poor performances from a couple of players who've not often let us down this season playing up front. I mean, I talked in the last match, the kind of form Evans was in, and then he's come into this one and has just been completely absent. And, oh my word. Firstly, thought we'd given away a penalty. Then I thought it had gone in the back of the net. We've got away with that twice over. And now have we got a chance to rob one at the end? Brown taking the corner. That is a centre-back taking the corner, I would point out. That's what happens when Clayton has to go off. That is probably something that needs to be addressed. He's probably the only other left footer in the team. But unfortunately, we're not able to convert. It ends 2-2. I'm not hugely disappointed because we're still well clear at the top of the league, but we need to stop dropping points the way we are. These last couple of matches, just a little bit of a wobble. I think our attention may have been turned towards the FA Cup again, as sometimes happens at this time of year. So that will be tomorrow's episode. Us versus McDongs, non-league to legend versus franchise. Oh, we're going to go and deal with them. It's going to be an epic encounter. If you've enjoyed that, what am I talking about? If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Ras Al Sul. Well, boys and girls, a Football Manager video has never before in the history of the world been this important, because today we look to topple McDongs. Hello and welcome to part 15 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have that big FA Cup third round tie against Milton Keynes. Fine, I'll say it. Milton Keynes. McDongs. We're playing McDongs. We also face Grimsby in the league, and we'd like to win both of those football matches. Please and thank you, Football Manager. Gods, universe, whoever we're calling out to, we're in great form. The exciting thing is McDongs are not. Despite being top of the league in the league above when this match was drawn, they've actually had a rotten December, which has extended into this first game in January against Harrogate as well. So fingers crossed. My favourite thing as well is Wimbledon that have done it to them. Wimbledon knocking them out of the Pizza Cup and then beating them again in the league, and it's just basically completely derailed them. And if we can put the final nail in that coffin, that'd be absolutely beautiful. We are going to have to do it with a slightly smaller squad than we had previously, because 3 of the loans that we brought in the summer have returned to their parent clubs, because the window has opened, and apparently might need to pay a little bit more attention to this. It seems the game defaults to 6-month loans rather than 1-year loans now. I'm sure it used to default to a year. This is very much on me. But Will Flint has gone back to Doncaster after not playing a single match for us. That's not actually true. He did play in the FA Cup, or the FA Trophy. FA Cup, there you go. He came off the bench in the FA Cup. So he did play a little bit. Mark Stowe has gone back to Arbroath, again, after barely featuring for us. But the one we'll miss the most is Leslie Adekoya, who did grab a couple of goals for us, came off the bench a few times, was our backup striker, but he has been recalled to Accrington. I'm part tempted to go back in for Max Leeson again, who looked really good earlier in the season. I don't know that we'd get him back. Tamworth cannot loan this player in, as doing so will break one or more of the loan rules. There's a limit of 6 long-term loans per season. Oh, now that is a problem, because it's January and only 2 of them are still at the club. We're going to have to do the rest of this season without loans, boys and girls. That's not ideal. That is not ideal. We have got 19 players, one of which is on holiday. Regan Clayton is going to be out for a month as well with an injury. We can't come close to filling a bench, and we can't do anything about it by bringing in new players. We could really use the money that we'd get from beating Milton Keynes and getting a big tie in the next round of the FA Cup. Going in, our bank balance is 230,000. Fingers crossed, we sell out, we win, we get prize money, we get a big draw in the next round. That's what's important here. So it's Rose in goal, a back four of Paul, Brown, Kakuri and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield, Leahy, Berry and Akamrich behind Evans up front. We don't really have much in the way of reserves behind any of these players at this point. I'm actually thinking recalling Akwe from his loan and getting him back in the mix in the first team squad. Although obviously we've got Finn and Shakuna and neither of them are getting in the team. It's just an extra body to have on the bench. And that's probably quite handy. Maybe train Shakuna to play in defensive midfield after all, which I talked about an episode or 2 back. We might just have to make do with what we've got for the rest of the season. Luckily, we are having a very good season, and fingers crossed we won't be derailed. Obviously, if we were to lose Evans, that would be a huge problem because he is scoring goals for fun for us. Brown plays it across to Deeney, who is out of contract at the end of the season, one of several players who we've actually set for release, just in the hope of freeing up enough wage budget to maybe bring a player in. But there's only a couple of players who are out of contract. Kakuri was one of them, but we've extended his for a year. But the others are Shakuna, Finn, Akwe, and Deeney, and we have set all of them for release. So despite Deeney forcing his way into the team this year, he will be gone next year, whatever league we're in. He'll be 33. The Deeney experiment will be over, and our FA Cup run might be over as well because Milton Keynes have already scored inside the first 5 minutes. It is an absolutely rammed lamb ground here at Tamworth. Absolute capacity attendance, but obviously when your capacity is only 4,500, that doesn't make you a lot of money, and there's not a lot of money for losing in the FA Cup either. So if we do just get beaten today, it does kind of ruin the whole let's try and make some money thing, which we really do need. So let's offer some encouragement. We don't have much in the way of other options to bring off the bench as the game goes on. The only attacking options would be Shakuna and Finn. We don't have a backup striker at all. We can't go to... I mean, we could potentially go to 2 up front. If we put Yusuf up front with Evans, we could bring Finn on or Shakuna on. So I guess there are ways to go a little bit more attacking, but we have not had a shot in this first half, which is weird because normally the step up from the National League to League Two isn't a particularly large one. I've had saves many times over where we've got promoted from the National League and then immediately got promoted from League Two because they're similar quality leagues. But we're top of the National League. Milton Keynes are in the playoffs in League Two, and they just look like they're completely controlling us, which is alarming, both for the need for a cup run now and for a potential future if we do get promoted. But we've just played beautiful football there, and if he stayed on side, which I think he has, we've just had an immediate response at the start of this second half. It's a lovely touch from a Camrich here. We've got Lee out on that side, plays it across, it ends up with Deeney, and then Berry slides it to a Camrich, and that little touch to give it to Evans in so much space, basically on the penalty spot, and Evans is not missing from there, and this is game on. That's our first shot of the game, and we've equalised. It is all to play for now. Let's I mean, I can't be knocked out by McDonald's. I can't cope with it. Come on, boys. If you only win one more game this season, no, I don't think I mean that, but if you only win one more game this season, I want it to be this one. A Camrich is in and he scores. Come on then, a 14th goal of the season for him, and he has just woken up at the start of this second half. A goal and an assist for Yusuf Camrich. The other worry, of course, we've got going into this January is we have got players like him, like Kakuri, who are attracting attention, like Berry, who are attracting attention from bigger clubs. And the last thing we want is to lose one of our key players. Although, obviously, if someone like that were to leave, you would expect them to leave for a decent fee, which could then potentially allow us to bring in 2 or 3 players and might end up ultimately being beneficial. But obviously, we don't want to lose any of our best players when we're playing as well as we are. Camrich is tiring, so Kyle Finn is going to come on that right-hand side. That shows how threadbare this squad is getting. Idahen comes on at centre-back as well, and we really don't have much left in this squad. Ellis Deeney's going to come off. Antwi comes on to play alongside Brooke, and I don't want to touch anything. I don't want to cause any potential problems. Finn, of course, took a lot of corners last year, leading to a lot of goals, and it's another dangerous set piece again. Lee plays it across again. Evans is there, comes back out on this side to Finn, who's not able to force another corner, but we have got a throw on this near side where we do have a long throw instruction on, but obviously it didn't work because we didn't even get to see it as a highlight. 10 minutes to go. We are still ahead against Milton Keynes. Can we pull off the biggest victory of the series so far? We've got 2 more outfield substitutions, or substitutes. They're both coming on. Shakuna comes on for Berry. Kingdon's going to come on for Kakuri. We're the only player, the only fit and not on holiday player in the entire squad of Tamworth is our backup goalkeeper Van Kooten, and he's the only player who's not been involved today. That's how small this squad is getting, but we are continuing to hold on to this 2-1 lead. 5 minutes to go. Come on, boys. This is quite important. Some of the things I've said about Milton Keynes Dons over the years, the Twitch chat made me go into a match there last year. They made me wear a shirt. I need the revenge. I need the vindication. Come on, boys. Hold on. And I think we're going to. Oh... That is very important, both on a personal note and also for the save. Double importance there. We are in the 4th round of the FA Cup. Look at the amount of money we've made from that. A sellout at the Lamb plus a big pile of prize money. £105,000 for winning in that 3rd round is huge. Kakuri is tired. That's not necessarily a huge problem because we've got a couple of centre-backs who we've promised more playing time to. So despite the squad being threadbare, I have no issue with sending Kakuri away on a little bit of a holiday. Keep him nice and fit. Keep him out of the way during the transfer window. Go and have 3 weeks off, son. We might call you back for the 4th round of the FA Cup, though, if that's within the next 3 weeks. Camrich did it all on his own. And now the draw for the 4th round and that potential big money game. So 4th round draw, then you know the drill. We want a big away game against a big Premier League club. Patrick Vieira is going to sort us right out here. There's not an easy game. There's nothing else winnable in this. We are the smallest team left in the entire competition. We want that away game against Manchester United, Manchester City, Liverpool, Arsenal, anyone with a big ground. This one will do. We'll take away to Newcastle. That would make us getting on for £1 million, I'm sure. Sake. This one, we'll take this one. No. Okay. I mean, even those two, they're not going to make us quite as much money, but they're still big games. No. Chelsea, we're getting smaller, but there's still money to be made at Chelsea, and that's Man City gone as well. This is not ideal. Swansea, get Crystal Palace or Bolton, Wigan. We don't. Liverpool going, gutted. We don't want these away games that we're going to lose, but also aren't going to make us a huge amount of money. Again, Brentford, meh. We want a bit. Are there any big clubs left in it? There's Arsenal left in it. It's probably the one big one. Forest, go to Watford. Wolves is a decent size stadium. That is a local-ish match away against a Premier League team who have a capacity of... Hold on, press the right button. 30,000. It's not as huge as it could have been, but we are going to make more money than we've ever made before in one day in that match. And that, of course, will be tomorrow's video. But for now, let's go beat Grimsby. Well, for the Grimsby game, we are now at the point where there is nobody available who could go on the bench who's not already on it. Kakuri and Demenge both on holiday. Clayton injured for another 4 weeks. We are down to 16 players and 2 of them are goalkeepers. It's Rose in goal, a back for Paul, Brown, Kingdon and Sears. Deeney and Antwi in midfield. Leahy, Berry and a Camrich behind Evans up front. Let's just keep our nice little run of form going and, keep as many players as possible fit for the Wolves game. Although, to be honest, we've now reached the end game in the FA Cup. It was all about getting the big away game. We've now got the big away game. We can stick the under 5s out against them. We're still going to make a big ton of cash, which is what the whole purpose was. If that bank balance by the end of tomorrow's episode isn't over £1 million, then I don't understand how an FA Cup run works anymore, because we should be making some serious money. Unless, of course, the Wolves fans ruin us and don't actually turn up to watch the match because they don't care. Are we local enough? We're probably not local enough. When I was at the Tamworth match a couple of weeks ago, everyone there's Villa fans, and Villa and Wolves are rivals, right? I know Wolverhampton's a little bit further away, but this feels like every person who's ever been to a Tamworth match is going to be heading for Molineux for that game. There's no excuse. If you're a Tamworth fan, you're going to Molineux for that match. It's not that far. So we're going to sell out our allocation, and hopefully the Wolves fans will just be excited at the prospect of winning 8-0 against non-league local upstarts. That'd be nice. We'd enjoy that. can we also enjoy this when we've not had a shot on target in 36 minutes? We're supposed to be the team dominating at the top of this league. What I don't want to happen now, and what does happen sometimes and we need to be wary of, is because we've now got the big FA Cup draw against a Premier League team, our form drops off a cliff between now and then because the players are all distracted by that match that's on the horizon. So we'll end up struggling for the next 3 or 4 league games before then. We'll then go there, get a pasting, and then come back and start winning again. I've been through that cycle in Football Manager many times over the years. I'd quite like to avoid it if possible, but sometimes it is unavoidable, and we don't look like we're playing with much in the way of inspiration today. Remember, we are still a part-time team as well, playing against full-time opposition. Grimsby, I'm pretty sure, are full-time. We're playing a lot of matches close together, so we are going to start getting caught out fitness-wise over this busy Christmas, January period, and also as we hit towards the end of the season. And the fact we don't have that full-time training is going to start to cause us problems then as well. So it's important that we get as many points on the board as possible now, because our form will start to stutter as the players just run out of gas towards the end of the season. So bottom line, we need a win today, and at the moment we're not looking like getting one. An hour in, we've still not had a shot on target. Of course, we don't have a backup striker to bring on now. We are working on that. We'll hopefully have one in place in time for tomorrow's episode, but for now we don't have anyone else to bring on. I guess we can stick a Camrich up front potentially, but that's literally it. That's all we can do. Evans, lovely turn from him. He's heard I'm tempted to make a change up front. This is great work from him. Plays it into Adam Berry. And there's 2 boys combining who never let us down. Even though I was just talking about Evans potentially letting us down, but it's great work from Evans. Slides it across to Berry. Berry and a Camrich are actually both in there, ready to tuck that in. It was just a case of who got a toe on the end of it first. But it was really, really good work from Evans. And a tidy finish from Berry to put us 1-0 up and re-extend our lead back out at the top of the league. Although it hasn't updated yet, I don't think, but it will update eventually. Right, Berry is tiring, so Shakuna can come on for him. Camrich is having a poor game, so Kyle Finn gets to come on. And this is an opportunity for Kyle Finn to force his way back into my thinking. Obviously, at the moment, I've got him set for release. That doesn't mean I can't reverse that decision. If he forces his way back into the team and ends up playing well, he could still become a part of the long-term plan here at Tamworth. He's still only 25. In fact, mental note, recall Equay from his loan, get him back involved in things as well. We're light on players. If we can recall him, let's recall him. I don't think we've got anyone else who's out on loan. Shakuna playing it all the way back to Kingdon. It looks like it's getting very foggy here at the Lamb as we've got the floodlights on. It's a misty January evening. There's the ball over the top for Connor Evans, and there's goal number 19 for him, which does break Cullinan Lybird's goal scoring record from last season. And this year we've done it with a striker, the one thing we never really had last year. But this is good work from all involved. Once again, Shakuna absolutely doesn't look out of place in this team. He's just been very unfortunate at how good Berry has been since arriving. But it's good to see Shakuna still making these contributions, and now Sears playing it forward, looking for the run of Shakuna, but he can't chase it down. It remains 2-0. And who else have we got on the bench? We've got Idahen and Brooke. I mean, both of them are very much first team regulars who we have no issue at all bringing on. We've got a tired Paul at left back, a tired Deeney in midfield. I'd ideally bring them both off, but we're going to have to choose which one of them is going to be coming off in a second. Deeney lays it off to Leahy. Leahy takes a step inside, finds Shakuna. Shakuna out to Leahy again, and now gives it back to Brown. I mean, we're very comfortable on the ball, aren't we? Big, deep cross for Evans, and he can't keep his header down, and we are going to make that final substitution now. And I think we are going to take off Deeney. We're going to bring on Brooke. We'll swap those two round, and Paul is just going to have to. He's just going to have to cope. I'd love to be able to bring Idahen on as well, but we are once again caught up in this silly restriction of not being allowed to do enough substitutes at this level. Not that we could even put 7 substitutes on the bench for this match because we didn't have 7 players, but I'd be happy having 5 on the bench and being able to bring them all on. I don't need to have 7 there just to benefit from being able to make more substitutions. That's good work from Leahy. Talk about our fitness levels, but he is just, in the 80th minute, when he shattered, he played at the weekend, just won the ball back, burst through, and Evans has won a penalty. Worryingly, Evans has stayed down holding his leg, which I'll give the penalty back if it means we don't pick up an injury. It's going to be Lewis Brown to take the penalty as well, and it's a pretty poor penalty. The goalkeeper saves it. Goes out. Cool. There's a name from non-league to legend past coming on for Grimsby. Rekyle Pike. We're going back 6 or 7 FMs when he was one of our heroes at this stage of the save. I wonder if he's available to come in and fill the void as our backup striker. Very, very tempting. Apparently he's a winger now. Used to be a striker back in the day. The people who've been watching for years, they remember Rekyle Pike. I remember Rekyle Pike. What a man he was. 2-0 still, 92 minutes on the clock. It's going to be Finn to hit the in-swinger. How many times did this lead to a goal last season? Finn with the corner. Brown and Kingdom were both under it. It gets cut back to Leahy. Leahy takes a step inside, lays it off to our right back, Ryan Sears, who has scored. Did he do that on his weak foot as well? He's stuck that into the top corner from the edge of the area on his weak foot. We are too good. We're too good for this level. We've assembled a non-league super team, and I didn't even know where I was doing it. I was doing it as it happened. But get him out at left back as well. Everyone gets a go at left back. If he can do that with his left foot, you're not telling me that boy can't play left back. 3-0, we'll absolutely take it. 9 points clear at the top of the league again. And now all eyes switch to Wolves, which will be tomorrow's episode. Hopefully, by then, we'll have a signing or two through the door as well. Maybe the return of Aquay from his loan as well. And we're going to make some money. If you enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters at channel member Rob Harley. Well, this is the day we've been waiting for a year and a half. We finally get our big away game in the FA Cup. Let's go make some money. Hello and welcome to part 16 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have that big FA Cup 4th round tie away against Wolves. We also play Boreham Wood in the league. Since you were last with me, we've had our typical pre-big game wobble, as you can see. After winning, we had a draw, then we got knocked out of the FA Trophy, then we also lost to York. Because we had lots of points accumulated, we are still 7 points clear at the top of the league, but Woking do have a game in hand behind us, and if we don't sort out this little bit of a wobble, things could go wrong. But I did predict the wobble, and I also predict we'll bounce back to unwobbly status as soon as we've been knocked out of the FA Cup by Wolves. You can see as well, Adam Berry is now joint top scorer in the National League from midfield. What a signing he is turning out to be. Also one of the best players in the league. I mean, realistically, he's got a year and a half left on his contract. I know it's very difficult to get a decent transfer fee for a National League player, but this, as a 19-year-old kid, that feels like at least a £500,000 player to me, but I don't know that Football Manager will see it that way. We do have a slight problem with this FA Cup game. It's not going to be quite as good as I thought it was because 2 reasons. One, Wolves have been relegated. They're in the Championship, which automatically means their attendances are a little bit lower. And I have had a look at their previous round where they were at home to Charlton. Charlton off of League One in the 3rd round of the FA Cup. They only got 16,000 people turn up. Obviously, we're non-league. There's the possibility this could be as low as like 10,000 people here, in which case we're not going to make anywhere near as much money as I hoped. I hope that's not the case. We are hoping for a big payday. It might not be quite as big as I thought it would be, though. But we're going in with £421,000 in the bank. Let's see how much money we've got once this match is done. We have been trying to bring in some new players because obviously we had all our loans go back and we now can't bring any new loans in. Unfortunately, we've not been able to. So the bench is going to be full of young players today. So there's a few. Rob Harley, obviously, we're already familiar with from the back end of last season, but there's a few other youngsters filling up this bench today whose names names you're probably less familiar with. And we might even see some of them come on today because, let's face it, we're going here to get a spanking. What we don't want to do is risk anyone picking up any kind of injury. So it's Rose in goal, a back for Paul, Idahen, Kingdon and Sears, Brooke and Antwi in midfield, Akamrich, Berry and Domenge behind Evans up front. Score predictions in the comments section, boys and girls. How much are we going to lose by today? It's probably going to be quite a few. I would predict, I mean, bearing in mind this is a Wolves team who are top of the Championship and in great form compared to us, who, yes, we're top of the National League, but we have hit a little bit of a wobble of form. They've got Oliver Skipp in midfield, who this time last year on FM23 was going to Real Madrid for £50 million at the start of everybody's save. So this is the level we're coming up against here. So I suspect, at least a 6-0. If we can get a goal today, that'd be super. But I think we are here to get absolutely smashed about the place. And unfortunately, looking at the attendance, looking at the player, looking at the fans, the number of people, I've been distracted by the fact we've given away a penalty. There's not many people here, is what I'm getting at. And we've already conceded a goal. It should say the attendance on the match stats, actually, shouldn't it? So we see how many people have turned up. If it's less than 15,000, I'm going to be pretty upset because I was very excited when we got what I thought was a Premier League team. And it is, okay, 17,700. It's not as bad as it could have been. I feel like there's not a lot of Tamworth fans who've turned up, which is a little bit of a shame. This is what annoys me about Football Manager sometimes, because there is no way Rose does this in a league game. So just because we're playing against a team from 3 divisions higher shouldn't make him a bad goalkeeper. And I get it's the limitations of the match engine, but in that situation, just have him not get there. Have the Wolves player just score. Don't have him catch the ball and then carry it over his goal line, because he's not going to do that. He's not suddenly a man who doesn't know how to be a goalkeeper just because we're playing against a Championship team. It's very frustrating. To me, it's the same as giving away the penalties against the big teams, which we've already done in this game as well, by the way. I assume we're going to complete the trifecta and get a red card at some point as well. You don't need to beat me with penalties, goalkeeper mistakes, and red cards. Just have the better team outplay us on the pitch. That was a good example of it. Just do more goals like that. They completely outplayed us like they're supposed to, and that's fine. But those first two, it just feels unnecessary. Do it in the match engine. Don't do it with gimmicks. Ooh, it makes me cross. It's been this way forever as well. This isn't an FM24 specific thing. This is, like I say, the limitations of the match engine they've got at the moment. Hopefully, it's one of those things that can be fixed with the new match engine that's coming for FM25, because I'd like to think it would be easier to have a team actually just outplay an opponent in the match engine without having to resort to crutches like red cards, like penalties. And I know some of you are going to say, because I've had this rant before, I know some of you are going to say, yes, but Kev, when you're playing against a team that's much better than you, you are more likely to give away penalties and red cards because you can't get to the player properly. You're going to foul them. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's fine. Show me the statistics, though, where every time you play against a better team, you give away a penalty and get a player sent off, because I don't believe they exist. Ooh. We're 3-0 down as we approach half-time, which actually, you know what? He's fine. It's a little bit frustrating how the first two happened, especially the Rose own goal, because it's just so unrealistic. But being 3-0 down at halftime, we take that. We've actually not been completely out of it. Wolves only had 4 shots on target. Their XG is only considerably higher than ours because they got the penalty. Otherwise, we'd actually be fairly even with them on XG. We're not being completely outplayed, he says, sat there looking at 28% possession. But we've won matches from 28% possession before. This is a worry because they've forced that silly own goal onto Rose. He's now doing a 5.8, and that could ruin his confidence. Now, I could take him off here and bring on Van Kooten, who's still only 17 years old. That seems like a bad idea. So we leave Rose on, and he just having a poor game. Make him have a poor game, then. Don't make him carry it over his own goal line. Rah! Right, Shakuna's going to come on, and we're also going to bring on Jack Leahy. And for my final trick for now, we're going to bring on Rob Harley, and we're going to drop Shakuna back here because there are rumours that he should be able to do it. His best position in central midfield is as a ball-winning midfielder. Now, obviously, he's playing defensive midfield here, but the skill set shouldn't be that different. So let's see if we can extend the life of Nathan Shakuna by turning him into the new Ellis Deeney replacement, because I've set Deeney to set for release for the summer. He is going to be moving on. He's going to be 33. We don't need Ellis Deeney knocking around anymore, but obviously he has played a lot of football this year. Shakuna is never going to get in as an attacking midfielder ahead of Berry. Rob Harley's coming through, obviously, as well. So maybe Shakuna needs to reinvent himself as a defensive midfielder. Right, I'm not going to bring on Clayton because he's still recovering from injury. We are now at the point where we're going to have to bring on some kids. In fact, Kyle Finn can come on. He's done enough over the last couple of years to deserve a run out against Wolves. And then we'll just bring on one of the kids to play right back. I guess there you go. Junior Mazibuko can play right back. He's never going to be good enough to play for us. He's only 16. And this is probably his one game of professional football he'll ever play. But he'll be able to dine out on this for the rest of his life, saying that one game of professional football was at Molineux in an FA Cup fourth round game. And now Antwi is injured, which just seems to be the theme with Antwi. He's injured all the time. Shakuna is going to be the midfield on his own. Push him a little bit further forward. Get him in his actual central midfield that he can supposedly do. There you go. Nathan Shakuna is the midfield. And you know what? It's the 87th minute and we're still only 3-0 down. We've actually done really well today. We've not embarrassed ourselves. Apparently Sam Paul has also had a bit of a nightmare game. Rose has managed to recover to a 6 in this second half, which actually is probably quite important when it comes to his long-term morale and bouncing back in the next match. But we've come here, we've been beaten. Most importantly, though, £421,000 in the bank before the match. So we've made another couple of £100,000. I think on that FA Cup run as a whole, we've made about £500,000 again, which is very welcome money, because what it means is we're not going to plunge into debt over the course of the season, which we would have done otherwise. I mean, that literally is the difference between us being in debt or not. That £500,000 we made from that cup run. So big thumbs up to the cup run. Antwi's going to be out for a month now. We are really, really running out of players, especially because Brooke now needs a rest as well. We don't have a midfield for this next match currently, which is 3 days away. I don't know that we're necessarily going to bounce back with a win here. And it looks like we're going to have to try this Shakuna experiment sooner than anticipated, because with Antwi injured and Brooke now going on a little holiday to rest his tired little legs, and we are going with Deeney and Shakuna together in central midfield today. It'll be fine, right? We do have Kakuri returning as well, so our back four looking very different. Clayton first came back from his injury, although he can only do 75 minutes. So it's Clayton, Idehen, Kakuri, and Kingdon at right back today. Deeney and Shakuna in midfield. And then the usual front four. Attacking-wise, we're all right at the moment. Please don't get any injuries in the attack. The defence in the midfield, we are very much down to the bare bones. We've got 2 right backs on the bench, though, so we're fine if we need a right back. Are we not? I feel like we missed a screen there. Did we miss a screen there? I don't know what's going on anymore. Can we just win this football match, please? Boreham Wood down in mid-table. We've obviously not won in 4 matches now in all competitions, although one of them was the FA Trophy, and obviously one of the other ones was the Wolves game. So it's only 2 league games, but we've got all the cup stuff out of the way now. It's just league for the rest of the season now. We've sorted out the money issues for the year as well. So the job now is just getting promoted. I think with the start that we've had and how far ahead we were in the league at one point, we've got to be thinking in terms of promotion to the Football League, which means it's not ideal when the first highlight of the match leads to us to conceding a goal. I wonder if we maybe need to find I was going to say find a way to bring some players in. There really is no way. We're over our wage budget already. We've used up our loans for the season. That was a huge mistake, only bringing people in on 6-month loans and using all our long-term loans up. That was just I want to say a rookie error. I've been playing the game nearly 30 years. It was just I wasn't paying enough attention to notice that it would weirdly defaulted to 6 months rather than a year. They always default to a year usually. I don't know why they all decided to default to 6 months, but it's caused us a huge problem now. Nathan Shakuna is being played out of position. Thanks for the feedback. We've just been talking about that. We have no one else who can play there. The only other option would have been sticking one of the right backs in there. We've got 2 right backs and 2 wingers on the bench, along with our 17-year-old goalkeeper. We're not, well, overwhelmed with, oh, for goodness sake. Well, that's just about the worst thing that could have happened. Kyle Finn is going to come in and play there. He did it a few times last year. The other option would be to put a Camrich up front with Evans and stick Finn on the wing. But I think for now we give Finn the opportunity to... And Shakuna's looking at him, looks staring daggers at him because Shakuna wants to play in that role, obviously. So we've now got a couple of players not really in their correct position, but we do now have Kyle Finn's set-piece delivery back on the pitch, which is probably an advantage. I mean, I'm not even going to question how we won a penalty there. We took a corner, missed, and then all of a sudden we've got a penalty. So it's 1-1. I don't need to know why or how. It's 1-1. We got a penalty. I'm sure you'll let me know down in the comments section what it said at the bottom of the screen. Whatever happened, I certainly didn't see play out in the match engine. But yay for us. We're not losing anymore. And let's try and do some more football, I guess. Hopefully that can be a little turning point for us. It's not a turning point, is it? It's yeah, okay. We've what do we do? Things have gone so well for so long, but we have just run out of money and run out of players. That's a big deflection to beat Rose as well, which is frustrating. I guess we start the excuses rolling early and remind everyone that we were supposed to just be battling relegation this year. So if we end up bottling first place, getting into playoffs, bottling them, even finishing mid-table because it all collapses from here, that's all fine and is still a good season in the circumstances because we've only got 16 players. And they're starting to accumulate injuries. They're starting to get tired because I can't rotate them. I know there'll be people saying, Kev, why are you sending your players on holiday? Just rotate them. I can't rotate them. I have nobody to rotate them with. I'm rotating my back 4 loads because I've got plenty of players back there. But we've still had to send Curry and Brown on holidays because this is the downside of having a bunch of kids in the team. The 17, 18, 19-year-olds, if you play them week in, week out, they will break. You do have to use them a little bit more sparingly than I have been. And it was all going so well. I mean, it is 2-2, so we are still capable of scoring goals, even though we've lost Berry potentially for a long time, because going off in the first half, instant red injury with a foot injury, I mean, that could be a season ender, which would be horrific if it is, because he's been our best player all year. I mean, it would be handy for Shakuna. He wouldn't have to train to play as a ball-winning midfielder anymore because he'd be back in the team in that role. Although, to be fair, Kyle Finn has come on and he's having a storming game playing there today and he's the best player on the pitch. So maybe it wouldn't be automatic for Shakuna to come back in. Some of our boys from last year are starting to re-emerge. It's lovely. I did try and bring Aquay back from his loan, but I didn't put the ability to recall on his loan. So unfortunately, despite the fact we could really use him, he's stuck out on loan for the rest of the season. Although really, Jack Leahy is first team quality and is struggling to get in the team at the moment as a winger. It's an area where it's probably the only area of the team where we've got a lot of players. So even if we brought Aquay back, he'd just be to sit on the bench. So it's not a huge problem. But Finn and Shakuna seem to have settled in quite nicely to these new roles they're being asked to play. Clayton, remember, we need to take Clayton off by 70, 75 minutes. We don't want to re-injure him. He's been out for a little while and this is his first game back. But Finn, with the outswinger now from this left-hand side, looking for the near post where Kingdon was lurking. But he makes connection with it, but it wasn't very convincing, was it? It didn't look like it was ever going to end up in the back of the net. Ball played forward again. This time it's Evans who comes away with it, falls to Curry. Don't really want our centre-back shooting from there, but he plays a lovely ball in for Demenge, who really should be doing better with that. That should be a goal. And I'm a little bit frustrated that he's missed so wildly. We are so far ahead on XG today. it's upsetting. It's annoying that we're not winning this football match. Let's offer some encouragement. We do need to be taking Clayton off. Clayton is tiring. He's going to come off now. We can bring on we'll bring on Sam Paul to play left back, which he was doing. He was deputising for Clayton the whole time he was injured, so he's fine slotting in there. And then we'll leave it a little bit longer for the final change because I don't want to tempt fate into another injury by making all my substitutions before the 70th minute. Kingdon, with the throw, finds Finn, who is everywhere. Kyle Finn is loving the freedom of playing in this attacking midfield role. Shakuna now playing it all the way back to Rose, and now it's back with Kukuri again, who turns, looking at options ahead of him, gives it to Deeney, and now it's Idehen and Kukuri again. And we're knocking the ball around very nicely. Shakuna back to Kukuri. We're getting our pass completion percentage up here, which is nice to see, I guess. It's weird that the game sees it as a highlight, but maybe we're about to score a wonder goal. Akamrich has got in behind here, plays it into the path of Evans, and you would have put money on Evans scoring there. That was a big chance for a man who scores as often as he does. But unfortunately, straight into the hands of the goalkeeper. Domenge and Akamrich both ready. I mean, and Kingdon, there's lots of players tiring here. We'll take off Domenge, bring on Leahy. We can swap Akamrich back over onto the right-hand side, which is where he's been at his best this season, although he doesn't have Clayton there to cross to him today because he's already come off. But Paul is going to do a corner, an in-swinger to the near post, comes straight back to him, and he's going to try and stick it back in again, I think. Finn turns on the edge there. He gives it back to Deeney, Kukuri, Deeney, and now out to Paul again. We really are camped out on the edge of their area. We're ready to do a goal. But end product just keeps letting us down. Finn there, he just kind of lost control of the ball when it looked like we were going to be building something. We're not on extended highlights here, are we? This is a very strange match. No, key highlights. Very odd what's going on here. Leahy turns and just has the ball taken off him. Every time it looks like we're going to do something, it just kind of breaks down. I think it's just emphasising the general fatigue that we've got in the squad at the moment. We've played a lot of matches with a very small squad. Players are starting to break. Players are starting to get tired. It is going to be a problem in this second half of the season. Not that you would know it from our match stats today. That is an incredible amount of domination. 25 shots, 13 of them on target. A 4 for our XG. I feel a little bit hard done by that we've not come away with a win there today. But let's take the bad news and see how long we've got to be without Adam Berry. The fact we've got the second message is a worry. Adam Berry, okay, 2 to 3 weeks with pulled ankle ligaments. It could have been much, much worse than that. We can probably make do, but it's not ideal. And now, like I say, we've got a whole lot of league matches now between now and the end of the season. We're down to only a 5-point gap between us and Woking, and they've got a game in hand. We play Woking in a month. That feels like that's going to be quite an important match, which has a very good chance of being in the next episode. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the supporters of channel member Rob Perring. Well, we've had a little bit of a wobble just lately, and Woking are hot on our tails as we both fight for this one automatic promotion spot. So we play them today. It's probably for the best if we make sure we beat them. Hello and welcome to part 17 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have that top of the table clash against Woking. We're also away against Halifax, who are just at the bottom of the playoff picture. Since you were last with me, we've played a few matches. I think we had Wolves and Boreham Wood in the last episode, didn't we? So 3 wins from 4, just the 1 defeat against Bromley, a frustrating defeat as well. And we've struggled a little bit with player availability, fitness, injuries, that kind of thing during that run as well. So I think we've done quite well to still be top of the league at this point. But as you can see, things are getting pretty tight at the top here. We are still 5 points clear, but it's clear of Woking, who have got a game in hand and play us now. Obviously, if they beat us and win their game in hand, they will assume the position at the top of the National League, and then we are in for a pretty rough rest of the season because we still have no money to spend on players despite all the money we brought in with the FA Cup run. Our squad is tiny, and Yeah, we're having to play a lot of players out of position, a little bit all over the place. It's not been ideal, but this is the team that we're going to be putting out there against Woking. It's Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield, a Camrich, Berry and Demenge supporting Evans up front. It's pretty much our first choice team. I mean, you could make an argument that Antwi should be in ahead of Deeney, but to be honest, Deeney's played far more matches than him this season. So I think that this probably is our first 11. Shikuna has been training to play as a defensive midfielder, by the way. He's played a few matches there recently. Most recently, though, did move back into the attacking midfield position and scored a goal and was brilliant. So it's one of the nice things about the injury crisis is Kyle Finn and Nathan Shikuna being getting some game time, which is quite nice. But Adam Berry's back today, and we're going to need him if we are going to deal with Woking, who are our only real threat, really, to this automatic promotion spot. They're the only team with a realistic chance of catching us. After this one, we've got 10 games remaining. Gateshead, Rochdale, Oldham, these guys aren't catching us, but Woking are in with a real chance. If they can beat us here, we do have something to potentially worry about. So let's just make sure they don't beat us, eh? That's probably going to be the easiest thing. Little bit of transfer news. Lewis Brown attracting some attention from Championship Middlesbrough. Rather cheekily, they offered to take him on loan. They wanted him on loan for the rest of the season, and then they agreed to pay £27,000 as an optional future fee. We turned that down, as you can imagine, and then gave him a pay rise and a new contract, and they've gone away. The window is closed, so no more worry there for now. Brook has just opened the scoring, by the way. It's Clayton with the in-swinging corner. It bobbles around in the area a little bit, ends up falling to Brown, who gives it back to Clayton, and then Berry slides it across to Brook from the edge of the area, and we are 1-0 up, which is super duper. Kakuri is also attracting a little bit of interest from bigger clubs, as are Berry and Camrich. Basically, our prized possessions, our fanciest youth players that we brought in towards the end of last season are all starting to catch the eye. Interestingly, catching the eye before me. I think I'm probably as surprised as anybody that after getting promoted last year and being top of the league at this stage of this season, I'm quite surprised there's been no interest in me from Football League clubs. Not that I'm looking to leave. I'm enjoying life in Tamworth. I've just moved into my lovely flat above the ironing shop. I'm having a lovely old time, so I'm not looking. But at the same time, I am still very underpaid for the job that I'm doing at this football club. And I mean, it wouldn't be that hard for even a lower League Two team to drag me away just by offering me a full-time job, which of course I am still part-time here at Tamworth. And I wonder if that's maybe what's holding clubs back from making an offer, or maybe the fact I signed that new contract when I did. Perhaps managers work the same way as players, because I know if you try and sign a player just after they've signed a new contract, they'll always say no. So maybe the game also works in the way of, well, I signed a new contract with Tamworth back in November, so maybe there's that same 6-month calling off period and I just won't get any offers over the course of the rest of the season. I'm going to have to wait until the summer. And it's less likely to be as tempting. Oh, good. This is still happening. It's less likely to be as tempting a job offer if it happens in the summer, because it's going to be basically mid-season. You're more likely to get a club who are panicking, maybe League One, maybe the Championship, and you can go in and do a rescue job. You don't get so much of that in the summer. That is absurd. The fact that that's happening on the 2D as well. I genuinely don't know what to say. That's bonkers. Let's go back here. Oh, it's still happening on this view. Oh, please, Football Manager, won't you just fix that problem? That is, it's a big problem. It's literally happening in the background now at half time. Fantastic stuff. Love that. I mean, that's just got to be fixed. Is there any view we can switch to and make that go away? I am in regular contact with the guys at Sports Interactive who are trying to find me a solution. There you go. Apparently behind the goal is working at the moment. No, it's not. Oh, my word. I mean, Sports Interactive, you have got to sort this out. This is a major problem. And I know it's not a problem that everyone is having, But there are enough people in the comment section and on Twitter every day confirming to me it's happening to them. There is a significant subset of players who it is happening to. And we can't work out why, because every time we come up with a theory, it gets disproven. The fact that it's just happened on 2D, no idea. Absolutely no idea. Please fix it. Hopefully it won't happen again on today's episode. I've just done all those in-betweeny matches and didn't have it happen once. So it does just seem to be almost random, which I get probably makes it a little bit harder to fix. But I'm going to stop talking about it now, because if it's not happening to you, it's boring. And I apologise for keep going on about it. But it is causing a problem. Right, Finn's coming on. And we're also going to bring on... see, we're so limited in who we can bring on. I want to kind of freshen up. I want to take Evans off as well, but we don't really have anyone. I guess we can bring on Shakuna for Evans. Actually, we can't, because the player I would have pushed forward is a Camrich. We don't have anyone who can come on and play centre forward. Well, then, we'll just do one change, I guess. No rule that says you have to make 2 changes. There's nobody particularly tired. So I guess we'll just keep things as they are. That was a weird piece of defending there. It was one man playing an offside trap on his own, and it somehow led to a penalty. This is the second episode in a row. I don't have any idea what that penalty has been given for there. The match engine is not showing me the penalties properly. You basically got to be reading the text at the bottom to know what penalties are being given for. So your guess is as good as mine there, because whilst trying to make a video, I was kind of focusing on what was going on in the match and not reading all of this at the same time. I only have 2 eyeballs. Right. I guess a draw wouldn't be a disaster, but it certainly doesn't deal with the Woking problem. Let's get Shakuna on. And Deeney is tiring as well. We don't really have anyone who can slot in there. We have played Ryan Sears there like once. I don't think that's necessarily the solution today. What we could do, here we go. We can take Deeney off. We're going to bring on Idahen. We're going to move Shakuna around to there. And we're going to put Clayton up there and put Finn in the middle. The one advantage this does give us is because Clayton's 6'6", he's not great in the air, but we've played him there a couple of times, and it does get him into that far post position when the crosses come in from these guys. And although he's not great in the air, being 6'6" makes him a threat, and he has got a couple of goals from that position. So it is an option to throw him up there and just have a big guy go up into the attack. But yeah, it's not led to a win. I guess in the grand scheme of things, not a terrible result, because at least it means Woking, it's in our hands again. If we win every game for the rest of the season, we are going to win the league. There's 10 games left. It's a 5-point gap. Woking have a game in hand. We really, really, really need to go and get a result out of Halifax, though. Right, couple of changes for the Halifax game then. I've decided to finally give up on the inverted fullback. We've just had Sam Paul come into the office and demand more football again. And actually looking at him compared to Sears, he's probably the guy we're going to be sticking with next year. He's younger. He's got more potential. So this is his best role. So I think we get him in the team now and get us playing wing backs on both sides, and it'll be fine. The balance to that will be giving Cameron Antwi yet another go. I mean, he's under contract for another year and a bit yet, so we need to try and make a success of him. Ellis Deeney, as much as he's been useful the first part of the season, is not playing well lately. So I think it might be time for Antwi to have a little bit of a run in the team. So let's get us submitted. My worry, of course, with Antwi and any suggestion of getting a run in the team is that every time we've tried to give him game time previously, he's ended up getting injured almost immediately, if not before he's been given the opportunity. Remember, started the season with an injury, so he is very injury prone. But with Deeney old and in decline and out of contract at the end of the season, and the only other option we've got for that central midfield position, Shakuna, we kind of need to force something out of Antwi. Otherwise, it's just going to be a very makeshift midfield to try and limp us over the finish line this season, and then hope that we get some decent sized budgets for another rebuild in the summer where there'll be more significant signings done. Because obviously, if we get promoted, we're going to go professional, which means all these semi-pro guys are going to want new contracts and pay rises. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. So although we've got players under contract until 2026, so one more year, and we don't have to give them professional deals just because we've gone professional. Obviously, if we have the core of the squad still semi-pro playing in a professional league, that then causes fitness problems. They're not training enough. And yeah, it's basically not really viable. We could keep one or two of the fringe guys, like as Antwi, using Antwi as an example. If we just give up on him and decide to just have him run down his contract, there's no reason to take him professional. But the players who are actually playing need to be professionals. This, of course, is all an issue that only becomes an issue if we actually get promoted, which if we continue in the iffy form that we're in, we might not, because we're 1-0 down here against Halifax, having dropped points against Woking in the last game as well. We've got 82 points on the board as things stand. So it's a nice base to build from with 9 games still to go. 81 actually, because obviously we've now gone behind against Halifax and it takes a while for that league table to update. But this won't be enough. This will not be close to enough for us to win the league. We can't just sit back and start losing matches. We need to be competitive, and we just seemed, I mean, it happened a bit towards the end of last season. It's going to happen with such a small squad of semi-pro players. We've run out of steam. We've accumulated fatigue and tiredness and injuries, and we just don't have, and players have fallen out of form, and we just don't have anyone else to bring in and rectify that. We can't even change the tactic because we don't have any other players to play a different system. So we are kind of stuck with just hoping that what we've done so far is enough. If we just continue doing it, it might be a little bit ambitious. We're bringing Shakuna on. We're going attacking. And we are just we're crossing fingers. I seem to be crossing my fingers a lot in videos at the moment. We are crossing our fingers. We're going to demand more, and we're going to hope that someone decides to step up and become a hero in the final 10 minutes or so of this game. Because at the moment, it is not going well. Deeney's coming on in midfield. See, that's not ideal. Having to make a change like that, it's a long way from ideal. Deeney was a panic buy at this time last year. When we hit this problem this time last year, Deeney was one of those players we panicked and brought in. We got that old man left back as well. The difference, of course, between this year and last is last year we had that little bit of spare budget to be able to do it. But Curry, has that been given? Has it been given? I think it's been given. The referee looked like he was waving his arms around, but I think it's been given. It's an 11th goal of the season for Curry, who's basically taken up the mantle of Cullen and Liebert of being the set-piece threat. And that goal could be huge for us. 1-1 extends the lead over Woking back out to 5 points again. Obviously, they still have their game in hand, so we are by no means secure, but at least we haven't lost. And that's got to be a positive thing, right? Oh, this league table is looking terrifying. Okay. Hopefully, in tomorrow's episode, we're showing you us win the league. There was a chance I'll be showing you us bottle it and end up in the playoffs. But one way or the other, we're going to get this season wrapped up tomorrow and see what happens. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks for the support as a channel member, Matthew Wally. Well, folks, we have done our best to wobble and bottle this, but fingers crossed, if all goes to plan, today we win promotion to the Football League for the first time in Tamworth's history. Hello and welcome to part 18 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have as many games as it takes for us to get promoted into the Football League, but at least a couple. So, you know, if we get promoted right now, we're not just going to end the episode. There'll be at least a couple. Don't try and guess the outcome based on the length of the episode, you absolute monsters. Since you were last with me, as you can see, form has continued to be erratic, but we do find ourselves 7 points clear at the top of the league with 3 games to go. It should be relatively straightforward. It should be a formality for us to get over the finish line here. It should be. We're away against Swindon first up, who are down in 6th place. We've then got Altrincham at home, who are in 7th place. And then on the final day, it's Torquay away, who are down in 14th place. We just need, based on the goal difference that we've got, 2 points. So 1 win or 2 draws in these final 3 matches, and we are fine. I would obviously very much like to wrap it up in the first of the 3, which seems to be a Friday evening kickoff. It is a Friday evening kickoff, but not on the telly. What's that all about, Swindon? Why is this a Friday evening kickoff? I'm confused. We have also done our young Premier League player pre-transfers. They've all been arranged. They're going to be joining us at the end of the episode today. 3 defenders, 1 from Man United, 1 from Crystal Palace, 1 from Arsenal, and a striker from Manchester United. So you'll meet them when they arrive at the club. But for now, this is the team to go and win the league, to go and beat Swindon. It's Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kingdon and Paul, Deeney and Brook in midfield, a Camrich, Berry and Domenge behind Evans up front. Let's get this team submitted and let's get promoted to the Football League. That's the goal here. But we've definitely made harder work of it in this second half of the season than we needed to. But fingers crossed, we do have enough to drag us over the finish line. And one thing to bear in mind, and we talked a little bit about this on stream the other day, and it is something for us to consider if we get promoted. So this might be tempting fate to talk about this before the promotion's even secured. But I'm a part-time manager here at Tamworth at the moment, which means I also have a full-time job alongside it. I'm earning £325 a week at Tamworth. I also have a 50% promotion pay rise, so that's going to go up to around £500 a week. But my reality in full role-play mode in Non-League to Legend is I'm also doing a full-time job on, let's say, the UK average salary of around about £30,000 a year. So if we get promoted, we automatically go full-time. I'll be expected to go full-time, which means I'm going to need a significant pay rise to stay at Tamworth if we get promoted. We could find ourselves in a situation where we get promoted and I have to resign because they don't give me enough of a pay rise. I need to be on like £1,500 a week to be able to justify doing this job full time and giving up the day job. It's a little complication we've never had before in Non-League to Legend, but we're not usually still part-time when we're on the verge of getting promoted to the Football League, and it's something very much needs to be considered. And just to make sure I'm not being a maniac, I have gone through and checked the manager salaries of all the teams in League Two. They're all earning around that. They're all earning like 1.5, some as high as £4,000 a week as managers in League Two. So it's not an unrealistic thing for me to expect. I'm not sure if it's something that Tamworth would consider realistic, though. So we could genuinely find ourselves, if I'm presented with the ultimatum of go full time or leave, I'll have to leave because I'll be earning more from my day job than in game, and then we'll just have to find another job. And I have no idea if I just resign after a promotion, after back-to-back promotions, I have no idea what level I'm likely to get a job at, whether we have to go back into non-league and do another part-time job, whether we'll be able to get a job higher up the pyramid. It's a little twist that might be on the verge of happening, and it just got a step closer because Adam Berry has just scored an absolute worldie to put us 1-0 up. We have got 1 foot in the Football League, which is very exciting. I will cut Tamworth a little bit of slack if we get promoted here and go full-time immediately, which I have seen happen in Football Manager before. It sometimes happens at the end of the season, sometimes happens immediately on promotion. I will see out the season. I'm not a complete maniac. However, there will be contract discussions and we might not get as far as a transfer special tomorrow. Or it could be the playoffs tomorrow if things go really badly. Who knows? Lots of things that could potentially still happen. Lots of interesting little twists. Role-play mode, full-on realism. And I, you know what? I know a lot of you will hate it as well. If I end up quitting from Tamworth after back-to-back promotions, I know a lot of you will hate it. But we role-play. We go full-on realism. Nobody's giving up their full-time job for a job that pays far less. Especially if they were doing a full-time job and a part-time job at the same time before, and they're being asked to go down on even less money. Just doesn't work like that, boys and girls. After that entire speech, I imagine they'll just offer me £2,000 a week now and I'll stay. But Who knows? I don't remember being in this situation before. I don't remember ever being promoted to the Football League with a team that was still part-time. Certainly not in non-league to legend. I'm sure the non-league to legend historians will correct me and let me know all the times that has happened, but I don't remember it happening. And if it has happened, I don't think I've ever thought about it in that kind of detail before, but I should have done. That's a fault on past non-league to legend Kev, not current Kev. We're going to take off Clayton because he's picked up an injury. Idahen is now able to play left back relatively comfortably, so he can come on and play there after us forcing that for a couple of years. Oh, of course, we don't have a backup striker. I remember. So Yusuf will go up front. Leahy can come on onto that left-hand side. We've got 20 minutes to go. If we manage to hold on here, we do win the league. We'd be 7 points clear with 2 games to go. Woking, I think, are winning as well, but it doesn't matter. They're running out of games. It's nothing to do with form at this point. It's that lead that we had from earlier on in the season when we were all conquering, and they are just running out of games. Shakuna's going to come on for the final 10 minutes or so. Come on, boys. Let's just hold on. Let's get ourselves over this finish line. I don't know why we're looking at Ricky Aguiar, but we're not interested in him. We're interested in winning the league. We are moments away. Please don't give us one of those annoying twists, Football Manager. I know your game here. I know what you're about to do. Swindon are going to go and grab an equaliser, aren't they? And it's going to be very, very upsetting. But come on, boys. Shakuna wins the ball back in midfield. And now Akamrich spraying it out onto the left-hand side for Leahy, who's got options inside of him. Leahy goes past his man, pulls it back to Akamrich, who can't push it past the goalkeeper. That would have been a lovely moment to just confirm the promotion. Ellis Deeney, what did Yusuf do there? Well, Deeney had it in the back of the net. It doesn't count. And meanwhile, Yusuf's been sent off. And I have no idea why. We'll put Shakuna up front just so that we have a striker on the pitch. Are we able to just see the incident? I just want to see what he actually did there. So rather than watching the ball and watching Deeney put it in the back of the net from miles out, I want to see the actual incident. So there's a Akamrich. He's on a yellow card at that point. Sprays it. All eyes on him. What does he do? So he has the shot there. I'm still watching him, What did he... I mean, it's not clear what he did, even in the commentary. I think he's just clobbered the guy as the ball's gone past him. Inexplicable. What a moment of absolute madness. But it's Deeney playing it out to Lee now. We've got 5 minutes of added time here, and now we're down to 10 men. Football Manager does like to make things complicated, doesn't it? Oh, for goodness sake. Now is not the time. Now is absolutely not the time for this. Just get through it, boys. There we go. We've got through it. Hopefully that's the end of the alien invasions. I tell you what, getting into the Football League will be lovely because that won't happen anymore. Over on Twitch, where we're now managing in a 45,000 capacity stadium, I've not had it happen for like 3 streams. So it very much is a small stadium issue. So as soon as we're out of non-league, it's going to happen far less frequently. Oh, to be fair, Swindon don't exactly have a non-league stadium, do they? Domenge playing it back to Brook. Brook now across to Deeney, to Leahy, and he scores, and Tamworth are in the Football League. That's not getting disallowed. That's 2-0. That was very unselfish from Ellis Deeney as well, because he was in a position where I would have just hit it, especially after having one disallowed for the moment of madness from Akamrich before. I hit it there if I'm him. Plays it to Deeney. Deeney actually has a more difficult shot. He's got a guy closing him down, but slides it into the back of the net. It's 2-0. That is Tamworth as champions. And we should get the trophy lift. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. A proper trophy lift. We've got the goal. The goal is going crazy behind us. It's just a very strong wind. Don't worry about that, boys and girls. Girls, it's fine. Just a strong wind in that one particular part of the ground. But here comes the trophy lift. There's me. Look how delighted I am. Big barrel-chested curve. I'm just made of pure muscle. And Tamworth are in the Football League. That animation has got so much better than it was last year. I love this angle. It is awesome. And that is job done. Back-to-back promotions secured. Now I guess we just have to find out if we're going to go full-time immediately and what that means for my contract, and also contracts of the players, because obviously there'll be lots of players left on part-time contracts as well. Obviously, if they let me carry on part-time, I'll carry on part-time. So I could end up doing another year here, managing them part-time whilst the club is full-time. I just won't be signing a full-time contract unless it's on significantly more money than I'm on currently, because it doesn't make any sense to do that. Right. There you go. So they do want to turn professional. Hi, guys. We'd like your opinion on whether the club should look to turn professional. Obviously, we're going to be in the Football League. So I guess we're going to turn professional immediately. There's our budgets for next season. So they are not necessarily the budgets of a professional team. I think it might be a tough season next year. Goodness me. But there's all your confirmations of us winning various... Okay, they've immediately offered me a new contract on £350 a week, which actually is less than I'm going to be getting. I'm on 325 at the moment with a 50% promotion pay rise. This could be the leaving Tamworth moment in the same clip where we've won the league, because I am absolutely not interested in that salary. They can't even offer me what I need. I'm just walking away. Well, have they forced me to go full time? So we're turning professional in June. So I think my contract at the moment is still part-time. It is still part-time. So as long as I'm allowed to carry on part-time, I'm fine. If they at any point force me into full-time, they need to pay me full-time money or we're done. Let's go play the last game of the season against Torquay. Well, we lost comfortably against Altrincham in a game where we put a rotated team out, and we are going to be rotating again for this one. No point playing the lone players at this point of the season. We actually brought Ben Aquay back from his loan. Well, his loan ended at Kidderminster. He started the last match. His first start of the season got injured inside 2 minutes. So that's him never playing for us again. Kakuri is still on holiday. This man's must have had 12 weeks worth of holiday during this season. He needs to, he really needs to start playing full time, I guess, so that he can get his fitness levels up a little bit. But we are going with Van Kooten in goal, a back four of Paul, Idahen Kingdom and Sears, Brooke and Antwi in midfield, Leahy, Shakuna and Finn behind a Camrich up front. Let's get this team submitted. I've been pondering more and more this financial situation, both my personal one as manager, oh, for goodness sake, and also the team Antwi now injured inside a minute. That's the second game in a row where we've had a very, very early injury. But looking at the budget that we've been given, it does make next season's job incredibly difficult, whether I'm here or not, because we're currently paying like £15,000 a week in wages, and we've only got a team of like 15 players. They've put the salary up to 20,000. All those part-timers we've got now need to go full-time, and we need to realistically add 5 or 6 players into the mix as well. The numbers just don't add up. I think it's going to be a very, very, very difficult challenge to make this Tamworth team competitive, at least competitive on the pitch, whilst staying anything remotely financially solvent on it. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. I just hope they give me enough money to have a play around with it, because I'd quite like to. Seems like it could be fun. Maybe I would do it. If they give me the £1,000 a week, which was the maximum of what they'd negotiate, maybe I'd do it for that. It would involve an overall pay cut, but maybe I'd take a small pay cut just because the challenge looks interesting. We'll see. Let me know down in the comments section what you'd do. I am interested in what you'd do. I know there's going to be a significant number of you who probably take the view of, Kev, it's a computer game. Just keep managing Tamworth. It's not real money. But that's not how Non-League to Legend works. And if you're not familiar with the rules, go back and watch the rules. There was a rules episode that came out the day before the series started that didn't directly address this specific issue, but did explain that there would be some decisions made in Non-League to Legend that you didn't necessarily agree with, because they would be based on what I would do in real life, not what I'd do in a computer game, or what you would do in a computer game, or even what you would do in real life. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to know what you would do. It probably won't have any say on the decision I make, but I still would like to know if I'm going massively against public opinion by, insisting that I can pay my bills, which is always nice. Van Kooten collecting the ball as the goalkeeper. It'd be quite nice to see him continue to develop. Obviously, we signed him when he was 15 years old. It'd be nice to keep him around for another year and just see him eventually become a first-team quality player. I don't know that he's necessarily got it in him. When we signed him, he was a 5-star potential player. He's down to 3.5 stars now, and he's going to be moving up a league again next year. So I suspect he's one of those where if we'd have stayed in the National League North, he'd be getting ready to be our starting goalkeeper in the near future. But I don't know that he's necessarily going to be a Football League quality goalkeeper at 18 years old. Probably needs a few more years of development to see if he can push on that little bit further, and I suspect he'll probably end up dropping down into non-league and probably playing quite regularly down at non-league level, which is fine. It's a good level for him to be at. He can have a full-time job alongside it, after all, like we were just saying. Right, we're not really creating very much at all here, are we? Torquay, I mean, there's a lot of people crammed into the ground today. Are Torquay able to win promotion? If so, I hope we're not getting fined for rotating the team. I don't think that's a thing in Football Manager, but they are... No, they're down in 14th. Why do they care? Why have they got so many people here? How many people are here? 3,500 people. We get that for a big FA Cup game. We're not a big enough team to play in the Football League, are we? Goodness me. Right, it's Torquay camping out on the edge of our area again. Can we do something, please, lads? I'm offering some encouragement because we're not really generating anything, and it's not that we've got a massively rotated team. The midfielders are one that we've played all year. The attacking midfield, the front four really, are all players who've featured regularly throughout the season. Shakuna and Thin more often than not off the bench, but they've still been in and around the squad that's got 99 points this season. And the back four could have easily been a starting back four. Yes, the goalkeeper's rotated, which is why stuff like that's going to happen, but that's not going to stop us from creating anything, which seems to be the more pertinent problem that we're having today. There's no one at the Pimm's tent, which is also something of a problem for the good Pimm's sellers of Torquay. We don't want to see the replay. I don't want to be reminded that Van Couten's probably never going to be good enough. What I want to know is why we're not creating anything going forward. We have got Evans on the bench, who we could potentially... Oh, we haven't got Evans on the bench because he's a lone player, so I didn't see the point in having him on the bench. We've got Adam Berry on the bench, who, of course, has been a hugely important player for us this season. Just really not using him at the moment because he's one of the few players who I would say is probably nailed on for next year. Berry, Kakuri, that's probably it. As Yusuf probably as well, as the ones that are nailed on to be involved next year. Everyone else's spot is very much up for grabs, although it's going to be difficult to do a full-on rebuild like we did last summer when we're having to sign full-time players on full-time money. With the budgets that we've got, we probably need that budget that we've got to double for us to be able to bring in significantly improved players, which so I suspect we're not going to be able to, but we shall see. Deeney plays it across to Brook, and now Paul on this left-hand side can't keep the ball in, goes out of play. We're going to go attacking here and just demand more. Ever since we won the league, we've looked like we're not interested anymore, which I guess on the one hand is fair enough, but on the other hand, one of the great things about being promoted is the morale boost you get at the start of the next season that allows you to get some points on the board in the next league. And if we go into the next season with 3 defeats from 4, we're not necessarily going to have that big morale boost next season, and we might not start the season in incredible form. And if we don't start the season in incredible form, I know what a newly promoted season feels like because we've had it this year. You start in great form and then it tails off as the season goes on, as you accumulate injuries, as players start to get tired, as that initial buzz starts to wear off. So we kind of need the buzz or we're going to come straight back down. Yusuf grabs a goal to grab us the equaliser. We'll watch the replay of this one because it's our boy doing it. Finn with the cross. It ends up out wide with Lee, who just plays it back across the face of goal, looping it over the goalkeeper, and Yusuf Hakamrich is there to nod it home to make it 1-1. Can we grab a winner, please? We're going to stay attacking. We would like a winning goal. Come on, gentlemen. We've got Berry on the bench. I think we probably bring Berry on here. In fact, that's an easy decision because Leahy is now injured, so Berry can come on the left-hand side. We've got Clayton and Brown on the bench as well, but for now, we will leave them on the bench and bring one on with 10, 15 minutes to go. If someone really starts to tire, we're going to offer some more encouragement. We can't yet. Come on, boys, do a football, for goodness sake. This is another really tame performance from us. But Camrich runs towards the Torquay defenders, plays it back across to Ellis Deeney. This is definitely his final game for the club this time. We've already set him to release. So we thought we were done with him this time last year. He's been involved in a promotion as our vice-captain and penalty taker. He is definitely done now. What an unexpected story for him. He is a staff member. We haven't offered him a staff job, but we could potentially offer him a staff job and keep him around because he has been a surprisingly important player for us this season. So maybe we'll offer Ellis Deeney a staff job. We have got a couple of coach spots that have opened up. Finn plays it out to Berry. 15 minutes to go. Berry slides it across goal and Shakuna is there. And that might just be the last Nathan Shakuna goal you see on this year's non-league to legend, because I suspect he's one of the ones that is going to be let go this summer. It's one of the reasons why we started him today, because he was a hero for us in the first year. And despite being a rotation player for us this year, that's still his 7th goal of the season. He's still playing well. We're 2-1 up, and I think for my final change, we're going to take off Kyle Finn to get him a standing ovation, because he's probably done as well. Clayton can come on to play on the left. Berry can move over onto the right. I'm sure he'll be fine over there. And we'll just drop back down to a positive mentality and hopefully see out the game from here. Although Torquay have a corner immediately upon us making the substitution. Brooke trying to get it clear. He has 2 attempts at that and just heads it up in the air both times, and it doesn't get clear, but luckily the shot goes over. Remains 2-1. We've been comfortably the better team, but we have got Van Kooten in goal, so there's always the chance that a stray Torquay shot ends up in the back of the net, and we all get very sad on our final day down in non-league. Ellis Deeney's captain. I think that's quite appropriate, and there you go. We have won on the final day, which I think puts us over 100 points. It does. 101 points on the board. That's quite a good season by anybody's measure. Antwi and Leahy both picking up those injuries in that match, but there we have it, boys and girls. We have won the National League. We have won back-to-back promotions. In fact, for Tamworth, it's back-to-back-to-back, because at the start of last season, they were newly promoted as well. Tamworth are in the Football League, and now the big question mark going into tomorrow is tomorrow's episode going to be a transfer special or a job hunt? And we'll find out based on my next conversation with the board. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as your channel member, Sean Pringle. Well, boys and girls, I've never got into an episode having this little idea about what's about to happen, but genuinely, this could be a transfer special, or I could be about to resign because the board don't give me proper money now we're full time. So I don't know. I don't think it. Transfer special, job hunt, somewhere in between. Is there an in-between option? I have no idea what's going on. And if I do end up having to leave this club, I refuse to accept it's because they can't afford to give me the money that I want, because they've just blown all this money on stadium improvements, which, to be fair, I think they are stadium improvements that are required. They've enlarged the stadium by 1,000, or they are enlarging by 1,750 seats. They're also removing the 3G pitch and laying a grass pitch. So these are both things that are needed to be able to play in League Two. I am intrigued with the whole pitch thing. If it's not going to be done until November, are we not going to be able to play at home until November? Or is it the stand is going to take until November and we'll get the pitch relayed over the summer? Either way, could be problematic, but it's going to cost £2.2 million. They've got £1 million grant from the authorities, and it's going to take... So where's the rest of the money come from? Have we taken out a loan? Yes, we've taken out a £1.2 million loan over 10 years, which is going to cost us 12.75k. I mean, so to be honest, the monthly payments are kind of irrelevant. So at least we've done it without having to tuck into any of the money that we had. So yeah, we previously had... What is this? I guess this does meet the regulations. So we only had 446 seats before. And what's the rules for League Two? Show me the League Two rules, boys and girls. So League Two rules, stadium, minimum capacity of 5,000, minimum seating of 2,000, grass pitches only. Okay, so that's why we've had to do those changes. And in reality, it's not costing us anything. The loan is negligible and half of it is covered by a grant. So that's fine. If you did miss yesterday's episode where I talked about the predicament I'm in, just to clarify, I'm on £325 a week part-time at Tamworth. We go full-time as part of the promotion, which means I have to give up my day job, which means I need a significant pay rise. Now, I am going to be getting a pay rise as part of my promotion wage rise. I've got a 50% promotion wage rise, so my salary should go up to around about £500 a week. That's still not enough to give up the day job. The board did offer me a contract the moment we got promoted on £350 a week without the promotion wage rise. So they already don't want to pay me that. I need a minimum of £1,000 a week. If you look at what other managers in League Two are earning, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to ask for. Solihull Moors, who have finished rock bottom, they got promoted from our league last year through the playoffs. The manager who got them promoted, 1.3k a week. And he signed that 1.3k a week contract in April of last year. So while they were still in non-league, it's not unreasonable for me to be expecting that kind of salary. I think Chesterfield were the other team who got promoted last year. Their manager's on 4.6k a week. I am not going up into this league on £500 a week because nobody in this league is earning £500 a week. It's just, yeah, we're not doing it. I would rather keep my day job and go and manage another National League team next year part-time than go into the Football League on a lower salary. So let's see what happens. Let's see if they force me to go full-time, because the other scenario, I am on a part-time contract. If they let me stay as a part-time manager, and we don't know what happens when we go full-time, do they force me full-time? Because if they do, I have to resign on the spot because I'm not going to manage them full-time for £500 a week. Let's see what happens, eh? Further example of what I was just saying. We've just brought in an under-21s coach. It's the first full-time contract we've given out, £425 a week to coach the under-21s. Not to manage the under-21s, to coach the under-21s. Again, further proof that I need to be earning a lot more than they're offering me currently. And fingers crossed, I might be panicking about nothing. We might be getting the salary we're expecting. But at the moment, I'm just kind of waiting. We've got a few transfers lined up to come in who've been released by the Premier League clubs. We tend to just wait at this point for the 1st of July to happen anyway, so I'm not in a huge rush to go out and sign a load of players. We're just trying to sort out a few coaching situations, because part of getting promoted, we've been allowed more coaches, so we need a new goalkeeping coach. So I think this is probably the guy. Let's see how much a first-team goalkeeping coach wants. I mean, okay, that's quite low. That doesn't help my argument at all. For goodness sake, David. Another example that I've not lost my mind. Dave Penny, our assistant manager, his new full-time contract, £800 a week to be assistant manager, which was signed the moment the promotion was confirmed. Assistant manager on £800 a week. I'm the only member of staff still part-time, £325 a week. They haven't made me go full-time yet, so I'm fine. We're trying to bring in some more coaches, trying to fix things. If I have to leave, I want to leave this club in the best possible state. And now we get the season review pop up. This is very late. I don't know why this has only just happened, but this is our end of season review. So let's have a little look at this. Do we get a signing of the season this year? We do. There you go. Adam Berry signing of the season, as he should be. Came in on a free transfer, 42 appearances, 22 goals, 9 assists, a 7.37. If anyone deserves to be playing in the Football League next year, it is Adam Berry. He's come in and been an absolute superstar. We were supposed to avoid relegation. We, of course, won the league, half filling the stadium. Berry has been top scorer, which, interestingly, is our second season in a row where our top scorer hasn't been a striker. So if we imagine how good we'd be if we could get a striker that scored goals. But obviously we massively overperformed expectation. You'd think the board would be keen to to give me loads of money to say thank you. We've increased the reputation of the club. Obviously, all the money stuff is improving as well. Sponsorships, we had that cup run, which gave us some nice competition prize money, match day revenue, that kind of thing. We still don't sell replica shirts, apparently, which is interesting because I have one there. So that seems like it might not be true. The team of the year was Rose in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Curry and Sears, Deeney and Brook in midfield, Camrich, Berry and Demenge with Evans up front. Evans and Demenge, of course, not going to be here. They're in on loan, so they're both going to need replacing. And the midfield, Deeney's not going to be here. He's moving on. And some of these ratings are a little bit too low in these other players. So it's clear where this team needs to be improved. Berry wins Player of the Year and Young Player of the Year and Signing of the Season and Top Goal Scorer. Adam Berry, quite good at football is what we've learned here. Harry Brook got goal of the season. Top goal scorer apparently was actually Connor Evans. I guess that includes cup goals, whereas Berry was top goal scorer in the league. Regan Clayton, top assists. He took corners, but also those far post crosses to Camrich were hugely threatening, and Camrich did get most man of the match awards. Top average rating goes to Berry, and most passes completed to Curry. We've also broken some club records. So Evans is 23 goals, is a new club record. Berry's 22 league goals is a new club record. Evans also got 4 in a match, which sets multiple records for us. Most clean sheets record goes to Rose, and most man of the matches record goes to Camrich. A lot of that isn't going to be broken anytime soon. You wouldn't have thought. Gateshead have come up with us in the end through the playoffs after finishing second. And there's your timeline, which I refuse to look at while it uses words like dubs on it. And our overall best 11 is now Mohamed in goal. Mohamed is now playing for TND in Portugal. I say playing, he's never played a game for him, but he is still our all-time best 11 goalkeeper. Cullinane Liebird in at left back, who is now retired. Bless him. We released him on a free contract last year. He wasn't able to find a new club despite 18 goals from left back, and has now retired. I feel a little bit more justified letting him go, the fact that no one else wanted him either. Idahen and Curry obviously still here. Dornelli back at Peterborough, didn't play any games for Peterborough. Might be someone worth looking at for us for this season, actually. Kennedy was on loan from Colchester previously and played 21 games for them in League One, so I don't think we're going to be getting him back. And Milnes, of course, who we released at the end of last season, the non-league James Ward-Prowse, is now a coach. He's retired from playing as well. Camrich on the left, Berry in the middle, Leahy on the right, and Evans up front. All seems about right. Lots of money talk going on, lots of money being thrown around all over the place. Still no new contract that's actually sensible coming my way, which becomes more and more alarming as time goes on. We haven't actually gone full-time yet, so although all the staff are now full-time, all the players are still on part-time contracts. Yeah, they don't automatically go over. So it's me and the playing staff at the moment who are still sat here as part-timers while we've got a full-time staff starting to accumulate around us. These are the Premier League youngsters that we'd already pre-arranged to bring in. So Cameron Ismail is an Egyptian left-back, Egyptian under-23 left-back, in fact, who's also part Nigerian, part English. He's formerly of Arsenal. We've got Mofe Jemide, don't know how to say your name, I'm afraid, sir, who is a centre-back who was previously of Crystal Palace. Victor Musa is a striker, Spanish striker, who can play up front. And I mean, he looks like quite the striker as well, can also play on either wing. But I think we're definitely... He's our new centre forward. I said what it would be like with a 30 goal a season striker. We might have just got him there in the shape of Victor Musa. He's from Manchester United. And then lastly, Jaden Camerson is a right back, English, can also play left back. He is off of Manchester United also. So if we give those guys squad numbers, then we can have a look at the squad plan. And I think we've immediately improved 4 areas that needed improvement there. We're still a small enough club that these Premier League youngsters can come in and make a huge difference to the squad, which is jolly good. If we just have a look at the squad planner and then full squad view, you can see that you'd straight away have Camerson at right back, Ismail left back, and then Jemidi probably alongside either Curry or Brown at centre back, and then Musa comes straight in up front and can compete on either wing as well. So it's key areas that have been strengthened. without spending a huge amount of money, which is handy. We still definitely need midfielders. We're very short in centre mid. Can I just show the thing on? Yeah, so we need central midfielders. We need at least one more striker as well. We've only got those two who can play there, and they'll both be on the pitch at the same time all the time. And obviously we need another goalkeeper as well because we've only got Rose. But it's the basis of a decent squad. I kind of hope I'm able to be here to see it through. But that's out of my hands. It's all down to the board now. Let's just vote for Manager of the Year. Obviously, I want to win it, so I want to vote for the guy who was worst, Graham Fenton. Congratulations, you get my vote. And now we wait for us to go full time and for the board to decide what that means for them. The staff are taking shape, though. We've got a nice little staff setup starting to accumulate. Well, I'm still here. It's the 10th of June, so for as long as I'm still here, I'll keep doing my job to the best of my ability, which means we've signed a player. Ranel Young is a winger, can play on either side, natural on either side, was at Liverpool. He's agreed to come in on a free transfer for only £650 a week. He does currently have a hip injury and is out for the next couple of months, but once he's fit, he's going to be super duper. There is some sad news though, boys and girls, because Nathan Shakuna has left the club. He's gone to Grimsby on a free transfer. Look at the amount of money he's on. He's gone full time to play for Grimsby in the National League. And that's it for the time being. Although we are also trying to bring in another Leahy. I've enjoyed all of this. I've enjoyed a year of not being able to say Jack Leahy's name properly. So I've decided to sign his brother. I think they're brothers. They are brothers. He's just been released on a free transfer by Millwall, and I think he would be excellent to just slot in as our third option as a striker. Can also help out on the wing as well. Let's just get Young into that attack as well. So that would finish off the attack, and then we just need some midfielders and a backup goalkeeper. And then if we can find anyone who improves what we've got, that would be super. Julian Dix has completed a coaching course, and who is it? Dagenham? I think Dagenham have just appointed a new manager. Dagenham, who got relegated, have just appointed a new manager on £1,000 a week. He'll be managing in the National League South next year. The more this goes on, the more that is upsetting me. Right, we are back for pre-season. We have officially gone professional. I am still being allowed to continue as a part-time manager. So I assume I will be allowed to continue to do that all season and keep working at the Snowdome, which is fair enough. It does make me very, very available for anyone to come in and offer me a job, which hasn't happened yet, which I am a little bit surprised about. It also means we're on a ticking clock because I won't be sticking around beyond the end of this contract unless they offer me a big boy contract. So we might have one more year here at Tamworth. We're going to continue to monitor how this develops. And the board have come in and offered me another new contract only on £550 a week. It's just not enough. It's less than what my assistant manager is getting. I will negotiate and I will say I want £1,500 a week. They've moved it to 600. Well, okay, I'll have 1.3 then. No, they've withdrawn. So I guess we're going to be playing that game for the remaining year of my contract now. Just checking. I am still part-time. My promotion wage rise has finally gone through, but I still am part-time, which means I can stay for now. And there you go. We are now officially a League 2 club, and we are expected to finish rock bottom of League 2 and go straight back down again. We are... I mean, our odds are twice as long as Gateshead's, who finished second. They've probably got a full-time manager. I mean, to be fair, he's not on a huge amount more than I am, but he is full-time. Nearly 1st of July and free transfer day. Well, we have made it through to the 1st of July, and this is what our squad looks like. We have... how many players is that? 22 players. You might notice Van Kooten is now here on loan because his contract was going to expire. We were going to let him go, and then QPR came in and offered money for him. He's only 17, so despite his contract expiring, we were able to get money for him. And as part of that, they've loaned him back to us for the season for free. So I guess it makes sense to have a backup goalkeeper that's not costing us anything, who's also homegrown at our club as well, which has got to be helpful. There's also been a little bit more transfer business on top of that. We've signed Tom Mayhew as a backup defensive midfielder. from Oxford. He's not very good, but he was cheap, and we had a load of players who were in a mood because we didn't have a backup defensive midfielder. So now he's here, they're not in a mood anymore, which means Curry has signed a new contract, and Connor Grant comes in as a new rotation option as the attacking midfielder with Berry, because, of course, we've lost Shakuna. We have also let a couple of players leave at the end of their contracts as well. So Ellis Deeney, Ryan Sears, Ben Aquay have all left the club, and Kyle Finn has gone onto the transfer list. All of that means the squad currently looks like this. So if we have a look at the full squad view, you can see we probably need another goalkeeper. Rose might not be good enough to make the step up to this league, although he does have potential to improve, so it won't be a disaster if we go with him. Van Kooten will be second or third choice, depending on what we do there. At centre-back, we've got lots of good options, although it is worth noting that Lewis Brown has been attracting interest from a lot of bigger clubs. He wants to leave. We've had to agree a sale price with him. So if we get an offer of 140,000, Brown is gone. So we kind of have to plan for him not to be here, although Curry, as mentioned, has signed a new contract, been appointed new vice captain of the club in the departure of Deeney. So we're definitely building around Curry, and then hopefully Jemidi is just as good alongside him, and we end up going with those two if Brown leaves. We've still got Kingdon and Idahen as rotation options at centre-back as well. So I think we're good at centre-back. At left-back, our starting left-back is likely to remain Clayton, although Ismail will certainly fight him for it, and I don't think we need a third left-back into the club. And then at right-back, we've got Camerson as a starter, Sam Paul as the backup. Sam Paul might not be good enough, but he's probably okay as a backup who can cover both sides. The back four, I'm generally pretty happy with, and when you consider how little money we've got to play with, I don't think we need to do much to the back four. We do need a goalkeeper. We're also going to need another central midfielder. I don't know why this guy is still showing up. Can we get him off our shortlist? He was someone we tried to sign last summer, but assuming he doesn't exist, which he doesn't, we've got Brooke, Antwi, and then the new guy Mayhew, who's very much a reserve, and Antwi wasn't really a starter last year either, so we need a starting defensive midfielder, assuming we're sticking with this system, and why wouldn't we? We've done back-to-back promotions with it. And then up front, we've got Musa as a starter, Leahy as a backup, Akamrich can play there as well, and Leahy can also play out wide, as can any of them, so they can all kind of rotate into the wide areas as well. On the left-hand side, like I say, you got so many options. Akamrich, Musa, Berry can play out there. The new boy Young, both Leahys can play out there. Clayton can play. This is why Finn is going to be let go. And then on the right-hand side, again, it's mostly the same players. In attacking midfield, you've got Berry, you've got Grant, plus Young can play there as well. Finn, like I say, will be moving on. So the attack, I think we're generally okay. We need a really good midfielder, a really good goalkeeper, and then we'll see how much money we've got left. It's free transfer day. Let's see what we can find. Well, first round of trialists have been and gone, and we really haven't got as many of them as I hoped we would. We did manage to get a goalkeeper, Joe Walsh. Yes, I know he's only 5'10". That could end up being something of a problem, but he is an upgrade on Joe Rose. So, yeah, he was the only one we could get. And then we signed a centre-back we didn't need, Reece Bennett, mainly because he was available and cheap and as good as the ones we've already got. So if Lewis Brown does go, he's another one who can slot in and play as our starting centre-back for us, which is jolly nice. The problem we have got is we've now spent almost all our money and we still haven't solved this defensive midfielder problem, which has been a problem for over a year now. Remember, we played Ellis Deeney here for most of last season because we had no other option. We played Shakuna there for a while. They just don't seem to exist, and it's very frustrating because the system really, really works, but it does rely on us having some decent quality defensive midfielders. So we're going to go and try and find those. The rest of the squad, I think, is done. There are areas I'd like to improve. I'm not over the moon about left back. I don't think we've got an obvious starting left back, although we've got 7 players who can play there. I'm not massively happy with the depth at right back. In contrast to that, we've probably got one more centre back than we need. So if Brown goes, that problem's solved. If not, we maybe have to move Idahen or Kingdon on. But Kingdon, I mean, they're both players who can then cover in other areas, so it's not ideal to lose either of them. But in the attack, we are solid. It would be nice to let Kyle Finn go. But we really, 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 really need at least one, if not a couple, of defensive midfielders, because Cameron Antwi injured for 7 weeks again. He started last season injured and never really made it into the team, only started 16 games. He's now going to be injured at the start of this season as well. I don't think we can rely on that guy. Well, we've just sold a defender for the biggest transfer fee in the history of the football club. And it wasn't Lewis Brown. Duncan Idehen has gone to Salford for £60,000. Our previous transfer record was $10,000. Idehen had fallen way down the pecking order. Would have struggled to get on the bench. Would have struggled to be... I mean, when you consider there's Brown, Kakuri, Bennett, Jamidi, Kingdon, all potentially ahead of him, I think that's a good piece of business, and it allowed us to do a little bit more business of our own. We still haven't been able to find a defensive midfielder to join us permanently, but we have got 2 in on loan. Reece Walters is a 19-year-old English defensive midfielder / central midfielder, 2.5 stars of current ability, 5-star potential. He's on loan from Port Vale for the season, having been on loan at Maidstone in the National League South last year. And then we've also got Todd Alcock, who, similar profile, English, 20 years old, defensive midfielder / central midfielder, 3 stars current ability, 5-star potential. He was on loan he was at Aston Villa, joined Bolton for free, never got in the Bolton team, and now joins us on loan, and is probably our best defensive midfielder that we've got at the club now. Sonny Davis is a defender we actually tried to sign permanently earlier in the summer. He was in on trial with us after he left Southampton, chose to join Mansfield, who immediately put him on the loan list. We've got him in for 60% of what they're paying him, far less than we were agreeing to pay him before. So we've actually ended up with this guy for less than we would have done if we'd have been able to sign him permanently. Obviously, no sell-on potential, but honestly, at this stage, who cares? He can come in and be a potentially starting right back for us. And then Katia Kuyate is another striker option for us. We've actually paid a loan fee for him because at the time of the negotiation, we couldn't afford to pay any wage contribution, but we knew Idehen was leaving. So just a little bit of financial shenanigans. But he's 6 foot tall and really quick. And although he's very, very raw, he's only 2 stars, 2.5 stars of current ability. He's got lots of potential, very raw. Just another option for us. He's probably not likely to start, but having paid the fee, I don't think he's recallable. Weirdly, he can be recalled even though we've paid a fee. I don't fully understand that, but I think just having him around the place as another option is probably a solid idea. So that means we've got decent strength in depth throughout the squad now. 3 goalkeepers, a whole load of players who can play left back, and arguably, I guess you would have Ismail or Clayton as the starters. A really, really good left back wouldn't go amiss, but you know, these two are fine. Clayton never let us down last year. And then at right back, we've got Sonny Davies, who's just arrived, plus new boy Camerson, and of course Sam Paul and Jack Kingdon, who were here last year and can cover on either side. At centre back, Brown is still here currently, but there are still clubs lurking. But at the moment, we've got Brown, Bennett, Kakuri, all fighting for the starting spot. Jamidi probably in that mix as well. Obviously, if Brown goes, one fewer of them is going to end up unhappy. Kingdon can obviously still play centre back as well, and apparently young Cameron Ismail can play centre back too, and he is 6 foot tall, so I'm not necessarily against the idea. Defensive midfield, 5 options. Mayhew was a bit of a mistake. Sometimes, boys and girls, you get them wrong. I think we got it wrong with that guy. But then I said the same thing about Elistini, and he ended up having a really good season for us last year. Antwi, of course, is injured, which means Brooke is likely to start the first game of the season alongside either Walters or Alcock. And then we've got Berry with new boy Grant to compete with him as the attacking midfielder, and a couple of the wingers can cover in there as well. On the left-hand side, loads of options. Right-hand side, loads of options, and some decent options up front as well, all of which can play out wide. So you've got probably 5 or 6 players who can play anywhere in that front 3, which means it's less likely that any of them are going to get really upset because they're all going to have opportunities to get in the team. There's nobody who's just like, well, I have to be the left winger or I can't play at all. So I think it's a decent looking squad. We've still got some money left over from Idehen to maybe bring in 1 or 2 more players if we need to. I don't know that we necessarily need to. The media have changed their tune. We're no longer odds-on favourites to be relegated, and they actually think we're going to survive and potentially be pushing up towards mid-table. I'd take that with a pinch of salt as well, potentially. I think we've got the lowest paid squad in the league, but it's quite a bloated squad, isn't it? We've got We've got 32 people in this. That can't be right. I mean, actually, a lot of our youngsters are still involved in that. If we clear this out and get rid of some of those youngsters, there you go. That's a little bit more like it. A 27-man squad, still a little bit big. Obviously, we'd like to get rid of Kyle Finn. Let's offer him out again. And in fact, I think I might just move him out of the first team squad, let him play with the under-21s, just to really send the message that we don't really want to use him. And then beyond that, Van Kooten is back as the third choice goalkeeper, not likely to play. Mayhew, there's an argument to loan this guy out, isn't there? And just get him out of the way. He was a mistake. We probably just ignore the fact that he exists and try and get someone to pay some of his salary. And then a lot of these guys are young players with potential who are just going to get better as the season goes on. So I'm happy with the makeup of the rest of the squad. I think if we can get rid of Finn and Mayhew, that's a solid 25-man squad that I am happy with. And I mean, I'm still here. I guess we need to try and stay in League Two. Well, this is a potential predicament. Gene Kennedy, remember him? Starting defensive midfielder for us 2 years ago, is out of contract at Colchester, but they're not releasing him. So we'd have to pay compensation. We can't afford to pay compensation for him. We've just tried to negotiate a fee and they want like £100,000, which is all fair enough. He's very good. The problem is, of course, because he's out of contract, we can't loan him either. I need to keep very close tabs on Gene Kennedy, because if he gets released by Colchester, we will pounce because we want him. He would be the perfect signing. He was great for us in that first season. Balls to waiting. We've smashed our transfer record, £71,000 for Gene Kennedy. He is now a permanent Tamworth player, and we finally have the defensive midfielder that we've been chasing since he left, basically. That is a huge signing for us, and he will be going straight into that first team mix for the start of the season. A proven commodity in a Tamworth shirt, and now going to be leading us into League Two football. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That should make a difference to what the media think. That's such a good signing. It doesn't. Well then, let's see what my assistant manager thinks our best 11 is based on what we've just done there. Interestingly, Kennedy, not part of it. I mean, good job I'm not listening to that idiot, eh? And all of that brings us to the first day of the new season. One more transfer went through. Kyle Finn has gone on loan to Penabont for the season in the Cymru Premier Division, which is, of course, my former team from Twitch last year. Big Penabont fan. Hopefully Finn goes and absolutely tears things up over there. But this is the team that I think we're going to be using for the first game of the new season in tomorrow's episode. So some new faces, obviously Walsh coming in goal, the new fullbacks, Ismail and Davies. Brown and Kokuri still together at the back though. Kennedy returns alongside new boy Olcock in midfield. And then Musa and Akamrich could play that way round or swap them. They can both play as an inside forward on either side or up front. So we'll do some experiment in the early games to see who our actual starting striker is. Of course, Berry in there. And then on the right-hand side, Jack Leahy. For now, we've got plenty of other options who can go out there, including his own brother, who could play in that role. The game thinks my best 11 is that. So the game would suggest Musa up front and Akamrich on the left. So we'll probably have a look at that at some point. New boy, of course, Renal Young, who's not yet match fit. He joined us with a hip injury, but could end up taking that spot on the right-hand side. And then no room for record signing Kennedy or Kokuri, interestingly. And Clayton comes back in. So quite a few changes. I have things to think about before tomorrow's video. But you know what? I didn't think I'd still be Tamworth manager at the end of this one, so I guess that's a positive. If you enjoyed that, please leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Liam Cooney. Well, this is weird. Part-time manager in League Two. Didn't think I'd be doing this. I guess I still have to hang out at the Snowdome, which is, I mean, how is that going to work when they interview me on the telly? Hello and welcome to part 20 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we are going to play our first couple of games in the Football League, in League 2, away against Gillingham and at home against Walsall. We play in the Moose Cup in between, and honestly, who cares? I'm not going to show you that one because who cares about the Moose Cup? But we care about the fact that we're a Football League team. Look at us go. We might even survive as well. Wouldn't that be a thing? If you missed yesterday's transfer special, you might not be completely familiar with all of these new faces that we've got at the club. So I'd suggest you go back and familiarise yourselves with those, including record signing Gene Kennedy, who you should be familiar with because he was here on loan previously, but has now joined us for £71,000. You can tell we're in the big leagues now. We're spending that kind of money, but this is our team for our first ever game in the Football League away against Gillingham. It's Walsh in goal, a back four of Ishmael, Brown, Kakuri and Davies, Alcock and Kennedy at the base of the midfield, Musa, Berry and Leahy, Jack Leahy that is. We've got two of them now, and Akamrich up front, who of course spent last season coming off of either wing. So there's things for us to figure out and try and learn in these early matches. One of the things, obviously, we want to try and learn is, are we good enough with this squad to compete in the Football League? But we're also trying to work out who our starting striker is, because we've got four of them, but all of them can also play out wide. And there's probably going to be at least two or three of them on the pitch at any one time. We just need to work out which one of them is going to be our 30-goal a season centre forward, because of course we want a 30-goal a season centre forward. That would be jolly nice. But I mean, look how little our goalkeeper is. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Oh dear me. This is what happens when you sign a miniature goalkeeper. I worried about it when I brought him in. I suspect yesterday's comments, yesterday's video's not out yet as I'm recording this, but I suspect yesterday's comments are absolutely full of people telling me not to sign a 5'10" goalkeeper because things like that will happen. How long until Rose is back in goal? We need to monitor how often things like that happen. It literally went over his head. Right, let's hope some of the other new boys aren't quite so much of a disappointment as this goalkeeper I've already decided I don't like. Davis at right back, plays it into Leahy. Leahy looking for options, trying to find Yusuf, and it's a good saving challenge from the Gillingham defender. I can't believe that happened so early as well. But Berry trying to grab an early equaliser. Still less than 3 minutes on the clock. Walsh has been humiliated, and I'm already thinking maybe we need to go and find a full-size goalkeeper that we can bring in on loan before it's too late. We've got nearly a month left of his transfer window, and of course we are now in the world of the transfer window being in the Football League. It's something we've not had to deal with before. So, I mean, Van Kooten, our third-choice goalkeeper, is 6'4", so maybe we just play him. I mean, he's not as good as Walsh, technically, but I can't get over the fact that that's just gone way over his head like that. Very disappointing. Let's offer some encouragement to the boys playing in their first ever game in the Football League. And at the moment, not necessarily looking like we're going to have a very enjoyable season. Ismail plays it forward to Musa. Musa on the left-hand side. I think he's probably the most likely to end up as our centre forward, but he starts out wide today and has the effort from range, and it whistles past the post. We've had a couple of decent opportunities. We've actually been the better team on XG for shots created, shots on target. We're ahead on all of the stats apart from the only one that matters, as I believe the cliche goes, and Gillingham just comfortably knocking the ball around. I think we're going to see more of this year, teams being much more comfortable on the ball, which means we might have to shift up the way we play, because our methods have very much been smash and grab, get it out wide, get it into the men in the middle. And I don't know if we're going to get away with that at this level. We might need something a little bit more technically proficient, which I guess now we've got someone like Kennedy to step into that midfield with the quality that he brings. It should be something we're capable of doing. And now we are a full-time team training full-time. We could potentially play a more demanding, higher tempo system as well. Although it must be remembered that a lot of the players who were here last year are still on part-time contracts, as am I. We didn't go through giving everybody full-time contracts because we just didn't have the money to do it. So we've got a strange mix of all the new guys are full-time, all the loans are full-time. There's some players who were here before who've had contract extensions like Kakuri, like Berry, who are also full-time. But then you have the likes of Akamrich, Leahy, Brown, our captain Brown, who are on part-time contracts still because they they either didn't want to sign new contracts in the case of Brown, or we just ran out of money to be able to afford to do it with the likes of a Camrich. That's good work from Berry again. And he's forced a corner here, I think. And it's going to be an in-swinger. It's going to be Brown is our centre-back taking the corner. I mean, we've got a set-piece coach now. So glad we had our centre-back taking the corner. Good work, set-piece coach. Although, to be fair, that's why you do it, because that's lovely tracking back from Brown. And now Leahy trying to conjure something up from the right-hand side, finds the cross. It's a big, deep cross. We had so much success with that kind of cross last season. Unfortunately, not on that occasion, but now Ismail's going to try and drive it across. Finds Musa, and Victor Musa has his first goal in the Tamworth shirt. And, I mean, did we even get the flashing lights at the bottom of the screen? We've gone from alien invasions in non-league to I don't think we even got the goal alert there, but it definitely went in. I mean, I guess we've not brought very many fans with us. Perhaps there's not enough fans to make it flash. But that's a good finish from Musa, and that is a step towards him becoming our centre-forward because he's shown that he can finish, whereas a Camrich, not having the best of times playing centre-forward today, but of course, almost all of his goals last year did come from that kind of position that Musa was just in, out wide. Right, let's take a Camrich off. We are going to, I think, stick Musa up. Are we going to put Musa up front? We've got Kouyaté, who I am excited about. We've also got Tom Leahy. Can I have two Leahys on the pitch at the same time? I can't say one of them. Right, you know what? We are going to bring Kouyaté on. I want to have a look at him. Coming on as a pressing forward. We're also going to bring one of the other new boys, Jaden Camason, on to play it right back. He came in from Manchester United. We're going to have 5 substitutions now, which is awesome. So I think we can actually take Leahy for Leahy, do that as a change. And we're going to play Tom Leahy as an inside forward rather than Jack Leahy as a winger, and Kouyaté up front. Just, like I say, try something a little bit different. We've been very much about wingers getting crosses in before. We've now got a striker who's going to run around a lot and 2 guys who are going to cut in off the wing to try and get on the end of crosses that might be delivered by fullbacks. Walsh, once again, looked like he wasn't going to reach that if it had stayed under the crossbar. I'm going to try not to write him off immediately. It's not going well for him. That's a lovely flick on from Camason, though, and Kouyaté gets through on goal. I think we're going to have some fun with this guy. He's big, he's fast. I said it in yesterday's episode. He's very, very raw, but if we can get it right with him, he's going to be a superstar. Cross comes in, looking for Kouyaté. Can't find him, and it comes to Adam Berry, who's going to try and get that ball back into the area via Kakuri, and now Camason, but it just kind of breaks down. But there's Camason again playing it forward to Berry, who, I mean, Berry looks like he's settled right into this league. Skips past his man, leaves 2 players for dead, and now Ismail on the left-hand side. Can he find the crosses? 3 men in the middle. Cross comes in. Kouyaté is the one that it's going towards, and he's won a penalty. He's been held down there. It's a penalty kick, and we've got the opportunity to take the lead in our first ever game in the Football League away from home. It's going to be Musa for his second of the day, and he scores it. And it's 2-1 to Tamworth, 15 minutes to go. That would be, I mean, this would be ideal. If we could come away from home on the first day of the season and pick up a win, that's super duper. Might even convince the manager to give me a new contract, because if we've built another good team here that can be in a promotion push again, and it's very early to say that, but if we have, I really am starting to lean towards staying with Tamworth for a long, long time from a footballing perspective, but it only works if they can give you the money to justify it. Right, 2 changes. Brooke comes on for Kennedy. New boy Grant comes on for Berry. And we look to just see this one out, please and thank you. We have been so much better than Gillingham for all of the match stats. We definitely deserve this today, and fingers crossed we can grab a third here to put it beyond doubt. It's going to be Brown once again taking the corner. Do we not have any other left footers in the squad? And there is Tom Leahy, and he's scored on his debut as well, and that should rubber stamp it. 3-1 away from home. We're playing a league game in a ground that's got a big telly behind the goal. It's a wonderful thing. It's a good header from Leahy, and that's I guess that is justification for the new set piece coach who came in over the summer, and we are top of the league, boys and girls. It's where we hang out. We're very used to being up towards the top end of the table. More of this, please. I still have no idea who my front 3 is. It was a good finish from Leahy. Obviously, Musa's got 2 goals today. So the one thing that probably isn't going to be our striker is a Camrich who can move back out wide. That's lovely work from Kouyaté. He's offside, but it was a lovely touch. Oh, I think I'm going to like that boy. I'm excited by this team again. I really, really, really love what we're doing here at Tamworth. Someone speak to the board and get them to offer me a sensible contract. I want to stay, but I do need to be paid to stay. Right, I'm going to play the Carabao Cup game off camera because nobody has ever cared about the Carabao Cup in the history of the world, apart from Manchester United fans, apparently. And we'll be back for the Walsall game. Folks, I just want to take a moment to thank today's episode sponsor, Manscaped.com. The holiday season is here and it's time to give yourself the gift of grooming and self-care. Today, I've got something special that's going to take your grooming game to the next level. The Manscaped Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. Allow me to open it for you. Ooh. Now, this isn't just a package, it's a complete grooming experience. Let me walk you through what makes this package a perfect purchase this holiday season. Firstly, it includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, which is a grooming powerhouse. It comes with 2 interchangeable skin-safe blade heads. You've got the skin-safe trimmer blade and also the skin-safe foil blade. Your grooming routine just got an upgrade. And let's not forget the Weed Whacker 2.0, which is perfect for taming those unruly nose and ear hairs. It's also equipped with skin-safe technology to help reduce nicks and cuts, and it's waterproof, so you can use it in the shower. And to make your grooming experience even more comfortable, there's the Crop Soother Ball Aftershave Lotion. It's dermatologist tested for sensitive skin, alcohol-free, fragrance-free, and it helps soothe razor burn and itching as hair regrows. And then for that final touch, the Crop Preserver is a clear drying, quick absorbing lotion with soothing aloe vera. It's formulated for below the waist and it's free of aluminium, cruelty-free, dye-free, paraben-free, and vegan. And not only all of that, but the package also comes with 2 free gifts. A pair of Manscaped pants and the Shed 2.0 travel bag. This holiday season, head over to the Manscaped website and gift yourself or someone special the ultimate grooming experience. It's a gift that keeps on giving and you'll start the new year looking and feeling fantastic. So don't wait, head over to manscaped.com and get your hands on the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra today. And when you use my promo code LOLLUJO, you'll get 20% off plus free international shipping at checkout. That's 20% off plus free shipping with code LOLLUJO at manscaped.com. Trust me, your jingle balls will thank you. Well, we put out a rotated side in the Moose Cup against Morecambe, and I mean, we did quite well once we made some substitutions. Struggled a little bit with the starting team, but we brought on the A team up front to end the game, and a Camrich got a couple, Kennedy got the third, and we ended up getting through to the second round where we're going to play against West Brom. So maybe we will care about the Carabao Cup a little bit after all, because that's a relatively local-ish derby, I guess, as is this game against Walsall. And this is the team we're going to put out there for that one. It's Walsh in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Davies, Alcock and Kennedy in midfield, a Camrich moving back out to the left, which is where he played when he came on in midweek and got those 2 goals. Musa came on up front in that game, so he starts there today. Berry in the middle, and then Young on the right-hand side. He played, I think he started. I'm sure I started him. I did start him. I started him in the middle against Morecambe. He was more effective when I moved him out onto the right-hand side. So he gets a start out there. That's the one spot in the attack that's up for grabs, really. I think with Musa and a Camrich, I'm just going to be trying to work out which one of them is going to start up front and which is going to be on the left. There is always the opportunity to do press the button that has them swap around mid-match. I know that's still a thing, and it's something I've not used for a few years, so we could maybe even have them swapping around mid-match. But that right-hand side spot is still up for grabs. It could be Young, it could be one of the Leahys, and I'm so glad that that's still happening. Musa has won the ball though and bursts through and hits the post, and I mean that's a decent example of why he should be playing as the more central of the two. Certainly a lot more direct towards goal than a Camrich would be in that situation, although his finishing did leave a little to be desired. A first start of the season today for Clayton as well at left back, who did nothing wrong last year, but I mean, we've just got other players who can play there this year. So everyone's going to get their opportunity. Everyone who's made it into this 25-man squad will get opportunities in this first few weeks of the season for me to work out who is going to be the best 11. So I still don't really know. But Young trying to beat his man, doesn't really succeed. But that goal looks familiar, doesn't it, boys and girls? Of course, Camrich started last season on the right, didn't he? Because he was doing that with Clayton's crosses. But this time it's the cross from Davies, a Camrich coming in off the one of the wide areas. He's 6'1". He's very good in the air. You would think logic would dictate he would play up front, but he's just so much more effective doing that, coming in off either wing as an inside forward and getting on the end of crosses. So I think that's probably decision made. Camrich has got 3 goals in 20 minutes of game time between the last 10 minutes of the cup game and the first 15 of this, all of them coming in off the wing, getting on the end of crosses. You saw in the previous one that the 2 assists were both from Sam Paul, who started at right back in that game. He's scored 3 identical goals in like 25 minutes of game time and done some excellent tracking back there to win the ball back. And now Young, he's overhit that a little bit to try and beat his man, but seems to have some pace about him. And there is Musa to tuck away the loose ball off the shot from Berry. I think it's being disallowed, but I mean, Musa looked lively there, but he did also look very, very offside. We don't even get to see a replay. He's so far offside. Right, Brown looking for options ahead of him, finds a Camrich who has started very, very brightly today, as has Olcock bursting out of midfield. And now Kennedy to Young, and Davies has got so much space to pick his cross, but instead plays it into Young. Young's fouled. That's a penalty. Thank you very much, boys and girls. We'll take that one and hopefully do a goal. Who's our number 15? We've got to learn the new squad numbers. Musa is the number 15, and he scores. Lovely, lovely, lovely. The aliens seem very interested in it as well, which is jolly nice. Also, I mean, that's certainly a reason for leaving Tamworth, because I think I mentioned it a couple of episodes ago. I was having these same problems when I was in the lower leagues on Twitch in Turkey. And as soon as we moved to a bigger club with a bigger stadium, that problem has just gone away. It's very much a small stadium problem, which, as much as I'm loving my time here at Tamworth, if Football Manager's broken and that keeps happening, that's a reason to get away from these small grounds. The alternative, of course, would be for us to build an enormous ground here at Tamworth, and that would also solve the problem, or at least knock the roof off of this one, because I think it's the roof that's glitching out. It's interesting to see that Morecambe are the one team above us in the league at the moment, and our reserves beat them quite comfortably in midweek. I mean, you often see this in real life. I mean, Gateshead are right up here with us as well. If you're a team that's good enough to be promoted into League Two, you're often a team that's good enough to be promoted out of League Two as well, because there's not a lot of difference between the good teams in the National League and the good teams in League Two. It's that bottleneck between the National League and League Two that often means the bottom half of League Two is much worse than the top half of the National League. And these promoted teams do often do very well. So, I mean, imagine if we did 4 promotions in a row. I could only take credit for 3 of them. But surely at that point, the board would give me a sensible contract befitting the work that I've done. Surely. Berry with the in-swinger. Goalkeeper gets there ahead of him, and it... The highlight just kind of ends. It's Clayton with the throw, though, gives it to Musa. Back with Clayton again. No one in the middle, or no striker in the middle, because Musa had drifted out wide. Young instead decided to step in and become the central man to aim at. Davies playing it into Young, who's still in the middle, and he's grabbed himself a goal as well. Oh my word, we look like a good team again. It's a very, very, very good team that needs to play in a different ground, because the nets were going absolutely bananas again there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it, folks. Hopefully next patch from Sports Interactive fixes that problem. In the meantime, I'm doing my best to just ignore it when it happens, but it's so frustrating. Right, Clayton has picked up an injury. Camerson is going to come on and play left back. He's a right back, really. But similar to what we had with Paul last year, I mean, Paul is still here, but similar to what we've had with Paul, it's always handy having a fullback who can cover on both sides, the way both Clayton and Paul can now. It's a little bit of a shame to see Clayton go off with an injury. Like I said before, it's his first start of the season. He was a really important player for us last year, our top assist provider last year, and this was his first opportunity this year, and I hope he's not got himself a big boy injury that's going to leave him out of the team for a significant amount of time, because with the team playing as well as they are, it's very easy to move on beyond a player who's out of the team injured for a while. Oh my word, Yusuf very nearly curling one into the top corner there. He has started this season like he means it. Goodness me. 3-0 up now and just absolutely cruising. I mean, look at those match stats. Walsall haven't even had a shot on target, which does minimise the worries I had around Walsh when you're making sure your opponents don't even test him. Akamrich is going to come off. We're going to bring on Leahy to play on that left-hand side. That's new Leahy, not old Leahy, but he can play anywhere across the attack. And we're also going to take off Adam Berry, bring on Connor Grant, and just basically continue to try things out, keep players fresh. I love having 7 substitutes and being able to use 5 of them. That is going to be huge for player development and just general squad happiness, rotation, that kind of thing. Olcott can come off and Brooke can come on. And then I think we'll take off Lewis Brown and Reece Bennett can come. I think this is a debut for Bennett. I don't think we played him in midweek either. So I think that's Reece Bennett's Tamworth debut alongside Curry, which could end up being the partnership that we use back there if we do get that offer for Lewis Brown, because remember, Brown still attracting interest from bigger clubs. We've not sold him yet, but the transfer window is still open for, I mean, 3 more weeks. We're going to get half a dozen games under our belts before the window closes, which seems like a very strange position to put a transfer window, but I know it happens like that in real life as well. It's bonkers. Folks, that is a very good start to the season. What do the media think? Yeah, they're starting to realise we're actually quite a good team. We are charging up the leagues. I just need the board to give me a sensible contract. What have I got to do? Shall I ask them again? Hi, board. New contract, please. I would like a new contract on proper new contract money, because it's only going to take the first guy to get sacked from a League One club or a Championship club. And I am surely going to be attracting attention this time and will be on my way. And I don't want to leave, but they have to give me a reason to stay. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Tim Babbage. Well, our annual trip to a big team is coming a little earlier than usual this year. The transfer window isn't even shut yet, but we're off to West Brom. I don't think the Carabao Cup pays as much money as the FA Cup, but I guess this is how we find out. Hello and welcome to part 21 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have that big Carabao Cup game away against local-ish rivals West Brom. We also face Carlisle in the league and should have transfer deadline day as well. Lots of things going on. Since you were last with me, we've continued winning all of our matches, even though the last one we nearly threw away, although Kakuri has started scoring headers from set pieces again, which is jolly nice to see. And this is what the League 2 league table looks like after 4 games. 4 games, 4 wins, 12 points on the board. Big thumbs ups all round. The money in the bank at the moment going into the West Brom games, we want to see if we make any money from this. £383,000. West Brom are 20th in the Championship, so they're not actually in very good form. Dare we dream? Dare we hope for a result? We're going with Walsh in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Curry and Davis, Alcock and Kennedy in midfield, Musa on the left, Akamrich on the right, Berry behind Kouyaté up front. We've got all 3 of our main strikers on the pitch at the same time. The Leahys both down on the bench, getting furious at the fact that all these other guys who aren't even called Leahy are getting in the team ahead of them. But I don't know how good a team West Brom are likely to put out for a game like this. It looks like it's a foggy night. Goodness me. I mean, there's not many people here. Oh, here was me hoping for a lot of people to turn up. There's so many empty seats. Hold on, did it tell us before how many are here? Just over 9,000 people here. So double what a good attendance at our place would be. But I don't think there's the same financial split for a Carabao Cup game. So this is probably just an exercise in us getting our backside handed to us. Plus, Carabao and all the other various Carabao Cup sponsors get a lovely little unpaid for advert on the channel because of all this advertising that goes around the ground. The one advantage playing a game like this in a video means, of course, is we won't or shouldn't theoretically get any alien invasions playing at a ground this size. So that's a big positive. We like that. What we also like is the fact that we haven't conceded a goal yet. 15 minutes in, we also have only had 28% possession and haven't had a shot yet, but that might be about to change. Kouyaté just kicks the ball and chases it because that's what he does. And Akamrich plays it back to Clayton. Clayton, we know, has got a lovely cross on him, and there's players lining up in the middle who are capable of a finish. Cross comes in. Kouyaté is the one who, in fact, it was Akamrich, I think, who made contact with it in the end. But we've got three big, strong, fast boys and Berry pulling the strings between them, ready to get on the end of these crosses. Berry with the in-swinging corner. Brown at the near post, plays it back to Berry. Berry to Musa. Musa turns. Kakuri. I thought he was going to shoot from the edge of the area for a second there, and Davis does. And it goes just wide. The keeper, in the end, doesn't even need to get a touch on it because it's going wide. I wonder if he would have got the touch on it if he'd have needed to. Guess there's... My tie's not straight. Oh, that's unacceptable. There you go. Now the tie is straight. I look even more handsome than usual, and fingers crossed we should we absolutely shouldn't win this game, but we are starting to get back into it. Up to 41% possession now. Clayton now with the in-swinger. We are dangerous from these set pieces. Falls to Berry on the edge of the area, who, I mean, that one has whistled past the post. He wellied that, but unfortunately it does go wide. But we've had the best of the highlights, that's for sure. Clayton now to Musa. Clayton with a big deep cross. We've seen this a million times before, but Akamrich on this occasion couldn't get there ahead of the defender, and it's cleared to Kakuri, who is going to try and keep this attack going here as we approach half-time. Kakuri to Davis, and now back to Kakuri again, and it's Alcock in midfield. He sold Musa a little bit short there, and West Brom able to intercept and try and get a counter-attack of their own up and running, but because they're fancy championship team, rather than attacking, they play it back through the defence, take their time, and now hit the ball over the top, trying to get in behind Clayton at left back. And I mean, they're knocking it around very nicely here. But it ends with a shot that, I mean, Walsh had it covered. Even though he's got little arms, he absolutely had that covered. 0-0 at half-time. Got to be happy with that one. Proud of the boys so far. Have we got a winner in us in this second half? Davis, that's a poor ball from him, just straight into the West Brom player, and it just puts us immediately back under pressure at the start of this second half. And once again, they knock the ball around us in these nice little triangles, and now we need to make a challenge without giving away a penalty. The ball's bobbling around in the area. It's cleared, but to a West Brom shirt, and they seem to have started this second half as if they quite fancy scoring a goal, which probably doesn't bode particularly well for us. The one thing we've got going in our favour is the terrible, terrible form they're in, which does leave them in the relegation zone in the Championship at the moment. I mean, if things turned out the way they're looking like they're turning out at the moment, this could be a league game next year. We're top of League 2. They're in the relegation zone in the Championship. We could both be in League 1 next year. So on that basis, let's go beat them. I mean, they are a lot better than us, as you can see. I don't know where Walsh was there. He didn't even come for it. It's upsetting to concede the goal in that manner, because set pieces are usually our thing. So to concede from one does make me a little bit sad, especially when they've done a fancy one like that. They played it to the edge of the area, then they hit the cross there, and I mean, that guy has come from deep and there's just nobody picking him up, and unfortunately we do go behind, and we haven't really looked like scoring. We've had a couple of chances early on, but there's not been much from us since. We're going attacking. We have obviously got options on the bench as well. The Leahys, for example, could come on and change the game together. Wouldn't that be a thing? Davis plays it forward to Akamrich, who's trying to get the better of his left back, ends up playing it back to Davis. Davis, his cross gets a deflection, and Musa very nearly just sort of dips it over the top of the goalkeeper, but it ends up hitting the crossbar and coming free. But that was another good opportunity for us. What have we got to change the game? Right, Akamrich is coming off. Tom Leahy's coming on. We're also going to take off Berry, and Connor Grant is going to come on. And I think we take off Kouyaté and Jack Leahy's going to come on. We'll swap those two around like that. I think we'll actually put Musa up front, and yeah, we might Might do them that way round, I think. A completely different combination of our front four, because the ones that were on there initially, they had 70 minutes and didn't get the breakthrough. Let's see if fresh legs running at the West Brom defenders can have a little bit more success. Kakuri plays it over the top to Musa, who's got him behind here, and I think that's a penalty. He just had him for pace there. It's a clumsy challenge from the West Brom defender, and we do have a penalty kick. It's going to be Grant to take. I've never seen him take a penalty before. Grant steps up and scores, and it's 1-1, and it's all to play for. We're going to drop back to that positive mentality. Can we go on and win it with 20 minutes to go? We are something of a cup run team. I officially, party line, don't care about the Carabao Cup. That being said, we'll obviously take a cup run in it, because even if we don't get big money from the away games, presumably there's prize money. Obviously home games, our stadium's a little bit bigger now. So if we get a big draw, we can get money, get people through the gate that way, etc., etc. You know the drill. You know how finance works. Leahy, T, what is it? Is he Tom or Todd? I'm sure he knows. Plays it back into Leahy, who's spun around his defender and very nearly forces that past the West Brom keeper. We are looking very lively since our goal. We've got a corner. We're always a threat from the set pieces. Davies is going to hit an in-swinger to that far post. In fact, it's gone near post, but we didn't really have anybody, which was a little bit weird. Musa shoots from range, and it comes all the way back to Olcock, who plays it out to Davies again, but the move kind of drifts away. We're actually ahead on XG now. I know we've had a penalty, which does pad it a little bit, but we're playing well. Brooks going to come on for Kennedy. Clayton is tiring, so we can bring on Paul for him to play at left back, and let's go get the winner. I don't know if this goes to extra time, whether it goes straight to penalties. I'm fairly confident it's not a replay. They've now dropped to a 4-4-2. It looks like they're just playing for the penalty shootout at this point. It's a very weird thing to see the Championship team do, but I guess they're completely bereft of confidence and worried that we're coming for them. But they've got the set piece here. They've already scored from one, and Walsh, I think, has made the save. It hasn't. He just missed. It's gone out for a goal kick. Walsh can still be the scapegoat for a little bit longer. If he'd have saved that, then he would have become a hero. And this might be his opportunity to become a hero, because we've gone to penalties. So obviously Walsh is going to have plenty of opportunities to show me why we've decided to buy him. Now, Grant, of course, has already scored one penalty today. Oh, for goodness sake. You promised me it didn't happen in the big grounds. If we're going to get that all the way through the penalty shootout, I'll just tell you if we've won at the end. I can't cope with that. We're 1-0 up. Grant scored. And then Walsh with his first opportunity to make a save, and he doesn't. 1-1. Come on, boys. Let's get a wriggle on. We don't need to be here all day for the penalty shootout. Musa, just hit it. Just do a goal. Move on. It's easy. There you go. Musa scores 2-1 to us. We take the advantage once again. And now I think this guy was the striker for West Brom. He was certainly playing up front when 90 minutes was hit. And Walsh is beaten comfortably again. It's 2-2 now on penalties, and one of the fabulous Leahy brothers is on. This is the striker, the one we signed this year, and I mean, that's a very confident penalty from him. He very nearly scored during the match, and that was a very comfortable, confident finish from him. Their goalkeeper looks so much bigger than ours. Look at the size of him. Very lengthy. Oh, I thought Walsh should save that one, but actually, no, it's gone the wrong way. I think it was the floating eBay advert around the edges just distracted my eyes a little bit, and now it's our captain, Brown, who, of course, wants away. He's looking for a move to the Championship, and that is a very confident penalty for a man who probably deserves to be there. It's another opportunity for Walsh to get himself off the scapegoat list, and he doesn't. 4-4. Is it going to be one of those shootouts that just goes on forever? Kakuri with the final penalty kick of the regular 5 for Tamworth, and it's saved. Heartbreak for Kakuri, and now Walsh needs to get his buddy out of trouble, or else West Brom have the fun of being able to say they snuck past Tamworth on penalties. There's no way West Brom win here, is there? They might win the match, but everyone's still going to laugh at them, and it's their own fault. Come on, Walsh, make the save. He doesn't. We're out of the Carabao Cup. Much sadness. Let's see if we actually made any money from it, because if we didn't, we don't care, and that's probably the best way to get knocked out, because we didn't lose the match. We made like 80,000. It's not it's better than a kick in the teeth, isn't it? But let's go play Carlisle. Then we've got deadline day. So just the one change for the Carlisle game. Then Jack Leahy coming in on the left-hand side with Musa dropping down to the bench. Let's hopefully get back to winning ways in the league. We've had that 4 wins from 4 to start our life in League 2. Fingers crossed. We didn't have the stuffing knocked out of us by that defeat from West Brom. Let's get the league table back on there so we can see what's going on. Jolly good. We're going with Kayate up front again today because I just like the fact that he's pure chaos. He's big, he's strong, he's quick, very inconsistent, very erratic, but he has scored a couple of goals for us and does just cause trouble. And I like a striker that causes trouble. When you've got players around him who are a little bit more neat and efficient, like a Camrich there, you can afford to have one chaos engine up there. And that's the role Kayate plays. And he's picked up an assist there, I think. Or did it fall to Berry? There's no way, no, because the stupid aliens were back. I hate it. Oh, hopefully we are getting closer to a fix from Sports Interactive for the stupid aliens. Oh, my word. But it is an assist for Kayate. We've scored inside the first minute. That, boys and girls, is good work from all involved. Berry now with the in-swinger to the far post, and it ends up coming out to Jack Leahy, who, that looked like a handball to me. Kayate causing trouble again, just bearing down on the goalkeeper. I am very much, I said I'd enjoy him, and I am enjoying him. I'm determined to enjoy him, and he's all over the place, and all over the place in a good way. Exactly what you want from a proper pressing forward. I do enjoy a pressing forward, and he is definitely making a nuisance of himself, causing problems, which is always fun. Right, it is Carlisle looking to build up an attack, and Walsh had that covered all the way. I've decided he's not the scapegoat anymore. We don't need one. We're potentially on 5 wins from 5 here. We don't need a scapegoat. We're going back to back to back to back. We're that good. We don't need when you're that good, you don't need a scapegoat, boys and girls. The aliens are helping us. As you can see, they're very much manipulating that goal at the moment. What you don't know is all that movement of the netting makes it impossible for anyone to score in that goal. So we know what we're doing. We've got the aliens on our side. Right, it is. That was poor. Carlisle just going to dance forward towards us again. And can we just win the ball back? As much as I like the fact that we're winning lots of games, I do occasionally, when we get a long highlight like this, get a little frustrated about the fact that we are so comfortable not having the ball. Because we know when we get it, we'll move it forward quickly, get it wide, get a cross in, get a through ball in, and probably score a goal. I quite enjoy watching teams playing possession football. And I know I'd be mental to change what we're doing when it's working so well. But sometimes I do wish we could just keep possession of the ball a little bit. And I feel like that goal has directly come from us not having the ball. What does that sentence mean? Kev, every time the opposition scores, it comes from them not having the ball. Are you just speaking for the sake of it there? I could be a pundit on TNT Sports with that kind of insight. If they do want to get in touch with me, my email address is on my About page here on YouTube. Feel free to make contact. I reckon I could give Michael Owen a run for his money. At punditry, he's probably still quicker than me. Even years later. We're about the same age, I think. Are we about the same age? We probably are. 1-1. Let's offer something. No, whoa. Oh, very nearly. I accidentally almost gave an instruction. What I actually want to do is just shout. Just shout into the wind. Come on, boys! And hopefully that will be enough for us to go and grab another goal, take the lead again before half time. The stadium, bless us. The ground looks full. How many people are here? We're just going to have a little look. There's over 3,000 people here. We have had an uptick in attendances. Bear in mind, this is Carlisle, and Carlisle is a long way from everywhere. So I imagine they've not brought very many with them. Our attendances are starting to increase, which is, that's the way you fight the aliens. You get your ground big enough so that you don't have that stupid roof that causes the problem. So keep improving, keep increasing the size of the stadium, gentlemen. That's the way forward. Although Carlisle have just carved us open here, and maybe we're getting a little bit too big for our boots. Overconfidence may be setting in because they've done quite well there, haven't they? I don't want to see the replay of it. I want to go attacking. And what I want to do is demand more. But because I only just shouted encouragement, I can't demand more yet. Clayton to Alcock, who gives the ball away. What is all this giving the ball away? We've done. I mean, maybe we're tired off the back of the West Brom game. Is that an excuse we're going to allow ourselves? Probably shouldn't. Davis goes past his man with ease, and now a Camrich. Very deep here for him, but plays it forward to Berry. Berry squares it to Kiate, and he's made one and scored one today. It's pure chaos with him, but he was in the right place at the right time there, and that's lovely stuff. 2-2. I think we're going to leave it on attacking. I like to attack with a home team. It's probably the biggest crowd I've ever seen at the Lamb. So let's carry on attacking. Let's try and win the game. Clayton's going to hit an in-swinger. I wonder where it's going. What do you know? It went into that big pile of players at the near post. Berry shoots from range. Oh, my word. I thought that had gone miles over, but somehow it dipped right at the end, hit the crossbar, and once again, Kiate is in the right place at the right time. I tell you what, I might be underselling him. Maybe he's just a very good striker because he just seems to, his anticipation in his position, and he knows where to be. And it's 3-2, and I mean, we're looking very good again all of a sudden. Clayton now with the throw to Berry. Berry plays it into Leahy. Leahy goes past his man, and it's a poor attempt at a save from the goalkeeper. He's probably going to be pretty disappointed with himself, but we don't care. We're now 4-2 up as we approach half-time. We've just turned it on. The keeper's got to do better there. It looked like he was unsighted. I don't know that that's a thing in Football Manager. We're going to drop back to positive because we just exploded and did 3 goals in 5 minutes there when we turned it on to attacking. We don't need to attack all the time. We'll attack in bursts. And when we do, that'll happen. But Kiate, I mean, let's have a little look at him. Attributes nerds. Tell me what you think. Because form-wise, he's playing really, really, really well. And I want to make him a permanent signing and keep him here forever. Because he is just, he's unplayable at times. And that's exactly what you want from a striker, really, isn't it? I mean, getting back to scapegoats, though, Carlisle have had 2 shots and scored 2 goals. So I think we can all see where the weak link is, and deadline day is approaching. I'm trying to get rid of Kingdon to free up some money. Not even necessarily sell him, just free up his salary so we can maybe go and get another goalkeeper. Because I am a little bit worried about Walsh. I was always going to be worried about a 5'10" goalkeeper. I don't really know why I signed him. I think I was just dazzled by star ratings. You know, if you've been watching for a while, you know sometimes I'll get dazzled by a star rating. I think I was with Walsh without actually looking at the practicalities of having a goalkeeper who would come up to like my nipple height. And that's no way to describe a goalkeeper. That's a lovely goal from Kennedy. That's actually the second time this season he scored a goal similar to that. He did it in the first round of the Carabao Cup as well. He's got quite the shot on him. When he gets himself into these positions, that is just a good old wallop. And it's now 5-2, and we can score goals. We might not be able to defend very well. We never have been able to, which is weird because our most promising youngsters are all defenders. But we can certainly attack and do a jolly good job of that. Musa's going to come on into an attack that's played brilliantly without him. He thought he was coming in, and to be honest, I thought it too. Musa thought he was coming in to be our nailed-on starter, that we'd fit the rest of the attack around. Well, he's just seen the 4 that started ahead of him today play really, really well. So there is no nailed-on starter. We're still working out what our best combination is up front. And I guess the best outcome for us as a club is for there to not be a best combination and us actually have like 5 or 6 really good attacking players that we can use interchangeably, rotate around, cover for injuries, cover for suspensions, and not rely massively on one player the way we sometimes have in the past. Right, we're going to bring Grant on for Berry, and we're also going to bring Reece Bennett on into midfield, which he can't really do, but we're well ahead. Let's teach him to. Can any of them do it? Right, Kakuri sort of can. So Kakuri is going to go forward and play as the ball-winning midfielder, and Bennett and Brown are going to have the opportunity to play together. I think they're both Manchester United youngsters, so they've probably played together many times before. But we'll give them the opportunity to do it in our shirts. They've never done it in our shirts before. At 5-2, we should probably offer some praise. We've done really well. There you go. You've done very well today, boys. Well done. XG's outstanding again. And we are now the only team in League Two with 5 wins from 5. There is no difference between the National League and League Two. We've seen it a gazillion times before. You can see it's not just me. It's not just Football Manager's too easy. Gateshead are right up here with us as well. You're seeing it in real life this year with Wrexham and Notts County doing well in League Two. There isn't much difference. When you get promoted to League Two, you do quite well. And we're certainly doing quite well. And Musa, if he stayed on side, would have made it 6. He didn't stay on side, but that was certainly been a good way to show me that he should still be in the plan for starting the next game. But as it is, he doesn't get the goal. We score 5 goals without him. Happy days. Right. We are just going to do deadline day to end off the episode. The only thing I imagine might happen is Kingdon or Brown might leave, because if we get the offer we've asked for Brown, Brown might still leave. And if we manage to get rid of one of them, we might just bring in a new goalkeeper. Well, that's deadline day complete with nobody leaving, which means nobody new came in. So deadline day ends as the episode started. We've not signed anyone or sold anyone. We're still nicely within our budgets. And now I guess we just go and play lots of football matches and see how good we really are. I'm waiting to see if someone comes knocking and offers me a job. I'm surprised at this point. Still no job offers at all. But if you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, Felix Bjorkman. Exciting news, boys and girls. I'm reliably assured that after the Football Manager update that came out last week, the alien invasions are a thing of the past. They're gone. The glitch is gone. We should all be safe to carry on watching the videos. Unfortunately, it has come at a price, and that price is our ability to win football matches ever. Hello and welcome to part 22 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we have 2 games for you in League 2. We're at home against Newport and away against Forest Green. Since you were last with me, I've been sad. I've been what a run of games that has been. Even the one game that we won was a 94th minute penalty to win the match. But we've lost to Burton, narrowly beaten Cambridge, lost to Tranmere, lost to Doncaster, lost to Sheffield Wednesday in the pointless trophy that no one cares about. We have started to turn things around with a couple of draws, a 92nd minute equaliser against Bradford, taking it to 1-1, and then a 1-1 against Morecambe. But it has been a long time since we played well. The last time we actually looked good was against Harrogate. And yeah, not ideal. Fortunately, there's 3 automatic promotion spots in League 2. So even with that horrible run of form that we're in, we're by no means out of contention. We're 6 points off the top of the league, but only 3 points outside of 3rd place and still well within a playoff spot. Obviously, if this run of form continues for much longer, then we'll start to fall down the table. But I will remind you all at this juncture, the media are expecting us to finish in the lower half. The board are expecting me to attempt to avoid relegation. So even if we end up finishing mid-table, it's not the end of the world. I'd quite like to get back to winning ways, but like I say, it was a trade-off. We had to lose in order to lose the aliens. We also had to lose our ability to win. Apparently, they were the ones who were powering us all along. This is the team for the game against Newport. We've got Walsh in goal, a back four of Clayton, Brown, Kakuri and Davis, Alcock and Walters in midfield. Camrich, Berry and Young supporting Kuyate up front, who, I mean, he's not scoring as many goals as I thought he would. I still enjoy his chaos, but I think we are very much lacking a proper Connor Evans style striker. Musa just seems to be a Camrich new gen. Leahy, again, not really a particularly dangerous striker at this level. We are struggling from not having an out-and-out centre forward. We're struggling for goals. We're still creating a decent amount of chances. We'll perhaps have a look at the XG table after this match. I did mean to show you it before, but now look at us. We're in the match. In fact, we can probably leave the match and we can show you the XG table. I haven't actually looked at it. I assume we'll be doing better in that than we are in reality. How do you do it? I can never remember. XG table. There we are. As I suspected, we are suffering from two things: lack of a proper striker and having a miniature goalkeeper. If we could sign how true is this for every football team ever? If we could sign a 30-goal a season striker and a 6'6" goalkeeper, I think we'd do much better than we are. Really, Kev? That's analysis for you. But yeah, I suspect they are the two things that are causing us the most problems. We're developing a lot of very similar players. We've got a lot of good centre-backs. We're struggling a little bit with full-backs. We've got a lot of inside forwards, but not really got any centre forwards. And even with these loans that have come in now, we've actually accumulated quite a lot of very similar defensive midfielders as well. So it means we can play our system quite well. As you can see, we can't apply finishes because we don't have somebody to do it, but also because of spending 3 years signing players to fit this system, we don't really have a plan B. There's not really anything else we can do because all of our players are signed specifically to fit into playing this style, this shape. So if it stops working, we are going to need probably a significant rebuild, which realistically, I'm probably not going to be here to be any part of because the clock is ticking on my contract. I have been offered another full-time deal by Tamworth, £550 a week. It's still not enough. I'm still turning it down. I'm not actively looking for new jobs, but I have made the decision unless I get, I'd even accept like £800-900 a week at this point, I think, to stay at Tamworth. But unless I'm getting an offer in that kind of range, I will be letting my contract expire at the end of the season and walking. So it's up to them. They've got the rest of the season to offer me some sensible money. Unfortunately, if we're not going to win a football match ever again, I guess there becomes less and less of an incentive for them to actually offer me some sensible money. Once again, we've been the better team. We're way ahead on XG. We're creating more chances. We're just not converting them. Bizarrely, the best player on the pitch apparently is Kouyaté on a 7.2. Despite the fact that he's supposed to be the focal point, the finisher, and he's the one who's kind of misfiring, but he does get himself into a lot of the positions that he then misses from. It's a very frustrating thing to have him there as a centre forward because his physicality means he gets into positions and gets chances that a normal striker wouldn't necessarily get, but he usually misses them. So it's not like we have another option to bring on for him. So we kind of just have to make do. We don't have a right back on the bench, which seems a little bit of an oversight on my part. Connor Grant can come on for Berry, and then I think we had to take Young off as well, didn't we? Young could only play an hour, so he can come off, and Leahy can come on that right hand side as we hopefully find a breakthrough. What we haven't seen so far is the alien invasion. I haven't actually played a match in this save since the update came out, so I am promised that the update fixes the alien invasion problem that we were having. In my Twitch save, which we weren't having the issue as often because we played a bigger ground, we haven't had it. I've streamed twice since then, no problem. So I'm thinking it maybe is fixed. But the big test is a home game with Tamworth because it was happening every single match previously in this save. So this is where we're really going to find out for sure. Kouyaté trying to get a counter-attack going, ends up falling to Olcock, and now Musa over the top for Grant, who bursts out of midfield, and there is Connor Grant with a hugely important goal to put us 1-0 up with about 10-15 minutes of the game remaining. That could be massive for what will hopefully be the beginnings of a turnaround of our form and get us back to winning ways. We can win without the aliens. I'm sure we can. Musa with the ball. It's lovely. It was lovely. The ball over the top for Musa was great. Right, let's have a look at what who's tired. Clayton. We don't have a left back on the bench. We do, however, have Lewis Brown who can go out there. So we'll put Brown out to left back. And we'll bring Reece Bennett on. We've got two centre-backs on the bench. Either of them could have come on there. And now for my final trick, we'll bring Gene Kennedy on in midfield, who is really missing out because the parent clubs of the two low knees were starting to whine that they weren't playing. Olcock in particular wasn't getting game time, so we're letting him have a couple of matches. We also need to give Jamidi a couple of matches as well because he's starting to moan about not getting game time. So we're reaching that stage of the season where player grumpiness is kind of forcing me into rotating a little bit more than I would want to, especially when we're struggling for form. But we've got to keep the players happy because apparently player mutinies is another thing that was fixed as part of this update. I'm not really in the mood to test it in this save, so we'll assume it's still a problem until I've had time to test it in some other saves and establish that it's not as much of a problem as it was before, and we can go back to my former life of promising everybody star player, important player, ignoring that for almost all of them, and doing what I please with no consequences. That's the dream, boys and girls, but at the moment we can't go back to the dream because we don't know if there's consequences or not. So I have to assume there are. Grant has scored again. Bearing in mind, Adam Berry was our best player last year. Grant came in very much to be his backup. Grant's actually really pushing for a starting spot here because he is scoring the goals lately. He's got both the goals there to get us back to winning ways. Our first actual convincing win of any kind in a long, long time. And he also scored there. He scored there. He is taking the penalties, which helps, but he's scoring goals at a decent rate. 6 in all competitions from just 2 starts, and both those starts have come in the cup competitions. So maybe it's time we give him a league start, but it would be painful to drop Berry. I'll have a ponder. We didn't get the alien invasion though, which is a good thing, and we're back up into 3rd place, only 3 points off the top, which is another good thing. I love League 2. It seems that everyone can beat everybody else all the time. That's great. Right, I've chickened out of playing Grant because actually looking at average ratings over the season, Berry is still ahead of Grant. So I guess Berry is still very important to the way we play. We are bringing Kennedy back in, though. He can play alongside Olcock, so we keep giving game time to Olcock. I'm also giving Jameed a game because I promised him game time. And with Lewis Brown being promised he'll leave if we get a big offer and lots of clubs lurking, we need to have the next guy ready and not upset. So we're kind of rotating those. We're kind of rotating the 3 of them with Reece Bennett getting game time as well, because one of Jamidi and Bennett will have to step up and replace Brown when presumably he leaves in January. But we also have to keep Brown happy. It's very trying to rotate 4 centre-backs, very complicated, but we're off the back of a win. Hopefully, that's going to turn our form around and we can go here and pick up another win against Forest Green and pretend that that little blip never happened. I know there'll be people saying, Kev, it's your tactic not working after the update. I played all those games before the update, so these are the first games I'm playing after the update. So maybe the update has fixed the problem that had started to appear. That would be nice. But where are Tamworth? We're Tamworth. We're a Forest Green in the league. They are down in 12th place, so slightly tougher task than the one that we've just faced. I think our next game is against Barrow, so we've got a nice little run of matches against teams in the bottom half of the league at the moment. So it could just be that the reason we were struggling is because we had a run of matches against the better teams in the league, and that was what was causing us to not play very well, because we were playing against the better teams. Who knows? And the other thing with the glitch going away, by the way, it does make me question whether I can be brave enough to turn my graphics settings back up to very high. Obviously, I play Football Manager on a NASA supercomputer. Adam Berry proving that I was right not to drop him, although he's offside. So he proves nothing. Grant would have stayed onside. But yeah, I play on a NASA supercomputer and had lowered my graphics settings to try and protect us against the aliens. But I wonder if I could maybe bump them back up to maximum again, because I don't know, this new fog that they brought in for FM24. Are we allowed to talk about the fog now? I've played 400 hours of FM24. Still not sure I'm happy about the fog. Let me know down in the comments how you're feeling about the fog in games like this, where you look at the far side of the pitch and the players just get a little bit foggy. I've been to 1,000 football matches in my life, and I could count on one hand the number of times that I've not been able to see the players the opposite side of the pitch clearly because of fog. It happens a lot in FM24. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Adam Berry justifying the selection, though. He tried to do it earlier but was offside, and now he stayed onside, and it's a lovely finish from him. Maybe we have to come up with a 2 attacking midfielder system. I mean, the real Football Manager tactics nerds are now screaming at me, Kev, go strikerless. Everything you've said in this episode is leaning towards strikerless. You're not enjoying your striker. Your striker can't score. You've got 2 attacking midfielders who are great and score for fun. I feel like, as part of the rules of non-lethal legend, we can't go strikerless. We can't do an attacking midfield 4 with no centre forward. I realise things like false nines and things like that happen in real life, but I feel like playing a strikerless tactic is very much a FM game glitch too far. I don't think we can do it. So I think we have to we have to play a centre forward, and it could just be that one of Berry or Grant ends up playing as a centre forward, maybe as a false nine. Maybe we explore something like that. Or maybe we just accept that Kouyaté up there doesn't necessarily need to be scoring lots of goals. Even when we signed him, the talk wasn't that he was going to score loads of goals for us. It was that he was going to cause loads of chaos. And maybe just him causing the chaos is enough to create chances for the three attacking midfielders playing behind him. And it doesn't matter that he's not scoring because of the chaos that he creates, creating space for Berry and Grant. Maybe that's the reason they're getting space, because Kouyaté's dragging defenders all over the place with his physicality. So the bottom line, if we start winning again, I'm not changing anything, am I? Kouyaté plays it out to Clayton. Clayton's got space to run into there. If he can hit that far post cross, which he was always going for last year, he seems a little bit more reluctant to do it now, and I'm not sure why. Alcock needs to get it out to him again there. He's faffed around on the ball and giving it away, but Davies is back to cover for him, and now it's Alcock again. This time does find Clayton, and hopefully Clayton's going to look up and hit that far post cross. There it is, and Kamrich scored so many times from it last year, but couldn't get under that one. He's actually playing as the left-sided attacker, but knows that he gets so many goals from that cross that he went over to the right-hand side to try and get on the end of it. There's a Kamrich again, drives it across for Kouyaté. It falls to Young. Young cuts it back. I think Young's red-green colourblind like I am, because it was a lovely ball cut back to a Forest Green player. There was no Tamworth player anywhere near him, but I think in that situation, I probably would be struggling to tell these two teams apart. I certainly am in the match engine. I'm very much relying on the player names to identify if they're my boys or not. And it's all the way back with Walsh. I can pick his kit out, and he plays it forward to Young, and Young to Kakuri, to Davies. I love the way we're just rotating our positions around, getting these little short passes. It's good football. We're playing good football again. Kennedy finds Davies in a huge amount of space. Davies had gone miles forward, and there is Youssef Kamrich's reward, and I think that's been disallowed as well. That's 2 goals disallowed today. If we end up not winning this one, I am suing the referee or the linesman. Is it the same? Has the same linesman disallowed both goals? Someone's getting sued here if we don't win, because that felt like a good goal, and a Kamrich very much, I feel like he deserves a goal today. Kakuri to Davies, and now it's back with Young again. Young finally starting to get fit and starting to look good in this team as well, which is very nice to see. And now Davies hits that early cross again, looking for a Kamrich, and this time there's no doubt about him being onside. And he's come from behind that defender, and it's trademark Youssef Kamrich. Towering header at the far post. Davis, lovely cross from him, doing what Clayton was spending all last year doing. I don't know why he's reluctant to do this now, but just hitting those first-time crosses from deep and letting a Kamrich do the rest and dominate. I guess it's fullbacks that he's dominating. I'm not sure. Was it the fullback or the right-sided centre-back he's leaping over like a salmon there? Either way, he's making him look like a mug, and it's 2-0 to Tamworth. Again, for the second time in the episode, we're back, boys and girls. Lovely old stuff. Right. Musa's going to come on for a tiring Kamrich. We're also going to take off Kouyaté and give Tom Leahy another opportunity to play up front. And Jamidi is going to come off for Bennett as we continue trying to get game time into all of the defenders, which is, like I say, easier said than done when you've got 4 very good centre-backs. We've actually loaned Jack Kingdon out for the season because as the 5th centre-back, I know he was able to play either full-back as well, but he was just never going to get anywhere near first team game time, so he's got out on loan for the rest of the season. I don't want to get rid of him permanently, because if Brown goes, he'll be very handy to have around, but he'll also be very annoyed and upset as a 5-star potential player that he's not getting anywhere near first team football all season long. So I think a loan probably is the best thing for him. And now it's Forest Green trying to salvage something from this match. About 15 minutes to go, and they are knocking the ball around pretty confidently at the moment. And I feel like it would be quite nice for us to grab a 3rd goal around about now, because they are stretching us a little bit here. And I mean, it definitely felt like it was coming. And now we start to panic a little bit. Only the 1 goal advantage, 15 minutes to go. I don't want to see a rotten replay. What I do want to do is just look at my my defenders, who all seem to be getting tired. Kakuri can come off for Brown. That's an easy change to make. What's less easy is sorting the Reagan-Clayton problem, because we don't have a left-back on the bench. We can take off Alcock and bring on Harry Brook, though. And I think long-term, Brook and Kennedy probably is my defensive midfield combination. Obviously, we brought those two guys in on loan before we decided to splurge the money on Kennedy. I don't know that we'd have bothered because we've got Antwi still around the club as well. So I think if we'd have had Kennedy, we probably wouldn't have signed the loanees, and that's so annoying. Ref, are you going to help us out here? There we go. I mean, they're disallowing goals for fun today, but I mean that should be our warning. Can we please go and grab a third goal and just put this game to bed? Clayton getting in a crossing position again. This time does hit the cross. It's Leahy in the middle. Couldn't get under it. Clayton wallops it from range. I think he's actually hit the top of the crossbar there. That's absurd from Clayton. I think that was on his weak foot as well. If that had gone in, we make him captain and give him a significant pay rise because that would have been absolutely bonkers. As it is, we are, I mean, look at the match stats. Forest Green have had 2 shots on target. If they end up getting back into this after we've dominated them the way we've dominated them, I'll be an angry little bear. But fingers crossed, we are about to rubber stamp it. Clayton with the in-swinger. 8 minutes of time added on. This referee is very much against me, and I am not very happy about it at all. Berry, just stick it in the top corner. Somebody stick it in the top corner. Berry into the area. Young now. Young with the shot that's pushed around the post, I think, by the goalkeeper. We've got a corner from the other side. Brook to take. Cross comes in looking for Brown. Can't find him. Young looked very lively all game long, and he's won another corner. And this is 3 in a row now. If we're just going to use up these final 8 minutes taking corners, that seems like a fairly sensible way to defend the final 8 minutes. 8 minutes is ridiculous. The final 8 minutes of the game. But Clayton with the in-swinger again to the far post. Brown is there. And it's a 4th corner in a row. There's got to be a goal coming here. And each one of these corners is taking about a minute, which is ideal. Clayton going to look to hit another in-swinger. Surely we're going to get some reward from this period of absolute set-piece dominance that we're attacking them with at the moment. And the goalkeeper just comes out and collects it relatively comfortably in the end, which is a little bit unfortunate. But now we've got a free kick on the edge of the area. Berry, just stick it there. Stick it there. Rubber stamp it. Let's all go and get on the bus. We don't need to play out these last 3 minutes of the match. That's where we want it. Oh, he tried to put it there as well. Goodness. This play that... Hang on. He was at left back earlier in the match, wasn't he? They've got their left back in goal. When did that happen? I'm especially confused because they've only made 4 substitutions and they have a keeper on the bench. So their keeper's got injured in the 90th minute. Why haven't they... I'm not going to question it. They must have substituted a substitute because they're down to 10 men and they have... I'm very confused. But they do have a left back in goal, which does make me a little less happy about the way he so comfortably collected that corner before. Goodness me. Right, we've made it through the match without the embarrassment of losing against a team that had a left back in goal. And we've had 2 matches there where there's been no alien invasion. So I think the glitch is finally done. Tell your friends, tell your family, they're safe to come back and watch the videos again. I know a few people were staying away while the glitch was in place. But there we have it. Back to winning ways. 3 points off the top of the league. We're heading for League One, boys and girls. Should we have a little look in the job centre? Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't even have to move house for that one. It is surprising that no one's coming in for me. All 3 of those jobs, you'd be like, I'm pretty surprised. I am pretty surprised I've not been approached. I might have a think about that West Brom job. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the support as a channel member, John Howell. Well, time might finally be up on my stay here at Tamworth because today we have a job interview. Hello and welcome to part 23 of Non-League to Legend. I'm Kevin. Coming up on today's episode, we might be leaving because that must respond up there is a job interview. Since you were last with me, we have continued our excellent return to form that we had in the last episode. That little blip that we had, clearly just a little bit of a blip because we picked up those couple of wins yesterday, and since then it has been wins all the way through. We're into the second round of the FA Cup. We're into the knockout rounds of the stupid Mickey Mouse Trophy, and the league table is looking very healthy as well, with us in second place, 41 points on the board, and probably more importantly, 8 points clear of fourth place Cheltenham, and looking very, very good for a promotion push this season. But as you're all aware, time is running out. I am on a part-time contract, only £475 a week. It's not enough for me to go full-time with Tamworth. I'm not going to sign a new part-time contract. They wouldn't offer me a new part-time contract. We're in a full-time league. The most recent contract offer I got out of Tamworth was £550 to go full-time. When I'm already on £475 part-time, it's not really worth giving up my day job for an extra £75 a week. So time is running out, and we've had a job offer, and it is one of the most realistic job offers I've ever seen in Football Manager. And I think this might be a new secret hidden FM24 feature. If you watch my Twitch streams, which you should, I stream most nights, 7 p.m, twitch.tv/LOLLUJO. Highlights of them appear on the second channel, LOLLUJO 2, 10 a.m. the next morning. You'll have noticed we started a save there in the third tier in Turkey with Ankara Demirspor, and then after a promotion with them, got an offer from another club in Ankara to move to Gençlerbirliği as another Ankara club, still geographically close. And that's exactly what's happened here as well, because the interview is with Burton Albion, who are only half an hour down the road. We're both in Staffordshire. So I think, with the reputation still being low, maybe we're more likely to get interest from clubs that are geographically close by. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but we have an interview with Burton Albion. Burton are down with us in League Two. I know some of you are going to be like, Kev, this is a backward step, because it's a team who are below us in the league table. Burton down in 10th place, but still very much in the mix for the playoffs, or even more, with more than halfway to go in the season. The media expected them to be favourites to go straight back up again, having been relegated last year. So they've had a number of years now in League One. If you're old like me, you'll still remember Burton bursting into the Football League, 15 years ago now? Where was it? It was 2009. They made their way into the Football League and then started their rapid rise through League Two, League One, had a couple of years at the bottom end of the Championship, and have since settled into life in League One, but got relegated last year in game, and have not started very well this year either for a team that were favourites for automatic promotion to be down in 10th place. They have just sacked their manager, Darren Moore, after 234 days. So they're clearly looking for someone to come in and get them back up into League One. That's the priority. And I guess they take one look at that league table and see the guy at Tamworth down the road who's doing exactly that with a team that was 2 divisions below them last year. And I get why I might be potentially an attractive proposition. So we're going to go along to the interview. Fingers crossed, get offered the job. And then if we do, fingers crossed, get offered a sensible salary. I mean, most salaries at this level, even for the smaller clubs, I mean, Gateshead, I think, is the lowest salary in the league, £775. But for teams that got relegated from League One last year, I mean, we've got Wrexham, Carlisle and Leyton Orient. They're probably the fair comparison. The guy at Leyton Orient, 1.2 grand a week. Carlisle are paying £2,500 a week. And Wrexham, the other relegated team, are paying £1,500 a week. So I would expect to more than double the money I'm on at Tamworth, be able to give up my day job, be able to go full time. But we might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, because first we need to get the job. So let's attempt the interview and see what Ashley Walker, chairperson of Burton Albion, has to say. It's a yellow kit. It's been a long time since I've managed someone in a yellow kit on Football Manager. Hello, Kevin. Thank you for agreeing. Hello, Ashley. Thank you for agreeing to speak to us so we can put forward our vision for the club and allow you to suggest any alterations should you become our new manager. It's great to be here. Let's get started. It is great to be here. You've only managed one team throughout your entire career. Is this a good thing or a bad thing, in my opinion? I mean, this is an easy one. Loyalty. We talk about loyalty here. There isn't much loyalty left in football anymore, but I think it reflects well on me that I've shown plenty of it. I think it does. Why do you want to leave your current job after doing so much good work there? Literally money, Ashley. Is that an option? Time for me to make the next step. I've taken them as far as I can. That's not true. We're second in the league. Positive momentum. Seeking a new challenge for a while, not really true. I think probably this one, it's time for me to take the next step, and hopefully that can be here. I mean, reading between the lines, the subcontext there, Ashley, is I want money, please. I want a pay rise. I don't know why it wasn't an option. Our previous manager didn't enjoy the best relationship with supporters. Are you confident of providing a different dynamic with them? Yeah, of course I am. I try to forge a strong bond with the supporters in every way possible. Unless you're a Spurs fan, in which case you probably less so. We parted company with our last manager much sooner than anybody would have anticipated. Can you offer assurances we won't be in for a repeat of that? To be fair, Ashley, you did sack him. So if you wanted to keep him around longer, you probably could have done. But I have a proven track record of spending considerable time in a job. I've never once in my career departed after it. I mean, any one of these, I guess, it's my intention to commit to a long and successful career with this club. I'm not going to promise that. That seems risky. But I do have a proven track record of a considerable... I've only ever had one job and I've never left it. My track record is I'm at football clubs for an infinite amount of time without leaving. Can you assure us that you have no problem securing the backing of your players, an area our previous manager struggled considerably with, were we to hire you? I mean, actually, I don't know if you heard, there has been a football manager update that makes that less of an issue now. So fingers crossed, should be fine. And based purely on that, I am confident of earning the support of every player here. That is a promise. Possibly a really risky one. Are you the right person to turn this underachieving club around? Just look at Tamworth in the league table, Ashley. Is that a thing we can say? I'm a motivator. Am I a motivator? I believe I have a reputation and I probably don't. I've got the ability and experience. Not really. Don't have the experience. I don't think the club is underperforming. They are. Don't offend me by asking such fool. I've got to go for the first one. I am a motivator. I don't know that I am. As part of the recruitment process, we're willing to allow you to request changes to your current backroom staff. I don't think I need to. I haven't built any real relationships with the staff at the current club. So, yeah, we'll just leave them all behind. I'm only in this for me. So, the board culture would be sign young players under the age of 23 for the first team. That is my bread and butter. They want me to work within the wage budget and grow the club's reputation. We'll figure that one out. That should be doable. And then 5-year plan. They want us in the playoffs this year, competitive in the FA Cup. It's never clear what these mean. Competitive in the Carabao Cup. If they're still in the Carabao Cup in November, they've already been competitive in that. And then next season, they are looking for, I mean, they're assuming a promotion, work towards recording a Sky Bet League One top half finish. So they say reach the playoffs this year. What they actually mean is must get promoted, but this time next year, we need to be in the top half of League One. Interesting. That seems fine. I can do that. We're targeting a playoff place. Is that something you think is attainable? I mean, they're 3 points off of the playoffs. I'm not going to promise to exceed it, but without me at the helm, Tamworth will crumble. So I assume there is a automatic promotion spot up for grabs, but I think certainly reasonable to aim for the playoffs. Are you kidding me, Ashley Walker? Have you put your decimal point in the wrong place there? What do I think of the proposed budget of £4.9 million? This is League Two. I mean, I don't need a big budget and can probably work with a much smaller sum. I'm tempted to say that to him. Because that's absurd. What club in the history of football has ever needed a £5 million budget in League Two? That is ridiculous. I'd happily work with a slightly smaller transfer budget. I mean, I don't know the state of the squad, so I probably shouldn't make wild promises like that. I'll just say, yeah, that's fine. Oh, my word. Look at the size of the wage budget as well. Nearly 70,000. This guy just said he wanted me to work with a budget. I don't think he understands the meaning of the word. Yeah, that budget is fine, Ashley. Do you have any requests to consider? Please, can I have the job? I mean, if that's how much you're paying the players, how much are you offering me? Can we talk about my money, please? Just please give me the job. Ashley, he's gone. Oh, my word, I'm excited. I've now got to play some games with Tamworth, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to concentrate on it. Am I the favourite for this job? I better be. Goodness me, where are they? No, Stephen Presley. I mean, he hasn't had a manager's job in 6 years. They would be insane to give that to him. I wouldn't even have to move out from above the ironing shop. It's just down the road. I mean, I guess in the interest of looking at what my options are as well, there are a lot of manager jobs available at the moment. I mean, I'm still not desperate to leave Tamworth because I think I'm more likely to get a really good high-paying job at the end of the season if I can get that third promotion under my belt. So I think there is a strong reason for staying at Tamworth. But Cambridge would be interesting. I mean, I am a Peterborough fan, so I'd have to go there and destroy them from within, but it'd be interesting. I don't really want to. Morecambe's miles away. Same with Wigan. Not really interested in either of those. Notts County, though, that's not a million miles away. And they're in the lower end of League One, so that would be even more of a step up. Mansfield, relatively local as well. Colchester and Wickham are getting a bit further away. Leeds, I'm probably prepared to move house for, but I don't think I'm in a position to be getting the Leeds job yet. I'm not going to apply for anything. I am really tempted to declare my interest in Burton, though, but what I don't want to do is upset the Tamworth board. But then, on the flip side of that, they should have offered me sensible money. I'm declaring my interest in Burton, because based on that money that's just been discussed, I really, really, really want this Burton job now. Chapman is only considered to have an outside chance of the job, but his interest will be news to supporters keen for a new name to be confirmed. Well, we've got to play Chesterfield now. I think I'm going to do that off camera because I'm more interested in how this develops. And I'd like a resolution to this story in today's video. So we're going to be more focused on job hunting than matches today. I'll be back on the other side of this game. Maybe declaring my interest in another job immediately before a match wasn't the best idea because we've stopped our winning run. We did manage to scrape a draw, but didn't look great against Cheltenham. I wonder if I've upset some of the players. No, they're fine. So we should be okay there. They're Tamworth board. They're not outright saying they're offering me a new contract because I've applied for another job elsewhere. Let me just check that hasn't been given to somebody else. It hasn't. My application is in, yeah? Yeah? My application is in. Excellent. But they are offering me a new contract again, but it's the same rubbish one they keep offering. 2-year deal, £550 a week. I'm just not interested. Let's see. Right, 900. If you give me £900 a week, I'll sign for 2 years and we'll forget all about Burton, which I suspect is a silly thing for me to do, but I don't think they're even going to do it. 600. It's not enough. 900, 875. No, 850, final offer. No, they have got no interest in keeping me. And the frustrating thing is they've got the money too as well. They don't want to. It's very sad. Burton, come and get me. I am all yours. Please, Stephen Presley, go and manage Cambridge. For goodness sake. Right, who are we playing now? We're playing Cheltenham. Once again, I'll do it off camera because no one wants to watch me watch Cheltenham at the moment. I know what you want. What you want is to know if I got the Burton job or not. Because that's exactly what I'm sat here wanting as well. So I'll be back in a minute. Well, it definitely seems that my head has been turned and we're now hitting poor form again. Oh, to be fair, look at the match stats in this game against Cheltenham. We absolutely were the better team and just weren't scoring, and it was very, very frustrating. It does mean league table-wise, we've dropped down to third place with Cheltenham breathing down our necks, which is not ideal. What's also not ideal is Burton still haven't offered me the job that I want. Damien Duff, who's manager of Shelbourne, is now the favourite to get that job. Did that mean Presley got a different job? Because he's also not the favourite for the Cambridge job anymore. I suspect Stephen Presley has got himself a job. He has become the manager of Wigan. Wigan are, if I can find Wigan are in League One. So that's him out of the way, but apparently I wasn't even second favourite. That's nice, isn't it? Right, FA Cup. FA Cup has always been a big deal for us. We're playing against Notts County. We are going to show this match because we love the FA Cup. They're towards the lower half of League One, and we want that big money third round tie just in case I end up having to stay here at Tamworth, then we want the money. So we're going into this match with £377,000 in the bank, and this is our team to take on not Man City, Notts County. I mean, Man City would be worth more money. Lewis Brown and Regan Clayton both got injured in the previous game as well, so they're going to miss the next few weeks. So it's going to be Walsh in goal, at back four of Ismail, Jamid, Curry and Davis, Alcock and Kennedy in midfield, Akamrich, Berry and Young behind Kouyaté up front. We are struggling to get the breakthrough with goals at the moment. We're massively underscoring our XG quite regularly. So fingers crossed we can... Look at how much bigger than that little guy I am. They should get a full-size manager. Just like we need a full-size goalkeeper, they very much need a full-size manager. Surprised to see how few people have turned up at the Lamb for this today. We have completed our ground improvements. We've now got over a 6,000 capacity, and we've only got less than 4,000 people have turned up for an FA Cup second round game against a team from the higher division. That seems a little bit harsh to me, but... You know, as long as we beat them, if we beat them, we're fine. We'll take that big third round tie, and hopefully we will pick up the win. And the guys from Burton are watching, because if they've been paying attention to me over the last couple of league games, they might be changing their minds about whether or not I'm the guy to give that enormous pile of cash to. I just want £5 million to spend in League Two. I've played Football Manager for many, 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 many years. I've never had that amount of money to spend in League Two. It seems absurd. I kind of don't believe it's going to be there when I get there. I haven't even looked why it's there. They must have sold someone, because I don't understand how they would even have £5 million in the bank. Never mind enough money in the bank to say, you know what, we can do without 5 million of this. Go spend it on players, Kev. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, we might have to go and have a look and work out where they've got that enormous pile of money from. But for now, I'd just like to beat Notts County and then go get the job, please. But it looks like, once again, we are going to create chances, but not really capitalise on them. 0-0 at half time. We've been the better team in that first half, but it counts for nothing if Notts County then go on and score and make me very sad. And I don't want to be sad. I want to be happy. This might be my last game here at Tamworth. I would say there's a good chance it's the last game I ever show you in a video. If we're going to be leaving, we'll be gone before the third round. I'm not going to show you another league game when I'm applying for another job. This is special FA Cup dispensation. Even if Burton dragged me out for another 2 or 3 weeks, we'll just be pressing continue and I'll be telling you what the results were. I want to win this one. Please, can we win this one? Notts County knocking the ball around at the back. They seem relatively comfortable just keeping hold of the ball there and waiting for us to invite them forwards almost. And they are coming down this right-hand side where we are a little bit inexperienced. Ismail, with the injuries to Clayton and Brown, I think this is only his third start for us, and his second start was in the Johnson's Paint Trophy on the left wing. So he's not played a lot of football for us and probably feeling a little nervy about them attacking down his wing. Our front four have been really poor in this match. We're going to make 3 changes here and try and fix that. So Musa's going to come on. We're going to bring on Tom Leahy as well. And we're also going to bring on Connor Grant. And we are changing up things massively in our front four there to try and get some kind of breakthrough. A replay is no use to us. Although I guess Notts County, they do get decent attendances, I think. So there might be some money in a replay, but really we want to knock them out now. I think we're much less likely to win at a replay. They're from the league above us. Right, Camerson is going to come on to play right back. What have we got as a final attacking change? We don't really have one, so let's just take off Alcock in midfield, bring on Harry Brook, get the boy who's a permanent player here, see if he wants to come on and do something special for us. He also takes a set piece as well. Corner comes in from Brook, looking for a Camrich. Ismail with the header, but it kind of loops up over the top of the goal, ends up on the netting on top of the goal. Let's offer some final encouragement for this match. Like I say, we've been the better team, but Notts County just defending resolutely. There's been, between the two teams, 3 shots on target in this match. It's very much a football match that nobody seemed that bothered about winning. And I guess there's your evidence of it. It ends in a 0-0. Did anyone really care? We made £50,000, which is nice. But, oh good, our striker's facing a confidence crisis. Can you start scoring goals, please? There we go. He's going to start scoring goals for me, I've decided. So we now have to fit in a replay against Notts County. I might be long gone before we play that replay, but at least we will get to see a draw for the third round, I guess. Oh, boys and girls, it's happening. I've just hit continue. We've not even had the third round draw for the FA Cup yet. And I can see there's a little email waiting for me. The board here at Tamworth have requested a meeting to discuss my future. I've learned on stream not to go to that meeting because there is no way you can come through it with a job at either club. It kind of withdraws you. Be aware of this. I don't know if it's been fixed in the update. If you attend that meeting, it not only withdraws you from the job you were applying for, they almost certainly sack you as well off the back of it. So don't go to that meeting. Let's see what Burton have got to offer for me. £925 a week wages. I mean, to be fair, still seems a little bit low, but look at all that money. And I've promised to I promised there will be acceptable managerial support. Just checking all of that is what I was expecting it to be. It looks like it is. Right, let's see if we can push them up a little bit higher on the old money front. Can we get them up to 1.2 and maybe a 30% pay rise? Okay, we've got up to £1,000 a week and a 20% pay rise. 1.1 and 25. How does that feel? Okay, £1,000 a week and a 25% promotion pay rise. That works for me, boys and girls. We're off to Burton. Let's accept the job. Let's hit continue. And I mean, we're still, they haven't closed off my email account yet. My set piece coach is going to Derby. I can't exactly tell him to stay, can I? Do you want to come to Burton with me? We're off on an adventure. And there we have it, boys and girls. Burton Albion hire Chapman. In a move which is sure to spark plenty of heated debate, Kevin Chapman has left Tamworth to join divisional rivals Burton. It's like they're getting an advanced view of the comments section, because I'm sure there will be heated debate about whether or not that was the right move for me to make. Chapman, who famously knocked McDongs out of the FA Cup in January, I mean, that's a weird comma positioning. Chapman, comma, so that's a separate section of the sentence. You can remove that and the rest of the sentence should make sense. Chapman supporter. So Chapman supporters? It's a very badly structured sentence. Chapman, who famously knocked McDongs out of the FA Cup in January, supporters are excited at the potential of similarly memorable moments under their new manager. So that should be Burton supporters. There's no Chapman's. I don't like this press release. Can I go back to Tamworth? Questions will be raised as to why Chapman made a decision to take up a different job within the same division, but he'll face pressure to bring immediate success to the Pirelli Stadium, given his former employers and previous standing. Some factions in the media have been touting Chapman as favourite for the job. No, they weren't. We checked. Tamworth will be looking for a new manager. Burton are currently on a 5-match unbeaten run. Well, there we go. Can we just carry on doing what's being done? Do I have to buy a yellow tie? Do you reckon they sell that tie? Right, will I look good in a yellow tie? So the media prediction was second. Hello, Ashley. We meet again. Welcome to Burton. It's great to have you here. As part of the induction, we'll shortly be given a welcome pack. Lovely. Hope it includes one of those ties. I do like the look of the tie. Apparently our fierce rivals are Derby. Do you reckon Derby know? I can't imagine Derby. Derby, who are your fierce rivals? Forest, of course. Burton. Never mind. I'm trying to endear myself to the Burton fans. Apparently, I don't have a director of football or an assistant manager. I'm just really interested in the finances because there's so much money knocking around. I don't really understand how and why. They have a full 11. That's a good thing. Can we just? I want to get through and see the money. Really. I want to see the club bank balance because I don't understand how those finances work. Yep, that seems very, very League Two. So my transfer budget is actually more than our overall bank balance. We're overspending the wage budget, so we're going to pour most of it into the wage budget as well. I feel like I've been led in here under false pretenses because I've immediately got to do this to fix that problem. So that takes a big bunch of that cash away straight away. What are they looking for me to do? Record a top half finish. That should be easy peasy because we're in 9th. I feel bad for Tamworth. Jordan Rhodes has been made caretaker manager. We brought him in as a coach during the summer. So he's the caretaker manager. Did Dave Penny walk out then? Can we just how do we look at staff transfers. Because Penny was already earning more money than me. No, none of the rest of the staff left. He's just been overlooked. Jordan Rhodes taking over as caretaker manager for now. And our first game is against Wrexham in 5 days' time. Have we already been knocked out of the other competitions? So FA Cup, we've already been knocked out. Carabao Cup, we've been knocked out of every cup. So presumably I'm not being judged on those. Yeah, not judging. We just need to finish in the top half of League Two and we're already there. So I think this is a job where we should be relatively... We've got to be looking for promotion this year. Tamworth are going to collapse. We could get that spot. We're 11 points behind Tamworth at the moment with more than half a season to go. If this squad is any good at all, then you would think we should be able to make our way right back up there. And... the squad seems quite good. I think we're going to be fine. We'll get to know them properly tomorrow. If you've enjoyed that, please make sure you leave a nice big thumbs up on there for me. Subscribe to the channel for daily Football Manager videos. And thank you very much for watching.